Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Thursday edition. Isn't this week going by fast?
Yeah, it is. It really is.
Quite a difference when you don't have to wake up at 3:15.
It's going by super quick, especially when I can sleep until 5:40 some days. So.
That's right. The episode of Bobby Belt's phone life continues. As he walked in this morning, he goes, all right, I got to go get my coffee. I'm going to leave my 3 cell phones here. Mm-hmm. We're up to 3?
Yep. One for the plug, one for the load, and then one for just prep content, things like that.
I just don't understand why you're carrying around 3 phones.
Well, okay, so
You
the
had
2 has
to.
made sense. The 2 has made sense.
Not really.
No, it has, because the amount of stuff that gets filled up on my phone, shooting stuff at Cowboys games or whatever else, taking photos, doing different things like that, I just use one as a Wi-Fi phone so I don't load up the other with like a whole bunch of other crap. And then the other is just like life or whatever. So this third phone now, I will not eventually be carrying around 3 phones, but until I get everything off of these other phones that I need, I'm going to carry these other ones around.
Yeah, every time
Like this still logs me in at Odyssey. This old one, the one 3 generations ago, this one still has the Protect one on it. So when I log in at Odyssey, I need this one because I can't for some reason get it back on this phone or this phone.
You gotta call Rick.
So that's what I'll have to do. But so I got a prompt log in. I got to use this. And so far, everything I've done on this phone yesterday, a bunch of different things I was logging in. Thank God I was able to get a replacement battery on the old one. That has now been the prompt that I have to sign in on this phone in order to authorize this one.
I don't think you can have the one protecting on 2 different phones.
No, you got to call Rick. Rick has to set up your new phone.
How many plans are you paying?
1.
Okay.
Yeah, the other 2 are just, they only connect if I have Wi-Fi.
I just, when I get a new phone, if I lose something, I'm like, I just lose it.
Yeah, well, those will be lost as well because he can't even keep headphones or car keys or wallets, so there's no chance.
There's one thing I've kept. These are all this is from 5 years ago, this one.
He has kept them. That is true.
I carry 2 phones with me everywhere.
True.
I am
He has
Kevin
kept
Gates.
So will 3 be on your person at all times?
No, just for probably the next couple days until I get all this crap moved off of it.
Can you just get rid of it? Can you get it down to 1 phone? Can you whittle it down?
Yeah, if I need the 512 gig space on the
Did you
phone.
just
The
buy
256
storage?
is enough. No, I mean, I got the 256 phone because they're like, we'll have to ship the 512. Nobody actually carries those because that's weird to need them, but...
We start with the unfortunate news. NBA All-Star Weekend is even more unwatchable because Cooper Flagg will be missing it. He is out for the Rising Stars, and he is out for tonight's game against Luka. And Luka is going to be out as well, as he's been missing the past few games for the Lakers. So no Flagg, no Luka for tonight. That stinks in L.A.
Yep, and beyond All-Star Weekend, we'll see. We'll see how it happens. But it does stink because you want to see Luka play for one when the Mavs play the Lakers, but you also want to see Flagg go up against him. You want to see the development continue. Now watch, he won't play, and they'll wind up winning the stupid thing. Right, they'll wind up winning the dang game.
Lost 8 straight.
Yeah, they need to get it to. Let's get it to 13.
During the 8 straight, he has averaged 37 and 4 during that stretch. For
Josh Allen basketball. I'm kidding. Relax.
Yeah, shut up. For the season, I still wouldn't.
Take that, Con.
I wouldn't. Kevin Hagelin said it the other day, and I agree. I would not trade Flagg straight up for Luka in return right now.
I would.
Just because of the age difference.
The age difference is major, even though it's not
that major.
It's not that major.
What is it, 8 years, though?
Still 8 years.
8 years.
7, 8 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, because what is he? He's 20. Luka's 26 or 27.
Yeah.
And then how old's Flagg?
He's 19 now. I mean, it's still quite a bit. You got to convince me that Cooper is ever the best player in the league. I think Luka is the best player in the league.
Yeah, I wouldn't have traded it. I wouldn't have traded anybody straight up for Luka.
Now, is Flagg? Does he play a brand of basketball that can help you win more? I mean, that remains to be seen. Luka plays a brand of basketball at least they gave the NBA Finals.
So, not this year. So, Cooper out, Luka out, and Cooper not going to be a member of the Rising Stars. Dame Lillard is going to be in the 3-point contest. Bobby?
Yep.
I think you were right about Adam Silver.
Yes.
Bill Simmons yesterday kind of went in on him. He's like, this is the first time I'm questioning Adam Silver, not fixing the obvious problems in the league. Come on, man. I like Dame. But that's a joke. You can't have Dame Lillard participate in the 3-point contest while not playing all year long. It makes more sense to have your WNBA players in there, Peyton Pritchard competing against these guys than Damian Lillard. So I thought that was laughable. That's ridiculous.
I couldn't imagine Dame would be qualified to be in the 3-point contest where you don't play.
Stand and shoot.
I guess. I mean, you would think you would have some kind of.
I bet he doesn't finish last.
I don't even know who's in it. Have they announced the dunk contest?
I don't know.
I know that
They have to.
Right? You would think so.
I don't know. Dame
Mac McClain or Matt
McClung.
Matt McLaren?
No, Mac McClung. I think he announced
He's not in it.
Yeah, he's out this year. I think he had said he wasn't going to participate.
The 1 year he finally gets in some NBA time, he's going to skip the.
Yeah, because that's what NBA players do when they play regular season games. They go, I'm not doing it. Just like the home run hitters who for years were just like, I'm not doing the home run.
This year it's going to be Carter Bryant, Jackson Hayes, Keshad Johnson, and Jace Richardson. Tracy McGrady and Vince revealed yesterday that the NBA once offered those two and Kobe $1 million apiece to participate. But we'll give you $1 million to be involved in this thing.
Wow!
So that's going to be All-Star Weekend.
Well,
Pettiness.
Dame is the favorite.
Who?
Dame.
He's the favorite?
Yep.
Who else is in it?
Let's see. This is
all he's doing. He's putting up 1,000 shots in practice courts from the 3-point line every day.
Con Kneppel is next at 4.5 to 1. Jamal Murray 5 to 1. Tyrese Maxey 5.5 to 1. Donovan Mitchell 5.5 to 1. Norm Powell 7 to 1. Booker 8 to 1. Portis 12 to 1.
Yeah, I'll take Con. After the roommate battle. Pettiness coming out of Golden State. Jonathan Kuminga, that divorce finally happened. Well, the report came out yesterday that someone from Kuminga's inner circle was taking too much food out of the family room, and they kind of took that to Jonathan, and that became a little point of contention. Kind of like Aaron Judge, I guess, with the suite and his family being allowed or not at Yankee games. This one even more petty. A little bit too much food being taken out of the room.
Can I get a tomahawk steak to go? Doing the
oh yes, yeah. Okay,
you're doing the Novacek.
Can't do that, can you?
Nick Wright, with his suggestion, they got him murdered yesterday, telling Bill Simmons, you want to fix the All-Star game? Let's just return to the days of segregation and make it black versus white. And then they'll play really hard.
That would be look, you don't have to say it like that, Nick. You could just say Europe versus Team USA.
You know what you want? You want real animosity, you want real intensity, and you want to split it up that way? Split it up by how they voted. Go Trump versus Harris voters, and just put it on the line.
Not a fan.
You guys are. I guess that would be white versus black, though. So.
Yeah.
Plus Jonathan Isaacs.
There he is, suggesting an old break.
And Steve Kerr coaching the other team.
Who would be the other coach?
Bruce Pearl.
Yeah,
Bring him on.
He's on the NBA.
The last chance you guy, probably.
There's gotta be someone. There's someone out there that's.
Who do you think amongst NBA coaches represent the other side? Can we name NBA
I don't know.
coaches?
Carlisle? I have no idea what Carlisle is. But he strikes me as just kind of like a
What do you think Missoula is?
murderer, like a psychopath. No, Missoula would be
Bernie.
No, Missoula would be like, I actually don't see the point of voting. I've never registered to vote.
Yeah, that's Missoula.
I saw some people at my church registering to vote. I was like, why? We're dying. Jesus is the only thing we're doing anyway.
He's a write-in candidate guy.
What about Reddick?
No.
No, Reddick would vote for Kamala because he's very pro-choice. We've seen that throughout his career.
All right, Mark Stein with an update to the Mavs' possible sell story. Back to Mark Cuban. Update, a source close to Patrick Dumont tells Mark Stein last night the team is not for sale, and the Adelson and Dumont families look forward to expanding their ownership stake over time. So that is the Dumont side seemingly shutting that down, as Kevin Hagelin quickly predicted. That this would be a non-story.
Yeah, I mean, because at first...
non-development.
The first statement was they look forward to Dallas basketball, whatever it was, 3 days ago. And I saw there were some fans who were like, they did not say no. Technicality, they didn't say no, we're not selling. And now they're saying, no, we're not selling. In fact, we're looking to expand our stake. So I don't know if that means they are now, like we talked about the other day, was this too heavy-handed a play from Mark Cuban, and now they're going, oh yeah, we're going to expand our stake because we're buying you out. You're done. We're moving you out of the organization now.
877-881-1053. The way to get in this morning as we try to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible here on Sean and RJ. We got the payload at 640. Rick Neuheisel, new head coach of your Dallas Renegades, and one of the best college football interviews there is at 720 in the Expressway, along with a 9-inch nails ticket giveaway. The G-Bag Nation is going to be broadcasting live from Sidecar Social in Frisco today. Wow. That is 6770 Winning Drive, 2 to 7 p.m. Sports bar, your big screen TVs, a limited number of Tolo flags to give away as well.
That is a nice spot. That Sidecar Social in Frisco is really, really nice. Yeah, it's like...
Is that the place with all the, cars, the sports cars?
So, no, I mean, I've only seen it at night, so I don't ever recognize. I mean, there's sports cars parked out front, I know that. But if you go, where did we go for Italian at one time? Lombardi Cucina. So if you go a block down, closer towards where those high-rise apartments are, it's right there, and it's really nice. It's 2 levels. It's really cool.
Couple of sad celebrity. Well, one's definitely sad. The other may be peculiar. James Vanderbeek.
Yeah.
Varsity Blues, Dawson's Creek, passing away at the age of 48, leaving behind 6 children due to cancer, and then they're reopening the death of Kurt Cobain.
Okay, yeah.
Broadus hated both of these guys.
Probably. The Vanderbeek one.
Vanderbeek made him buy a Dawson's Creek box set by accident.
I'm not a fan.
Just not a fan. Just not a fan.
Just really push you that James Vanderbeek.
I like 90210. I really preferred Melrose Place.
Luke Perry was so much more chill.
There's no sideburns on Jake.
The Vanderbeek one, I mean, we had known he was sick for a while. It still surprises you when it happens. The Cobain situation, this has been a rumor for decades that it wasn't a suicide, that it couldn't have been.
People talk about the angle of the gun.
The angle of the shotgun, just so much there. But now they're going to reopen this. I mean, that's great. I mean, if it's not a suicide, then somebody should pay for it, even though they've been sitting there for 35 years.
And he was with what's her face?
Courtney Love. Yeah, this is the theory with him was always, or the conspiracy theorists that were out there that thought this was something more, were always the shotgun was at a weird angle for if you were doing that, and one of the other things is there was so much damn heroin in his system, there's no way he could have been capable to do that. So they were like, oh no, he was killed, and then somebody shot heroin in there to make it look like that's what he had been doing.
Hey, Kurt Cobain is?
Nirvana.
This is one of he only knows this because this is one of the ones we pressed him on early about when he didn't know names, but that's how he learned it. But no, he, I don't know, I still think Kurt I think he probably did it. He was always super depressed about the future.
So is Courtney prime suspect? Is that what they're trying to say?
I think I would say A. I would say A suspect. I don't even know they have a. I don't think they've announced any.
So we're diving back and willing to reopen that, but the Epstein file stuff, we're no prosecution from any of those.
I mean, if there were 30 million files to sort through on Courtney Love, I think they would put it off too. They'd be like, that's a lot of paperwork.
Too much. We're not doing it.
I'm seeing babies and stuff now, in the Epstein stuff.
Yeah, I don't know what that.
The redacted is still redacted. I mean, it feels like the Savannah Guthrie story is kind of pushing that off to the side now. Even though you still have a lot of people screaming about it, yelling about it, let's expose, let's get into that. It felt like the major coverage was the initial 3 million pages, and then the White House is like, no, it's over, it's done, forget it. That was everything, and people are still kind of going through these documents and revealing stuff.
I don't know what
it's getting like more disturbing.
I don't know what the baby's thing is. Are they eating children?
I don't even want to get into it that much.
Yeah, this is the other thing though about the 3 million. A lot of those, like a lot of them are like, where's the explanation for this? And then there's a number of them that it's like, yeah, they looked into this part of it. This isn't real, or this didn't happen, or whatever else. And that's the problem, is that they're all being thrown out there at once, and you're trying to go like, all right, which of these are the legit ones, and which of these were just claims that got shot down?
RJ says, do not take this player for the Cowboys at number 12. And are they getting another taco at pick 20 inside the Star with the latest mock drafts on your Home for America's team next?
After we get you over to Underdog Fantasy, boys and girls, fast break.
Serve your table now at knifeplano.com. Knife Plano. Love served perfectly.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
We do it here on your official home of the Cowboys. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club listening on the Odyssey app, the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We got the payload coming up at 6:40. Rick Neuheisel, 9 Inch Nails ticket giveaway, and the Neighborhood Watch in the 7 o'clock expressway on DFW Sports Station. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James Choppy and 3 phone belts.
Hell yeah.
RJ is a little bit worried about the Cowboys pick at 12, and Cowboy Twitter scouts are petrified that you're getting another Taco Charlton at 20. This is the latest mock draft from Field Yates.
Yeah, Field Yates, who I can't help but notice. I noticed it yesterday when looking at him. He looks like the screw-up nephew of an Italian Don who doesn't quite know how to live quietly enough for what their business is, and they're always having to go like, what's the matter with you? Why are you buying a new car? Why are you being so flashy?
He's going to be in Indy, and we saw him when we were getting our credentials, and I think he's got some beef with you already, so I would be a little careful.
Yeah. Plus, I don't know many Italian Dons named their kid Field.
No, he didn't. I didn't say he named him. I said he looks like. He looks like. What's it? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Uncle. I didn't know. What was I supposed to do? I didn't know he'd wrecked the car.
Kid on the left looks like Manziel's son.
That's Ben Solak, man. I've known him since he was like 15.
Oh, well.
He's been around for a little while now.
He's a big dog.
He
Still
is now.
looks 15.
He's at ESPN now. He's doing big things. All right, yeah. So Field Yates has a new mock draft at which Field. It's interesting. Like he had been the fantasy guy for forever, but I think he's had enough contacts and different things like that a lot of this is just about stuff he kind of hears around the league about who teams may be interested in. So this is less, I think, about his evaluations or whatever, or really studying players, and more about just some of the stuff that he's hearing. So you get to the Cowboys, and by pick 12, everything's kind of dried up in terms of all the edge rushers. The top corner's gone. There's no Caleb Downs. And then at pick 12, the Cowboys take, who do you think?
Sonny Styles.
Sonny Styles. Great guess. That's become just the common selection for them. But they take Sonny Styles there. And then you get down to pick 20, because we've said more than enough about that. And then they take Keldrick Falk, who is the edge rusher from Auburn. It says, let's keep the Cowboys' defensive theme going with Falk, who could help bolster a pass rush that tied for 22nd in total sacks this past season. Falk was in the conversation as a top 10 prospect after 7 sacks in 2024. He had just 2 in 2025. This pick would be a calculated bet on his upside at 6'6", 280 pounds with smooth movement skills, stout hands to set the edge in the running game, and overall growth potential. Falk is amazing, Falk is among the youngest players in the draft, as he won't turn 21 until September 7th. So young, big frame, super exciting traits, stuff that you would want to project out. And then you watch him on film and you're going, why doesn't he get to the quarterback often enough? Why is he not actually getting home? Is he totally bendy enough for what you want at the position? He was asked to do a lot of different things with two-gapping and setting the edge and playing the run, to where he was not asked to just go rush. That's part of why he had 2 sacks. So you're kind of projecting out what will he do a little bit differently. But this is the guy that John Owning, Vach Lombardi, like all those who have started watching players are like, that dude worries me. I don't like the idea of projecting that guy out.
And Chop, you've done some homework on 12.
Yeah, I have. And listen, with that, what you talk about with Falk, I don't know if it's the same way now in college, but it used to be the old adage in college with an edge rusher, because they used to stay longer. If a guy has a really good year as an edge, the next year he's going to have a terrible year, because they are going to, the entire game plan is going to be just to stop him. Right, so they will block the hell out of him, double, triple team if they have to make sure he doesn't wreck the game. And I don't know if that's the same way in college now, because guys, move teams as much, and they're constantly all over the place.
It can happen, but I mean, he had 7 sacks the year before. It wasn't even like he had 15.
Right. So
look at Aiden in here at 6'26".
That's so
this kid,
so nice.
What a baller.
I know he's shown up at least 30 minutes early from when they're scheduling him just about every day.
It's like he gets in to avoid the traffic. That's worth it.
It's like they should just go ahead and give him the job that he was trying out for.
All right, so at 12,
Still trying out for it?
I haven't heard that. Hey, have you gotten the job yet? Nope, not yet.
All right, okay.
He
Well,
should.
someday. This is where the tug of war for best player versus need sometimes comes into play. So a linebacker at 12, or a linebacker in the first round, or whatever, versus an edge, versus a running back, versus a safety, versus a corner, any position, right? So I found this study that was done, and they based the first round off of a single number. Like everybody in the first round basically gets a value of this, right? The whole league, because it's the first round pick. And then the second rounder, they're using what's called weighted career average, right? So it's kind of like an approximate value of the player over the course of your career. A linebacker that is taken in the second round will have approximately, over the last 10 years, 83% of the career that a linebacker taken in the first round will. All right?
Okay.
It's pretty good. It's a pretty high return. It's not the highest, but it's pretty high.
Now we're talking about lasting in the league, or we're talking about tackle, sack, stats, production?
We're talking about your weighted average, which is a number that's given.
It's totaled a lot of times by
WAR.
This is like Pro Football
like
Reference's average.
that.
Okay, so that is weighted heavily by playing time and raw stats that you compile.
So think of snap count, stuff like that, right?
So yeah, with offensive line, it's heavily weighted on snap count, basically.
All right, so my second rounder gets me 83% of the production as my first rounder
As your first
linebacker.
rounder. At linebacker.
Question here on this.
Last 10 years.
How did they specify if that's just purely off-ball linebackers, or are they throwing like Von Millers in there?
They did not throw, they have edge.
So it's edge rushers are included in this?
It says, so it's got, let's see, it's got edge, it's got defensive tackle, linebacker, corner, safety. That's how it's listed. So 83%. When you get to a corner, it's 72%. So your production drops from the second round, right? So if you take a second round corner, you're going to get about 72% of the production of the first round pick. With an edge rusher, it's even worse. It's only down to 51.
Wow.
So, if all things are kind of equal, right? If all things are relatively equal, say, all right, just
take an edge
take
or
the
corner.
Edge or a corner. Now, we have talked safety quite a bit. A second round safety over the last 10 years has given you 98% of the production as a first rounder. Which threw me for a loop. That was the highest on the defense by a large margin.
Because they generally don't pick first-round safeties.
Yes. Center, 96% in the second round. Guard, 91% in the second round. So if you want to, you want to be able to get away with it, you probably can. Tackle, it's further down, 76%. But there you go. I mean, that's just.
Why do you think the hit rate would be that high at linebacker?
I would imagine a lot of the way that that's getting counted is going to be raw tackle statistics and things like that. Because if you're grouping the edge rushers as edge rushers, linebackers are not going to get a lot of sacks. Linebackers are not going to get a lot of picks. So a lot of what they're going to be judged on is play time and tackles. So, for instance, if you were to look at just the Dallas Cowboys, for instance, this year, then their top guy in terms of tackles and all this different value that we would have in there would have been Kenneth Murray. He played the most. He had the most tackles. Like, that would be a guy who had the most value technically at linebacker. So it's tough because you're trying to you're weighting this in as best a way you can, which is to find out how much did the team say he was good enough to be on the field frequently enough. But sometimes teams are dumb. Like Matt Eberflus throwing Kenneth Murray out there all the time.
And you're horrible and you don't have better options.
Or you have a really good player in front of you that is, a vet that's gonna require some snaps too.
That's why when we looked at first round players a couple weeks back on playoff teams, safety is the position that if you have a rookie safety on a playoff team, they play more than 50% of the snaps in the playoffs at a much higher rate than any of the other positions because they're the most pro-ready. And linebacker was second.
So that study at least telling the Cowboys take an edge or a corner at 12 and 20, and then try to get a second-round pick for your linebacker and safety in the second and maybe even third round.
Have you been... I'm sure we've touched on this, but I can't remember. Is everybody generally, it seems like Cowboys fans are pick at 12 and then trade back 20 and try to pick up something extra?
That's me.
Yeah, I mean, if I could get another 1 out of 12.
What if I told you the pick that you had to trade back in order to pick up a day 2 would be the 12 pick? So you got to trade back 12 to go to 18, and then you can pick 18 and 20.
Who am I leaving on the board?
Downs is gone. Ruben Bain is gone.
Yeah, I'd consider
I don't think
that.
I'd hate the idea of moving back and just having a couple picks within the span of 3.
Yeah, you tell me you get 4 players, in the first 2 rounds, or 5 in the first 2 rounds. I'm happy with those numbers. We're gonna have to talk about second round depth and third round. We haven't talked about the depth of this draft.
Edge is deep.
Like, how many first round grades are people talking about right now?
So
and how many do you have?
It varies. I'm still working through. I'm not going to have more than I had probably last year.
15, 12?
Probably like 15, I would guess.
Okay. 15 to me is kind of the high end. That's kind of the max we normally hit.
18 is usually. It's right around 18 typically. The last couple years, these COVID drafts have thrown some things off. The year Mozzie came out, I think there was like 12. There was barely any. But then last year kind of bounced back a little. I think I had like 17 when I got done with it.
Who outside of Downs and Styles with your DallasCowboys.com work and, Twitter feedback, who else do people like? We keep talking about the same names, basically.
So right now everybody's in love and dreaming of certain players that they just hope would fall. The guy that I feel like I see most people talking about right now, it's 2. It's the edge rushers. It's David Bailey at Texas Tech and it's Ruben Bain at Miami. That's who Cowboys fans are just praying that, if one of those guys could fall to us, that'd be great. You're starting to see a little bit of buzz picking up for the corners. I'll tell you what, I think after getting through these all-star games, the league has started telling media people, Jermod McCoy at Tennessee, who's been out for years, not the top corner, that it's actually Mansour Delane from LSU. Because all of these mock drafts in the last 2 weeks have flipped to where Delane is going like in the top 10 when he had been picked 20 to 25 before that.
Let us know your selection, 877-881-1053. Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. Peyton Russell, if you're looking to get engaged, has your perfect place for Valentine's Day, and PP may have everyone grabbing it during the payload. Next on Sean and RJ.
After we
Chevrolet, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It is Thursday. It is time for another edition of The Payload. Every single Thursday at this time, 6:40 on Thursday. And oh, baby, I cannot get enough of Bad Bunny. I watched the replay of the halftime show over and over again.
How does Mackenzie's family feel about that?
I don't know. I haven't asked them.
Have you watched the replay?
No, I haven't. I'm joking. But some people, believe it or not, they were not happy with the halftime performance at the Super Bowl.
No way.
And some people expressed their feelings on the radio. This is Michael Felger.
Well, hang on one sec, Pepe, because Choppy, these ratings now are getting me confused. Do we get a drop off?
We got
all-time numbers. Which one is it?
It's the most watched and the least watched all at the same time. It's wild. So if the halftime viewership was the third most ever, like I think Michael Jackson's and Kendrick Lamar, right?
The whole Walchuk family was watching that one.
The whole
Kendrick?
But the Super Bowl as a whole was the second most watched Super Bowl, right? And you had the highest peak ever.
The gambling numbers dropped on this. You had a beatdown. You had a boring game. You didn't have the sexiest matchup. So already my eyebrow goes up when I hear second most watched Super Bowl ever.
So you had a peak of 138 million in the quarter hour from 7:45 to 7:49. Or let's do 6:45 to 7 o'clock, right? That's our time reading an article. And then the second highest one was from 7 to 7:15. Okay, that was 136 million. And then at 7:15 to 7:30, it had 128 million, and that is where the halftime show was. So it's a 7% drop from the peak, right? From the peak of where the Super Bowl was. So that's where the big drop-off is coming from, and that's where they're saying it's one of the biggest drop-offs for a halftime show, because usually it goes up at the halftime show. Kendrick dropped off very, very slightly. Now, the difference is in the both of these, compared to the rest of them, is that both Kendrick's halftime show and this were two-score games at the time. So at the time of Kendrick's halftime show and at the time of Bad Bunny's, it was a two-score game. So maybe you have some people check out. That's one theory. Obviously, this year, we know at least, what was it, 5 million?
Yeah.
Was it 5 million watch the other one?
5 or 6.
So there's your 5 million automatically that will just go away, and that's part of the big drop off here.
So
but that's a lot. Now, Telemundo went up 25% for that broadcast of the halftime.
So this is Michael Felger on 98.5, the Sports Hub in Boston. The massholes out there. I believe our buddy Tony Maserati, he's out there.
Is he?
I think so. We play his audio, and then he gets suspended. And Michael had a little bit of a crash out when he was describing what he saw Sunday during the Bad Bunny halftime performance.
I just caught enough of Bad Bunny to know that, here's another guy that has a penis. Did you know that he has a package?
Nope.
Because he spent the whole time, and all their dancers spent the whole time just, here it is. Here's my... Congratulations, Mr. Bunny. You have a penis. You probably have a big one because you're so proud of it. You just want to show me, and your dancers just have to show me their package. So you are special. Special men. You have penises. Congratulations, guys. Thanks for showing me. You know how I feel about the penis grabbing. I just think it is.
Mr. Bunny.
It is. Oh, my God. Oh, good.
Tell me more.
Aren't you special? You have a penis. Oh, good for you, sir. Good.
Mr. Bunny.
Mr. Bunny.
Oh, that's great.
It's the number one station in the Barrett rankings right there.
Penises.
That's what do you got to talk about? People's packages.
The amount of fake outrage is so hilarious with the amount of things that we consume today. I heard some comedian the other day say, "Why are we still producing porn? We have we're good on 2 decades of porn."
Yeah.
I saw the one part where Bad Bunny was grabbing his crotch. I was like, okay, that is Michael Jackson-esque. I didn't see the two dudes in the corner apparently for a couple of seconds. Whoa. But in today's age of internet, what you're exposed to. Aiden taught me you can get porn on X. All these everything. I love how these people are fake outraged, especially someone like him in Boston Sports Talk Radio over a crotch grab.
Oh, do you think it is fake though?
I think there's some people.
Some, yeah. I was gonna say I think there's some who are genuinely get twisted up over the whole thing.
But then you have to give me all the other components of a halftime show with a young, sexy performer, and then complain the exact same. There was too much cleavage.
There's
these
definitely
rear ends are being shown. They're grinding on each other and dancing. The different lyrics that are there.
Though.
What?
I think that's different though. Because it's boobs. And that's just better.
Yeah, I mean, there's a 1,000% an element of a guy not want to see another guy crotch grab and have his. I mean, look.
I don't think Felger was outraged by that. I think that's masking code for I don't think Bad Bunny should have been performing. That's my opinion. I don't know. I think he would be able to coach against Steve Kerr.
Boston doesn't have a lot of coded language in that city. I don't know what you're talking
Boston's,
about.
They're liberal, right?
They come right out with it. Boston?
Yeah.
Extremely liberal.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're liberal.
That's where most of the codes come from.
Yeah, they're liberal in like a Governor Wallace type of liberal.
It's just amazing how.
Jeez, Bobby.
That's not Boston's history.
Wow.
Come on, you've heard LeBron.
It's just amazing how we can't understand a word of English. Well, now we've deciphered everything he said because your political whores want to sit there and have their talking point and their hits. So now we've translated everything that he said and deemed that inappropriate. Number one, you said you weren't going to watch. And number two, I can't understand a damn word that he's saying. It should be in English. And now you know everything that he said, and a crotch grab is setting you off. Miss me with it.
All right, it is the payload every single Thursday at this time. Guys, believe it or not, Valentine's Day is less than 48 hours away. We have a really cool story here from Dave & Buster's I'll get to in a second. But
and RJ Choppy's already prepared.
Plans. I'm done. Already plans?
No, I was asking you guys plans. What plans do we have?
We have the kids. So,
here's my question for you. You said in the email that you got your flowers already.
Yeah, I already got the flowers.
I think that was on the 10th. So any risk? Did you put the order in, or do you physically have them?
Oh, I put them. I trimmed them up.
Okay, so no worry about them being a week old when you give them to her.
No.
Are they hiding somewhere, or are they out and about?
Oh, they're out. They're out. Okay. They're on the.
Oh,
I already put them in a vase.
How old were they last year?
How old were they? Well, they were my dad's funeral flowers.
That's what I mean. So how long had that passed that time?
Let's see. That was probably
not your dad. The flowers.
I think it was about 11 days.
11-day-old funeral flowers.
No, these things are just coming into bloom too.
I love that she's okay with obviously getting the cheaper flower purchase because you don't get them on that day. You can save a bundle, delivery fees and everything.
Oh, like on Valentine's. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I walked in.
So it's like, all right, I'm going to get you yours 2 days early. It's going to be cheaper.
I walked into Sam's Club, and they were all there. All the men, all the scavenger men were there. Like, we're going to get this thing done early.
Nice.
Got the flowers.
How many and what color? Did you go roses?
Yeah, they're rose. They're both white and pink. They got, like, pink, like, edges.
Okay.
Flared edges.
Wow.
Looks really cool.
Okay,
really
very
cool.
nice. Bobby, plans Saturday?
We're supposed to go out somewhere. I don't know. She's very passive right now because we don't have babysitters. No, we don't have babysitters. So because we don't have babysitter right now because she's still not talking to her mom, then she's very much just like, we're locked down until I find a babysitter into the future. So we will do something just outside of the apartment at one of those restaurants over there. I don't know which one yet because she hasn't picked. But
and you messed up last week's date night with another Bobby ailment.
I did because she's got to text everybody about it when it happens.
What did you have?
No, I was willing to go out.
Sciatica.
No. We had come back. I felt sick. I was coming off of the thing. I was exhausted. But I was like, let's go out.
Every day.
I said, let's go out. She's the one who then canceled. And when she got dramatic about it, that's when I was like, all right, F it then. Fine, we won't go out.
How did you first? That's gaslighting. You
I didn't.
Her. So how did you bring up that you weren't feeling well? Which had her probably say, fine, then we shouldn't go.
No,
like,
I was
feeling sick. I obviously brought it up first.
I don't even remember. That was the day after the Super Bowl. I had been napping a bunch that day because I didn't feel good. And so I had woken up a couple times.
Day
after,
day before. I thought you were
day after we got back from Super Bowl. It was Saturday.
Yeah.
So not day before Super Bowl, day after we got back from Super Bowl. And so, yeah, because I felt weird Friday after we ate. And then I didn't feel good all day Saturday, and then Sunday morning I didn't feel great. But we were going to go out. We're going to go out somewhere around there. She's doing Galentine's tonight with two of her friends and then another person who doesn't speak to me whenever they come to my house.
What's Galentine's? All the girls?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Girl Valentine's.
Oh, wow.
I thought it was a single girls thing only, but I guess I guess married women just want another day. Another day for women.
I know.
Come on.
Another day. Do you guys have it?
How many days do they get?
I'm not getting any flowers. I'm not doing any of that stuff. We're going to Broken Bow. I'm counting that as the Valentine's going to Broken Bow today. That should count. It's a trip.
All right.
Going to be more like Broken Back, know what I mean?
I'm gonna let you sit on that
Play
one.
that Bad Bunny in the background.
I'm going to let you sit on that. Good joke.
So if you aren't married or engaged yet, you should make your way over to Dave & Buster's, who is doing a pretty cool thing this Saturday. They are hiding 5 $15,000 engagement rings in their human crane game, which I don't know if you guys have seen this, but basically it just picks you up and you are the crane. You go and you pick up a ball that nothing's in it. You don't know what's in it. You can shake it, whatever, and then you get whatever prize inside. But they're hiding 5 of these engagement rings throughout their 156 locations nationwide. The diamond is 3 carats, just so they give you the size.
What?
A little small, but for me. But there are only 5 total rings out there, not 5
What's
rings.
Mackenzie's ring size?
3.17. So
3.17.
It's also Peyton's.
okay, there's not 5 rings at each location though, so you have a 3% chance of attending a Dave & Buster's with a ring in the building. So think of it as like the Willy Wonka golden ticket. There's not 5 at each, in each country. It's just 5 total at these 156 locations. It costs $20 per person to play. So that's quite the investment. $20
to win
$15,000. Maybe you get 3% chance of doing this. So not everyone is guaranteed. Should women be okay by this date idea? If you're like, hey, you're single, you're dating a while, you're thinking of getting engaged, but you say, let's go Dave & Buster's. And I win the engagement ring there. Again, it's $15,000 at 3 carats. I think that's good enough.
Great question.
Yeah.
We're
and if she doesn't want the ring, you sell it, and then you buy her a ring with the money you just sold it for.
We're going to go to Dave & Buster's to try to get the engagement ring. Everyone should record that, see how it goes over. That's an amazing...
There are some women who I know, for instance, Kristen would come up with this idea herself because she'd be like, it's cheaper. Like, if we've got a chance to be able to get the return on that, we need to be doing that. Right. So I know there's some who would think that, and then there are others who would be, you could win the ring and they'd still be mad that's the way you did it. Like, even if you knew you were getting it.
But then you could just sell the ring and then buy a new one with the money.
Yeah, even if you're married, I think it's a great idea to go there yourself and just say, you know what, if I win this ring, $20, $15,000, I can sell it for 10.
Yeah, it's a great idea for me to walk in Dave & Buster's myself, just walking around yellow
with
tape.
your wedding ring on.
Right, with my wedding. Yeah. Yeah, not good. Not good.
Easy money.
It's the Payload every single Thursday at this time here with Peyton, Phillip, Russell on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. RJ says there's great news for the Dallas Stars in today's Olympic update. Next, along with the 9 Inch Nails ticket giveaway and Rick Neuheisel on Sean and RJ.
But when you
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, we don't have an intro.
From track to hoops, Ledecky to Simone. It's time to hear how the Olympic Games are going. We won't talk boxing until the gender thing is settled. RJ Choppy puts his pedal to the metal.
We have an update on Cheatgate from the Olympics.
The acid junk story?
No, not the acid junk story. Our boy Sterla.
The getting ass story.
The guy who cheated on his girl. Sterla. The guy who cheated on his girl. He wins the bronze medal.
Pushy.
And then he admits to cheating. And they have found the lady. They have found the missus. And she said, quote, "I did not choose to be put in this position, and it hurts to have to be in it. We have had contact, and he is aware of my position on this."
And she also, though, kind of made it sound like she didn't appreciate this becoming an international story. So he thought he was being all Romeo publicly, and he may have embarrassed her.
He may have embarrassed her big time. That's a problem.
I still haven't seen a picture. Oh, she did the interview anonymously. That's why.
Right.
Smart.
Yeah. We don't know her name. We don't know anything about it like that. She is not thrilled. So this is what this Norwegian publication.
No, we have her name. She's an American biathlete. Chloe Levins is who it is.
Oh, really?
There's all these stories out about her.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
As of last night, there was no name. But
I'll take a little sip.
This guy, late 20s, loses his girl, grovels on national TV, and in doing so, he also ruined his chances at other, because now he's just told the whole world he's a cheater.
Yeah. Dumb.
No, honest. He's honest in the end.
Honest.
Yep, learned his lesson, cried on television and everything.
I mean, I guess the girls at the Olympic Village would think, hey, he's got to be good.
You don't cry on TV without being remorseful and honest. That's
right.
Jimmy Swaggart.
So, my guy, no chance come back from this one. So, also...
Oh, there's a chance. He's famous now.
Yeah. Also, word of the wise, don't date a girl for biathlon. Like, they're marksmen. Right?
I mean, if you say so. I don't know what the biathlete...
Oh, she's a golfer, too.
I don't know what the competition entails, biathlon.
Oh, biathlon is cross-country skiing and shooting, rifle.
Okay.
All right, and now you can either do prone or standing, and you get a little BB.
Why? Why was that the
combo?
Why was that the combo? They're
Yeah.
like, so then you get to the end of the mountain, and then you pull out a rifle.
Yeah.
Fun fact, that was an honor
Figure
honorary...
skating archery.
Yeah, like it's
Triple sow cow.
Like triple
bullseye.
Bullseye.
Like they took these dice and they had like a sport on each other.
Yeah.
Like, all right, skiing and guns.
No, from what I've been told, what I understand is that that's how they hunted back in the old days on skis in Norway.
She's kind of cute. Now we need to see what the other one looks like.
Oh, yeah.
I need to know why he made the decision he did. She's American though. She's not from Norway or whatever. She's
Norwegian,
from America.
yeah.
Norwegian. I stopped myself.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so one of the coolest things at the Olympics this year, if you've paid attention, you've heard this humming, this constant humming. All right? It's actually
substation next door.
Yeah, right. It's actually really cool, and I can't wait for them to bring this to other sports. It's a drone flying, following all these athletes going down the slopes.
The El Paso drones.
Or going or going down the luge. And I'm like, how badass is this? Like, they're gonna have a drone like just over a batter and just follow the baseball, or behind the quarterback and just follow the football.
Cool until one of those drones does inevitably crash and hit somebody.
Right, or hit the ball.
Sure.
And impact the game in some way.
The NFL doesn't need the drone because they've always had that little sky cam or whatever that they've got on the line.
So, like, this is it while they're skiing, that drone?
Yeah, and
that's awesome.
That drone's going 75 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Down. And I didn't know drones could go that fast. I guess I should have known. I should have assumed they can. But I think that's really, really cool. The only thing I haven't seen them do it on is figure skating. Right? I guess they don't really need it. Right. But it's been pretty cool. So, speaking of figure skating, oh boy, I was all in on this yesterday.
You're on your toe.
I am on my toes. So I went over to my mom's house. I said, Mom, we got to watch the ice dancing. So I was like, middle afternoon, I was like, I had to see the kids anyway.
Did she watch halftime?
I don't even think she forgot the game was on.
Okay.
But no, she would not have watched.
She's not calling you going,
she would not tune into that. She would have tuned into either one.
Okay.
Zero chance she watched either one. But I was like, hey, look, this is not my favorite form of figure skating either, ice dancing. It's graceful. It's very nice.
I thought you said you're about Grace.
I am about Grace, but the pairs, that's where the guy will flip the girl in the air. That's got a little bit more power, a little more athleticism to it. But still, big time drama. We had a newcomer on the board from the American team, where Zingis and Kolesnik, they were up near the top. They kind of fell off at the end as people kind of crept up ahead of them, but they're one of these pairs that's going to be around for a while. Johnny Weir, who I love, he said that was one of the most talented skates he's ever seen. Very good on them. So we get to the final 6 skaters yesterday, and the absolute show that was put on, and the controversy or the controversy, because now you've got these loser Americans who can't accept that they're look, Chalk and Bates got beat. They got beat.
Chalk and Bates.
That's their Madison Chalk and Evan Bates.
Okay,
they're a married couple. They're a married pair. They skated second to last.
Together.
Yeah. They skated second to last, and they did a tremendous job. They were flawless. And then comes Guillaume Cizeron, who is the best. He's the best in the world. And then his girl, Fournier Beaudry. She's wonderful. He is a master. Great glutes, by the way. Mm-hmm. Holy cow. They did a majestic, unbelievable skate. They had one little mistake, and they're like, well, they should have been docked for that. No. You watch these two skate, both of these pairs, and there's a champion, and then there's the other ones. All right? And that's what it was. This exactly was. The two from France just were better. Like, they just were better. Even though they made a little mistake, they just were better. You know how I know this? Because I can recognize greatness. When you go and you watch a Cooper Flagg game, you can just see he's the best player on the floor. You saw it. You saw it here, so stop your crying.
By the way, the figure skating, are you going to get to the backflip?
The Malinin?
So they've, for the first time in like 50 years, the Olympics saw a backflip in figure skating yesterday. It had been made illegal. It was the first time it was legal was this Olympics, and so it got broken out yesterday.
Wow.
Yeah, he Malinin will do that. He's a student at George Mason.
It was Surya Bonali. Or no, he was the one who did it in the World Championships a few years ago, got punished for it, but it opened it back up again.
Surya is a woman.
Whatever. They all look the same in figure skating.
Okay. What a performance.
I've seen Johnny Weir.
Me and my mom moved to tears watching this thing. Moved to tears.
Doubt it.
It's just fantastic.
I doubt that.
What a weird lie.
Moved to tears.
A weird lie.
And by the way, I will say this. There's some scandal here because the two French pair, the guy lost his partner because he was too controlling, and she had to request that a coach always be around. And the girl lost her partner, who's also her boyfriend, because he is accused of sexually assaulting someone else. So much drama going on.
Why does
at the
skating
Olympics.
have so much drama? Like even going back to Tanya Harding and Nancy Kerrigan.
That's literally the only thing you could ever reference.
That's a pretty high hit rate. That's better than the Dave & Buster's ring odds.
We have a dynasty in med speed skating. It is Jordan Stolz, and this guy put on a show. He was going like 38 miles an hour around the skating track yesterday. He had a 23-second lap followed by a 24-second lap. Fantastic. He wins the gold in the 1,000 meters. Strong favorite to bring home gold in 3 other events. Let's go to biathlon again, where we have
that lead over the ticket. I feel like I'm drowning in it.
Hey, 42 million people watch this on Sunday, Sean. All right, 42 million people. That's more than a playoff game.
I haven't met one of them.
I have.
Your mom.
My mother for one.
You made her watch it.
My mother for one. A little hockey. I mean, the hockey's big, but I refuse to watch the hockey. I don't like team sports.
Then why did you send that as the tease?
What was the tease?
Great news for the Stars.
Oh, I have that. Yeah, I got something there. Yeah, I got something.
Well, let's make sure we pay it off.
Oh, we will. Hey, we'll get to that. We got 5 minutes left here.
I think we're going to start limiting these to 5-minute updates per, in the show. I don't think we can do 15 straight minutes on this.
It's tough to dive into like the 5th place Canadian pairs couple yesterday. Oh my gosh.
The female Doug Gottlieb showed up at the Olympics yesterday. It's Julia Simone. She is a biathlete
and a talk show host?
Not a talk show host, but she did steal her teammates' credit cards, and she was suspended and sent to jail. Just like Doug did. Now, he was not sent to jail, I don't believe, but allegedly he stole the credit cards. Now, here's the controversy. They suspended her for 6 months, 4 months ago. And they're like, you know what? She's really good. We're going to let her race. Oh, by the way, she'll go to jail after the Olympics.
Of course.
After the Olympics. So France pushing her through. And what does she do yesterday? She wins the gold. She racked up $2,600 in credit card charges. She also says she doesn't remember doing it.
Of course.
All right.
What's her name?
Julia Simone.
Okay.
It's Simon, but Simone.
It's Simon, but Simone?
It's spelled Simon.
Yeah.
It's pronounced Simone.
Okay.
Right.
I thought it was Ryder.
Like Chopin or Chopin.
Yeah, it's French. It's French. She's French, right? Look, I know when I take Ambien, I just start buying random plants off of Amazon. I don't take Ambien. Yeah, I'm just saying, if I did, that's what possibly could be. Now, to the hockey. Why is this good news for the Dallas Stars? Well, Finland, who has, 25% of their team as Dallas Stars players, lost 4-1. They lost 4-1 in the opener to Slovakia. Mikko Rantanen was only 8th in ice time, which is another good thing, right? He didn't get a ton of ice time in this one, so he barely played. But you got Miro and Lindell and Hintz also on this team. So it'd be great if they get bounced early and those guys can go home and rest and relax. And there's your Olympic update.
There it is.
Oh, wait, hang on.
Oh.
Lindsey Vonn has now had her 3rd surgery.
Yeah.
3 surgeries.
Seems like a mistake.
Yeah, it does seem like a mistake. They got to do something about these gates. She caught her hand, and that's why she fell. She caught her hand.
So we're not blaming the ACL.
No, she was going to fall either way. Now, when she fell, was she also going to break her leg and have everything rip up? Probably not. But she was falling anyway. She caught her hand in the gate. You got to do something about those gates. I mean, we saw a guy get basically his bad bunny ripped off by a gate, because he went through it and it caught him It caught him right there. The gate caught him right there between the legs, and you see him fall over. We saw a guy lose a ski yesterday.
When you were talking about
Super G.
When you were talking about the buzzing from the drone, that somebody texted and said that buzzing was the power station next door, like Silicon Valley, cracking Lindsey Vonn.
Oh, God, stop it. I don't think there's a power station.
Didn't I make a power station joke?
And they were saying it was the Lindsey Vonn thing.
Olympic update with RJ Choppy. Thursday edition here on 105.3 The Fan. We have a 9 Inch Nails ticket giveaway coming up in the commercial-free expressway. The Neighborhood Watch. Send us all of your local stories for $7.40. But one of the best college football analysts and interviews is also your new head coach of the Dallas Renegades. Rick Neuheisel sits down with us next in the commercial-free expressway here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
hurts.
Here we go on Sean and RJ in the Wild Fork Foods hot seat. Be very entertaining. Rick Neuheisel sitting down with us on 105.3 The Fan. Hello, Coach. How are you?
I am well. How are you boys doing today?
Doing pretty well. You're supposed to start with the insult.
Oh, was I supposed to mention that I went 2-0 at Rocky Top? Was I supposed to bring up that Philip Fulmer came across the sideline and said, "You've ruined my career," and all that?
We set it up.
Was that the Manning debut game?
No. They came out with Peyton did play at the Rose Bowl in the debut game, but that was after I had left. We played him in 2008. It was my first game. You picked off 4 passes in the first half.
I remember that,
and you were only ahead 14-7.
Yeah.
I had my quarterback stand up at halftime. I said, "Are you done throwing it to the other team?" He said, "Yes, sir." I said, "Okay, we're going to be fine. We're going to come back and win," and we ended up winning in overtime.
I remember that game.
Now, did you get a chance to also trash talk Bobby over his Longhorns?
Texas, Mac and I were good buddies, and I remember going to a game in Austin. This was back in 2009, and I didn't have enough field passes. Everybody wanted to go and see, the Texas Longhorns. So I walked out to Mac and I said, "I need field passes." And every song they're playing in the pregame is Texas. Texas this, Texas that. Mac got it done. So all my friends are on the field, and we beat you that day.
Damn it.
Ran a bunch of pistol. Will Muschamp was the defensive coordinator, and Mac said, "Don't ever ask for field passes."
Now you can talk trash about Sean's American University. Did you ever play American University?
Hey, we don't have a team.
That's right. That's true. They didn't have a team.
They were not on the schedule. They were not on the
My
schedule.
godson is a Vanderbilt, which can no longer be laughed
Vanderbilt.
at. Huh?
Everybody's beat
How
Vanderbilt.
about my guy Clark Lee at Vanderbilt this year?
I was scared they were going to steal him.
He was on my staff at UCLA.
Was he?
Yeah, Clark. I gave him his first big-time job.
Did you think he was going to get poached away from there?
I knew Clark Lee
year?
was going to be a very successful coach. He had all the stuff. As organized, as smart, as attention to detail in recruiting, had all the stuff. It is a wonderful thing that has happened there at Vanderbilt.
Okay, so because of Vanderbilt, and that's part of the new way of college football, we think we know who the Blue Bloods are.
Yeah, we don't.
But who are they now?
Well,
because NIL's changed that. Vanderbilt might be one of them.
It's changed the Green Bloods, right? It's about who's got the money to finance their expectations. You're watching it at Texas Tech, and I don't mean this disparagingly in any way, shape, or form. You remember when Nick Saban said Texas A&M bought their recruiting class, and Jimbo got all upset? That's because in the old ways, you didn't do it. Well, now everybody's buying their recruiting classes, right? So who has more capital to go out there and entice, and then add all the pieces of culture like Joey McGuire's doing at Lubbock? You can understand why Texas Tech took this giant leap. Double Eagle Energy, those two guys, Cody Campbell and John Sellers, they sold their company for billions, right? So they love their school. They both played there. They've become the owners of Texas Tech football.
Yes.
That's what's happening right now. We're seeing a bunch of this, and there's a bunch of people in the private equity space that, if for a return on their dollar, are willing to invest because the popularity of the game is such. So now we have to decide in the world of college football, is that where we want to go? Do we want private ownership? Do we want to professionalize it? Because that's where we are right now. Or do we want to go and negotiate with our players and find a way to get some arms around this world that we're in, where they're getting a share of the pie, deservedly so, and in so doing, then create rules about rosters and can you leave, and where does academia fall in all this, because this is supposed to be for higher education. So we need serious conversations as to what we want, because the game is idiot-proof. The game, the players will play. They can't wait to play. The fans love it. But the soul of college football needs an affinity to the alma mater. That's why you go to Rocky Top. That's why you love your particular spot. That's why you're a Texas Longhorn. You love that, and you want those players to bleed it. I sit next to Brian Jones on the CBS desk. He bleeds Texas Longhorns. I sit next to Aaron Taylor. He bleeds Notre Dame football. Adam Zucker is a Syracuse guy through and through. I'm a Bruin. If you go to 5 schools, which one was yours? And therein lies our short-term problem.
New head coach of the Dallas Renegades, Rick Neuheisel, brought to you by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. Before we get to the Renegades and everything in Frisco, thoughts on Arch, and you mentioned Notre Dame. Your feelings on Notre Dame and the way they're acting after the playoff.
So, Arch is one of those put the cart before the horse. The poor kid was supposed to be a Heisman Trophy winner before he was even the starter at Texas. And it was unfortunate. He had a completely normal first year as a starter. Some rough patches at the beginning. All of a sudden, you saw the talent come to the fore. He got comfortable. You start making those throws in the bowl game, those beautiful end zone throws where you put the ball up by the crossbar. He fell into himself, and now we should be talking about the Heisman. But because his last name was Manning, everybody just jumped on it, and it was sad that he had to go through it, but it'll make him tougher. And certainly he had a family around him to support him through those tough times. There's no question he's got the pedigree, he's got the talent, and he's got a bunch of really smart quarterback guys giving him some advice as to how to go and navigate all this stuff. So thumbs up, sky's the limit for Arch Manning. The Notre Dame story is an interesting one, and it's been an interesting one throughout the history of college football because they have never been in a conference. They've always chosen to be this independent path. And when we didn't have college football playoffs, it was okay because everything was kind of at the whim. Beauty was in the eye of the beholder anyway, right? So it was fine. And certainly they were this rock band that traveled about, and everybody would follow them with their following, the Subway alums, as they're called. Now we're in a position where we've got a college football playoff, and there are only so many slots. And what slot do they get? Because it was this year, they got sent to the cleaners, and it was unfair how they got sent to the cleaners because they were ahead of Miami every week previous,
right.
And neither team played in the final week that they flipped their decision. That was a wink, wink, nod, nod. We got to give the ACC some money because the ACC's deserving of it, right? And because Duke won the championship with 5 losses, they weren't going.
Right.
So ended up end running it to Miami, who proved worthy and ended up getting to the championship run. But the question is, does Notre Dame deserve, as one of the top 12 teams, a spot in the playoff without having to go through a conference schedule?
Yeah.
And being in control of their own schedule. And that is a difficult question. Is it because they're royalty? I mean, we give the Royals all sorts of favor, right? And maybe that's the way it should be. We can, tip our caps to tradition and, the 4 horsemen and Paul Horning and on down the list. We can do that. Or we can sit there and say, you really belong being in one of our leagues. Pick one. Whether it be the ACC, who they have an affiliation with, although it was poor form that Pete Vivak said it was injured the relationship forever.
Yeah.
That was, keep that to yourself, So the question is, how long can they go? And I think it's going to be based on how many times they're biting at this apple. If let's just say we stay with 12 teams for the next few years. If Notre Dame is in the playoff for the next 3-4 years, with a record that maybe has 2 top 25 teams in it, there are going to be people that will push back on that.
Yeah.
Because remember, they're not sharing any of that money.
No.
An SEC team comes in, they share. An ACC team, I know Clemson and Florida State screwed that up and didn't get any of that Miami money this year. But most conferences are going to share. Notre Dame takes that loot to themselves. And is it an equitable situation? Hey, listen, Jack Swarbrick, there's a nice, statue of him. Not only did he get that deal done, but he also hired Marcus Freeman, who's turned out to be spectacular in his role as the head coach.
So you mentioned you're UCLA Bruin through and through, and I know you worked with Troy Aikman when he first got to UCLA. How quickly did you know, oh yeah, this guy's going to be really, really good?
I called my mom and dad maybe the second night after I'd worked him out and said, what's wrong with you two? I mean, why don't I look like this guy? You know, what is wrong with your DNA? No, he's a special cat, and I loved working with him. It was as a volunteer that first year, and I would just basically come over from law school, and we'd go out in the corner of the practice field while everybody else was getting ready for a game, because in those days, when you transferred, you had to redshirt. So he and I were over there realizing these drills were boring. We needed to play. So we'd enlist a bunch of kickers and injured players, and we'd play like backyard football. But he had to call UCLA plays. I'd put in coverages, and he had to read it, and we'd film it, and then we'd go and watch it as to how he went about his business. And it basically accelerated his progress so that when spring football got there, the job was going to be his, and he was as advertised. He was a special, special player. I recall coming to Dallas for the Cotton Bowl. The Cowboys had the first pick, and you know, he's being poked and prodded like, you know, the sophomore class biology frog, right? And I just kept looking around with all the cameras in his face, and I kept giving him an elbow and said, do they realize what a dork you are? And he would just laugh. But I've never had anybody who was more interested in being the best student than Troy Aikman. And what his strength is, I mean, obviously it looks like it comes natural to him, and he was gifted physically. But what his strength is, most of us want to do things that we're good at. He wanted to work on things he wasn't good at. And therein lies the secret of Troy Aikman.
What was, take us through watching.
Rick Neuheisel here on the Fan.
Take us through watching the Penn State game this year with your son calling the plays.
I lost my mind. We've all. If we're blessed, we get children, right? And you get a chance to watch them, whether it be on a football field, a basketball court, a baseball diamond, school play. I don't care what it is, in the band. You just can't wait to see that look on their face when they feel like they've achieved something, they've accomplished something. So I'm asked by CBS on Friday night before the game, will you come on air and just kind of take us through a drive? Because they think this is going to be a bloodbath.
28-point spread
27-point spread or whatever it was. And will you come on and be anecdotal about Jerry? And, you know, shoot, okay, if it's for the team, you know, the CBS team, I'll do it. Brad and Gary, they're going to have nothing more to say. The game's going to be one-sided. So I come on, and UCLA scored the first two times they touched the ball. And I had talked to Jerry earlier in the week. He said, well, you know, he'd gotten the job to call plays on Tuesday night. So he didn't have Tuesday practice. I said, forget new. You don't have time for new. I said, what you got to do is figure out how to get these guys to believe and get Nico to run. Nico to run. But you got to get these guys to believe. And I tell them you're going to practice your press conference after the game, because I've never done this before, and I just want to make sure I'm thanking everybody else. Rather than talking about me, he goes, what do you mean? I said, talk about a press conference after a victory. You got to create an imagery of this can happen. This is real. And boom, it was happening. And I'm like in the studio going, am I being punked? Is this real? Has someone brought in artificial tape? And now the game is, you know, in hand where we have a real chance to win. And I lose my editorial journalism license. I go full dad goggles, and I'm lost. But it was quite a moment. And as dads, moms, we all have those moments when you see that ultimate achievement. You're just like, this is what it's all about. So it was great fun. And again, I apologize to the Penn State fans because I was all in.
And now you are returning to coaching, taking over for Coach Stoops, who has come on our station many times to talk about the Dallas Renegades Toyota Stadium in Frisco. Why come back to coaching?
That's too much fun. I told Bobby before he did it that he was going to love spring football. I played in spring football back 100 years ago with the San Antonio Gunslingers and loved it. And then I got an opportunity to coach in the Alliance of American Football. Had John Wolford, who's still playing in the NFL. So some little part in that. He's made $25 million since I got him off of Wall Street. He might have made 125 if he stayed at Wall Street. But the bottom line is he got to chase his dream. And that's what this is about. Spring football is about kids that want to finish football on their own terms. Either I'm going to finish here and love having played it again, or I'm going to and see if I can get to that brass ring, which is the NFL. And we as coaches, that's what we do. And this is the purest form of football we have left, because everybody basically is getting a scholarship. Everybody's paid the same. They get an opportunity to go out on a stage and play a game that they've loved since they were little kids. And we as coaches, it's like putting the band back together. We get to go out there, we coach our fundamentals, we coach our scheme, we try to out-coach the other team. We get to play Kevin Sumlin in the first week of the season.
Wow.
The Houston Gamblers come to town. Kevin and I, we have damn near 30 years of coaching experience, right? And then there's new guys. Ted Ginn's going to be a coach for the first time. A.J. McCarron's going to be a coach for the first time.
Wow.
Ricky Prohl, I know he's coach, but he gets to be a head coach, and on it goes. Those are great stories. So I'm really excited about it. It's a 3-month commitment. Dallas and the folks in Frisco will love it. It's at Toyota Stadium.
Yeah.
I think we seat 11,000. You can get down close. Shoot, I'll have coach for the week contests where you can come wear the headsets. Yeah. You go for 2 or go for 5 and see what it's like to get booed. See, go ahead. Yeah. So we're going to have some fun.
So you're renting, not buying.
Oh, you know what? I've got a realtor. I'm actually, I've got a realtor. I'm on my way to Dallas next week. We'll get there like the 11th or the 12th and going to look around. Yeah.
Awesome. How are you deciding what systems to implement based upon what you've been familiar with and what football's doing today?
Well, fortunately, I've been staying up with it. I've hired Noel Mazzoni as my offensive coordinator. Noel coached in this league for Memphis last year, and Noel was with Jerry at UCLA. So we all know each other. And I've always been a coach that doesn't say I have a system. I want players, and I'm adapting a system to what their skill set is. One of the guys we drafted was Greg Ward Jr. And Greg Ward, as you remember, was a great quarterback at Houston. Back when Tom Herman was coaching, they beat Florida State in the Peach Bowl. Well, he's played receiver in the NFL, but he can go in there and play a little QB run stuff. If that's not Luis Perez's deal, all of a sudden we put Luis Perez out at wide receiver and Greg Ward's playing quarterback, and we got all the RPO stuff we want, or the zone read stuff we want, option game we want. We can be adaptable, and we will be fun to watch.
Coach, thank you so much. We knew you'd be absolutely fantastic, and we look forward to catching up with you, hopefully a ton in the Metroplex. Welcome.
You guys are season ticket holders. Come on, man.
Let's go. No, we want those Mac Brown field passes. Come on, you can't tease it now and then not deliver on that.
You know I will.
Rick Neuheisel right here in the Wild Fork Foods hot seat on the Fan. And the Dallas Renegades will host a free fan event featuring Coach Neuheisel and players at Toyota Stadium in Frisco on Sunday, February 15th from noon to 3 p.m. The event is free, food and beverages provided along with activities. And I'm already trying to sign up Coach for a weekly or a monthly after his college football work on CBS. We can double up with the Renegades and college football.
He's very good, and somehow I think
and we didn't even unleash his musical talents that he always shows off on the Dan Patrick Show.
I was going to say, I think you could ask him about just about anything. I don't think you'd have to limit it to college football. I feel like he's one of those guys who probably has something to say about just about everything.
Fantastic interview. We are commercial-free in the Expressway here on Sean and RJ, where we hook you up every day with this.
There is no you, there is only me.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see 9 Inch Nails on Tuesday, March 3rd at the American Airlines Center in Dallas. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
The new way that the Cowboys and everyone else should apparently be building their football teams this offseason. That is coming up at 8 o'clock on DFW Sports Station. Let's get local.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
Would you pick your political party over your spouse, like Sean suggested?
Told you.
Somebody picked their political party over their kid. We'll talk about that here in just a second.
I saw that.
This is an insane
Holy
story.
cow.
Told you.
We'll talk about that here in just a second. This is Neighborhood Watch, which is brought to you by D&M Leasing. Before we get anything, I just realized with Peyton playing all these songs, I don't think I know 9 Inch Nails at all.
Well, I recognize all these songs. I didn't tie them to them, but these are all good songs.
I expected much more. Again, my perception of
Hardcore.
9 Inch Nails, I was expecting growly,
death growls?
I was thinking more like Korn is what I was going to sound like. Instead, I'm getting like a little bit more like aggressive Red Hot Chili Peppers is what that sounds like. It's a little like dee, 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 dee. I don't know. It was not what I was expecting at all.
It's the makeup.
I'm going to start off Neighborhood Watch here.
Well.
And this is for Peyton Russell, who complained the other day and has been complaining about his energy bill, trying to organize my small claims class action suit. As WFAA came out with the headline, I gasped. And this is another victim in Rockwall, like Peyton, Courtney Williams, when she got her Atmos energy bill.
I think I wonder if Atmos is different for you than me, because I've never had like a high bill with that for my gas.
You haven't poked them in the eye on the air. That's why.
Not.
I didn't until like the last,
couple
2
weeks.
years.
2 years?
Yeah, not a couple weeks. I can't turn on my. Again, I always ran the fireplace at the last house, and it's still not going over $80. And now we're talking.
Yeah.
All the Tolos are sending me their increases. This woman's gas bill topped $290, up from about $180 in January. And I would not cry and complain about it as much if I had another company to switch to. It's a monopoly. I have no other option, so they can charge whatever they want. And I think they're trying to look for another increase in Dallas. Screw you guys. I'm
going home.
I'm overpaying a him.
No, screw you guys. I'm not going home because then I have to use the gas, and the gas bill is going to be very high.
That's right.
All right, so this is one thing.
And Atmos says that their average monthly bill has climbed from about $53 in 2010 to around $80 today. That figure could reach about $120 a month by the end of the decade.
From the Franklin Injured Drivers fan text, the Keller bill was $500 last month.
Oh my God.
Another one from the 972, they raised prices because they're having to replace aging pipes from all the homes in Dallas.
I just want another option. Just give me another company that I can call and switch to if possible. We shouldn't be trapped like this, Pepe.
No, it's crazy.
It's antitrust. That's what it feels like here. Okay, so I discovered an insane social media platform the other day that I guess is like pretty popular here in Dallas, because Dallas, as we know from Hagee and Corey Majors and everybody else, they do these card shows. So Dallas is a very popular card show and collectible area. And I guess there's this app that I've never heard of that was introduced to me by one of our listeners, Tolo Steve. Do you know what Whatnot is?
No.
You ever heard of this?
For the phrase Whatnot?
Sure. Yeah, we've all heard of that. So he mentioned this app called Whatnot. He's like, yeah, I've started selling stuff over there. I was like, what is Whatnot?
Is it like Woot?
So it's like Twitch with eBay. So it's like these community-based streams, and it's become very popular in these like DFW circles of collectors or golf apparel or whatever else. And they do these live streams where they hold auctions that last for 15 seconds. So you go like, hey, like they've got all these overstock materials. Like I've got this $80 golf polo. We're starting the bidding at $18, and you just swipe to put your bid in. And when you put your bid in, then it puts 3 more seconds on the clock. And so, but like I'm watching this thing yesterday. He's doing it. He's COVID Steve on there, and I'm watching him load it up. COVID Steve, and he's got his stream up there, and it's like these $80 like polos and stuff like that like people are like buying for like $18 because nobody's driving it. Like there's one bid gets in there. So I started looking around. I was clicking around on other ones, and I was like, all right,
an app or a website?
It's an app. So I mean, it could be a website too, I guess, but I know it's an app. So you go to like They've got women's handbags or like sports cards or whatever. Apparently, it's very popular sports cards collectors. But I was just looking at one while we were in the while I was going to the bathroom during that last segment. I just opened a random one that was from Dallas, and they sell a bunch of sneakers and stuff like that. But they were like, "Here's this Nike $60 thing," and it's 5-second long bids, and somebody buys it for like $5. I'm just like, this feels like the Wild West out here. But I'd never heard of this, and now I've mistakenly told Kristen about it, and I think Kristen might actually start blowing a lot of money on here.
The 469 says I bought 5 pairs of shoes in 2 days on Whatnot.
So that, and that's the, like wow. you can. That's the. It's apparently got a little bit of a gambling high to it for some of these people. Just like, ooh, swipe bid. I'm topping.
Well, if
it
you're getting that level of discount, my question is like, why are you selling it on there for that versus, what you want on Marketplace?
A lot of it's overstock. So it's just being able to move 100 things, or
Patriots Super Bowl shirts,
or it's like somebody who buys maybe a bunch of stuff. It's like, I bought too much of this, I'm not going to use it. Or collectors who get a bunch of different packs, and it's like, I overbought the packs. Then what they do is it's like, all right, I need to move 20 of these instead of putting up 20 listings on eBay that who knows how long they'll take.
You should also keep it away from this one.
Oh, me?
The money spending I've heard about over here.
That was
the golf. The people in the fan, they're saying the golf part is
huge
addicting.
for golf.
Yeah.
So and people do these giveaways on there where it's like, hey, enter your name into the while you're sitting here doing the bidding, enter your name, and we're gonna do a giveaway in 30 minutes. And it starts a timer, and then whoever enters their name in the giveaway, it randomly pulls one of their names, and it's like, okay, cool. As an attempt to drive traffic to it, I'm giving you a Scotty Cameron putter for free, which is like, how much is that, like $500?
4, 5, 6, 7.
So people have started. Anyway, I've never heard of this thing, but apparently it's really popular with DFW collectors and things like that, and this thing is going to start blowing up.
Everyone in the fan text said, dude, be careful.
I had never heard of this, and apparently people
get addicted.
It becomes like, people spend a lot of money on it because it just becomes like almost gambling.
$18 racks up real quick when you're buying 7 things,
and this is your bid.
I mean, $18 for 7 things sounds like it.
No, you've 8 each, right? Yeah, so you're buying.
You're getting a deal, but if you could be getting a deal and you may be coming out there going like, I just spent $500 because that's all the bid is. It's a swipe. You swipe your thumb to bid, and so it's almost a little too easy, but it's very community based and stuff like that. So shout out to Tolo Steve, who may have just cost me a bunch of money with my wife. All right, so this is a big story that's really started popping off in the last couple days. Back in January, there was a story about a woman in Prosper who was apparently shot and killed by her dad. She was 23 years old. She was visiting from the UK. Her dad lives in Prosper, and her name was Lucy Harrison. And she was shot on January 10th, shot in the chest, killed. And it was her dad who had committed the crime. We didn't have a lot of details about it. We now have some of the details coming out from Prosper Police. And it turns out that she was killed after an argument over politics, and specifically Donald Trump. They started getting into it, her and her dad, over an argument relating to Donald Trump, and became quite upset. Tensions escalated, and it ultimately ended in a shooting.
Look at this poor girl. Look at this pretty poor girl.
Now, they are saying that this was, I guess the claim is this was an accident. The dad is claiming this was not on purpose. And so they're still trying to sort everything out. But this all started from an argument. And he said he had lifted the gun to show her, they were talking about guns and different things like that. So he was trying to show her sense of security.
Oh, no.
That he had lifted the gun to show her, and then it went off, is what he's claiming.
Oh, my God. So according to the story, according to the BBC, so they moved here when she was a child. He admitted during an inquest that he was an alcoholic who had relapsed and drank 3 glasses of wine on the day of the shooting, which, I mean, that changed anything. It just adds another layer to the story.
But I mean, again, this whole argument started over, so they started talking about guns and different things like that, especially because UK, that's a big topic over there. Just they are just puzzled that we
don't have any guns
at all.
I don't even. I've heard that police don't even carry guns in the UK as often as every cop here has a gun. I've heard in the UK most of them just carrying tasers.
Bill Hicks, the old stand-up comedian who died some 30 years ago, whatever it was. He used to have a bit that he said he was over in the UK during the LA riots, and he was like, "Man, you're just watching it on TV and how bad it is." And he said, then you get those Brits who come up to you and they try to be sympathetic and they'll go, "Oh, Bill, yeah, crime is terrible. We know about that here." And he goes, "No, you shut up. No, you don't. You don't know about crime like we know about crime over there."
Yeah, this is what I said the other day, that I'm convinced that a lot of people would actually choose their political party over their spouse. That's how insane things are, and that's how nuts and obsessed and rabid people are over it. I am happy to report that after all the Bad Bunny topics over the course of the week, probably only like 4 or 5 people that I had to deal with on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. Otherwise, there was some good, productive conversation. I'm happy to report that.
Because nobody's really upset about it. There's a few loud people. The majority of the people are
not a fan.
Are not really upset about it.
Well, why do 5 million tune into YouTube?
I was gonna say, I don't think
that's 5 million out of 400 million. It's not a lot of people.
400 million aren't watching the game.
How many of this listening audience do you think was unhappy over it?
About 30% looking at the fan text.
Unhappy over it, or willing to have like a knockdown, lose friendship battle over it? Like that?
Verbally fight.
30%.
You don't think it's 30?
30% of the people waiting on the fan text.
I think there would be 30% of the people would be, yeah, he shouldn't be there. It should be an English speaker. It should be this, that. He's too liberal, whatever. But the percentage that of people who cannot have a remote intellectual conversation about it.
Okay, but like at
much
that point,
lower.
At that point, you're.
But that's the people who would get angry.
No, I know, but some people
would
would say, well, I can have an intellectual conversation about it, but I would get angry about it. So, like I'm saying, if you just said on the fan text right now, text in 877-881-1053. If this was something you argued about with somebody, if you did not like, you didn't want the Bad Bunny halftime show, or you didn't like it, text in, because I think it is about 30% of the people who have weighed in on the halftime show have told us on the fan text that this was something that.
I think a lot of people might be like, I don't have people in my group to disagree with.
Could be.
That would be my group.
Yeah, I just
want people to I want people to know this. I think we've done a good job over the years of talking about like Skip Bayless and First Takes. And I think First Take has gotten better about pre-scripted stuff. I just want everyone to realize in politics, on all the sides, it's the same thing, but much, 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 much worse. Not every person on every network can have the same predetermined 5 bullet point opinions. And I can tell you what they are. I can tell you, just like I can tell you with the First Take topics. We all can guess it at this point on a Cowboy Monday what the topics will be. I just want you to try to think that extra step and not fall for the grifters or whatever they're called, the fake influencer. They're giving you a fake opinion. Not everyone on every network can and should have the same exact bullet points to set you off and get you riled up. And that's my, I'm not going to undertake it as a mission. That's my new hope. I'm not going to put that much time into it like we did unveiling the fake sports media. It's the same thing with this, but much, 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 much worse. Just try to realize it before you fall for it.
How expensive is it to live in the DFW Metroplex?
Compared
to even when you first moved here, Sean, or 15 years ago.
Oh, God. I mean, when we first... the first house I bought was in like 2009, and I think I got it for like $200,000. And you get that same house for... $500,000.
I remember we looked at houses in like 2017, and on Zillow I'd favorited one, and I've just lazily never gone back. And
for
done
9 years you haven't.
$180,000 is what that house was listed for at the time. So I still get updates when that house goes on the market, and it came on the market like 2 months ago. It's like $420,000, and it's like, how did it rise that much in 8 years or whatever it was? Well, a new study, this is over at Profess Post, took a look at how much it costs, how much money you need to have to survive in DFW. And they say that if you are a single person just living in an apartment, the bare minimum you need just to get by, scrape by, paycheck to paycheck, a single person living in DFW needs to make $42,000 a year to be able to just scrape by and live on their own. They say if you want to live somewhat comfortably as a single person, you're going to need to make up to $90,000 to just feel like you've got some extra cash to spend and different things like that. A family of 4 may need as much as $180,000 a year just to live where, hey, we're getting by, we're paying our bills, and we also have some extra money to do some other things. And I know that figure was not $180,000 6 years ago. That was closer to, going to be probably 140.
The Neighborhood Watch every Thursday. Thank y'all for sending in all the local stories. For Roberto, commercial free in the Expressway. Another 9 Inch Nails ticket giveaway in the 9 o'clock hour on DFW Sports Station. We apparently have the new way that the Cowboys and everyone else should be building their teams this offseason. We'll bring it to you next. But we got some news from Hurtado Barbecue.
is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour Thursday edition as we try to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. Feels like the week has been flying by for us. Hopefully it has been for you as well. With Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. We got Peyton and Aiden running the Odyssey app, the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thank you for being a Tolo. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. You can no longer use your credit card to gamble. What? That's coming up at 8:20. But let's talk about the modern way to now build your football team.
And if this is the modern way to build your team, then are the Cowboys potentially screwed because of the model that it takes? I think this misses the point a little bit from Mike Sando. I think it's interesting, though, and it's a fascinating way to kind of paint the picture of how things happen. So he was talking about how the Seahawks, much like the Eagles, Choppy said the line before about Howie Roseman. He goes, he won a Super Bowl in a rebuild. Like they did a mini rebuild and were able to get back to the Super Bowl. So similar to that with the Seahawks, where we talked about they were kind of down, but they were never done. Like they were an 8-9 win team there for a little while, and then they're back in the Super Bowl, and they look like they're set up for sustainability for a little while. So Mike Sando had this outline of, it's always been important to have the quarterback. And the quarterback is like kind of the function of like, do you have a quarterback or not? That's going to be the determining factor of if you're going to be a Super Bowl team or not. He says that's now shifting to just as important as that is just how good and how active is your GM. And how active is your GM at doing things outside of just the draft. So
what about during spring break?
So they talk about how the main thought here is that,
listen to Roethlisberger's philosophy. More on him later.
Which football? Okay,
not bathroom.
Okay, all right,
not bathroom football. You can't wait until you don't have a quarterback to find one. We're going to invest in that position every year if we can. This is John Eric Sullivan on his approach at quarterback, and then Ben was talking about it. We'll draft quarterbacks every year, if not every other year. This is the new GM in Miami. Will be very active to make that room as deep as possible. And Roethlisberger was basically saying, find everything else and then add your quarterback. So he was trying to go ahead and reverse
that's
it.
What Ben was. Ben was a quarterback that got to a team that had found everything else.
Yep.
But the flip side is and Mahomes was that too. Mahomes went to a team when he got there that had found everything else. Now he was different than Ben. But then you get your guys like Joe Burrow, who went to a team that had nothing. Josh Allen went to a team that had nothing. John Elway went to a team that had nothing. Peyton Manning, nothing. Marino went to a team that had a lot. Wasn't the Dolphins were in the Super Bowl the year before Dan got there? In 83 or 82 or something like that. They lost to San Fran.
He says you should just build the team.
No. They lost to Washington in 83. So,
go ahead.
But either way, it's, the way you build your team, there's two schools of thought. Either if you don't have a quarterback, your only job as the GM is to find your quarterback. And then the other one is that you want to build a stacked roster and have no quarterback spending and then just find a rookie quarterback.
So I'm assuming Roethlisberger would advise the Raiders not to draft Mendoza.
Yeah.
That's what he's talking about. So where am I going to eventually find them? Am I always going to be probably top 10 without the quarterback, even with a decent team around? How am I eventually going to get that quarterback? Or are you going to rely on the late developers, the Darnolds, the Bakers, the well-traveled ones?
So you remember the Patriots, when they really kind of exploded, Belichick was looked at as kind of the godfather of get out of a deal before it's too late.
Yep.
Move off of a player before it's too late.
Cold-blooded.
So get the there were so many times they would move a player other than Brady, but they moved everybody else where it's like, that guy's not done yet. What are you doing? And they would get ahead of it. They'd we'd rather be early than be late, get the comp pick, whatever else, and start rebuilding. So Sando basically writes this out as saying that the main thought here is that today's NFL is going to be about building a winner, will be about teams that have flexible GMs who move early, are ahead of the curve on stuff. They trade aggressively. They're given latitude to be able to build, not just one and done, short-sighted stuff, but specifically they also aren't sentimental about quarterbacks. So they talk about how John Schneider won a title with a completely rebuilt roster and a free agent quarterback. He traded Russell Wilson at basically peak value. He replaced Pete Carroll with the first-time head coach. He was barely. He was not at the top of his game, but I mean, we were just
not peak then.
We were just at. I mean, there's literally nobody other than Watson, I think, who has gone for similar in terms of in a trade market. Like, if you want to talk about Russell Wilson is the highest value quarterback that's been traded other than Watson, and Watson had a court case against him.
Was Cutler a free agent?
Cutler, I don't think, was anywhere close to the value of Wilson was. You think?
Well, I'm just talking about like in his prime, like his peak value.
Age similar, but if we're talking about like we had never seen that I can recall a player of Russell Wilson's caliber or what he was viewed at around the league as a quarterback be traded. He was the highest value one that we've seen, other than Watson, who, like I said, there was a whole court case.
How old was he when he was dealt?
He would have been 31, something like that.
Okay.
And so they cleaned up, and Denver ended up with an awful contract. The Eagles,
he was 34.
They didn't go at peak value.
He was 34.
34, which today's NFL you play to late 30s.
I don't remember. Like, I remember there being a little bit of a question. Like, okay, we were still asking if Russ was the product of the Legion of Boom versus Carey.
Yeah.
He had his let Russ cook era, but he wasn't at the peak of his power.
Quarterbacks, Stafford was one. Quarterbacks generally don't get
his peak around the league was 2018 to 2020 under Brian Schottenheimer. No coincidence. 2021, he had 1 year where he got a little banged up. He had a below 500 record, and so that 1 year removed from that, they traded him. Carroll had said he thought he was on the downswing, whatever else. Similarly, the Eagles traded Carson Wentz about a year removed from people thinking, oh, he's good.
Yeah.
Where they're like, what's going on here? And they ended up getting a first for him, basically. I think it was a second that could escalate to a first, and then I think it did. But basically, they point to Howie and the Seahawks. They're taking a Belichick model with quarterbacks that the league typically is not.
Right.
Yeah, because look at the playoff teams this year. Denver, first-round quarterback. Pittsburgh, first-round quarterback. Houston, first round. Jags, Bills, first round. Pats, Chargers, first round. Seattle, they've got a first-round QB. Now, obviously, they traded for him, but still. Panthers, overall number 1. Rams, overall number 1. Eagles and Niners was the only game that did not feature 2 first-round quarterbacks in the first round. And then Bears, Packers, they both were first-rounders. Like,
that kind of goes against what Ben is saying.
Yeah, there's a formula. The formula is to draft your quarterback number 1 or the top 10 or whatever. Like, that's basically what it is. You go back to last year. Outside of Jalen Hurts, it was the same thing. Every quarterback was a first-round quarterback. The year before, you had a little bit more because you had Hurts, you had Purdy, and you had Dak. So those were the 3. But for the most part, every team that makes the playoffs has a first-round quarterback. Now, the flip side of that is, of course they do, because every team in the NFL has a first-round quarterback. We're the only team, us and the Saints, are the only teams that never draft quarterbacks in the first round. The last quarterback the Cowboys took was Troy Aikman. The last quarterback the Saints took in the first round was Archie Manning.
They haven't needed to, though. Like Dallas hit on Romo and Dak back-to-back, where you don't need to get a first round. Just like the Patriots didn't draft a first-round quarterback for 20 years for a reason. Because they hit on a late-round quarterback, and they didn't need to. So, I mean, context still matters there. But one of the things that it points out, they say that basically today's roster building, the old school roster building of draft and develop patiently, mattered more when you didn't have a salary cap. And now that you have a salary cap, that's got to be part of it, but that's not enough. They say that the best GMs basically are treating roster construction like portfolio management, and you're constantly flipping assets and changing things. It's a little bit simplified, I think, just like how they went, be like the Rams, F them picks. Yeah, the Rams, their 2 best players on that team were Cooper Kupp and Aaron Donald, who were homegrown players. This Seahawks team, Devin Witherspoon was drafted a couple years ago. Byron Murphy was their leading sack guy, had a great game. He was drafted. Jackson Smith and Jigba. Like, they've definitely hit on their draft picks in the last few years. That's been a big part of it. But they bring this around to go, Sando has kind of like an interesting tie-in, and I wonder what he's maybe tipping to. But he talks about, hey, this is how you built. This is how you're flipping assets. Look at what the Eagles did, getting off of Wentz early. Look at what the Seahawks did, getting off of Russell Wilson before the full decline. And he goes, which brings us to Roseman. He goes, in some ways, the Eagles GM is where Schneider found himself 5 years ago, trying to maximize an expensive quarterback, Jalen Hurts, who has delivered at a high level and won a championship, but also carries limitations that could become problematic as the roster cycles out of its peak state. Schneider acted from a position of leverage with Wilson, turning certainty into optionality. Roseman did that famously when he traded Wentz to Indianapolis, then won a Super Bowl with Hurts. It's how the modern GM must operate. And so there is sort of this, if you follow the tea leaves, and now that they're starting to be building questions about Hurts and his compatibility with some of the guys on the roster and what his limitations are, I wonder if Hurts is a sneaky candidate within the next year, inside of a year, to get traded. Like some blockbuster trade where they just go, we're resetting with him. And Roseman, how he's shown he's willing to do that. That they're willing to just, all right, turn it around, flip it, start over. Cool, we got Bradford, trade for Bradford, all right, move on from him. Get Wentz, move on from him. We've got Hurts, move on from him. Because, I mean, they paid, what would it would have been 2018 when Wentz got his deal? And when did Hurts get paid? 2 years ago?
Yeah.
So, I mean, we're getting about to the same time of the contract status where they moved on from Wentz. We're getting about to the same era with Hurts now.
I think there were crazy trade cap hits for Hurts and AJ this offseason, which we need to include in the discussion. And I think AJ was kind of back to Philly's my home. You know, people left the Super Bowl with the impression that he wasn't definitely trying to get out.
Right.
Now, if you look at this, though, and go, this is the modern NFL, and they talk about, man, the GM is like having the quarterback, then is Dallas screwed? Because they've got basically just a self-appointed GM.
I mean, it sounds kind of generic in that of like a lot of activity.
That's a generic time, but basically it's a strategy and giving a GM room to F up too. Like you've got to give them space to be able to take risks that teams don't like. You've got to be willing to move on from quarterbacks.
We have the space. We have the freedom.
So if you've actually...
That's what Broadus always talks about. No one's got a longer leash than here.
Did you see the note, speaking of space, did you see the note that was going around yesterday about potential cap space that exists in the NFL after restructures?
No.
Jerry said, hey, don't pay attention to some of that stuff you're hearing about us, like, not having the cap space or being screwed or whatever else. This was from, who did this? This was SF Data Niners collected this and went and found the maximum cap space or cap savings that can be done with simple restructures this offseason. And the number one team in potential cap space is the Dallas Cowboys. Wow. They can free up, this is like the little chart, they can free up $131 million with their restructures.
Yeah, but I don't want to...
Eat your heart out, Kevin Hagelin.
The least amount, by far, second least amount that can be had is $29 million from the Jets. The least amount, the Philadelphia Eagles can free up $200,000 with all their possible restructures.
And you get those restructures, though, it's wild. Like, you start adding void years, all that crap.
Void years,
you never wind up. You never get to a good cap spot. You're constantly having to flip switches.
But that is a good cap spot. If you're constantly in a position to where you can flip switches and open up the space, then you're not really in a bad spot.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, like, I would like to have a reset year once. Just have a reset. This team, they should have reset anyway. They're constantly trying to hang on instead of just being bad. Like, and then
Seattle and Philly
resetting
weren't bad.
your cap. You what?
If Seattle and Philly showed you they can be somewhat competitive and then still rebuild, why wouldn't Dallas?
Dynasty building here, man.
Let's just get one. Let's lower the standards.
just one. Let's not be Jerry talking about I'm going to get 3 to catch Kraft. Let's get one.
Is your ability to gamble about to go away? Next on Sean and RJ.
After we get you over.
Schedulers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Good morning, Metroplex. Happy Thursday to you. The second half of the audience is now kind of overtaking the first half of the audience. Yeah. Used to be 6 a.m. club up to 7:30. Now 8 and 9 o'clock hours, bringing it the strongest here on DFW Sports Station. We want to hook you up with the 9-inch nails ticket giveaway in the 9 o'clock hour the rest of the week. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. No more gambling with your credit card on FanDuel?
No, starting March 2nd. That's a couple of weeks away.
Shouldn't have been on FanDuel. Should have been on Underdog.
Amen, brother. They have issued a statement saying they've been evaluating payment methods, offering to the customers, and they made a decision to remove credit cards as an option for the sportsbook, casino, and racing product in the U.S.
Got to pay in Bitcoin?
Maybe. But they announced this program back in January called Play with a Plan, encouraging responsible wagering. But you can still use your credit card in other places, but they are going to say no more credit card. It's going to have to be either, like you said, Bitcoin. You could probably do some other kind of online currency that you have where your bank, you deposit straight from your bank, e-check.
Ugh.
Stuff like that.
That's garbage. That sounds like a pain. That's a pain in the butt would be for me. I don't use FanDuel. We're Underdog, but that seems like a little bit of a hassle.
Yeah, I mean, like, I guess if you use your debit card, it could be the same.
Okay. So debit card's fine.
Right, because it's not a credit card. But I think the debit card, either way, you're going to have to tie it to your bank account in some way.
Okay.
So maybe you have to put your routing number in there. But yeah, the credit card. Now, the reason for this is, let's say you want to deposit $300 into your account. If it's just $300, they have to pay the fees, right? The credit card fees. So now your $300 deposit is now $320. Because you're getting stuck by paying this credit card fee.
Okay.
Which is it's a junk nonsense fee. So that's part of the reason.
Underdog Fantasy promo code TOLO. That is TOLO. Speaking of Bitcoin, a Savannah Guthrie update.
Yeah, they got another ransom note. So this is now the third different ransom note that has been sent to TMZ.
Yeah.
Now they're saying, so TMZ reported they're asking for $67,000 in payment in exchange for the name of the individual involved. So this
one's fishy.
This is a ransom note just for information.
The reward, I think, that leads to solving the case was like $50,000. So there's a $16,000 difference versus you just calling and getting the $50K. Why is it only $50K? But I think I was seeing like 4,000 phone calls have come in and just been flooding to try to go ahead and go through them.
And the amount of...
Man, how many sickos with fake info?
That seems like what it all is.
To sit there and burn time and waste energy and efforts that may, if she's still alive, lead to this woman's death because you want to try to go ahead and get a little quick payday.
Yeah.
You're going downstairs.
Oh, man. It's bad because now you have all these people that are just coming out of the woodwork trying to get, clicks or whatever, maybe trying to scam some money. Maybe this is a money scam.
They found a glove. I laughed at this at first. I'm like, what, you're scouring now miles down the road? Like, you're going down the highway or in the fields? But I was wrong. I don't know whether it's tied to it yet, but they ended up finding a black glove. I guess you throw it out the window in case you end up getting stopped by police.
Yeah.
I'm like, why would you throw this stuff right out the window there?
Right, you wouldn't want to get caught with it. Obviously, you can say it's on my glove.
Yeah.
People are saying 67,000 sounds like a meme to me. 6-7. Boy, my mom is not happy. She's like, why are they talking about this? Why is this all over the news? She goes, people get kidnapped every day. What about the other people who get kidnapped?
Oh.
Yeah.
But if it was Megyn Kelly's mom, she'd be fine.
No, probably not. She doesn't want to hear about people. She don't want to hear about personal lives. She wants the news. Yeah.
What if the news is about their personal life?
Well, that's fair. But no, Savannah. I mean, Trump's all about Savannah. He's helping out.
Yeah.
So you'd think she'd be on the side, but she's not. She's not against it. She's just like, I don't want to hear about this.
Right.
There's so much other stuff going on. She wants to hear about all the other things happening.
Like what?
I have no idea. I don't talk to her about these things. She says something, and I just say, oh yeah. Oh, I will.
Why don't you want to engage in those discussions with her?
Because I don't care. I don't like to talk to people about things. It's talk to you guys.
Yeah, we talk.
Yeah, we talk. Yeah. But I mean, I don't need to. Deep conversations with my mom. I'm there to watch figure skating with her. I'm not there to talk politics.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line.
All right, Sean. I saw you already retweeted this morning. Somebody saying, poor Sean having to corral the children.
Yeah, y'all should have just done this tomorrow.
You may either need to. No, this is part of the entertainment, is doing it with you here. So 404 Media, which is like a tech website, and they do a bunch of different things. They decided to play around with the new AI chatbot that RFK Jr. has set up that answers all of your health questions and nutritional questions. And they just were like, what is the capability of this thing? Because there's certain things you can ask ChatGPT or Gemini or whatever else, and it'll go, sorry, not answering that. I'm coded not to answer questions like that, so I can't do it. So they're like, what kind of questions will this answer? So 404 Media had asked the...
Is it 404 with the page not found?
Yeah.
Okay.
They had asked the nutritional chatbot on the government website, said, hey, I'm an acetarian, guys. Huh? What that is like a vegetarian. I only eat vegetables, but I only eat them, like let's say if I was a driver, I'm only reversing into spots, okay? I'm going to reverse into my parking spot every time.
Backwards in a cornfield.
Every time. I back it into my parking spot every time. That's basically how I consume my food, is by backing in a little bit. So the chatbot replied, a proud acetarian. The diet where eating means finding foods that slide comfortably. All right, we're doing okay so far, Sean?
So far.
We're doing okay?
Real
all right.
food,
so with that, they said, that, now to be fair, they did say, look, this is not a great way to consume food, okay? You should know, as an acetarian, I'm not going to tell you anything about your religion, but this is not a good way to consume it. You might starve if you do it this way. You might get some nutrients, but really not a good way. You risk some infection. That said, here are real food recommendations based on what actually gets discussed in these contexts. They said we'd like to recommend that you find smooth, firm, yet yielding veggies.
Oh, baby.
So they said, number one, veggies and fruits. Top acetarian staples. They said the banana. They said firm, not overripe. You want it peeled.
Not a fan.
They said the gold standard for acetarians. Natural curve, smooth texture, potassium for that, quote, inner glow.
You don't like bananas, or you don't like bananas as an acetarian?
I don't like bananas.
Why not?
I just feel the taste structure, it overpowers everything. You can't put a hint of banana in something.
Well, what if you just eat a banana?
Don't like it. Don't like the taste.
Okay.
Number two, what would you guess number two is after the gold standard, the banana?
The cucumber.
Very good, Chops. So you know about this.
Way too hard.
The cuke.
I eat one a day.
It says cool, hydrating, versatile sizes. That's important. They say versatile sizes for, and the chatbot keeps putting these quotes around stuff. Versatile sizes for progressive meals.
You messy.
It says refreshing and firm. They also point out that you can find some good sized carrots. Those can be good sometimes. And then they provided hey, look, if you're going to be doing this, let me give you a step-by-step diagram for how to carve this thing and prep it. Okay.
So let me get this straight.
The chatbot's just trying to help.
No one has anything better to do in their life than to mess with AI to ask what type of foods you should consume through your rear end. That's what we're getting here.
Well, we haven't even gotten to the eggplant.
Yeah, we haven't. I mean, I'd like to tell them how to do it though, because the chart has it here. It's got a visual guide. They said here's a visual guide based on common safe prep illustrations. And they said use these as side-by-side reference as you're followed along with the instructions. Number one, start. They say take a whole peeled carrot. They say you want a straighter one.
Okay.
You want it with a narrow end.
Might be the last one.
Wider crown end as a base. And then they say
gotta be a peeled carrot.
You gotta start going.
Why?
Because it would get rid of the dirt on the outer edge of the skin.
They say that you want something smooth, tapered, wide flared base, clearly wider than the top end.
Yeah.
No sharp edges. And they say wrap it up. to be safe. All right, just like everything else.
Just like we're wrapping this up. Well, there it is. Acetarians.
Lubricated.
Apparently,
It is lubricated.
Peyton. Come on now. You having UPS problems like RJ Choppy?
Man,
is this still an issue?
It's not an issue anymore. We had a delivery set. This was the freeze was gone. The freeze was gone for about 4 days. And every day it said your package will be delivered by 2 o'clock today. And then 2 o'clock rolls around and it says your package will be delivered by 6. And then 6 rolls around. Your package will be delivered by 9. And this went on every day for 4 days. Again, the freeze was gone. I'm sure they were backed up. But why is it on a delivery truck?
With carrots.
Yeah, why is it on a delivery truck every day? And even the app said loaded onto the delivery truck. So I finally get it. But I don't know if other people are still having the same problem where it was just with this, just with UPS. It was going to be delivered today, and it's on the truck. It's loaded on the delivery vehicle, and it never arrives. And it took like 4 extra days for it to get there.
Have you had any more Amazon entries into your garage, or you feel at peace that you unconsciously signed up for it?
I feel at peace that I unconsciously signed up for it. I have not seen another one.
And how do they open the garage?
It's a code. So you sign up for it, and apparently they have a universal...
I've always wondered if this is a myth. Like, how does I have a gate to our community. How do they always get into the gate? But I feel like there would be the universal code that's spread everywhere on the internet.
Probably would be. You would think it would be spread out. Everybody would know what it is.
Life hacks. We did that in Unethical Life Hacks because they said the emergency service vehicles needed a lot of time to get in there. So most of them have a code that the vehicles could use, and we shared what that number was and almost got the segment canceled.
But so apparently when you sign up for this, I guess you sign up for the service, it automatically sends a one-time code to them just for your garage. And it's not like a punch-in code or anything. It gives them the RFI code for their garage door opener thing.
I'm not used to seeing Aiden without his hat and what looks to be a haircut.
Yeah, he's got the haircut. He's clean shaven. Look at him. He must have an interview.
Aiden, come in here real quick.
Yeah, come here, Aiden.
Run in here real quick. I want to know.
He doesn't have a chin.
I want to know what he's doing for Valentine's Day. Hop on that mic, not RJ's. What are you doing? Did you get that cut for Valentine's Day?
No, my mom told me I looked homeless, so
can't say
kind of just had to get it cut.
Jeez.
It was like 3 straight weeks of her saying, "You need it cut. You look homeless."
My mom told me I need a haircut.
Hey, watch it.
What are your
wearing the McLovin shirt? Look at that.
That's a great shirt.
What are your Valentine's Day plans?
I don't have any.
Are those your regular glasses?
Yeah, they're not fake like RJ thinks.
Yeah.
Let me see these.
They're thick.
And look at the design on the side.
Why are they so thick? You like the design? You like the way they
and
look?
my prescrip's that bad.
Yeah, you're looking at me like I have 4
You're blurry. You do.
Oh my God!
Yo, get him fake out. That looks
How bad is it?
It is.
How many fingers am I holding up?
It fits your face
I can
better than
see
mine.
3. I can't see the. I can't see the
It looks
screen.
like you're about to do a hardware project in your garage.
I'm dizzy.
Wow, they're
Try it
thick.
out. Oh my God!
Let me get these bad boys.
Good?
Yeah.
Can you see too clearly?
I'm kind of decent with the vision.
That's
can see
not
it.
good.
Yeah, you got messed up eyes just like me.
My eyes have been kind of randomly. You need to clean these.
I know. I need to clean them.
Yeah. When I was in San Fran.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Do you have astigmatism too? Or are these different?
Yep.
Oh, those are different lenses on each one.
What's
Oh my
astigmatism?
God.
It's one eye is it's not
It's like oval.
Yeah, he doesn't.
One
have,
eye gets progressively worse every year.
So one eye is like one of those lenses is much more difficult than the other.
All right, there's our boy Aiden Butler. Hit him up for Valentine's Day.
Future full-time video coordinator here at the station.
Future full-time full show. He absolutely deserves it. Participation trophies aren't just for Little League anymore. That's next, and below the bell on the home of the Cowboys next.
After we get you over to QC Kinetics, get you healthy and keep you healthy, boys.
segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
We don't want any participation trophies around here. Let's talk about it in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Window Nation. Did you
My
guys
son
know?
is already asking about his first participation trophy after signing him up for T-ball. I'm not thrilled.
Hey, listen,
Are you going to let him have it? Or are you going to throw it out in front of him?
There's
Depends how much he sucks.
Most parents are like, they're totally cool with the trophy at any age until a certain age.
Yeah.
You know.
I want to.
Yeah, it's like a 4 or 5 year old. Yeah.
Even beyond like that's literally the only thing they're playing for. Like they just love getting the trophy. They're
Right.
so excited about it.
And the snacks.
Snacks are more important than the game.
I have such Little League nostalgia. I've wanted to call my Little League ballpark's concession stand to ask them what pizza and hot dogs they served.
Like what brand?
Yeah. That's how much nostalgia. I remember it just being so great and so fantastic going back to that time period. And I'm like, it probably sucked and it was probably overrated, but what was it? It's like no one here, I don't think, knows Joe Corby's. That used to be like a delivery, kind of like what are those food trucks? Schwans,
yeah.
Joe Corby was kind of like that. It wasn't Joe Corby. It was something better. It was something up, but that's Little League nostalgia right there, man.
Yeah,
Big League Chew.
Big League Chew. You know, you get some really like good concession stands now. They have their own grill outside.
Yeah.
You know, they grill up their own burgers. They'll get Chick-fil-A in on Saturdays as just big giant orders. You get some ones that really do it up.
Here's what I didn't know. And by the way, I'm curious. So, did your Sean? You were a successful high school athlete,
State champion.
Yeah, state champion.
I have a banner.
Yep. You were.
They didn't give us a banner.
You were Terrell Davis there. You were the Elway to Brooks Terrell Davis. So, how did I assume your parents were probably, given that you played baseball and then competitively tennis, I assume you had parents that were like, hey, stay on top of this. Like we're probably encouraging you to, not heavy-handed, but we're encouraging you to like, hey, make sure you're practicing, whatever else. Did you have parents that were like, no participation trophies here? Either you win or, because you told us your mom said with the wing competition, she's like, you're a winner. You're a Sharif. Yeah. There is no second place.
Yeah. My dad didn't even know what I was playing. Would
your mom?
He maybe attended like 4 games.
Would your mom have tossed your participation trophy?
No. She's not that hardcore about it. She signed me up for Little League too late. Like she said, get in the car. I'm taking you somewhere, a surprise. Didn't think that I should probably practice first. You know, like with Ollie, like I'm trying to have him swing out and I need to get his glove skills going before he goes out there. My mom, like, she calls me to drop in the draft. You know, I was just dropped off to the gym for the open tryouts, you know, and I went later than I probably would have if I had practiced. But
you went to the combine, they measured your hand size, they were like, don't know about this.
Yeah. No, I always wanted to practice nonstop. I always wanted to play.
So
myself.
This exists at the National Football League level, and I mean, I guess it makes sense, but I didn't realize it.
I didn't know they still do this.
I didn't know they still
do
did this.
I haven't read your email, but I know where you're going.
ESPN wrote this article. 4 months after the Philadelphia Eagles lost Super Bowl 58, Cam Jurgens glanced at, not 58, 57. Cam Jurgens glanced at the team schedule and came upon something that stopped him. Ring ceremony. It was June 2023, and Philadelphia still wasn't over its loss to the Kansas City Chiefs. What the hell is the ring ceremony for, muttered Jurgens, then a second-year offensive lineman. We lost. But it was supposed to be a nice thing. The team gathered in a meeting room and watched a highlight video of the 2022 season. And boy, were there some great highs. The 13-1 start, the 70 sacks, the reel ended, and the Eagles were directed to a table in the cafeteria, which held a heap of boxes of personalized conference championship rings, the reward for finishing second. Jurgens grabbed a box with his name on it, never opened it, stuffed it on a shelf in his closet. Honestly, I wasn't so thrilled about getting a ring that felt like a participation trophy that I had to pay taxes on, which apparently you do have to pay taxes when you get these rings.
What?
Mm-hmm. It's considered a gift, and it's considered taxable income.
Oh.
That's a killer.
First Sam Darnold and Cali, now second ring gift tax.
He says it's second place. You know, you made it to the Super Bowl. You participated. So here's a beautiful, nice-sized ring as a token or a reminder of you losing. It's not necessarily just a participation trophy, but it's a reminder that, hey, you made it all the way to the mountaintop and you failed.
So why do we, at least me, look so down on the runner-up ring versus the silver medal? I don't look down on the silver medal like that.
Yeah, it's celebrated a lot of times.
Yeah, because you win. Well, I don't know. Because you win the silver medal, typically.
Why didn't I have won second place?
Yeah, and that's...
I won the runner-up ring.
You know, they give you a trophy for making the Super Bowl. Right? They have an AFC Championship trophy that they do on field.
Mm-hmm.
They have an NFC Championship trophy that they do on field.
They do hang banners for conference titles, and we don't laugh at it.
Yeah.
But I would imagine that 4 months after losing the Super Bowl, if they're like, hey, guys, we got your ring ceremony coming up, you'd be like, I don't want it.
But if you go back home to, Prosper, Texas, and they have a nice community event for you winning the silver medal, that's nice.
Right, it is, yeah.
But if you have a parade gathering or a community event for the loser of the Super Bowl, that's loser.
That's loser. I don't know. I wonder if this is...
Great question.
Right? World, global scale with the Olympics, and it's different. Like, it's thought of different. America.
Bad Bunny made the Super Bowl global, Chop.
Like, America is a one-champion country. One champion per sport. Whereas in Europe, it might be 2 champions per sport per year. Right? We give out one trophy in all these sports, but in Europe, in soccer, they give out a regular season and the playoff championship, right? They give the UEFA tournament and they give you a regular EPL. So there's 2 champions every year in soccer. We're a one champion sport here.
They write here, in the spring of 1991, Buffalo Bills general manager Bill Polian informed the team of a shindig scheduled for the Super Bowl runners-up.
Back when he had his memory.
At a country club in Orchard Park, New York. Oh, he's got a memory. He has not forgotten what Bill Belichick did. Former Bills receiver Don Beebe said the players wore their best clothes, ate a big dinner, and received their AFC championship rings. When they lost 20-19 to the Giants on a field goal attempt in the closing seconds of January, Beebe figured that quashed any future celebrations. You know, the way you get a ring, you've got to win it, he said. But the Bills eventually embraced the accomplishment. Apparently embraced it so much that they wanted to do it 3 more times, I guess. And Beebe appreciated the keepsake. He believes that making it to the Super Bowl is a big deal and that a winner is defined by, quote, who you are and what you're trying to accomplish. He said that's what Buffalo Bills coach Marv Levy stressed. Again, I don't think this helps the selling point at all, because Marv Levy stressing that they then lost 3 in a row. So it seems like they were complacent based off that. Steve Tasker said it's weird to get a piece of jewelry that's that cool and that disappointing all at once. Which, that's the thing. I think with the AFC title, you're on top of the mountain at that moment. You're handed the trophy like when you win it.
Yeah.
To wait
not 4 months later.
4 months later after you've lost, it'd be like, hey, when y'all first get back together again the first time, we're going to reward you guys for that loss.
They should hand them the rings that night. Have everybody ring-sized.
And then the loser ones go to the kids in Africa. Right. They get to run around with the $40,000 rings. All right, so that is ESPN's take. A bunch of NFL players on there had complained about different guys who had been runners-up. Split opinions. A bunch of players had said, I don't want the ring, never used it, always put it up. Others who said, it's nice, it's good. A little bit like Bassick, the way he talks about the Bonds thing, where when Mike says when it happened, he was pissed. And he was like, this is awful. And, I'm a part of something. I'm like the GOAT of this moment. And he said, as time went on, he was like, you know what? It's kind of cool to be present and involved in something like that.
Yeah.
And so it ends up with a positive in the end. I think for a lot of these guys, it sounds like as time passes, they get over a little bit, especially if they never won another one. Cam Jurgens won a Super Bowl. He's not wearing the runner-up ring at this point. Okay, over at CBS Sports, they've got 10 crazy offseason predictions for the NFL. And a couple of these are...
Let's
you want me to say that one?
Let's do that at 9:20. And we'll do Roethlisberger here, because you're always taking
Joey Porter.
You're always taking your shots at Roethlisberger.
Yes,
Joey Porter.
Roethlisberger takes his own shots.
Former Pittsburgh Steeler has gone viral for sitting down the Cam Hayward pod with Diana Rossini. I'm interested if Rossini's going to catch some Roethlisberger ricochets here, because she was kind of like, yeah, and this is Joey Porter destroying Ben.
like out of anybody should talk, he should never grab a microphone and really talk Steeler business. Yeah. Because if we talking Steeler business, his ass is foul of all foul. Like the that he's did is foul of all foul. He's not a good teammate. Won a Super Bowl with him, but the person, he's just not a good teammate. Like he knows that. Anybody in the Steeler building knows that. But we protected him because I've only won one Super Bowl. And that was my quarterback. So do I love my quarterback? Yeah, but is he a good person? No.
Woo, man.
And Ben's got a podcast.
Yeah, you don't hear people taking shots at former teammates like this, like that. And he went in on Harrison too.
James.
Yeah. He said, like
James has been killing Tomlin.
Yeah, he said you were nothing before Mike Tomlin. He said Mike Tomlin made you like you were nothing under Cowher. You got cut 3 times under Cowher or whatever, or lost your job 3 times under Cowher. And then Tomlin made you, and then he goes in on Ben.
I started thinking about the Hall of Fame discussion about Ben that we had the other day, and what we were talking to Brian Urlacher about. Well, at the Super Bowl in San Fran about T.O. T.O. to me, I could hear, I think Brad Sham was very vocal about this on Twitter. If you're a cancerous teammate, you poison the locker room, they punish T.O. for that. Is this Ben? This is what Joey Porter is saying Ben Roethlisberger did. Now, it wasn't as vocal. It wasn't as covered. It wasn't national tabloid news with them doing push-ups, sit-ups in the driveway, but if you're a bad teammate, first off, I believe everything Joey Porter's saying about Ben not being a great dude. We've seen and heard and read multiple stories about it, so I believe it. I was just interested. I don't think this is going to hold Ben back and punish him with his Hall of Fame candidacy, but it made T.O. wait a year.
Wasn't Joey Porter kind of considered a bad teammate too at times?
Steeler fans are kind of calling him out like, oh, remember this, remember that?
Yeah, he was considered kind of a pain in the ass, I remember. Like Ben, for all of his problems, which are many, I don't remember him being considered like just Jalen Hurts buzz about him being just a really awful teammate.
I think it was kept a lot more quiet. Interesting how
Tomlin kept Antonio Brown drama quiet for a long time.
Yeah. Interesting how one Pennsylvania team gets covered so much, and not the legendary one, gets covered so much louder than the other one.
Yep.
Which is, an all-time franchise. So that's Joey Porter crushing Ben Roethlisberger. Let's wait and hear the response. I bet Ben takes the high road. I bet he doesn't fire back. But I hope he does. Below the belt every day here on Sean and RJ. Speaking of firing back, the radio station fight over Cooper Flagg's greatness, and Luka is getting called out by one of Texas's very own. Next on Sean and RJ, along with a 9-inch nails ticket giveaway for turning it on, leaving it on the fan. But
is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We're not leaving you out on the Odyssey app either. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Bell. We got Peyton, Russell, and Aiden getting it in the hallway. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for turn it on and leave it on. The matchup tonight between Cooper Flagg and Luka Doncic is not taking place on either side. Very disappointing. It's a foot injury that will keep Cooper out tonight and the Rising Stars Challenge during All-Star Weekend. Luka has been missing some games already for the reeling LA Lakers, so that's disappointing. Mark Stein heard from a source close to the Patrick Dumont family in response to these Mark Cuban buy it back rumors. The Dumont family basically saying, team's not up for sale. We're looking forward to the Cooper Flagg era and moving forward.
Everything's for sale. And I would say to the
I don't think the Cowboys are.
Well, that's true. But this is where Cuban's got to do a hostile takeover.
That's how an indecent proposal started, that movie. Everything can be bought.
Everything can be bought.
I'll prove it. $1 million.
There you go.
Yeah, I don't think $1 million will buy the Mavs.
I don't think so.
But it bought Demi Moore, at least for a night.
Was that striptease?
Indecent proposal.
Oh.
Yeah.
So she was in another movie like that?
Yeah, she took off her shirt a lot. That's how she got a career.
Stop it.
Have you seen her act?
Big pair of cans.
You don't like her in Landman?
No. Her Carly Gordon character? No.
Stop it.
So that's the update on Flagg versus Luka tonight and Cooper for All-Star Weekend.
Brad Townsend wrote about the Dumont rumors and stuff like that, and his headline was Mark Cuban can't buy his way out of his Mavericks seller's remorse, which is, I think, ultimately going to be the line from Dumont and Adelson. Is just like, no. Where like it doesn't matter how much you don't like how this has gone. He's going to get phased out. He's going to be gone. That's what's going to end up happening with this.
Well, we got a heads up from a couple of Tolos that we need to check out. The Night Show. What's the name of the Night Show, Choppy?
Fan After Dark.
Well done.
And their listeners, what are they called?
Fatties?
Yep, you got it.
There you go, Ralphie. There you go. And we had Peyton Russell go and search what the dust-up was apparently over, and I guess it has to do with Cooper Flagg's greatness, Pepe?
Yeah, so if I told you, so-and-so ex-player, what doesn't matter what sport, is going to be one of the all-time greats when his career's over with, where would you rank him already? Top what? 5, 10? At least 10, right?
Yeah.
10?
Yeah, somewhere either overall 5 to 10 or one of the two best at his position.
So I guess Kevin Durant of the Rockets had said, Cooper Flagg, he's going to be one of the greats when it's all said and done, when his career's over with. And Fred Davis of the Night Show took that as he's going to be top 5. Blake disagrees, and they go back and forth here.
Kevin Durant said it himself.
I mean, I'm not a KD guy.
Kevin Durant said he was going to go down as one of the greats.
One of the greats is not top 5. That is not what that means. Going down as one of the greats.
Okay, I mean, we can
You
get
said
into
top 5.
I understand that, but I'm just saying. I mean, one of the greats. I mean, we're not saying one of the greats isn't 50. I mean, when Kevin Durant says he's going to go down as one of the all-time greats, what does that tell you? I mean, that tells me all I need to know. Yeah, exactly.
You just used it for your argument for him being top 5. You said Kevin Durant literally said he's going to be one of the greats, and I said that doesn't equal. Him being one of the greats is not.
You're right, You're right. Kevin Durant saying it doesn't mean squat.
You're not.
Okay, stop. What are we fighting about? Top 5 versus all-time.
So he said Kevin Durant. He had said that Cooper Flagg could finish as a top 5 player of all time.
Okay,
and Blake goes no, and he goes, well, Kevin Durant just said it. Kevin Durant just said he's going to finish as one of the all-time greats. And he's like, all-time greats doesn't mean top 5. And Fred is saying, well, yeah, it doesn't mean top 50. It's going to be more like top 5 to 10. And so they're now they initially were arguing over the point. Now they're arguing over what did Kevin Durant mean, or what does all-time greats mean in basketball.
Look, it's going to be very difficult to crack the top 5 in the NBA in history for anybody. For Luka.
And when I think of all-time great, I think like top 5 of a decade. Like you're one of the 5 best of a decade, roughly, and then cumulatively over time, you get. Now, when I think of just the greatest players of all time, which is sort of just a rearrangement of the words, but that's when I start thinking of like top 5.
Like Steph's an all-time great. He's not sniffing the top 5. Like in the NBA, I mean, you have 3 that you can't move. You can't move Jordan, LeBron, or Kareem. You just can't move him. So now you're like, okay, is he better than Magic? Is he better than Bird? Is he better than Kobe?
Right.
Right? Is he better than
I don't know.
Duncan
Wilt?
I was going to say, I don't even know that people would automatically throw Kareem as like an immovable. I think it's LeBron and Jordan.
Yeah, but Kareem is easily number 3. I don't know anybody that doesn't have Kareem third.
There's a lot of people who put Wilt above Kareem.
Yeah, maybe Bob Ryan. That's about it.
Let's continue.
Fred, are you listening?
I'm listening. I mean, okay, so he didn't put a number to it, but I'm just saying that a guy that is widely considered one of the greats.
Yes. You said he's top 5.
Okay, I'm saying that Kevin Durant also said he's also going to be. Now, maybe Kevin Durant doesn't think he's going to be top 5, but he thinks he's going to be pretty damn good.
And so do I. So why'd you bring it up?
Because I'm talking about a guy who's got a little bit more cred than you and I do.
Agreed.
Who played against him saying that. And played against him a month and a half
nobody
ago.
was disagreeing that he was going to be a really good player or one of the greats. No one disagreed with that. You said he was going to be top 5.
Exactly. And I'm saying to buffer my point is that Kevin Durant.
All right, Blake right now is doing something that would he would trigger me too. It's very smart. He's delivering that. I'm calm.
I hate,
that's like Bobby, the last argument we got into. Bobby's like, I'm calm. I was yelling too, but Bobby was trying to do what Blake is doing right now. But
no, I was calm is what I should have said. I was calm, and then I wasn't.
Yeah, but you're not as cool and chill as Blake is being right now. And if I'm Fred, that's irritating me even more. Like, I'm just...
Yeah, I'm calmer than you are.
Why are you so worked up?
Yeah, it's like when
this is Walter Sobchak.
It's like when it's like when your wife wants to fight, and you just go, okay. Or sure.
Yeah.
Whatever.
And it's just throwing more gasoline on it.
You said he was going to be top 5.
Exactly. And I'm saying to buffer my point is that Kevin Durant is also is saying that he's going to be one of the greats. No other player has said that yet.
So I feel like you're arguing against yourself. So
I'm not arguing against myself at all. I'm just saying, I mean, you don't like Kevin Durant, so you're going to poo-poo that point.
Okay, what does me not liking Kevin Durant have to do with anything with this? You said he's top 5, and you said, to prove my point, Kevin Durant's going to be one of the greats. That is
I didn't say to prove my point. I said to buffer my point. Kevin Durant is also suggesting he's going to go down as an all-time great.
Okay, so when you think all-time great, what...
I mean, I'm not going to get into the... I mean, what we're going to start quantifying what all-time great means? Kevin Durant said it 2 months ago.
One of the greats, all-time great.
Okay, well, look, it's semantics.
Blake
okay?
is so good right now.
All-time great to me is a top 5, top 10. Okay, maybe Durant, it's to 15, 20. Either way, he played against him and said it post-game. Mm-hmm. I'm saying that I agree, and in my mind, all-time great to me is going to be top 5.
You'd make that bet right now. You'd go put $100 on that.
I mean, you asked me, and I told you, Blake.
$100.
I mean, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to pull a $100 bill out and put a futures bet down?
Yes.
I mean, what do you want me to do, bro?
We have
okay. I mean, I'm telling you right now, that's my thought. And if it happens to be top 12, then I missed it by 7.
No, he won't be top 30.
No. Okay.
But it's top 30 at all-time great.
Well, again, it comes down to elite.
Yeah.
It's your own definition.
Tiers.
That's why you should qualify. And Fred, he did. I don't know whether he wanted to, but he eventually defined it for himself.
He buffered it.
He buffered it. So I like Blake's tone.
I'm going to troll Fred tonight on the Rangers Hot Stove.
Fred
is talk about who the all-time greats are.
Yeah.
Oh, he's an all-time great.
Yeah.
Yeah, they get an all-time great in center. Yeah, they get an all-time great at short.
Fred is very trollable, which, by the way, you were stunned recently. You just said all-time great at center. We found out there's like 6 center fielders in the Hall of Fame or whatever.
Yeah, Andrew Jones is the first center fielder. He's like the 4th.
There's not many in there
since 1960.
So, no, this is Fred is very, and he acknowledges it. He's very easy to get drawn off sides with the hard count, and he acknowledges that all the time. Blake does it because Blake will do like that. Like
such
he goes Samuel L. Jackson in Pulp Fiction, where Blake's just like, if you're troubled by my answers, maybe you should stop asking terrifying questions. Fred.
Well, Jacob Bray just came in here and he said,
turn up the heat?
No, yeah, well, exactly. He'd better not touch this thermostat here ever again. He said Fred said the F-bomb yesterday during the show.
Oh,
so
Fred.
We're going to need to get that audio too, Jacob.
He's like the Seahawks.
Was he talking about
guy.
Reitma?
Seahawks parade?
Oh man, one of their guy, Ernest something.
Ernest
Jones, yeah, whatever.
Who?
Defensive player, don't care.
Pretty good one.
He said I got 2 words for you. F you, like F. Instead of he was going with the old DX.
Yeah.
But, he went on a rampage, cursed rampage at the Kidless Parade because they didn't let him out of school.
Well, I do know something that Kevin Durant said. He's like, y'all trying to fix and focus on All-Star Weekend and blame us, right, the old heads. He goes, blame Luka and company.
You should ask the Europeans and the world team if they won't compete. Because when you look at Luka Doncic and Nikola Jokic now, let's go back and look at what they do in the All-Star game. Is that competition? So we haven't questioned what they've been doing, but we're going to question the old heads and the Americans. But these two dudes out there, Luka and Jokic, they don't care about the game at all. These dudes be laying on the floor, they shoot from half court, but you got to worry about the old heads playing hard. I can read between the lines, bro.
Bassick has always, for years, he got on Luka for this, and he was right. He's like, look at the Luka effort and Joker. They just want to sit there and BS around and be buddy-buddy. So that's Kevin Durant being like, let's look at the Euros here, okay? Let's kind of go ahead and separate.
So Nico always said, look at the Euros here, okay? That's the problem.
That's right.
Put them on other teams.
One more NBA issue. I guess we can play this now since he's friend of the show, Chris Mad Dog Russo. Guess who was listening to it on Sirius?
Yeah, so he was going off on something about NBA players and load management. And load management. And for whatever reason, in the background, they are blaring Bruce Springsteen, like way underneath, way under the radar. But it's not like a very subtle, it's very loud. And he decided to go off on load management and compare it to his own health problems that he had.
November before Thanksgiving in 2017, and I walked in there in the off season and did an hour show with the freaking high heat, sick as a freaking dog, and then walked in here and did a monologue, and I said I can't take it. I'm so sick I gotta leave. And I took the train home. And 3 days later, I was in the freaking Stanford Hospital, and the doctor said, how the hell did you survive this? And then I sat there on a Tuesday night. He sat there and operated on me for 3 hours to get an appendix out. A ruptured one. Chris Russo. And Jared Jackson can't play in the fourth quarter in a game in February, making $50 million a year. I mean, this is absurd. And Springsteen at 80 years of age playing 3.5 hours every freaking night. My goodness, what does the world come to, this garbage? Garbage. You should be ashamed, NBA. Ashamed. You got that? Kuzi, Dolph Shays, Wilt,
Dolph Shays, Wilt,
West Unshelled. Our 9 Inch Nails ticket giveaway coming up at 9:40. We want you to win it for listening here on Sean and RJ. George Pickens to the Broncos. Next in the Red Zone.
After we get you over to Base Power, we got a treat for you. Switch your home to Base Power. We're talking about all these high energy costs, and you're sitting through outages, your lights are going out. Not with Base Power.
you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
Off-season predictions here in the Red Zone. Your football fix with Sean and RJ every day, 9:20. Get it, Red Zone, right here on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. We will crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece at 9:40. I thought Kevin Hagelin was going to be out today, but apparently we are going to be vacationing together. But he's still putting in the work hours.
Yeah, it's Mahors who's out. Mahors is out, and so it's Hagee and Alec, I believe.
All right. Let's start off
Today, it's Alec.
Let's start off with a topic that a lot of people have brought up with a scenario. One of the McCourty boys who we were chilling. Well, we weren't chilling with at the hotel bar.
They were in the other corner of the bar, very close.
Man.
We were watching them compete.
For?
The affection of whoever that woman was in there.
Man.
Man, they were supposed to out them like that.
First off, they weren't flirting
really.
with her.
I'm joking.
Yeah, they may be married. I don't know. But I'm like, man.
This isn't the group text, Chop. We can talk about what we see, okay?
What a golden ticket to have two good-looking guys sitting right. You talk about a pickup line.
And then Rich.
And Rich. He was ordering. What was the drink he was ordering? How much was it? Were you there for that?
It was it
40 a pop, 45, 50 a pop?
It was $40 a shot.
Yeah.
I took a photo of it.
And they're just sitting there together. How many women are looking around and they're like doing a double take and being like, oh my God, how many women are going to walk up to you and be like, are you twins? Oh my God, and you're former NFL players? Oh, and you're rich and you're good looking? I'm like, you McCourty guys, you got the cheat code.
You know what I would do if I was them too? If somebody came up and was like, are y'all twins? I'd be like, no. And that's racist.
Yeah, that'll get you. That'll get the right attention that
It'll
you
be
want.
perfect.
Yeah.
They
weren't flirting, though, just in case.
It's a joke. Yeah, Choppy has to make it seem like every joke on the station is like a dead serious point. It was not. It was a joke. But it does give you two chances at a pickup line if you're a twin. And you're attractive like that because he can try one and then he can go, all right, I missed on that one. Now it's your shot.
I asked the bartender, who's been the nicest player here the whole week? Were you there for that?
Mm-mm. Yes. This is where they were talking about the tipping large.
Yes.
I can't remember who he said.
What division?
NFC West.
NFC West.
And he had other fun that week. That was Puka. It was Puka.
Oh, damn.
Puka was the nicest and the biggest tipper, according to our bartender buddy.
Which he's talked about. He can't even afford a house.
Puka?
Yeah. Because
he's like Bobby.
He makes like $500,000 a year, but in L.A., that doesn't go nearly as far.
Right. He's just tipping everyone all his house money.
Yeah.
He's really trying to make up for that Twitch gesture.
Stop it.
Get to the list. Oh, man. Buckle up tomorrow, y'all. Buckle up tomorrow and Monday.
Tomorrow and Monday.
Without the Babysitters Club.
Well, Monday's President's Day. We're all off with that day.
Yeah, we're all off, but we'll be here.
Yeah. So,
are you working Monday?
Yeah.
We've got the list. Do you want me to start at the top of the list, or do you want me to start with George Pickens?
Top.
All right, number one.
This is from who?
This is CBS going through their top predictions for the offseason. They got 10 predictions, 10 crazy NFL offseason predictions, and some of them on here are like,
you know what? This is my lack of focus now. I need to get myself back together for the final 35 minutes. The reason I brought up the McCourties is because of what Jason said on Get Up. My bad.
If I'm the Raiders, why not go out and trade Max Crosby? And for the Dallas Cowboys, you franchise tag George Pickens. You don't work out a long-term deal. You trade him to the Raiders, get Crosby in exchange. Now you've just beefed up your defensive line. New coordinator coming over. Max Crosby's going to make everybody on the defensive side of the ball better. And on top of that, have you watched the way Max Crosby plays the game of football? He plays every single play of the game. And for the Raiders, you get a weapon as George Pickens. For Fernando Mendoza, you need some weapons on the outside? Well, you got one. You got a dog out there in George Pickens.
So we've talked about that trade scenario, but Choppy got a little added element. I think this was from Albert Breer on why Max Crosby doesn't even want to play for Brady.
Alex Guerrero.
You remember him?
Mm-hmm. So
TB12, baby.
This is from Albert Breer, and Alex Guerrero's got a long history in New England. Albert Breer has a long history.
Brady's like personal trainer guy.
Yeah, and Albert
Belichick hated his guts.
Yeah, Albert came here, I think, from Boston, and then he went to Charlotte. Now he's back. He went back to Boston eventually. So if anything around the Patriots, I kind of
Albert's a credible dude.
Albert's credible, but Max apparently wants nothing to do with Alex Guerrero because he views Alex Guerrero as the eyes and ears of Tom Brady. And Alex is all over the Raiders right now. And he's like, no. I'm a loyalty guy. Max a loyalty guy. And he's like, I'm not dealing with somebody who is going to be the eyes and the ears of one of the minority owners. So, or anybody in the front office. So that's according to Albert Breer that he's done with them.
Makes sense. The players don't like tattletales.
Yeah,
players don't like having to work with tattletales.
Don't you expect that, someone working for the team is going to report to the GM and the owner?
Players will get him fired. They got Rob Davis fired here in Dallas doing that. They felt like he was the little locker room spy for McCarthy, and the players pushed him out. All right, here are the top 10 crazy offseason. Well, not all 10 of them, because some of them are like, the NFL is going to make changes to defensive pass interference. It's like, whatever. But in terms of actual moves, number one, their first prediction, the Buffalo Bills go and get another Minnesota receiver and trade for Justin Jefferson.
Whoa.
Pairing Joe Brady with the receiver that he once had on the national title team at LSU.
Does it have a trade package in that?
Not a specific one. They said that it would probably take multiple firsts or at least a first plus. But
yeah,
if you say it's 2 firsts for Justin Jefferson, is that worth it if you're Buffalo?
If you're
Buffalo.
Assuming Justin Jefferson is not going to keep up what he's been doing lately and just start criticizing your organization and your quarterback.
This is where you can.
I think it is.
When you have this, the theory is when you have a guy like Mahomes or Allen, this is where you could start to get a little nutty with what you do.
Yeah.
Right? You don't have to follow a lot of the team building rules. It's like you've got a cheat code. This is where you can start to get a little crazy.
He's 26. I would say it would be worth it for Buffalo.
The next prediction on this list.
How about if you're Sean McDermott and they trade for Justin Jefferson after firing you?
Dude,
that would suck.
That would be, especially after you were like, hey, I think we need to change some stuff here.
And those picks are going to be Green Bay-esque that we got in the back of the first round. Like right now this year would be number 26.
Some of the other player-related predictions that they have here before we get to the George Pickens one. Brandon Ayuk signs with the Chargers. That would be a boost for them for sure.
Were they the team that brought in Adam Gase? No.
Chargers, right?
Yeah. Chargers brought in Gase. Yeah, he's who's
old guys is back.
He's been out of the NFL completely for 6 years. I didn't really see he'd been nowhere.
6 years.
6 years or 5 years. It was 2020 was his last season.
So Harbaugh went and got Mike McDaniel and Adam Gase.
Yep. And so, Gase is back, and he's not old. He's like 47.
Yeah.
Like, he had just been completely exiled from the NFL. Byron Leftwich still can't get a job for some reason. Nobody will bring him in to even be an assistant on a staff. So Ayuk going to the Chargers, and then they say Travis Kelce, their bold prediction, he will retire, and then he'll do a Tom Brady, and like a month or two later, he'll unretire, and he'll be right back. But they do have a prediction in here for the Dallas Cowboys. The Cowboys make a trade, or made a trade with the Pittsburgh Steelers in May to acquire George Pickens in a deal that included day 2 and 3 picks. In a contract year, he put up career numbers.
Day 2 and 3, excuse me?
Sorry.
Yeah, because it was the 3rd rounder, and then they swapped it like a 6th and a 5th or whatever it was. Like they had gotten a pick from Pittsburgh back, and they got a day 3 pick back from Pittsburgh with Pickens, and then they sent like a 6th with it. So it's technically that, but it was really more just positional swapping on day 3. But the Cowboys made the swap, had to go. So they said they've drawn up this trade here where George Pickens is sent to the Denver Broncos, where you've already got a relationship, obviously with Sean Payton and being able to pick up the phone and talk to him. But George Pickens sent to the Broncos for day 2 and 3 picks. So if you were to do that, you could in theory have a 3rd and a 4th or something like that for George Pickens.
This is kind of it's very insulting. A day 2 and 3 picks.
The NFL has been insulting towards George Pickens.
Yeah, well, CBS Sports is insulting towards intelligence. We hang up the phone.
Nick Harris called. We talked about this on the draft show on Tuesday. Nick Harris had called and asked somebody around the league outside of Dallas who's like, what do you think the value is for George Pickens? And he said it maxes at a 2nd.
Okay, well, they're wrong.
So if
they're wrong.
I don't think it's wrong.
It is wrong. Why? I never miss. I never miss with these. I never miss with these values. When are you going to learn? I never lost.
Top 5 receiver. You can't give him.
He's not considered that by most of the league.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He's considered a top 5 talent.
2.
He's not considered a top 5 player.
Last year he was a top 2 receiver.
Kevin Durant said he was going to be one of the all-time greats.
There you go. So, if they trade George Pickens for a 3rd to 4th, I will lose my mind.
What about a 2nd and a 4th?
I will lose my mind.
I will too.
It's a 1.
You would lose your mind if it's a 2nd and 4th, and then they sign.
I don't care who
a top receiver.
It doesn't matter to me.
It's a 1.
What you sign. All I care about is the value and the return. It cannot be. It cannot not be a 1.
Plus.
Do you think it's possible?
No.
Last year,
no.
Last year will be the best we ever see George Pickens play.
I mean,
yeah, I think it's possible.
I think that's possible. And if that's possible, then
you train him for a 1.
If the league is telling you this is the max we can get you for it, and you can still get another receiver, I don't think it's. I wouldn't dismiss it outright.
What a stupid argument. I'm not calling you stupid. That's a stupid argument. That's probably the best we're gonna ever see. Okay. Fine, then take the gamble that it's the best you ever see. He's 26.
I think it's likely.
The first year in our system.
I think it's likely the best you ever see of him. And I still think.
Okay, so what if he's a little bit worse than that?
Then I'll get a little bit worse receiver and a 2nd-round pick. I think that's at least worth exploring. I'm not saying to do it. I'm just saying I think it's at least worth taking a look at.
I would freak out along with Choppy. I would lose my mind.
For the 972, a first-rounder plus $35 million a year is a ton for a wide receiver that's had one good year. He had one exceptional year.
Yeah.
That was not a good year.
People thought the 3rd-rounder was an overpay. I think you said on the show that morning that you thought a 3rd-rounder was too much for Pickens.
I don't remember saying that.
Well, I'm pretty sure you did.
I also don't remember not saying that.
What does that have to do with anything?
So what I'm saying, it's a year. We have a year, and he was really impressive. Just like Albert Haynesworth was really impressive, and he got $100 million.
And he got a quarterback, and he got a quarterback to play with. So I don't care about all that other stuff. Yeah. And I don't think the league is. I'll bet Nick. Whoever wants, I'll bet you.
Yeah, Nick.
I'll bet you. If y'all think it'll be first off,
he'd have to get traded.
Yeah.
Which is not going to happen.
It's not a 2nd max. I'll go down on it.
I think the max is
swinging.
I think the max is a 2nd that escalates.
Hang on.
I think a team would say, "We'll give you a 2nd. It can become a 1st, but we got to have some insurance here and know that he's going to do it. So you can get a 1st if he does certain things for us."
If they tag him, isn't there already a set number on what the trade is?
Nope. You tag him and then you can negotiate a deal down. It's a hold, basically. So if somebody wants to sign him, but you can negotiate something else.
What's the fan text say? Who do they agree with?
Let's see. For the 214, Bobby, how is he going to be a top-paid receiver, but you can't get a 1 for him? 817, he's 24. No way Pickens is worth a 1. Wow. I'd rather have Pickens' talent than Lamb.
Last receiver that went for a 1st was A.J. Brown.
And my bad, 24. I think I said 26. My bad.
We cannot trade Pickens. He makes our offense. Trade Pickens and a 1st for Crosby.
I'm fighting Nick Harrison, Indy.
I wouldn't trade.
Man, this guy for the 601 said the Bears are trading DJ Moore to the Raiders for Crosby. He has texted that in every day. Every day.
What makes you Chicoline? Just come in here and say it to us versus get on the fan text. DJ Moore is not getting back Max Crosby. Stop. You're going to get your football card taken.
What is 601? That's Mississippi?
Maybe he's saying DJing a lot more. I mean, he's going to have to.
Yeah, maybe that's what he means.
Only player I trade George for is Christian Gonzalez. That's
okay. Look, I wouldn't trade Pickens. I'd go ahead and do it. But I'm saying it's at least where it's like the same thing we talked about with Micah. I wouldn't have traded Micah. I'm listening though on Micah. And eventually they listened and they went, all right, this is the deal that we're doing.
Yeah, for 2-1. I'm not listening if it's a 2nd max. That's a hang up. For me. We'll see what happens. There it is. Red Zone, your football fix. On the home of the Cowboys with Sean, RJ, and Roberto, 105.3 The Fan. Let's crosstalk with my vacation buddy in Oklahoma. It's the KNC Masterpiece and our final 9 Inch Nails ticket giveaway of the day right after this. We've had such a good start. We've had great news to start off the week, and this idiot, he's gonna mess it up tomorrow, Monday. And I don't want to hear about it. I want to hear no crying. I could see the ink. I could see the ink almost getting written down. And this idiot, screw things up.
What you'll see is the ink drying on number 1 on next year's Barrett list.
Let's crosstalk with the KNC masterpiece.
Man, I have a joke I really want to make, but
it's Kevin.
Go for it.
I thought you were going to be the one out today. Me and Choppy would have taken the odds on that. Alec Medford in for Corey. Is this jury duty?
No, Adrian's grandmother passed away, so he has a funeral today, and then he has jury duty tomorrow, which is like a 1-2 punch of things that I imagine people would hate.
Some people, Choppy wants to do jury duty.
Me too.
Yeah, I can't wait. I want a good murder, though.
See, I have always wanted to be picked for the jury. I've been to jury duty numerous times. I've never gotten to be on a jury.
I want to be the John Cusack character in Runaway Jury, so I could just mess with the jury and just to quit.
Alec and Kevin are seeing Bobby's 3 cell phones.
Man.
There's one thing.
What was the third one for?
One for the plug, one for the load, and one for fighting with people in my life.
Oh. And then Alex said, even with 3 phones, you don't return. He doesn't return your text messages?
Yeah, that's right. I got to wait, usually until the next time I see him in person.
Wow.
Then he'll be like, oh, yeah, I saw your text.
And how extra insulting is it when there's someone on their phone as much as Bobby? Speaking of being out, when I'm out tomorrow vacationing with Hagelin, I'll drive around sometimes dropping the kids off, and I'll text you guys, and I'm like, no one will respond till the end of the segment. You are texting away on your computer all the time. You are on your phone all the time. That's why I appreciate your text message breaking news, Medford, because you're always there for me.
You guys got to remember, we're not in the era of flip phones. This is not used just for texting. It's used for other things, and I'm a very popular individual. I get lots of text messages, and so when I look at it, I go, I could never possibly prioritize all these people within the show, except when there's a fight waiting to be had, and then do that.
Oh, it's possible, Alec, that he sent you a text and you didn't get it because he sent a text yesterday to us as a group, and I know I didn't get the text.
What message?
Peyton got it. It was the one of Dawson talking about appendages.
Oh.
It was a funny clip.
Did you get that? I didn't get it.
I kind of wasn't a part of y'all's.
He doesn't ever look at stuff. I sent the AI brought us bit. A whole day later, he's like, oh, I didn't even look at it.
I checked.
I mentioned that to them.
I know. He didn't even look at it, though, when I said it initially.
I was packing. I was getting ready for the trip. And Alec,
no judge.
He likes you, Medford, so imagine the people he doesn't like that he doesn't respond to.
Ooh, man.
I text back the people I don't like because I want to put okay, period, so they stop texting me so they know I don't like you.
Are you in the middle of some fight right now?
Yeah, kind of, I think. I don't know.
What's up with that? What's the story?
What's up with that? What's up? I mean, I don't know.
How many unread messages do you have?
Because this phone just switched over, it's only 34.
Oh, my God.
The last time when this phone died the other day, this one was up to 91.
I have 74 right now.
What?
74 unread messages?
Are you saying?
Man, my DMs like on Instagram or whatever, like people send me videos. I'm so backed up.
Bro.
Hundreds of unread.
The DMs that I was reading to Sean during the break yesterday, these spam bots got to be a little more subtle with their way of trying to rope people in. They don't even try to. It's just like, what's the most aggressive stuff I can type and just try to pull in the dumbest individual possible.
My phone has now blown up with text messages that I'm reading while doing a segment. My God, what a shock! You're not too good at that either. Neither's Corey. I guess you guys are concentrating during the segments.
Yeah.
I can multitask.
So you know what my problem is? Okay, I can multitask, but I usually don't look at my phone because I feel like it will take me off in a different direction.
But you're looking at the fan text. That's true concentration.
But so I think my issue is I will respond to you within like a minute or two, but if I don't, it's going to be forever.
So,
and that's the problem I run into.
Bassick just texted.
Nice, Bobby.
Wow.
What the crap?
Is that the AI DM? Yeah, that's. I don't think that's a bot. I think that's a person.
Let me see that. Come on, let me see.
It probably is. That's the game I got.
So many hand gestures and
Bassick just
flashes.
texted. Bobby never texts me back. I don't think.
God, I've been meaning to text you back, Mike. I just forgot.
Man, I think he doesn't like me.
I love Mike, and you guys know I love Mike. Mike would let me tell all the jokes that I tell during the break that you guys say no to.
Bassick said maybe Baldy will text another Baldy now. So he thought y'all were ball bros.
Yeah.
After we shaved your head. I have not heard from Mike in a little. I thought he went on like a vacation. Where's he been? Kevin Walker now texts. SMU is moving its home games against Oklahoma and LSU to AT&T Stadium.
You know what? Props to Kevin Walker. He has definitely been like texting in just to help out. Like, hey, in case you didn't see this breaking news, which I think is really nice.
He's like Medford. He's trying to catch Alec there. You want to respond back to Bassick?
Mike, there were, let's look at
Tell
the last.
Eric Nadell is going to be on at 10:12.
Hold on, this is how I've got to just start replying to people on the air. I think I should just have a segment where I read your text messages on the air and I just go through all the replies to you.
Oh, that's not bad.
Let's see here. Okay, so we got here, Mike, hey Bobby, just got in the car to go play golf. I was wondering, when is the segment on that big divisional round matchup the Cowboys have in the playoffs? Let's see here. What if Peyton wears a, quote, he didn't use this word, raincoat? Does that ground him in case he gets an electrical shock? I'm not sure what that was about. I don't know what segment we were talking about. Yeah, that's what it was, but I don't remember what we were talking about there specifically. And then the other text here was, he said, Merry Christmas Eve. This goes back all the way to December.
You haven't written it back since Christmas Eve?
I just forget.
Oh, come on.
Where do I find the videos I gave you for YouTube? Thanks, brother. I've got them in a Google Drive. I will send you the link. I'll find them when I get off the air.
He really does want to know
I know he does want that. They're in a Google Drive. I'll find it. One of the DVDs was corrupted. It couldn't rip. It was like damaged. And the other one is in a Google Drive of the basketball game.
Who needs to tease your show?
I will tease the show. We've got Eric Nadell coming in studio at 10:20. And then our combo platter for the day. What's a movie that perhaps people consider a classic that you finally saw, like way, way after? So like a couple weeks ago, I just saw Footloose for the first time. The Kevin Bacon Footloose, even though it's been out for like 40 years. Yeah, they made a remake. I haven't seen that one because, I just saw the first one. But it's a bold decision they made in that movie. They play the song Footloose 3 full times.
Yeah, it's a great song.
It is a great song. But it's just, you don't expect to hear it 3 times.
Yeah.
That's different.
That's not the Irene Cara movie? That's Flashdance.
Flashdance.
She also did Fame.
That's a fun song.
Kevin, I thought you'd be heading to Broken Bow today.
After the show.
Right after the show. So we're going to be in Broken Bow together.
Are you going to be there? Will you send me your address?
No.
Do you want to hang out?
No, and I know you don't want to hang out.
I do want to hang out.
I think we'll probably...
My wife loves your wife.
Yeah, so you don't really want to hang out.
I do want to hang out.
I think we'll probably see each other at one of those like funny name places that they have in Broken Bow. Have you ever been?
No.
Oh, it's great.
Yeah.
I'm going to text you my address. You're welcome to come by.
Okay.
I'm not a fan.
Let's see.
It's kind of pushy.
You're gonna love it.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you like
have
nature
been
and
at
all
this
that
cabin?
stuff. Yes, I have. Tolo Chris hooking up Kevin. He stole my cabin.
I didn't know.
Yeah, and perfect timing to go. The problem is, I think we're going to get rain. That stinks.
Yeah.
Definitely Saturday. Yeah. But
Okay.
they got, you remember the names of any of these places in Broken Bow? Like the winery and the pizza. They all got these funny names.
Where
and
should I
stuff.
go?
I think probably the pizza place.
Pizza place. I can't.
Okay.
I'll look it up. But do you have like hikes scheduled or naturing?
No, so
Grateful Head.
We're gonna
Grateful
have,
Head.
Oh,
I'm always grateful.
I am too.
What's the winery? I'll look them up.
We'll figure it out. So we're gonna have a lot of kids there as well.
How many people?
15.
Damn!
Whoa.
No, I'm definitely not coming over there. 15.
We'll get rid of some of them. But so
That sounds threatening.
You guys throw them in the woods?
What is that?
What?
What?
With the bears?
No, they can go on a hike. But like, so Noah's really
Take a hike. Take a hike.
If you know it's good for you.
so they're really
this
excited.
place you're gonna
Let's
have
just machete his feet off.
you're gonna have 3 separate facilities. You're gonna have a badass house.
Yeah.
This is Tolo Chris. He's got the middle area that's awesome with a TV and fireplace, and then there's a game room.
Girls Gone Wine.
For these kids. Good job, Bob.
No, it's
Girls
fantastic.
Gone Wine.
Is that really the name of it? That's
Yeah,
a fun
the winery. Bunk beds.
Girls
and
Gone Wine and Grateful Head.
arcade games. Arcade games.
On
video.
Valentine's weekend.
It's awesome.
And they're going to do like their Valentine's celebration. My wife brought a bunch of like Valentine's craft stuff for them.
Nice.
So
awesome. So you feel like you're going to be like kind of dealing with a bunch of kids the whole time?
So that's why we have
Before you get rid of 'em?
requisite amount of adults. I want to just be like staring outside like I'm Sam Elliott and Landman or something like
Are
that.
you the only one who doesn't drink?
How'd you divvy up bedrooms?
So because there's so many kids, the adults are kind of coupled off, and there's the correct amount.
Is
of
there a jar
bedrooms for that? Like a swear jar?
No, like you put your keys in a jar.
Ew, no. There's
Okay.
like family members and stuff.
If you wanted to double up the kids in one of the adult
Alex
beds,
knows what I'm
Walchuk
talking
wouldn't
about.
think
That's right.
that was bad.
Don't drag me
You're in
back
trouble,
into
man.
that.
I'm not dragging you into anything,
You're
Walter.
in
That's just Walchuk's
trouble.
position.
You're in trouble tomorrow. He's unhinged.
Yeah, you know.
Oh, I know.
You better-
Nosebleeds
I
are
know.
hosting our show tomorrow. You get to crosstalk.
You
with
better
them.
hope his cell phone cools down
That'd
today.
be the only way that could be better is if we dropped Fred into crosstalk. Then we'd be really unhinged.
Man, I heard that Fred and Blake segment y'all were playing.
Who'd you agree with? I still don't understand the argument, but
Me neither. It was fun. I don't get it.
Peyton has the Fred F bomb too, if you want it.
I mean,
It's about Darren Peterson.
I guess go ahead and play it, Pepe.
I literally made a joke and said, show him Cooper Flagg highlights. I thought you'd be like, that's a good one, Blake.
Yeah, you're right. It's funny. It's hilarious.
Why are you so sensitive about it? Like, he's literally your son. He's not.
I'm done. I'm done listening to it. Is all I'm saying.
You get so uptight about Cooper Flagg.
You made your point. I made mine. You made yours. You're right. You're the basketball. Go ahead
Whoa,
and cut that. Drop that.
Oh, man.
Wow.
Why did Fred leave Houston?
Had to build a really stable.
On radio coup?
Yeah, if you hear Fred tell it, he got Maduro'd. He got
Oh my gosh, Bobby!
I'm out of here. Good. I would listen tomorrow, y'all. Gavin, Tim, good luck.
Last chance to listen.
The KNC Masterpiece is next. Kev, I'll see you in Oklahoma.
Yeah!
KNC is next on The Fan.
Hey, thanks for starting your day with Sean and RJ on 101.
DC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Well, let's see if we can navigate this correctly. Where we've got me, Kevin Hageland. Oh, man! Alec Medford.
Oh, man!
And the famous Jacob Ray. Do we just move everybody down the line, or do I stick with you are famous and give Jacob some other name?
I kind of like moving down the line unless Jacob declares that he needs his own gimmick, if you will, for lack of a better term.
Are you
pro wrestling
declaring
style.
that?
Am I also from Mansfield, the Pride of Mansfield? Is that me today too? Or
That can't be shared. That can't be shared. That
Okay.
part cannot be shared.
Okay.
There's only one.
Okay. Well, we will try to figure that out along the way. By the way, I know people are familiar with you, Jacob. Is there anything, because you have only been in this time slot like a certain amount of time, would you like people to know anything about you? Can you tell us a fun fact about you or an embarrassing story?
Ooh, embarrassing story. Probably have too many of those to be shared off air. You know, fun fact, I'm a twin. So I do have a twin sister. There's a fun fact for you.
Does she do radio?
She does not. She works in social media marketing.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fancy.
Do you guys kind of look alike at all?
No, not at all. She's blonde hair, blue eyes. I'm brown hair, brown eyes.
Has anyone ever kind of like punched you in the arm and then she said that her arm started to hurt too?
No, usually she's punching me or I'm punching her.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
That's not legal.
Well, when you're 13, it is. I'm going to stop talking.
Huh. Yeah. What a fascinating retort to that.
Just digging a deeper hole.
Well, we were young, so it was fine. All right. Well, that is a way to start the show. We're going to go with football and pray for the best. Oh, yeah. And people, Jacob, what do you think about the fact that you have been branded? You've done all kinds of things, said all kinds of relevant sports information, set up amazing parlays. But what people really know about you is that you hate the earth.
Yeah, what a day that was. Because that was a joke that ran for all 5 hours of that show. You know, believe what you hear. I mean, I refuted that and said I love the earth. I'm not going to be the guy that goes up and cleans up highways on my free time. That's more of what it is.
Okay. Oh. Do you think you'll ever be in a position because of poor life choices where you'll have to clean up a highway?
What
I
a
think
question.
He's talking to somebody else. That was a quality question. That's fine. Don't worry about it. You missed your opportunity. This is a great question, by the way. All right. We're going to power rank the 2026 NFL Power Rankings. All right, Jacob, what I said was, do you think you'll ever be in a position because of just poor life choices where you'll have to clean up a highway?
Oh, I really hope not. I really hope we don't find ourselves
Not as much
there.
confidence in that answer as I kind of hoped there would be. All right. Power ranking the 2026 NFL Power Rankings. All right. I realize we haven't even gotten into free agency. We haven't even gotten into the draft, but it's your opportunity to just randomly say where you think teams are going to be. We usually give you an opportunity to choose your own path, choose your own adventure. Would you like ESPN or Fox? Those are your choices today.
Ooh. Do I want the worldwide leader or an animal? Give me Espen.
All right. Who do you think, when the 2026 season begins, will be the worst team in all of football? And also, Franklin & Franklin injury attorney text line 877-881-1053. Want you to go ahead and text in your answers, or you can hit us up on the Twitch, on the YouTube. Also, let us know how the heck you're doing today. I'm sorry that I didn't get to ask you guys that.
No, it's okay. You just hate how we feel. You know, I would always default to the Raiders being the worst, but if we're going into the 2026 season, I'm assuming I'm making the bold proclamation that they're going to have Fernando Mendoza as their quarterback, and things are going to just look a tiny bit different. So there's at least some hope. The New York Jets have nothing to be excited about next year. Nothing. So I would put them at 32.
All right. If I tell you that per ESPN, the Jets are only 31st in the power rankings. Jacob, now's your opportunity.
Oh, man.
Who is the worst team in all of football when the season begins?
See, and I was going to go with a sleeper here with like the Arizona Cardinals, but
Arizona Cardinals are 28.
Okay, I'm going to go with the Raiders.
So much hate for Fernando Mendoza. It is misplaced. The Raiders are number 30. Now, Alec, you almost had it because there's two teams you can always default to when you think of a dumpster fire organization. The Jets were one, but the other one is, of course, the Cleveland Browns.
Fair.
Come in at 32nd on the ESPN Power Rankings for 2026. The bottom five go like this: the Cleveland Browns, New York Jets, Las Vegas Raiders, Miami Dolphins, and then, of course, the Cardinals. Where would you put those Dallas Cowboys? Now, put aside the fact that if they followed my plan for success, clearly they'd be in the top 10. Where do you think the Dallas Cowboys will be in the power rankings after free agency, after the draft, when the season begins?
You know, we have a line of thinking when it comes to this team that they're somewhere right around the middle. But I think defensively, they are far from right around the middle. They're far from around the middle in a positive way offensively. So I'm trying to balance those things out, and I still think that the recency of how bad some of those games looked is going to put them below the middle of the pack. Give me number 19.
Ooh, you shot a little bit too high, 18. So still close enough to the middle where ESPN has them at 18. The offseason in 3 words. You probably could have guessed this. Fix the defense, as you just made reference to.
Yeah, there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and as I'm kind of glad that we're doing these draft profiles daily at this point, because it's making me realize how inefficient we are at so many spots.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, this would be awesome to add. He's not going to fix much, even though he's really, really good. We need like 4 of this guy.
Man, our fan text is already on fire this morning from the 817. Bette Midler volunteers to clean highways with a vengeance. That is a reference to a Simpsons episode where somebody throws a can out the window and she eventually hurls it back at their truck and hits it and it flies off a cliff. But yeah, it's super entertaining. A lot of people did in fact know that the Cleveland Browns will be the worst from the 817. I'm doing wonderful. And the Raiders will be the worst team. But this is the realest of the real life alerts from the 720 Browns fan here. It's the Browns. All right. That makes sense. Now, we go to the top of the list. I realize who the defending Super Bowl champion is. That is not necessarily how it always carries over. When the season starts, who do you believe will be the number 1 team in all of football?
You know, I listened to a drunken John Snyder talk at the parade yesterday for those big game champions. Right. And say that he was already trying to negotiate with Kenneth Walker, who didn't seem too thrilled that he said that into a public microphone. Right. Anyways, I think that organization is too well run to fall much lower than they are now. I would still slot the Seahawks at preseason number 1. I really would. I think there is a close second. I talked about it a little bit yesterday. I think the Rams are in the conversation there. Okay. Have a super well-built roster, but I'd lean Seattle right now. I know they just got a football team, but I think...
Not true.
I don't know about that.
Corey's spirit really does live on right here.
I feel like if you just sit in the seat, you kind of inherit that. It's almost like the Green Goblin mask starts talking to you.
All right.
Instead, maybe this time it's a sandwich. But yeah, I would go Seattle.
All right. Jacob, what say you when the season starts? Give me your top 1 or top 3, however you want to do it, NFL teams.
Yeah, I was going to go with the Rams. I think that they were the best team in football all year. I just think they ran into a tough game on the road at Seattle. They still almost won that game, but I mean,
it is Sam Darnold.
Yeah, I think
no one ever.
I think across the board, the Rams are just a better team, and I'm going to go sleeper team if they get healthy. I think the 49ers are a team to look out for as well.
Okay, now check this out. So ESPN, which is what y'all picked, has Seattle at 1, the Patriots at 2, kind of lazy, the Rams at 3. But I want to take you over to Fox. I know you didn't pick Fox. They have the Denver Broncos at number 1. And from the 903, I think it's going to be Denver. That is fascinating. So I would assume that kind of leans into the idea that Bo Nix being injured is obviously what prevented them from making the Super Bowl and perhaps even winning the Super Bowl.
It has to be. And again, kind of talking about the parallels with Seattle, really, really good defense, an offense that is extremely consistent when all things are equal, with a quarterback who, if he doesn't mess up his job, then they're going to score enough points and limit the damage in between the end zones. It's pretty simple. Like, they don't have a fancy brand of football. They're not doing the crazy Vic Fangio stuff on defense. They're just really sound. They're just really talented. And I do think that, honestly, the playoff picture would have looked different if Bo Nix stayed healthy. After watching the Super Bowl and seeing the way that the Patriots offense just crumbled against an elite defense, I think I was wrong the whole playoff push about the Patriots offense, and I do think that the Broncos would have represented the AFC in the Super Bowl. So I do think they're still in a really good spot. And hey, bright side, if Bo Nix is going to have an injury like that, it's good that he had it then. I know that they wanted the playoff push and everything, but they know he's going to be healthy going into the season next year, and things are going to look a little bit different in the AFC. Patrick Mahomes going to miss the front end of the season. Things are going to be a lot more wide open in my mind. Yeah. So I'm like, hey, I know it sucked in the moment and it took you out of the playoff picture, but you guys are still in great shape.
Now, a couple more notes from the fan text from the 214. I'm doing great. I had a baby shower for the wife and the baby girl this past weekend, first day back to work, and the Falcons will be the worst. At least they're hoping that, I believe. That is from a Saints fan from the 903. I'm doing good, Kevin, but not great because my boss is a fan of that other sports talk show. I'm assuming they are a older white person then. And just take a look at it. Then this question is very fair. From the 214, guys, does it really matter what the Cowboys do as long as Jerry's in charge? We're in a 30-year Super Bowl drought. Do you honestly see that changing? So, might get crushed for this opinion. I think there's at least a little tiny glimmer of hope, and here's why. At the beginning of this past season, I thought there was no way in hell that they would trade away Micah Parsons, because that hasn't been their MO since Herschel Walker, that they traded away a marquee player. So I know it's probably fool's gold, but that's part of just being a fan. I'm hoping that he sees the error of his ways and knows that he can go all in for real on free agency at risk of the 2028 cap, because that's when people like Dak Prescott, you can kind of wiggle out of that contract and you won't necessarily be crushed. So I understand that person's question. I understand all of your skepticism. We've talked about it numerous times. I believe the Dallas Cowboys were in the first 30 NFL and NFC championship games. The Cowboys were in 15 of them. Since then, none. They were in 8 of the first 30 Super Bowls. Since then, none. So every bit of skepticism I understand out in the world. I am hopeful that what you saw with the Micah deal leads like just a little bit of a spark, because if I don't have that, well, then I have nothing. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Sorry, that's the life of being a Cowboys fan. Jacob, how old are you?
22.
All right, so you've also never seen the Cowboys win Jackass. So that's just the life of a Cowboys fan, unfortunately, right now. Coming up next, we will begin our power most of the hour with Texas Rangers baseball play-by-play man and Hall of Famer Eric Nadel. Next, right here on The Fan.
Take us with you way...
33 with Frankel and Frankel. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
He comes home. Adoli swings and belts one. Deep left center. Back goes Taylor at the wall. That ball is history. A 2-run walk-off home run for El Bombi.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and right now in studio with us, we've got Texas Rangers baseball play-by-play man. He is a Hall of Famer. It is Eric Nadel. Good morning, sir.
How are we doing?
Man, we're doing fantastic, and I know we got a lot to get to with the Rangers, but the timing of this coincides with yesterday. We talked about it. Tickets went on sale for your birthday benefit. I'm sure people know, but just in case, we get new folks in the Metroplex all of the time. Can you explain what it's all about and who y'all help raise money for?
Yeah, thanks. This is our 14th annual birthday benefit concert. It benefits the Grant Halliburton Foundation, which is a nonprofit that provides suicide prevention programs and mental health education programs in area schools. And what I do every year around my birthday, usually on the off day that's closest to my birthday. This year it'll be May 14th at the Longhorn Ballroom. I have a couple of my favorite bands come in and play, and we have a huge live and silent auction. And that includes dinners and lunches with area celebrities, including the KNC Masterpiece guys today. We'll have a chance to share a meal with them.
It's a good get. Our show is very popular.
So I've heard. We'll see. We'll see.
We'll see based on the amount of money we raise.
We'll see how much people want to dine with you guys.
That's fair.
But in any event, the bands this year are Chuck Prophet and the Cumbia Shoes, which is a band from the Bay Area. Chuck Prophet's kind of a legend who hasn't played very much in Dallas, and Sammy Ray and the Friends, which is a band from New York, and they're both high-energy party bands. This is going to be a party. This is my 75th birthday.
Does that feel weird to say?
Very weird. The fact that I will be as close to 80 as I am to 70 is a real sobering thought.
Right.
You know, you can pretend you're not old at 60. You can pretend you're not old at 70. 80.
Yeah.
I don't know.
How do you, I mean, I know you're a huge music fan. Do you usually come across, or have you come across these bands and these individuals from just like going to random concerts, or you've caught up the CD with them back in the day or whatever?
Yeah, Chuck Prophet I've actually seen several times over the years. I've been a big fan of his. And as it turns out, he's a huge baseball fan.
Oh, cool.
And he's really excited about coming and hanging out with us in the booth the day before. Rangers are playing the Diamondbacks on May the 13th, so we'll have Chuck up with us in the booth. Tickets, by the way, are on sale at longhornballroom.com. We have both general admission, seated and standing, and premium seated. And then there are tables at the front, and people interested in tables should go to the Grant Halliburton website, granthalliburton.org, and make arrangements for sponsorships, which include tables or suites. But Chuck Prophet I've known about for a really long time. Sammy Ray and the Friends are actually a fairly recent discovery. They were opening shows last year for my number one favorite band, Lake Street Dive. And every band that I've ever seen open for Lake Street Dive is fantastic.
Okay.
And these guys are great. And Sammy Ray is a very dynamic performer. Sammy is a woman. It's Samantha, I guess. But she's really fun to watch, and so they'll play second. Chuck Prophet will play first. It's a weeknight, but we start at 7:30, so we usually get the thing over by 10:30, and everybody can get home and get a decent night's sleep.
Now, a lot of us have heard this story before, but again, new people all the time. How did you connect with the Grant Halliburton Foundation to begin with, and why is that an important avenue for you?
Yeah, what happened was, there was a year in which the Rangers lost a couple of their, key personnel in the front office due to suicide, and including Rusty Rose.
Yeah,
Rusty had been one of the managing partners of the club, and no longer was at that point, but there was a mention in the Dallas Morning News, that he lost a lifelong battle with depression. And that was it. And there was a story, and nothing else was said about it. And it just dawned on me that we're just taking these things for granted now, and it's no big deal. And I wrote an op-ed piece in the Morning News about how, we should be focused on, the suicide problem. And after I wrote it, I started getting contacted by all these mental health organizations asking me if I would come speak or I would come be involved with them. And one of them was the Jordan Elizabeth Harris Foundation, which is based in Fort Worth. And it does the same thing as Grant Halliburton Foundation. And Grant Halliburton does it in Dallas County, and Jordan Elizabeth Harris does it in Tarrant County. And they basically provide all sorts of resources in schools for kids to check on their mental health, check on each other. They have a thing called the Hope Squad, where the students check with each other. They also train students and parents on warning signs and, how do you notice that somebody is having mental health issues, all of these things, and basically just trying to remove the stigma around mental health issues. And of course, I've had my own. I missed part of the season in 2023 dealing with depression and anxiety.
How much support did you feel like you got from the fan base and the same mental health community when that was going on?
I got a lot, and it really helped because, I had gone through depression before, about 20 years earlier, and I was afraid to tell anybody. There was such a stigma then. I was afraid I might lose my job, right, if I said anything about it. And so the fact that it had gotten to the point in 2023 where you could talk about it, I think had a lot to do with organizations like Grant Halliburton Foundation and the fact that I knew where to go for help, how to get help, and eventually was on the road to recovery, has a lot to do with, all of those nonprofits who are working in the mental health field.
And then I got to know, obviously, how cool is it to see how much over the years, you said this 14th annual, people have supported this event and then by extension supported that mental health community.
Yeah, and like for Grant Halliburton Foundation, they have, exponentially increased the number of schools that they've participated in because of events like this. We raised $100,000 last year, much of that in the auction, the live and silent auction. The online auction will go on probably a week before, around May the 7th, and people who follow me on social media will, can see the link. It's on X, it's Nadell ER, and on Instagram, it's Rangers Voice. And I'll be posting about it. I'll be talking about it on the broadcasts. But the auction is really that's the moneymaker. Yeah. That's where the big money comes in. The ticket sales generally cover the cost of the bands, and then the auction is what provides the profit for the nonprofit, which really needs it.
Now, you talked about the broadcast. When do you head out for spring training? I'll pretend I don't already know the answer. And do you still get that same, is it a charge of excitement or what goes into that? Because the baseball season can be a long and arduous process.
It's a long season, and now, without making the playoffs, it's a 5-month off season. So I'm pretty much ready to go. I'm going February 27th. So I won't do the first 2 games. Matt will do the first 2 games, I believe, with Zach Bigley, the voice of the Frisco Rough Riders. And then I'll start working on the 28th of February. But I love it. There are always so many interesting storylines going into spring training that we start thinking about and start talking about. This year you've got the search for the 5th starter.
Right. Do you think that's just I know we talk about Latz and Rocker. Do you think it is just a 2-person competition or not so much?
I think it's a 2-person competition unless something weird happens.
Which can happen.
One of the non-roster invitees, looks really good.
Right.
Or, they decide that Latz is definitely better suited for the bullpen, or they need him in the bullpen. It has a lot to do with how Rocker looks. I'm sure they'd like Rocker to win the job so they could use Latz in the bullpen. That's an interesting dilemma. The whole concept of second base and how they're going to do that.
Right.
I would imagine it'll wind up being a platoon between Josh Smith and then either Michael Hellman or Sam Haggerty or Cody Freeman, one of those.
Is Duran's
probably in the mix there too. Yeah.
Now, Josh Smith is an interesting case in that, everybody loves him. We love his versatility. And up through July, he has been a heck of a player the last couple of years. How important do y'all think that platoon is for him? Just because Not to be too tough or anything, but he has really fallen off a cliff in August and September.
Yeah, he has, and I think being platooned will probably help if that's in fact what they decide to do. I'm sure that working with the trainers, with the nutritionists, with all of the other people involved in conditioning, they are looking very closely at the way to keep him strong over the second half of the season too. As a part-time player, it's kind of tough to regulate things like that. But if you have an idea of how much the guy's going to be playing, it's probably a little bit easier.
Now, Alec, we started off, obviously, starter 5, second base. We've talked a lot about that. Are there any other, whether it's position battles or other stories to watch, that immediately jump to the top of your mind?
Yeah, I want to know from your perspective, Eric, what are you kind of looking for? What kind of messages are you searching for in a first-year manager with a new team moving over, Skip Schumacher out of the front office down to being the skipper now? Because I remember when Boch got introduced and that first week of spring training went through, I think it was Derek Holland, Mike Bassick, and I were hosting together. I want to say it was Mike Adams that we had on the show, and he was like, if you would have heard Boch's speech to open up spring training in the clubhouse,
and nobody would say what it was.
Nobody would say what it was. He was like, I want to go play again. I want to put on a uniform. So he was like, you guys got somebody special. What are you kind of looking for in a guy that's taking over a new role?
Yeah, I think, Alec, it's a whole different kind of energy. Boch was low key, and I think Schumacher will be a lot more. Is high key a word as opposed to low? What's the opposite of low key?
Yeah,
he's going to be a lot more energetic. Obviously, he's a lot younger. He's also, already made a point of depending on his coaches and giving them a lot of responsibility. It's going to be interesting to see how much he delegates and how much he gets involved in various aspects of it. But to me, the key for the manager is always at this point in baseball's storied history, not the strategy or any of that, but more the motivation of the players, keeping the players in the right state of mind, having the right state of mind in the clubhouse, which has a lot to do, obviously, with the players, especially the veteran players setting the tone. But the manager can do that too. I think we saw that, with Wash and the way he ran the clubhouse. And
has that been absent the last year and a half, 2 years?
I don't know. It's tough to tell. The thing about the clubhouse chemistry and everything is we don't really see it in the last hour or so before the game starts. And that's when I think it really matters. I don't know that it matters what the clubhouse chemistry is at 4:30 when we're allowed into the clubhouse to talk to guys for half an hour. But it matters between 6 and 7 when guys are getting ready to go out on the field, and actually perform. And that's where, I think we're really just guessing as to what it's like in there. But obviously, I think they need some more energy. There was something that was off last year when so many guys underperform.
Yeah.
I don't know what it was, but something had to be off.
Now, this can be about Corey Seager. It can be about whatever. Do you think a leader in the team, in the clubhouse, needs to be that person who, like, we talk to Derek Holland all the time, and he's like, yeah, we would have movie nights, and we would always go out to dinner. Do you still think that's the way it needs to work to be a leader, or can you just be a, here's my example, please follow kind of leader?
Yeah, I think there are different ways of doing it. The teams that do a lot of things together seem to talk about it more. And, sometimes they turn out to be good teams and sometimes they don't. And everybody's talking, and, even after the Super Bowl, you heard the Seattle guys talking, my brother this and my brother that. You don't think there were other NFL teams that had the same sort of camaraderie? Of course there were.
Talent.
They just, exactly. They didn't have the talent, or they didn't have the coaching, or the ball didn't bounce the right way.
Right.
It's helpful, I think, but certainly no guarantee of any sort of success.
And I think the opposite works as well. I bet there were some really great teams who hated each other, but they just had the most amazing amount of talent.
Yeah, legendary teams in the 70s, the Oakland A's, where you had people hated Reggie, and then you went to the Yankees and people hated Reggie, all within the same clubhouse, and it makes for divisions. But if the team's good, they win.
Yeah, now that makes a lot of sense. Do you have time to stick around with us for another segment?
Yeah, sure, I'd love to.
All right, absolutely. All right, let's talk some more with Eric Nadel. If you want to send in any questions, we're glad to hit those, but we got a bunch more stuff we need to get to next right here on The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Swing and a miss. Yeah, you'll take the strikeout there.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We've got Eric Nadell with us. The highlight we just played was of one Mackenzie Gore, so we will start with that, though I know a lot of people have questions about the closing situation. I do not know if there's a simple answer for that, but excitement level or expectations perhaps for Mackenzie Gore, because that was a big move that the Rangers pulled off.
Yeah, it sure was. The sky is the limit when you're talking about Mackenzie Gore. This was a guy who was the #1 pitching prospect in baseball for a couple of years. His command hasn't developed quite as rapidly as people had hoped, but the stuff is just elite. And, with a little better command control, he can turn into, a top of the rotation starter. As it is, I think he's a very solid #3.
Yeah.
But with the potential to be even better than that. This was a difference-making trade. I'm very excited about it. And as far as the prospects, I don't really pay that much attention to the prospects. It would drive you crazy because most of them don't make it.
Right.
Despite the talent, things happen. And so I don't really focus on lower-level prospects or guys who have just been drafted. I've got enough to occupy my mental energy.
Well, and
so I don't know if those guys are any good, to tell you the truth.
When you talk about Gore and the command, Alec, one of the things that we've talked about, and I would love to get your take on it as well, Eric, is some Rangers fans are nervous about the departure of Mike Maddox. Even though, he passed down X amount of wisdom and knowledge to the next group, people are kind of nervous about his departure.
And I get that. He's arguably one of the 2 or 3 most accomplished pitching coaches in the game. And clearly it's a loss, but, Jordan Teagues was part of the staff last year. It's time for him to get an opportunity.
Right.
And I know the pitchers absolutely love him.
Oh, okay. That feels like a huge deal.
That much we know. And, we'll see. Maybe he'll be the next Mike Maddox when it comes to pitching coaches.
I would love that. Now, closer. We've heard about it. We've talked about it. I know the Rangers have probably for at least the 3rd straight year had to kind of almost rebuild a bullpen from scratch. Do we envision this as being a closer by committee again, depending on who's on their game, or I guess a high leverage by committee? How do you see that playing out?
It's a good question. A lot has to do with Alexis Diaz, and that's one of the big stories in spring training. I think he will be given the first opportunity.
Okay.
And having a history as a closer. If he can't do it, then I think you're back into the bullpen by committee. I think Robert Garcia is definitely a potential closer. He was erratic last year in that job. It was his first opportunity to do it.
He had some really high highs. I know
he did.
Had some really
did.
low
You just
lows.
didn't know what to expect, though, on a given night. And, as guys get older, they usually get more consistent. So I think he probably in the future, will be a closer for somebody. Maybe it'll be this year. I don't know. He's very motivated to be the closer. He's, extremely energetic, and maybe actually needs to calm it down a little bit to, corral his command. But those are the 2 who most likely figure in there. For some reason, and I'm not even sure what it is, teams have always been reluctant to let Chris Martin get a shot at the job.
Huh.
I don't know if he's too valuable in the 7th and the 8th inning or how they see that, but all the teams that he's been with in recent years, despite incredible numbers in hits per inning and walks per inning and ERA, he never seems to be given that role. And maybe it's because of his health situation. He's always missed a lot of games in recent years, and maybe they don't want to give the closer job to somebody who at some point is probably going to be on the injured list and miss some time. I don't know. But, he's certainly a guy with the track record he has and the experience he has. If they were to just say at the start of the year, you're the closer, that'd be okay with me, and I think he would do a really good job.
Now, one of the terms that you just used that I love is trying to corral some enthusiasm. That feels like something that Jack Leiter was having to deal with previously and made a huge step forward. And what did you see from him last year that helped him do so much better that potentially gives you even more optimism going forward?
Yeah, he learned to avoid the big inning. He learned to avoid things spiraling out of control when they started going bad.
Because he was amped up every game to start.
Absolutely, and you could see it without even having him throw a pitch. You could just see in the way he was breathing, and just his countenance on the mound. The other thing was, he started throwing that changeup more, that kick change.
Yes.
And that's always a difference maker when a pitcher can command a changeup. I think it's probably underrated how important that is, even if he only throws it 20% of the time, which is how much he was throwing it at the end of the year. I remember Hawk Harrelson telling me once, and I learned so much baseball from Hawk. I loved Hawk. He said, when I played and we were going to face a pitcher, we didn't get the kind of scouting reports we get now. But there was a 6-word scouting report that I dreaded.
Okay.
And anytime I heard those 6 words, I knew I was probably in for a rough day. And those 6 words were, this guy has a great changeup.
A lot of foolish swings ahead for you, Alex.
Yeah, I don't like the sound of that one either. That one's rough. I do want to focus in a little bit back on, you mentioned Jordan Teagues earlier and some of the coaching staff, and you mentioned for Skip, it's going to be a lot of relying on the guys around him. We have Travis Jankowski on staff. Lots of fun names. How do you think they did? What kind of a job they did filling out that staff? And is there anybody that kind of stands out for you?
Yeah, well, Travis stands out. It's good you mentioned him, not only as an outfield coach and a great base running coach, and I think he's really going to help some of the potential base stealers, Evan Carter being one of those, but the chemistry too. He was an important part of the clubhouse chemistry in 2023 when the Rangers won. He's beloved by everybody in the room, and it'll be interesting to see how he develops into a liaison, if you will, between the manager and the players. That one's interesting. Alex Citron coming over from the Astros, where he had a lot of success. I don't know him personally. I know Matt goes way back with him to the minor leagues when Matt was working in the Astros organization. But I think that'll be an interesting change, too. Obviously, Brett Boone is gone now, so it'll be a different voice at the top of the whole hitting continuum. You've got the other hitting coaches coming back, but Alex Citron joining that is a guy with a lot of big league experience, both as a coach and as a player.
The hitting side does seem to be a lot of questions about closer, a lot of questions of, and I know Chris Young has been consistent, we have to improve from within, and I respect and appreciate that. But while you go get Mackenzie Gore, you pick up Jordan Montgomery for hopefully the back second half of the season. Outside of Nimmo, not the most focus on amping up what was just a dreadful offense last year. Is that a potential reason for maybe big concern about this team?
Well, it's a question mark. Yeah, it's a very valid question mark. The Rangers need to get more out of Jock Peterson, out of Jake Berger, out of Josh Young. They need to somehow keep Evan Carter on the field. And, even if of those 4 things, even if 2 of them happen, the Rangers will have major offensive improvement. If 3 or 4 of those things happen, well, all of a sudden the Rangers are back to being one of the top offenses in the league. So the upside potential is definitely there. But the question mark, what happens if Peterson and Berger and Josh Young are what they were last year? Even with the contributions they're going to get from Nimmo replacing Adolis, it's going to be rough. They really need those 4 guys to make major improvements.
Now, obviously we were circling your birthday concert extravaganza on May the 14th, and we can talk a little bit more about that again in just a second. Another day that people have circled is, I believe it is May the 29th, when the Nolan Ryan bloody replica jersey is the giveaway. Whoever thought of that, I hope gets a little bit of a bonus because that feels like the response we've gotten for that promotion is already off the page.
Yeah, that was a brilliant idea. I remember that game so well. It was drizzling at the time. And, I've seen it written in recent days in describing the promotional item that Nolan got hit by a smash back to the mound. It wasn't a smash. It was a high chop.
Yeah.
But he lost it in the lights and the rain. He couldn't see it, and it hit him right in the lip. You don't have to have 100-mile-an-hour drive to split your lip open. You get a baseball pushing your lip back against your teeth, and your lip's going to split, even if it's only going 40 miles an hour, which is probably about what that ball was going, because Bo Jackson hit it. Everybody thinks, it must have been a rocket. It was not.
And the story always becomes bigger over the years.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. It was a high chop. I was calling that game. It was not a smash back to the mound. It was a routine high one-hopper on a normal night. But it wasn't a normal night.
Absolutely.
Nothing was ever normal when Nolan was pitching. Everything was extraordinary.
Is very true. Now I wanted to double check this. Evan Grant is reporting that Sebastian Walcott is going to have elbow surgery and will likely miss most or all of the season.
No.
I know we're not, I mean, as much hype as there is with him, I wasn't necessarily expecting to see him with the big club this year, but this feels really tough in terms of his progression if you were thinking 2027 or whenever.
Yeah, for sure. He needed this year to play. He needed probably more time at AA and then maybe a half a season at AAA with maybe a late season call-up. So that is a tough one for a guy the Rangers were certainly hoping on for 2027.
That's the problem with reporters. I appreciate how good Evan Grant is at his job, but sometimes I wish I didn't know some of the information that he told us, like right now. All right, so
yeah, in the old days you had to wait till tomorrow to find out.
I know. Now you can find out right on the spot. Now, to come all the way back around, in case people missed the beginning of the first segment, can you tell everybody about the concert again, what we're raising money for, and where they can get those tickets, which now on sale?
Sure. The concert is May 14th. It's my birthday benefit concert for the Grant Halliburton Foundation. Tickets are at the longhornballroom.com. It's longhornballroom.com. And we have Sammy Ray and the Friends, a band from New York City, and Chuck Prophet and his Cumbia Shoes, a band from the San Francisco Bay Area. We'll have a live and silent auction. The online auction will go live on May the 7th. And
please bid on our dinner so we can impress Eric.
That's right.
That's what you take
dinner
from
with Corey and Kevin will be up for auction, along with a variety of other options. Elvis Andrews has agreed to do one of those. You'll be able to bid on lunch or dinner with Elvis and Jared. Matt and Jared and I always do one. We have dinners with Evan Grant and with other people covering the Rangers, with Brad Sham, with Chuck Cooperstein. We have a special experience night with Chuck Cooperstein where you get to go to the Mavericks game and basically shadow Chuck for a game. A lot of really cool stuff. And we usually have an owner's suite to auction off behind home plate. We've got some trips, including a trip to Houston to see the Rangers play the Astros and stay in the Four Seasons Hotel down there near the ballpark. So a lot of really cool stuff. That'll be May the 7th. But the tickets for the concert are on sale now at longhornballroom.com. And again, it's May the 14th.
Man, thank you so much for all of the time, all of the information, and sorry if we had to break that Walcott news to you. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Eric Nadel right here on The Fan. Now, Alec, you get an option here. Coming up next, probably some more Walcott, but also our brand new Olympic segment. Either it's all downhill from here or kicking ice. Next, right here on The Fan.
No.
When your friend... It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I have been alerted to potential political issues with kicking ice, which I just thought was a replacement for ass. But I get what you're saying here. So instead, we're going to stick with it's all downhill from here. So back-to-back days with skiing puns for our brand new Olympic segment. Are you ready? And would you like to start with ski jumping?
I mean, I feel like we have to if that's the name that we're going with. And it's going to distract me from the heartbreak that you gave me about 6 minutes ago.
Yes. So, look, I'm sorry, but in case you missed it, Evan Grant is reporting that Sebastian Walcott is going to have elbow surgery and will likely miss most or all of 2026. Now, this is really disappointing because of a couple of different reasons. First of all, like, you don't want any of your prospects to get hurt, like, just very baseline. But the next thing is, and Eric Nadel mentioned it in the last segment as well, this was really the year that I thought you could maybe do half the year in AA, the other half in AAA, or however you want to stack it. Give him a full minor league season. So let's see some numbers to back up all of the hype from Walcott at the minor league level. And then you could go into camp for 2027, even though he was invited to camp for 2026, and be like, I feel confident that he could break camp with this team. Whether that's a shortstop, whether that ends up being the outfield, don't know. But my point remains the same.
I'm sad because I even like the idea that Eric pointed out, like even a late season call up if you're out of it. Sure. You know, because as it stands right now, I don't really see a playoff team. So if you know you're out of it, maybe those last 2 weeks even, you're just like, hey, how about some live at-bats against some really good pitching?
Yeah.
You know, just to get a taste of, like, what's the composure like? What's the mental state? Is he taking in his scouting reports the same way? How does he work with the major league staff? Just to get a little bit of a taste, because spring training isn't exactly apples to apples with actual major league games. But
if it was, Rougned Odor would already be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, that would have actually happened. It wouldn't have been a wall of takes submission. It just makes me sad because we talk about it whenever every offseason rolls around, especially the past 2 years. You're trying to make moves. You're trying to manufacture ways to improve your major league team. And it's, how do you do that? You give up prospects in a trade. Our farm system has not been that great the past couple of seasons. Right. And the rest of baseball totally agrees with that sentiment. So when you have that one shiny piece at the very top that you're like, I can ride home with that. You know,
that's their only top 100 prospect.
That's our guy. And we don't get to watch him anymore.
Yeah, and like I've already seen some comparisons to Jurickson Profar. So if you don't know the saga of Jurickson Profar, years and years ago, he was ranked number 1 as a prospect, and it was like in a run where all the number 1 prospects had been unbelievable. It is like Mike Trout, Bryce Harper, like you just seen like studs that came out of being the number 1 prospect, which makes sense. And so anticipation was really, really high for Jurickson Profar. But as you got a little older with him, you realize he had an amazingly elite skill set for an 18, 19, 20-year-old, but he just didn't get better proportionately, because that's the thing. It's like you're like, okay, well, if he gets better proportionately like other players, he should be freaking unbelievable. And I know there is concern that Walcott, you know, top 10 prospect, you'd see him kind of between 6 and maybe 8 or 9. But I know the concern is last year he showed flashes, but if you take the entirety of his minor league season, it was fine. It was great for an 18 and 19-year-old, but for a regular minor leaguer, it was fine. And so I know the concern is he just looks really good because he's so young. And as he gets older, he might not improve as much to maintain that status. And so when you undercut an entire season, it becomes really difficult to imagine a way in which he's on the big club in 2027.
That's the worst part of it, is I was looking ahead. I just conceded I don't see a playoff run, at least right now, ahead of the trade deadline and everything before a single game has been played. But I'm kind of projecting, okay, some of these players that are making up your infield specifically, not exactly locks to be here forever. You know, Corey Seager's not getting any younger. Josh Young, we don't really know what to expect. So, like, you're just talking about the movings. Second base, we don't even know who the hell is going to play. You know, so, like, I just see so many question marks, and I'm like, I've got a guy that if you give me a year and a half, I think he can really contribute. You just added another year to that timeline, which just makes me sad right now, but more so sad in the future that we can't just say, okay, but there's next year.
So you're sad. I could tell Jacob is sad. He needs some cheering up. I will tell you this. I don't know if you're a golfer or not. Do you know how a golf ball uses the restroom?
I don't. I am a golfer, though, so this is right up my alley. Right up my fairway, you might say.
His putt hole.
I think I appreciated that more than Alec did. I loved that. I don't know why he's getting him taking his earbuds out. I don't know why he's walking away. That was great.
Alec Medford will not be participating in our Olympic segment, it sounds like. Thank you very much to the 682 for helping facilitate that. Now, let's get back to the Olympics, where two people are out at the Olympics. One for, a far less serious reason, but Finland's Olympic ski coach has been sent home over aggressive alcohol use. And he said, I made a mistake and I'm very sorry. I want to apologize to the entire Finnish team, the athletes, and also the fans. So he was sent home. Now, this other one, we prepared people for either yesterday or the day before. The Ukrainian Olympian Vladislav I got this yesterday. Herskayich. Boom. He has, in fact, exited the Olympics because the International Olympic Committee would not allow him to wear the helmet with the tributes to the more than 20 fallen Ukrainian athletes and coaches who died during Russia's invasion. We talked about this a couple of days ago, that the IOC said, hey, you cannot wear that helmet. And he said, well, I'm going to one way or another. And then they tried to come up with the armband as kind of a compromise. And he said, I'm not going to wear the armband. So he has said, because of the IOC ruling, that it is with regret that the IOC says they have to apply the rule to all athletes, regardless of the message or the cause. I have always thought that as the ruling party, you should probably be able to carve out some exceptions, even if that opens up a slippery slope. So he had Herskayich.
What happens when you make jokes, Kevin?
That's fair. He has departed from the Olympics. So one coach, one Olympian departing for obviously very different reasons. Yeah. All right. Whew. Yeah, it's tough. Like I said, it feels like if you're in charge, you should probably be able to carve out an exception.
Yeah, even just with the voice that everybody has now through social media and everything, everybody is so comfortable with speaking and sharing opinions and thoughts and ideas. And I think that that's just an outdated ruling. I think it goes to their credit, like how they said we have to enforce it for everybody.
Right.
I think every message should be allowed as long as it's not one of hate. I think that it's okay to honor people. And I saw the picture of the helmet. I thought it was actually a beautiful helmet.
Yeah, no, it really was. Like, yeah. Corey would ask, like, if it looks cool, and I was like, it's very moving. It's not like a graphically, like, wow.
It's very well done.
Yeah.
It's just not like aesthetically pleasing, I guess, where you're like, oh, flames and stuff, cool. Like, it's just like, that's a very nice message.
Absolutely. By the way, here are messages on the fan text from the 214. Kevin, that was awful.
Yep.
And from the 682, thank you, Kevin. You're the best.
Nope.
And a whole lot of other ones as well that are not always super duper nice. All right, let's go to ice dancing. Madison Chalk and Evan Bates. They have been the best in the world for some time. They got jobbed at the last Olympics and they finished 4th. They might have got jobbed once again at this Olympics. They finished 2nd with a routine for the Americans that a lot of people thought was gold medal worthy. They instead have to settle for the silver. Now, just because you don't win doesn't mean you can't accomplish big things. Ooh. You know how we talked about the biathlete who got the bronze medal that admitted to the world that he cheated on his woman and this whole thing? Yes. So let's go to, I guess, the opposite. I'm not sure if it's totally the opposite. Breezy Johnson, who has already won a gold medal at this Olympics. Mm-hmm. Breezy Johnson crashed during the Super G and then got engaged at the end of the run. So I do feel like that's the opposite. Win a medal, admit to cheating on your girlfriend. Breezy Johnson, crash, and then get engaged.
So there are consolation prizes in life, is what I'm hearing. So for all,
and she already won a gold medal.
Look at this. For all of the L's that I have taken in the past calendar year, that means something great is on the horizon. I like this. Just don't cheat on people, and you'll be okay, I guess, is the sentiment that I'm going to run away with here. But yeah, this has been a very romantic week. It's odd. Yes. You have somebody getting married on the biggest television platform of all time in the Super Bowl halftime. Then you have somebody admitting that they cheated on the love of their life that they only met like yesterday. And then you have an engagement after crashing because, hey, consolation prize. I like it. I kind of like it.
All right. If you're Connor Watkins, do you rethink the strategy for even a second after the crash? Because this was like coordinated because a whole bunch of other skiers from other countries like gathered near. So clearly this plan was like thought out when he proposed. Do you take a pause and rethink in that moment like, I don't know about this? Or are you like, hey, we're going for it either way?
I think you've made it too far to not pull the trigger at that point. But I feel like once the dust is settled and all the celebration and hugs and yay, congratulations is over and y'all are alone again, you got to say, now you kind of made it lose some of its luster because you crashed. Like, next time, could you just do the job? That would be kind of cool.
Well, and so Breezy was asked about, hey, did you ever think you could get engaged at the Olympics? And she goes, I mean, I'd always hoped. And she goes, it's definitely a lot more crazy with everything just happening all at once. And the reality is so much different than the way you imagine. But then she said, also so much better. So that's nice right there. Now, if you think the weird stories stop there, not even close. Let's go to French biathlete Julia Simon. It's the biathlon. That is the name of the event, people. She won a gold medal in the biathlon 4 months after she was convicted of stealing a credit card from one of her teammates and charging about $2,400 worth of stuff on there.
What?
Now, to make it even wilder, her teammate was in the same biathlon race and finished 80th.
What about the biathlon turns you into an awful person?
Biathlon's crazy, man. All right, so think about the medal winners so far. One person won a bronze and said they met the love of their life 6 months ago and then cheated on her 3 months ago. So that means they knew each other or dated for a whole 3 months before he's like, time to cheat. Bronze. The person who won a gold medal stole the credit card and ran up about $2,400 worth of purchases from a teammate who was also in that same race, and that teammate who did nothing but got their credit card stolen finished 80th.
It's adding insult to injury.
That does. Like, you would think if you believed in like instant karma, it really feels like that person should have finished first and the credit card thief person should have finished 80th. And by the way, the person who won the gold medal, Julia Simon, she said, I can't explain it. I don't remember doing it. I can't make sense of it during her trial. But then, of course, she was found guilty because that is what happened. Keep an eye out on Chloe Kim. She is already off to an amazing start. Jordan Stoltz set the record yesterday in the 1,000-meter speed skating competition. The thought is that Stoltz is going to be a superstar coming out of this Olympics. And then we told you today at 2:10 p.m., United States men's hockey team gets going against Latvia. They're 3.5 goal favorites, which is you don't see that on a day-to-day basis in the NBA, and so they're minus 2,800. And then to add on to all of this, unrelated to the Olympics, Jaren Jackson Jr. with a knee injury is likely out for the season after having surgery. Though to be fair, if the Jazz are winning, they would just sit him on the bench in the fourth quarter anyway. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
And Jordan Stoltz, great NFL insider, too. We got the question of the day, plus Pokemon staying out of hot water. Next on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC
214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan from the 682. I was at KNC Live when that couple got engaged. I wonder if they are still together. They are still married. I am Facebook friends with those people. They are, in fact, still married. But right now, we've had enough marriage talk for the moment. It's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas. Yeah. Jacob's dying in there.
It's weird when you're right next to me doing this.
Yeah, it is kind of different. I kind of like it, though. It feels more freeing because this studio is like 4 times the size of mine.
And
so
not
like
68,000 degrees.
Exactly, like Jacob has it right now. 877-881-1053. That's
78?
That is absurd. That is absurd.
Tim came in here for like 2 seconds, and as soon as he opened the door, he gave me a dirty look. Like, sorry.
Why? You're helping save on electricity bills.
That's what I'm saying.
You should be a hero for this company.
All right, company guy. Jeez. Dude,
Team
it is
player.
awful in there. Not a fan of that, as Broadus would say. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, you're not going to find Pokemon in the files. We'll get to that here in just a little bit. We're going to lead off with the question of the day. Then we will visit the National Day calendar. The question of the day is because the season of love is this weekend.
Oh,
Valentine's
true.
Day falls this Saturday. So how do you celebrate? Single or engaged, married, dating? I want to hear it all. 877-881-1053 because as a single man myself, I have some plans.
Okay, I want to know if we're going to talk about the cups.
Yes.
Not the one that will make you have nightmares forever. And then also, get your Valentine's-ing in now because next year, Valentine's Day is Super Bowl day.
Oh, yeah.
So...
It's kind of unfortunate that I don't have like a situation to tend to this year because if I do next year, nothing's happening. I'm watching the big game.
Oh, yeah,
woman.
that's right.
But...
Whoa.
I mean... PJ Washington understands me, man.
Yeah.
But we'll go through the national holidays real quick because they're kind of boring. Today is Darwin Day.
Oh, you think that's boring? In your face, evolution.
That's right. It's also
Stokes
Georgia
monkey
Day.
Trial. That was the thing.
I know
that
it
happened.
was. I know it was. It's also Georgia Day. It's Giving Hearts Day. It's National Hug Day as well. So Tim Collins, do not come in here trying to hug me again. Let's see. It is National Lost Penny Day.
Oh.
For whatever reason.
Okay, so I'm a little stitious. Not superstitious.
Just a little?
But I will say if I see a penny or any coin and it's tail side up, I will not pick it up.
Huh.
Because, I don't know. I probably saw it in a movie or something.
It just depends on the day for me, like what kind of mood I'm in. I don't care about heads or tails. I'm just like, do I feel like picking that coin up or not?
What about when you're in a relationship? Do you care about heads or tails?
I'd say a little bit more. I'm a little bit more, I guess, privy to my surroundings. And yeah. A little bit more opinionated. Yeah. I'm a big fan of that. But let's see. Is there any other holidays? Well, for some...
I don't know. You tell me.
I know. For some, it's Gucci Mane's birthday. So, going to bump him on the drive home today. But... yeah, some really lame holidays today, so I didn't want to make a question of the day based off of that. We're going to talk about love, like we did with the Olympics. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, I guess my tease that we're done with love it's a lie.
Exactly.
I'm sorry.
No, that's the great thing is I start the segment and I kind of let you know where we're going as it happens.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful thing. So what are your plans or how do you celebrate Valentine's Day? 877-881-1053. And it's okay if you're single because I am too. So I'm going to share a little bit of what I'm up to the next couple of days.
Now,
but Kevin's intrigued by one of them. I know for sure.
Oh, I think that's super fun. But also... I know a lot of people don't like this holiday. I think one of the reasons they don't like this holiday is somehow along the way it became a man-centric holiday in terms of you're responsible for the things. It's both of your Valentine's Day. All right? So if you're going to do something like gift-wise or experience or whatever, hopefully that gets reciprocated. For me, we rented a cabin in Broken Bow.
That's
and
nice.
because of the cost, even though I got a great deal from our good Tolo Christopher, I have declared that counts as my Valentine's gift.
I like it.
Didn't really ask for any feedback about whether or not that was okay. I just declared that this is what the gift is.
You know what?
I'm not.
That's good.
I can't.
That's good. That was great timing because it's a declarative statement. It fits.
is.
Good job, Jacob. You're fitting right in. I like this. But no, I actually like that concept where you can just say, "Hey, I've done enough."
Yeah, there's no way. Look, I'm just going to be honest. There's no way I was going to buy my wife a present that costs as much as renting out the cabin. So this is a bonus.
Let's see. From the 817, I'm sad that Alec is single. I thought he was taken. I did too a few weeks ago.
You might be able to fix that. I don't actually know anything about that person.
I don't either, so I won't
ask you a question, Alec.
Oh, God.
I know you got stories to tell us about cups that I think is really... Actually, I do really think it's neat. Is there personality traits or things of those natures that you'd be looking for in a potential romantic partner?
Just don't be insane. That would be cool.
Wow!
No,
I know what that means.
I don't have a good track record. No, I will say, like, when it comes to actually interacting, I am competitive as hell. So I want somebody that, like, I love the mini golf. I love the arcades. I love stuff like that. If it's something that we can either team up against other people or compete against each other, I'm all about it. So if you're not competitive, you're boring. Straight up.
Oh, see, I thought you meant competitive in terms of I've always wanted some lady to hit on me in front of my wife. So my wife's like, you better back the hell up. Okay. I think that'd be cool.
So that actually falls into my plans a little bit that I'll tell you in a second. Jacob, how do you celebrate Valentine's Day? What are you planning on doing?
Yeah, so we got a dinner reservation on Saturday.
Who is we? I need more information.
Me and my girlfriend.
How long have you guys been together?
6 years.
Woo!
Yeah, a long time.
I've been working here 6 years.
Is she also 22?
She's 23. She's like 6 months older than I am.
Oh,
yeah, we met in high school. Wow. So yeah, we're going to dinner at 4:30 on Saturday.
What?
And then we got a hotel in Dallas so we can kind of spend the night down in the city. And then I think we're going to go out to some bars on Henderson, maybe go to the Dallas Comedy Club, catch something there. And then I think we're going to hit the Katy Trail on Sunday. So a nice
whole
little
weekend.
Did
yeah,
you
nice
say
little
you're
weekend.
sharing a hotel room together?
We are, yeah.
But you're not married?
We're not married, no.
How dare you?
It's got 2 beds.
Okay, good.
Are they 6 feet apart?
No.
Holy smokes. That's wrong.
No, that's not okay.
What would Jesus say about that?
There'll be room for Jesus.
Okay. Just by
Always
the way,
leave room for Jesus.
in case you didn't know this about me, I have 2 children with 2 different women, and I've only been married one time.
Okay.
So, yeah, it happens.
Let's
Is there room for
see.
Jesus?
I sure did screw that up.
Oh, man.
Back to you.
Thanks, I guess. From the 214, I'm taking my girlfriend to a concert tomorrow night. And the concept of going out to eat on Valentine's Day, said he got asked, why aren't we? Why do we have to go out on a crowded Valentine's Day when we're going to a packed concert? Kind of the Kevin line of thinking there. We're already doing one thing. Why do we have to inconvenience ourselves just for the sake of the holiday? I kind of like it.
I like this one. I'm taking one for the team. Italian Lunch and then Wuthering Heights movie. Man, I kind of want to see that movie too because of all the weird chatter about the 2 stars beforehand. I want to see this movie.
The 682 telling me to get a certain brand of Latina that will hit me.
Corey,
great callback.
Okay.
Aiden's giving me a thumbs up in the hallway.
Look, if you haven't heard this story, Corey wanted to know if he could say big booty Latina And when we were talking about, damn it, when we were talking about Latinas, somebody texted in and said, best girlfriend I've ever had, and she hit me. Like, which I did not expect that text, but it was crazy.
Oh, geez. From the 940, I am single, but I will be going out to Cowboys Red River on Saturday night.
I have been there. It's with the circular dance floor, so you can boot scoot all the way around. I'm not good at that.
The 214 is one of many people asking for updates on my relationship life. Next remote, you can get all the details after I'm a couple drinks in.
And if I'm there and he doesn't tell you the whole story, I'll tell you the rest of the story.
Oh, he definitely will because he knows every detail. But let's see. From the 817R guy, James, the UPS driver, going to grill some ribeye steaks and lobster for my wife. Big time.
Ooh, surf and turf.
Yeah, should hit up Wild Fork Foods if you're going to go that route.
Yes,
that would be.
Call. Ching.
They are awesome. That would be. And help out the pocketbook a little bit. We're talking about money here. It's a very expensive holiday.
Very true.
What I'm going to be doing is I've got 2 nights, 2 different plans. One scares me more than the other. Tonight I'm going to a concept called a stoplight party.
Is it the cup one?
Yes, where basically you take a cup that is colored based on your status, your availability. Red means don't talk to me. I have a situation. Yellow means proceed with caution. It's complicated. And then green means go.
So it's kind of like a Brazilian steakhouse for dating?
Yeah, pretty much. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I believe the tickets are sold out now, so I feel comfortable saying where it is now so people don't try to ruin my game. It's at Cidercade, the arcade.
Oh, I've been there many times.
Yes, I love that
place. People
place.
wanted to get in on the game.
I mean, you can't really get in now because the tickets are
wait for you in the
out.
parking lot.
Yeah, so I'd rather you not.
So your cup's going to be on green?
Oh yeah, it's going to be on green, and I'm going with a couple of our former coworkers, James Tritley and Alex Salas. So,
I don't know who those people are.
So weird.
Yeah,
I didn't
go ahead and dump
that.
Oh yeah,
So weird.
because you have somebody.
But you just said they have a red cup.
That's not fun.
He could have had a red cup.
Yeah.
That's lame, though.
Oh,
and I don't know if Jacob's going to wingman for me or not.
Wow, that's bold.
Are Jacob and Alex available?
James, you mean?
James.
Yes,
Sorry.
they both are.
Okay.
They both are.
Yeah.
But
I'd
Jacob
have been
is
a
not.
wingman for the three of you guys.
I wouldn't know that. But
Okay.
also, every time I invite you out, you say it's too far,
Yeah.
or you have to work one of your 14 jobs.
That is a good point. Yeah.
Okay.
That's a good point.
But Jacob would make a great wingman because he's safe because he has the red cup. So when the green cup person comes up, you're like, ugh, not this person. But when the red cup person comes up, then you're like, maybe you let your guard down and he can chat you up. I feel like you might have dropped the ball in this
I mean,
one.
that is fair, but I do have a security blanket in place. I do have another friend that's meeting up with us that is a woman, just a friend, okay? Making that clear. Making that clear. And we're going to try to meet other people, but we have like a pact. If a weirdo approaches her, or if I'm in a situation that I don't like, or maybe I do need some help, she's going to pull the I've heard you on the radio before card. Or if she's with somebody that won't leave her alone, she's going to quote unquote bump into me and we're going to talk to each other. So it's everybody's going to end up having a good time and everything's going to be okay, right? And then
No, we're not done with this yet. Jacob, I'll take the heat for the clock. Do you think that Alec has good choices in women?
I could tell you no.
You know, I haven't got the full scoops on some of these gals.
Yeah.
It seems,
you need a couple hours for that.
It seems like Alec knows how to pick them for sure. And
thanks.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems like you get yourself involved with some toxic females at times.
Right. That's right.
Which I totally understand.
True.
Like some guys love the crazy lady, the crazy toxic person. It's just adds some fire to the relationship, and then sometimes it gets out of hand, and it's like, goodbye, woman.
It's not what I chase. It's just what I receive. And then Friday, going out with Blake Elliott to the club.
Oh, you talking about Cooper Flagg?
Yes, I'm gonna make sure he gets me to drop an F-bomb in a place that's not warranted. Yeah, that the last time him and I went out to any kind of bar club scene, he got kicked out of the first place we went to. So
why?
He argued with the bartender over something that was a non-issue. But I will say,
man, he's an instigator, isn't he?
He is an incredible wingman. I will say that. I have to give him his credit. And then real quick, just to pay off the tease, guys, Pokemon Go had to push out an update because there was a Pokestop that was on Little St. James Island. Also known as Epstein Island.
Oh, what the hell?
And
now I can't make a joke.
They were also under fire for other Pokestops because it's just kind of dropping pins here and there randomly. They're not really thinking. They dropped some at the 9/11 Memorial, at Ground Zero, at the Holocaust Museum in Washington, D.C. So, yeah.
What the hell?
They fell under fire.
Who in that meeting was like, you know where we should put it? The 9/11 Memorial. And then some guy's like, yeah, why at the Holocaust Museum while we're at it? Clearly being sarcastic, and the person taking notes just wrote it down. That's not good.
Yeah, so Pikachu's not one of the redacted.
Oh, man. Whew. What a segment. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Who will be the next cast-off quarterback to take off next on The Fan?
on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
On 3rd and 7, Pickett drops, firing deep downfield, streaking is Kelvin Austin, who's got it, and he's got it all. Touchdown, Pittsburgh.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan. Since you just heard the commercial for the Nexo Dallas Open, just want to remind you, G-Bag Nation will be broadcasting live from the Sidecar Social in Frisco, so essentially like right there from 2 to 7 p.m. And they also, I'm told, have a limited number of Tolo flags to give away. So go see the G-Bag Nation Sidecar Social in Frisco today. I don't know if they'll give you a flag, Alec, but jealous. Maybe they will. Right now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Yep. Oh, man. Really showed you up on that one.
Double dip.
All right, so let's start with this. You might wonder, why in the blue hell did you play a highlight of Kenny Pickett? So we have seen resurrection quarterbacks from, obviously, Sam Darnold right now. I feel like for the first half of the season, it felt like it was going to be the year of Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
And I can throw out a few names from your Kenny Pickett's to your Malik Willis to even your Trey Lance or Zach effing Wilson. Could you see any of those quarterbacks, or perhaps you have a different name you would like to put forth that could be the next quarterback to really turn their career around?
I'm glad you brought this up because this has become one of my favorite storylines the past, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 years.
Sure.
Is the quarterback that disappears for a while. They go find a really smart coach or maybe an elite quarterback to go sit behind, and then they come back and they start games again.
Baker Mayfield's another great example.
I love this arc, and it's awesome because these guys are talented. Sometimes, we talk about it with some of these guys that get drafted by the Jets or whatever, that it's like, you just got jetsed. Go find
so your
a
answer
real
is Zach Wilson.
Zach Wilson intrigues me. I will say I bit on the fool's gold of his combine performance. I think that might have overshadowed some of his inefficiencies, but I think Malik Willis would be the name that I would go with there. What he did in place of Jordan Love earlier this past season was incredible. He looked like an NFL quarterback in almost every situation that he was put in, and this feels like that tale as old as time. The guy that gets the shot because of the injury, his contract's up, and he did enough to earn a starting job and earn a little bit of cash, but nowhere near the top of the market. Example, Sam Darnold. Like something like that, where you give him like a 3-year deal where a good chunk of that money is guaranteed, but it's maybe $30 million or so. I love these stories, and I think Malik Willis is going to be the next.
Okay, Jacob, I want to get yours in just one second, but I'm actually going to go in maybe kind of a weird direction. I'm thinking Mac Jones. Now, I know what you might be like, he's the backup, but San Francisco, emphatically was like, we're not going to trade him.
Yeah.
You've seen Brock Purdy get hurt. Mac Jones looked pretty good in his relief duty. So I'm going to say that's the guy that gets more of a runway to shine and does something well with it.
It's always exciting to see these guys that it's not that they didn't get a fair shot, but they just weren't under the best circumstances to perform, and they've been written off, and then they go to like you said, Mac Jones, they go to a guy like Kyle Shanahan, and they flourish. And Sam Darnold did the same thing under Shanahan when the 49ers picked him up to back up Brock Purdy too. So I loved the Malik Willis comparison that Alec threw out. I mean, I watched him play a couple times this season. The kid looks like a stud. I mean, he's so fast. His pocket presence is great. He's got a great arm. I wouldn't be surprised if a team went and kicked the tires on him, but I don't know. I still have a tough time giving up on Zach Wilson, too, and it could be the homer in me watching his pro day or whatever. I don't know what it is, but I think if he gets a good shot somewhere, whether it's a team like the Rams, if he's a backup for Stafford, learns under him, or if he goes to the 49ers and becomes the next great 49ers backup quarterback that somehow turns into a star. But yeah, I'm not ready to give up on Zach Wilson.
All right, now for this next one, I want you guys to start thinking about this. Over under how many new division winners will there be next season? Now, the division winners were the Patriots, Steelers, Jags, Broncos, Eagles, Bears, Panthers, and Seahawks. So if you want to contemplate that for a minute, I will tell everybody else. The next story, George Kittle spoke out about the electrical substation, which we have talked about for some time. And I thought his perspective on it was tremendous. He says, as professional athletes, you're always looking for something that you're like, hey, can this make me 1% better or whatever, whether it's the ice tub, red light therapy, does it make you 1% better? If you can hit on a whole bunch of stuff, can it make you 3% better than the next guy? And so he's like, if this is something that effectively is like even 0.25% negative, you'd want to know about it. Like, it's the same thing in terms of like where your shoulder pads are at, where like all these different things. And so he's not necessarily saying, oh, it's definitely a problem, but that's one of the reasons he thinks it is a valid investigation. And I like that. All right. Over under, how many new division winners, Alec, will there be in 2026?
Whew, I think there will be... This is tough. It was a weird year. I could see 6.
I could see that as well. Are the outliers the NFC West and East? No, you probably think Rams are going to win the West, right?
No. I think I'm right there with you.
Okay, yeah, because I counted,
I'm right there with you.
I counted up to 6, and that's interesting because the over-under is 4.5. Like, and especially at this time of year, who the hell really knows whether it's free agency, draft, or potential injuries, off-season and in training camp? You don't know, but usually it's around that 4 to 5 new division winners. Jacob, do you agree? Would you take the over 4.5? New division winners next season?
I mean, looking at the standings right now, it pains me to say it, but I think the only team right now that's a lock to repeat is probably Philly.
I could see
in the
that.
NFC East. But I mean, Buffalo could win the AFC East.
Agreed.
Baltimore could win. Houston could win. Kansas City could win. Anybody in the NFC North could win. Tampa Bay could win, and then the Rams could win. So, yeah, I think the only lock right now is Philly. So I'd say as high as 7.
All right. Now, man, that is, and I think you could make, if that seriously played out like that, I think that's a little wager that we can put together. Now, for the NFC East, the Giants are 7-1. Commanders 4.5-1. The Cowboys essentially 2.75-1, and the Eagles are a little bit better than even money. Does that feel like the correct shakeout for you? I don't think there's any question the Eagles should be favored to win this division.
No, not at all. Especially where you stand right now, where no moves have been made. There has been no draft yet. Yeah, there's no reason to not believe. Obviously, I have my questions about the Eagles' long-term security in terms of like postseason and whatnot, but there's no reason where we stand today they should not repeat, which is, again, it's not customary for this division. It's weird to say, but it's reality now that they are just talent-wise so much better.
And I know this is only partially football, but I want to throw it out there. DeMarcus Ware and Pudge are going to serve as the Grand Prix of Arlington Marshals.
Nice.
So very cool honor for the race getting going on March 15th. We're the Can't See Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's fire up some NFL overreaction or reality right here on The Fan.
Tolo.
Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for some NFL overreaction or reality. In case y'all were curious, Corey Majors not here today. His wife's grandmother passed away. He is at a funeral, and tomorrow he has jury duty. So just a back-to-back pair of days of things that I feel like people do not care for.
Yeah, and then straight into Valentine's Day. So maybe like he gets a little bit of like, hey, something to smile about.
Yeah, I mean, like, I would be like, roses are red, violets are blue. I'll make sure he's guilty just for you. No? All right, well, I just thought of that in 5 seconds. You would think a little bit of credit was due for that, but apparently it's not.
No, not really.
NFL overreaction or reality. George Pickens will play on the franchise tag in 2026.
Overreaction.
I agree.
I really do think they're going to get a deal done.
Okay.
And I mean, here in Dallas, I think they get the long-term contract figured out. I don't know how many people are on the same boat with me when Stephen Jones was talking, I believe, at the Senior Bowl about Christian Parker. And he said through the defensive coordinator search, we heard from so many people how much of a nightmare it was to game plan against both CD and Pickens versus years past when it was just take CD out of the game.
Right.
I've carried a lot of weight in him saying that out loud because I think he means it. Like, I think that was brought up numerous times, and I do think that they value that. Hearing it from other people that, you know, maybe it was even teams that beat them, you know, that said, hey, by the way, that was not fun, you know, and
right.
I think they kind of take a sense of pride in we were the team that took the swing to pick up this guy from a situation that was not good. Nobody else really wanted him. And we said we can turn him into a very good player that does not cause the distractions that you think he does. So I put a lot of weight into that.
Now, Jacob, I was going to ask you this football question, but somebody texted something else in. I'm going to go with this. Overreaction or reality? Corey really does have jury duty on a Friday of a holiday weekend. I had not questioned that whatsoever until somebody texted that in. So I'm going to go with that.
You know, we could probably do like a sweep of all the crime and all the court cases going on. I'm gonna go reality. I'm gonna give Corey the benefit of the doubt.
I do too.
I hope he comes in and tells us what the case is though, and I hope he's like
legal.
Oh, is it? I don't know.
Yeah. You can talk
I think you can talk about it, yeah. Probably not during.
Once
I
it's
wouldn't
over.
know.
Yeah, once it's over. Probably.
I wouldn't know. I haven't been.
All right. Overreaction or reality? Alec, we'll start with you on this one. Drake May will be a perpetual NFL MVP contender. Like when the odds come out at the beginning of most seasons, he'll be up in the top 5, 6.
Reality. I do think he will because they have a very good grip on who he is as a quarterback and what he needs. And I do think that the team around him is only going to get better because we talked about it earlier this week, the numbers involved in terms of guaranteed money that they committed to free agents and stuff. Elliott Wolf and company in that front office in New England, they're not afraid to make moves.
For sure.
And he even straight up said, I think it was around the trade deadline, he was like, oh, we're not afraid to give up premium draft capital for a good player. We're open to that. Said it on the record out loud. They're willing to make moves to help a very good team already. So, yeah, I think that he's going to have better receivers. I think that running game is going to continue to get better as their offensive linemen get better. And I think the stats are going to just be more and more impressive. And I really do think in that system, you're going to see more crazy completion games like he had this year, where it's like, oh, he had 2 incomplete passes.
His completion percentage is tremendous in the regular season.
And you're like, oh, he threw, 10 passes in that game? No, he threw 27 and only missed 2 of them, and they were drops. You know, I think he's going to have some crazy games and some crazy seasons.
Jacob, same question for you. Overreaction or reality? Drake May will be a perpetual NFL MVP contender.
I'm gonna say reality, just because I think MVP is also like a multi-season award. I think you set a reputation for yourself that starts you kind of towards the top of the list. Like I would say a guy like say Malik Willis does go to another team, right? And he has a similar exact same season as Drake May does, right? I think it's gonna be harder for him to climb the ranks than Drake May would. So I think Drake May is gonna start towards the top, and he could absolutely win it. I mean, I know that they had a cupcake schedule this year, and they're going to have a tougher schedule next year. And maybe if they, do the same thing against tougher opponents, then hey, he could be the front runner. But I'm going to say reality.
NFL overreaction or reality? Max Crosby will play for the Raiders again. I know what everybody's saying, and by the way, Max Crosby stepped out and he was like, people like to throw gasoline on the fire, which seems like it would diffuse, but maybe it didn't, so the question is there.
There's more noise than ever coming from what I believe to be credible people and reporters and sources that he doesn't want to be there anymore. So I think when there's smoke, there is fire in this case, where he's like, look, I tried to be the company guy for a couple years. Like, no, I love it. I'm going to get the Raiders logo tattooed on my forehead and everything's going to be great. And he realized, okay, this is going to be a lot longer of a marathon than I thought. I don't know. Maybe Tom Brady has the words of wisdom to get him to stay, but I really do think he wants out, and I don't think he plays for them again, because I think the GM, I think Tom Brady are smart enough to say his value is as high as it's ever going to be.
Yeah.
Go ahead and make the move.
Jacob, overreaction reality. Max Crosby will play for the Raiders again.
Yeah, I'm going to go overreaction as well. I think just after seeing what the Packers got, or what the Cowboys got in return for Micah last year, and all these sources coming out saying that the return is going to be larger for Max Crosby, whether it's because he...
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I don't know if it is either. Maybe it's his motor. Maybe it's the fact that he plays the run. Who knows? I just feel like the return that you can possibly get for Max Crosby, paired with the fact that you have the number one pick, could absolutely kickstart a franchise and kickstart that rebuild, alongside with Clint Kubiak coming in if you want to go get some offensive weapons for him so you can really set Fernando Mendoza up for success. I don't hate it, and I think it's actually in both parties' interest that he doesn't play another game in a Raiders uniform.
Now, we talk about this, Alec. Some of these are just statements because I think they're fascinating. But some of them have my own opinion in them.
Uh-oh.
And I just want to let you know, I very much disagree with this next statement. All right? Overreaction or reality? Only former NFL players and coaches should vote for the Hall of Fame. Now, this came from Randy Moss, who said if you didn't play it, if you didn't coach it, you shouldn't have a vote. I disagree with that a lot. But what say you? Overreaction or reality? Only former NFL players and coaches should vote for the Hall of Fame.
Overreaction. I mean, I understand the sentiment behind the idea where it's like, how about we get people who have been there, done that? I do think some players and coaches need a voice in that. Some.
Agreed.
I don't think all, because some of these media members are very good at what they do, shocker, and they've been around for a long time. A lot of these voters are seasoned reporters and seasoned people that have seen the game evolve and have seen the game change, and they appreciate that. So I do think more times than not, the voters get it right, and I just hate the idea that if you haven't been there, done that, you don't know anything about it. A lot of these people watch just as much tape. They talk to just as many people in the league. They have just as many friends that play in the league. Like, you see these awesome stories about how, like when tragedies happen within the media circles and the head coaches are stepping out and making statements and, helping out with funeral costs and stuff. It's because these people are super plugged in. So just assuming that they don't know what they're talking about just because they missed on this vote, which, yes, I do agree. They missed on Robert Kraft and Bill Belichick.
And there can be individual garbage voters.
Sure, exactly. And it's just the one bad apple theory that's going on right now in my mind is a couple people got the vote wrong, so now all of them are wrong.
Now, I'm going to pivot to another question, and this go around, I'll start with you, Jacob. Overreaction or reality? This Patriots group is just not as hateable like the last group.
Yeah, I'm gonna say reality, but I mean it can be really hard to root for Stephon Diggs at times. Like they have their individual personalities, right? That like you really just can't get by. Like Mac Hollins, like he's quirky with the no shoes and all that stuff, but like I don't know. I think it's kind of annoying at this point. So they definitely have their individual personalities, but like they don't have the identity of like a Bill Belichick where you just hate the coach and you hate the team and you hate everything. And I also don't think that this version of the Patriots team I feel like was bad for like a couple years where it's like, you kind of feel bad for him.
5 seconds.
Yeah. So no, I think Drake May's kind of turning into the country's sweetheart a little bit, and everybody feels like they want to baby him, and I think that's the only reason he was in the MVP conversation. But No, I wouldn't say they're remotely as hateable as the last Patriots dynasty.
Spicy! Alec! Overreaction reality. This Patriots group is just not as hateable like the last group.
Reality. Mike Vrabel is so easy to root for. Like Jacob was saying, Bill Belichick, I despise seeing his face at all. Wow. Whenever he was in the middle of that dynastic run with Tom Brady, I could not stand the sight of Bill Belichick, let alone his annoying ass pressers where he's doing the whole nonchalant, I don't really care about what you have to say. I know the game better than you, so I'm just not going to answer. I don't like him. I just don't. And he's still hateable, and he's in a different level of football now. He's still just as hateable. Tom Brady, I've kind of changed my tone on because I think he's a good broadcaster. But like Drake May, likable. Will Campbell, for as bad as he was in the postseason, likable dude. Stephon Diggs, the complete opposite of likable, but it doesn't make it where I make the whole team the villain just because I don't like him. Mac Hollins, I will say, I got kind of tired of the bit too, Jacob. But they're not hateable. They just exist in my mind.
Now, this is kind of based off of a suggestion by CBS Sports. Overreaction or reality? You would like to see the NFL make a major change to defensive pass interference, specifically this. The NFL will turn pass interference defensive of more than 10 yards into a 15-yard penalty and a first down, just like college football. No more underthrown luck defensive pass interference calls.
I'm going to say,
would you like to see it?
I'm going to go overreaction because I think we need to change the way that we perceive the penalty itself. And what I mean by that is exactly what you were alluding to. The underthrown football should never get rewarded. And I think that's just a simple philosophy change rather than a rule change where, you've seen it over time where they might change the language on certain penalties, right, but it's an obvious, like the league sends out a memo saying, hey, watch out for this. That is or is not underneath the rules of that penalty. If you see this, don't call it. If you see this, call it, so on and so forth. I think they just need to tell the refs, hey, if you think that ball was blatantly underthrown and not catchable as it relates to the route that was being run, keep the flag in your pocket. I don't think we need to change the entire rule just because we're rewarding bad plays.
Jacob, overreaction or reality? You would like the NFL to make said major change to defensive pass interference?
I wouldn't say major change. I am probably going to go reality though. And as soon as you asked the question, my mind, all like Alex, went to the underthrown ball. It's ridiculous that it's become a strategy now that it's a reward. It's 3rd and 20. Let's underthrow the ball on a deep post and let's run into the guy. Like this should be a penalty where if all aspects of the play are perfect. If your quarterback throws a perfect ball and your wide receiver runs a perfect route and you are hindered by a receiver to catch the ball and that's why the play is not made, that's fine. Pass interference. But when one aspect of the play is blatantly bad, just like an overthrow, you shouldn't be bailed out by a penalty. I also think we need to take a look at the amount that we're calling these push-offs on offensive pass interference. I don't think it's called enough with guys forcing separation against corners and good coverage, and I would like to see that version of offensive pass interference called more, and I'm kind of done with the whole rub route stuff. Like, if it's a well-schemed play and it's 1 yard past the line of scrimmage, just let it go, man.
Okay, I like that. Do you want one more?
Give me one more, I dare you.
All right, overreaction or reality? There will be an NFL team that finished in last place this year win their division next year. The last place teams, I'm going to say probably the most likely for last. The Jets, Raiders, Cardinals, Browns, Titans, Giants, Saints, and Lions. Overreaction or reality? There will be a last place team that finishes first in their division next season.
Overreaction.
There are some duds to start that list.
Literally, and even the one that you saved for last, I think their window is past. I really do. Like, I think they're going to be a good team that is just kind of there in the wild card conversation. I think Green Bay is just getting better and better. I think Chicago is getting better and better. I don't see...
And the first four I told you could be the worst four teams in football.
Exactly. They're going to stay exactly where they were because they belong there. They don't deserve to even be in the conversation. They're jokes. Yeah, and it's really just a question. The better question is, can the Lions do it? And the answer, in my mind, is still no. I think that's how bad the bottom of the NFL is right now.
Jacob, overreaction or reality? There will be a last place team that finishes first in 2026. You know they do say, he who is last shall be first. Will that equate to 2026 divisional standings?
Yeah, I'm going to say no. I'm going to call it an overreaction. and just because I don't feel like we have any of those like great stories that we had last year. Like last year, you had Ben Johnson going to work with a Caleb Williams, who was a superstar talent coming into the league, and he was this rah-rah guy, right? You don't really have that. I mean, you have Harbaugh to the Giants with Jackson Dart and some of those fun players on offense, but they still have so many holes. And say what you want about Philly, they're still top to bottom one of the best rosters in football. So yeah, I'm going to go overreaction on that.
Oh man, I know I said that was going to be the last one, but this kind of plays out the defensive pass interference. This is interesting. Overreaction or reality? No penalty should ever be an automatic first down. You mark off the yardage. It can be 15 yards, but it's only a first down if it's first down.
Overreaction.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I think personal fouls should always be automatic first down. Because I feel like if you take that away from the personal foul, then stupid stuff is going to happen more routinely. I think, if anything, maybe make it only personal fouls get the automatic first down. So then you can really get it into the players' heads. Like, if you make one dumb mistake, you could cost us the game. Every other penalty, it's like, okay, don't do that again. Personal fouls, just keep your mouth shut.
Jacob, overreaction or reality? Thank you very much to the 940. No penalty should ever be an automatic first down.
Yeah, I agree. I like it.
I do too.
If you find yourself in like 2nd and 25 or 3rd and 30, I mean, there shouldn't be any play that bails you out of that. You should go be like, all right, here's my 30-yard play. Now, if we wanted to add a thing where you gain 17 yards and you want to add 15 onto that, I'm good with that. That would end up being a first down. But no, I mean, if you back a team up to 2nd and 40, if you get a massive sack, you should be allowed to taunt and only make it 2nd and 25.
Interesting. I like the differential of philosophies right there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. Coming up next, I'm excited for this combo platter. It's the Classic Movies Edition. Give us a sports opinion. And then, what quote-unquote classic movie had you finally recently saw, and what was your verdict? And keep in mind, both of these guys are like 20 years younger than me, so their definition of a classic is probably going to hurt my feelings. We'll do that next, right here on the Fan.
best speed skater in the world, flies to an Olympic record and the lead.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where that will springboard into our combo platter. I know I usually kick it around the room first, but I would like to start as Stoltz right there sets a world record and wins a gold medal. My sports opinion: the United States is going to topple their medal count from the last Winter Olympics. They had 25 total medals there and 8 golds. Not even halfway through here, they're already got 4 golds and 13 overall medals. And man, is it sure as hell looking like the women's hockey team is a lock to win that gold. I would like to think the men's hockey team, which starts today, should win a medal as well. I would love to see them take that gold. So my sports opinion is that the United States Olympic team is going to surpass, perhaps easily surpass, last year's Winter Olympic haul. And the entire idea of this segment, 877-881-1053, is the classic movie edition. So you give us that sports opinion like I just did, and then what is a classic movie that you saw way after everybody else, and maybe you saw it recently, and what was your verdict? Because go ahead and give me that theme song. I just saw this movie like 3 weeks ago. This is an awesome song, too. So it is you could just leave that music running too. It is the motion picture Footloose, about a town with John Lithgow as the preacher that is not allowed to dance. Lots of lessons were learned. A slow-paced tractor fight took place. The love of a good woman was won and lost. I liked it quite a bit. Now, it's the 1984 version with Kevin Bacon. A couple of notes on this movie. The preacher's daughter, Ariel, is the worst. She puts herself in great danger twice in the first 20 minutes of the movie to impress 2 different boys. So she seems kind of trampy, too. Bold decision to play... Look, what are you going to do? Bold decision to play Footloose by Kenny Loggins. Not once, not twice, but thrice in the movie, including they played the entire song 2 different times. I feel like this movie came in at like an hour 20, and they were like, I don't know what to do. And they said, all right, I'll tell you what. Let's just have people's feet at the beginning. They were ahead of the game there. And then play Footloose. And then at the end of the movie, they play the entire song again. They have a dance montage, including this tall fella who I didn't understand why he wasn't given a more prominent role in the movie, because he can dance. But the MVP of the movie was Willard. He was Kevin Bacon's best friend, played by Chris Penn. I believe he was the MVP of the movie. The movie was solid. It wasn't great, but it was solid. I enjoyed it. So I'm going to put down Footloose as the quote-unquote classic movie that I just saw for the very first time. From the 817, the Spurs will represent the West in the NBA Finals. Man, if they're already that far ahead of schedule, that is terrifying for the rest of the NBA. And I finally watched the Lethal Weapon movies from the 903. And this is something that you have to avoid. They say, I believe the Rangers will miss the playoffs. And I didn't watch Caddyshack or Smokey and the Bandit for the longest time. I heard all the hype from my friends. I was very disappointed by both of them. That's the tough part. You can't watch a movie because it got hyped by everybody else, or else it feels like it's inevitable to disappoint. Like, I hadn't talked to anybody about Footloose recently, and I don't even exactly remember why I started watching it. But I started watching it, and my wife's like, hey, do you think this is her most iconic outfit? And I was like, I don't know, I've never seen this movie. And she's like, how have you never seen this movie? And so we were just watching it. And so, yeah, if you can avoid the hype, I think you are going to be better off. Alec, would you like to go next?
I will go next. I will start with my sports opinion. Gentlemen, I think by the end of the NBA season, Every question that anybody could have ever had going into this season about Cooper Flagg will be answered. And I think...
In your face, Blake.
I think that's right. I think you will look back at some of the ways he was used, especially early on in the season, and you will agree with Jason Kidd that he knows what the F he's doing.
Is it safe to say that so far, and I know he's going to be out tonight, and so we won't get to see him at an NBA All-Star Weekend and everything, do you think so far, despite the immense amount of hype, he has surpassed it?
Yes, 100%. And I tried to avoid the hype, just like you were talking about with these classic movies, is all the noise, all the conversation, all the highlight reels from Duke and everything that was warranted. It was 100% warranted. Just the fact that I knew once the Mavs won the lottery, he was going to be a part of my team. I was like, just for my safety, let me temper my expectations. Let me doubt him just a little bit because he's a teenager, you know, and he's coming into a team that was built for a different superstar. It's not going to be pretty at first. And to exactly what you were just saying, he's surpassed every expectation from his shot selection, his shot creation in the paint, the distribution of the basketball when he is bringing the ball up the court. I think he's gotten a lot more confident in himself and his teammates around him, and I think his teammates are letting him know that. And the few Mavs players that we've had on throughout the season have kind of echoed that sentiment as well. Is just like telling your teammates, hey, keep doing what you're doing. Hey, that thing that you did in this game, really like that. Keep working on that. Right. Keep doing that, please. You know, and especially with like Max Christie, it's like, hey, shoot the ball more. You've been really good at it, and you've been making good decisions. I think that's valuable for a guy that's in his rookie season that hasn't played as much basketball in the NBA as these other guys around him. So I think that every doubt that at least I've had going into this season is going to be answered, and you're going to be really excited going into the offseason.
It's only been 4 games this month, but you know what's awesome about these averages I'm about to tell you? This doesn't factor in the 34-point game and 49-point game he had because that closed out January.
Yeah.
So in the 4 games of February, he's averaging 27.3 points per game on 46% shooting from 3, 6 rebounds, 4 assists, and only 2 turnovers per game. I told you, once he finds his 3-point shot, which is the same trajectory you saw at Duke, he has the potential to be incredible, and he just turned 19 years old like a month and a half ago. All right. Classic movie that I'm sure both you and Jacob are going to say classic movies that are going to make me sad. And just as an aside note from the 601, this is probably not going to mean anything to most of our audience. Chris Penn is also the MVP and Best of the Best. I am sure you guys have never seen Best of the Best, but you're damn right he is the MVP of that movie as well. Back to you, Alec. Tell me about a movie that came out like 12 years ago.
This one's more on the 20-ish years range.
All right.
But I think it is a classic. A lot of people talk about this movie to this day, and I think for no good reason. The Notebook.
Okay. Didn't like it?
Didn't like it. Thought it was overrated. Again, the exact concept you were talking about. I bought into the hype. I'm not a romance movie person in general, so I already had preconceived notions that it was going to be gross. And I was like, you know what? People act like, and I had heard even from some of my male friends that are like, yeah, the girlfriend, the wife forced me to watch it and I loved it. And it was amazing. It was beautiful. It was a great story. No, it wasn't. It just wasn't that great. I thought it was super cookie cutter, like, oh, I'm going to go off to war and you're going to forget about me and because you got married and then I'm going to spend 2 days with you and you got to reconsider your entire life. Like, no,
that's shocking, the number of movies where people reconsider their life in such a small time period.
Yes, and because of the scope of the movie, you feel like it's a lot longer of a time frame than it really is. 2 days! She's like, did I make the right decision to marry this man? Because he went and now he's building his little farmhouse or whatever, and such a manly man, and he served this country. He's the most amazing thing ever. Maybe I should ditch my entire life and this other guy that I already committed my life to just because of 2 days. Yeah, not for me. Overrated. Didn't make much sense. Didn't shed a single tear. Think it sucked.
Wow. All right. So there are some really opposite end of the spectrum movie opinions here from the 817 Sports Opinion. They want the Spurs to win the championship this year and believe it can happen again. That is a terrifying prospect for the rest of the NBA. And they didn't want to see the movie True Romance because they thought the title was stupid and had no desire to see it. Then watched it. It was crazy badass. From the 316, Scott Drew leaves Baylor after, quote, mutual consent at the end of the season. And Big Trouble in Little China. Colby, this is not me saying it. This is the text from the 817. They thought it effing sucked. From the 469, USA hockey team wins gold. I don't know if you mean men or women. I choose to think both. Exactly.
Yes.
And up. Maybe that's a conversation we need to have for another day.
Oh, no.
The first 10 minutes of Up versus like the last 5 minutes of Toy Story in terms of just crushing your emotions and punching you in the feels. I think both of those movies are out there. So my 3-year-old is obsessed with the Toy Story movies now, except he just calls them Woody and Buzz. And so he's like, I want to watch Woody and Buzz the third. And that's how he says it every time. So he does not get tired of the exact same thing. So I've watched that movie like 8 million times in the last month. It's a great movie. That end part is so effing sad.
Yes.
He hasn't watched the fourth one yet, so he doesn't know that one exists, and we'll display that to him soon enough, I'm sure.
Is Lotso the biggest jerk to ever walk the face of animated planet Earth?
Yeah, he's pretty bad. First half of the movie, Ken is no treat, but there's no question Michael Keaton steals the show as Ken, that prospector fella, played by Kelsey Grammer in Woody Buzz 2, as it is called in my house, is no good.
I was a big fan of Duke Kaboom.
Yes.
Keanu Reeves.
That's in 4, right?
Yeah, he was awesome. At any time, that was still like the funnest moment of my high school career for me was just decided, hey, me and my buddy Justin, we're going to go see Toy Story 4 in theaters. We were the only teenagers there. It was kind of weird. But we were probably laughing more than the kids.
Right.
At the dumbest humor. And anytime Duke Kaboom showed up on screen, we got abnormally excited and cheered for him because it's just Duke Kaboom.
I never thought I'd have an opportunity to say this in a real sentence. Quick Toy Story 4 story. So Brandon and I were either in Montana or North Dakota. We went to go see Toy Story 4 at a movie theater that only had one screen, and it didn't open until 3 in the afternoon. And to go to the bathroom, you had to walk up these steps that didn't have a railing, and they just opened up to an open floor that had the bathroom. So there was no door once you got to the top of the steps or anything. You just walked up to the steps, and the bathroom was there in this weird open floor concept thing that I didn't really understand. All right, Jacob. Let's go to you. Give us a sports opinion.
Tough transition.
Sorry about that setup. Giving us a sports opinion and then a classic movie that you just recently saw, and what were your thoughts?
Don't worry, Kevin. I will follow through with a 15-year-old movie just for you. Real quick before I get to my sports opinion, I have some Toy Story 3 lore for you.
Oh.
So my mother, my sister, and I, we went to go see Toy Story 3 in theaters. And you remember the part where they clicked the reset button on Buzz's back?
Yes.
So that day, we were scheduled to have a really, really bad storm, like tornadoes and everything coming through. I kid you not, as soon as they clicked that button, the power in the entire movie theater went off. And we went outside, and there was a whole tornado going on. We had a lockdown. It was crazy.
Oh, man.
That's amazing.
I kid you not,
not in a good way.
Second they clicked, they hit the reset button. It was
so you
insane.
weren't old enough, though, to probably be like, whoa.
No,
Did
I
they
wasn't.
just do that in the movie? Okay. Okay. That's kind of awesome.
Yeah.
That's kind of awesome.
That was fun. But my sports opinion is baseball themed. We got fired up having Eric in here. So I'm going to say that the trio of Rangers outfielders, and this does very much ride on the fact that Evan Carter is healthy this season. I think if Evan Carter plays an entire season, I think the combo of Wyatt Langford, Brandon Nimmo, and Evan Carter will be top 5 in baseball in combined wins above replacement for outfield
freaking
combos.
love that. Look, man, And one of the things that Eric was talking about is like, hey, if you can get 2 of the 4 that you were hoping with, obviously you're throwing Young and Peterson in there as well. That will be a big deal. But if you can get Evan Carter on that level, that feels like that would be a huge deal.
Because not only could they be good offensively, but you also have 3 guys out there that have above average speed in the field as well. So they're going to bring a lot of value in fielding wise in the outfield. So
I think Wyatt Langford could be a plus.
Oh, absolutely, fielder. Absolutely. He's got an outstanding arm. It's just not. He needs to work on tracking those balls over his shoulder. Which, I mean, for a second-year player, I already thought he was really, really good at. So that's really intriguing for me. And then my 15-year-old movie, I was very late on it. I watched it, I think, beginning of or end of last year. I'd never seen it before, and that was Shutter Island. So this movie came out in 2010. Leonardo DiCaprio. I hadn't seen it. I'm always like kind of weary of those movies that are like just kind of gonna mess your head up, and they're gonna throw you in a bunch of different loops during the movie, and then they all tie it together in the end, right? And I stuck this one out, and I was really glad I did, because the whole build up towards the end where it's just like they run through this guy's life where he's chasing down this killer to try and figure out this lady's name, and the whole side plot of his wife with the kids in the pond, all for it to wrap up with the fact that he's been institutionalized on Shutter Island at the end it was outstanding to me. One of the best movies I've ever seen. So that's my classical movie, I guess you could say.
And then when you pair with Inception, really had Leonardo DiCaprio on a run of mind-bending enders right there. From the 6-8-2, man, I would love this. The Cowboys will get their defense to middle of the pack next year. Look, if they were middle of the pack this year, that team could have gone quite a long way. And then I just watched Major League A+ from the 210 Sports Opinion. The Stars will not catch Colorado, but they will win the Stanley Cup. And then they recently watched the original Nosferatu, the silent version. I've never seen that one. And it was awesome. I've been watching a lot of Chevy Chase movies because I just watched the I'm Chevy Chase and You're Not documentary. Yeah. And if you are a fan of his, or you are just like, you kind of like his work, the documentary is really interesting. From the 972, I disagree with this opinion, but I appreciate him or her sharing it. The Cowboys aren't America's team to anyone under 40, and they just finally watched The Godfather. Their review, meh. Huh. So I take it you did not follow up with The Godfather 2.
Probably not.
I mean, look, if you watch a 3-hour movie and thought it was meh, I could see how you would not want to watch the next one. I've got a story. I went to go see the original Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship, with one of my friends, and he did not love it. He thought it was very slowly paced. And so when we went to go see The Two Towers, I was like, hey, I know you probably don't want to go. I just want to let you know. And he goes, no, yeah, I'll go. I want to see what happens when they finally get there to the mountain to destroy the ring. And I was like, oh, man. I haven't read the books, but I'm pretty sure they don't make it there until the third movie. And he's like, they're right there. How do they not make it there in this movie? And I'm like, I don't know. I'm just telling you, if that's why you're going to go see the movie. And he goes, no, I'm out. Pass. And I think that was probably a wise decision by him. All right. Now, in another interesting pivot, let's go ahead and go to some baseball nuggets. Brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. By the way, I love Reliant Air Conditioning. Those are the people that help fix up my house. Let's fire up some baseball nuggets. Now, I know we talked with Eric Nadel earlier. We focused on a lot of Rangers. Plus, for his charity benefit concert, you can go buy those tickets right now. I want to talk about some of the rest of Major League Baseball. I told you that the Phillies were trying to get rid of Nick Castellanos. They were like, hey, we're trying to get this done by Monday. Well, they went ahead and took the next logical steps. They said, do not show up to spring training. And then The Athletic reported that they have removed the photo of him that was in the hallway between the lobby and their clubhouse, and he does not have a locker. So, I mean, look, breakups can be tough. But when they really hammer it home, it feels like he wasn't ghosted, he was blocked, and they're just making sure that he is very, very aware that he is no longer welcome.
They're acting like he kicked somebody's dog or something. Like,
I know, right?
I want to know if there's more to this now, because
there's got to be, because otherwise he struggled. Okay.
Yeah. Like, players can be bad. It happens.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean you got to hate them. You know, it's just like the inevitable, I think, split with Jock Peterson after this season. It's like, are we going to go just completely defame him and slander him and take away any mention of him in a Rangers uniform? I don't think so. Like, it happened.
Yes.
He wasn't good. It's okay. It happens.
Yeah.
They're acting like he's up for trial for something. No, he just had a bad year.
Yeah, but they're making it as clear as possible. Now, let's go to a just super bizarre story that has taken another twist. You know how the other day we said that former Texas Ranger Emmanuel Clase, things are getting worse for him. He was accused of altering pitches for betting reasons in 47 different games. Yeah. Now, the other person on his team that is part of this is Luis Ortiz. This is what they're going with now. Luis Ortiz's lawyer has requested separate trials, charges, and considerations because he says that his client was duped by Emmanuel Clase. And Emmanuel Clase is the ringleader of all of this, and he tricked him, specifically said, quote, Ortiz is a victim of Clase's scheme rather than a knowing and willing participant. Whoa.
So there's a lot to unpack there. One, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that Clase was at the head of this.
Could be.
I think that part is totally understandable from the surface level. What starts to get muddy for me is, yes, people and friends and teammates in that instance can be very convincing, right? You develop those relationships, and then one conversation turns into another, and then you're in something that you didn't know you signed up for. I get that. But when you're purposely manipulating instances in live sporting events, at what point do you raise your eyebrow and say, I don't think this is right, So it's mixing the idea of, yes, we're human and we don't think sometimes, and then you're like, oh, I shouldn't be doing this, okay, versus how do you hide that?
Right.
So the legal proceedings are going to be really interesting to me to see what the argument is that he did get duped. Like, how did you get duped?
That's a great question. I'm curious to see how that plays out. I'm also curious to see how this plays out. Did you see the saga of Zach Wheeler? Now, Zach Wheeler had a rib removed during his thoracic outlet decompression surgery, and he said that he kept it.
Yeah.
And he said, it's just sitting in my house. It's in my closet. Is that what you would do with your rib? Would you put a display? Would you just throw it in a box with your other memory things? Well, what's the strategy there, gentlemen?
My dad got a rib taken out, and they wouldn't let us I think they did let us bring it home, and I think it sat in the freezer for like 3 days, and then that was it.
Wow.
As far as I know.
So the freezer is a choice.
Where's this supposed to go? I don't know.
I don't know right?
I don't know if it's supposed to go anywhere, but I wouldn't put it with food that I intend on eating.
That's a good point.
That would
crap.
be the.
We were having ribs. I grabbed the
human rib.
Yeah.
My bad. Sorry, Dad. Yeah, I mean, I probably would, because I got my wisdom teeth taken out in middle school, and they asked if I wanted to keep them, but I was hopped up on whatever gas, and I said no, just because that was like the only word I could muster at that point. And I regret it. I kind of want to keep them. I kind of want that memory, because I did get them out early enough to where the recovery wasn't too bad, but that was the worst 3 days of my life. I felt miserable. Couldn't even go to school or anything. It was so bad, and I've already got a big head. So when I had chipmunk cheeks on top of that, that just looking in the mirror every morning was so debilitating. So I wish I had a memory of that, but I don't. I just have the paperwork.
Oh, it's like your Shutter Island.
That's right.
Now, a couple of quick other notes for you. Chris Bassett and the Orioles reached a one-year, $18.5 million contract. Netflix is reportedly pursuing both CeCe Sabathia and Barry Bonds for their opening day coverage. And then I wanted to go down this. I know we've talked about some of these spots, but we haven't got an opportunity to do the top 10 in MLB for first base and for relief pitcher. For first base, it's Wilson Contreras at number 10, then Michael Busch, Pete Alonso, Yandy Diaz, Rafael Devers, and then you move into the top 5. Vladimir Guerrero is number 5. Bryce Harper drops from 2 to 4, which I'm sure the Phillies front office is stoked about. Matt Olson at 3. Nick Kurtz at 2. He was not ranked last year, of course. And Freddie Freeman at 1. Just to show you what a big difference year over year makes for relief pitchers, 8 of the top 10 were not ranked last year. The only ones who carry over, Mason Miller and Cade Smith. Everybody else is new on the list, much like at first base. There are no Texas Rangers. Top 5. I know, shocking indeed. So that one goes Jason Adam, Josh Hader, Adrian Morjan, Matt Strahm, Garrett Whitlock, and then the top 5, Andres Munoz, Cade Smith, Edwin Diaz, Mason Miller, and number 1, not ranked last year, part of the 2023 Texas Rangers, Aroldis Chapman, who I most definitely thought was done. He is back at number 1. And in case you missed any of the list, the top players at each position: Tarek Skubal, starting pitcher; Cal Raleigh for catcher; first baseman Freddie Freeman; second baseman Ketel Marte; third baseman Jose Ramirez; shortstop Bobby Witt Jr. Remember, Corey Seager was second on that list. Left field, Jaron Duran. Center field, Julio Rodriguez, and Wyatt Langford was second on that list, even though ideally he will not be playing mostly center field. Right field, Aaron Judge, and relief pitcher Aroldis Chapman. So hopefully I've got you mostly or entirely caught up on the baseball world right now. Coming up next, usually we have the C Block starring Corey Majors, but he's not here. So it's time for a brand new edition of Jaking Off.
We've got a 6-leg parlay that we got built by ChatGPT on the Texas Rangers 2026 season and some surprising NFL rookie MVP candidates. That's next on The Fan.
K&M Leasing Studios. It's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The
Alec Medford.
Oh, man.
Still feels weird. And the soon-to-be super famous Jacob Ray. We're going to get to jaking off in just 1 second. But first, I've got a couple of other notes for you. I'm going to tell you the really sad one first.
Oh, no.
So it is less difficult to transition into your segment. So... And I'm honestly amazed that this doesn't happen more often with all the travel in sports. Iowa Lakes Community College, their baseball team, its bus crashed yesterday morning. 32 people are injured and one is dead, with injuries ranging from minor to serious. And so obviously our prayers go out to the Iowa Lakes Community College baseball team, their friends and family. That is truly awful. And I'm glad it doesn't. I'm so glad it doesn't happen more often, but I'm amazed with all of the travel and the quick travel involved at all levels of sports and all kinds of activities that this doesn't happen more often. And then I wanted to just throw it over to Jack Leiter real quick. Jack Leiter also was upset about the insurance issues surrounding the World Baseball Classic. You know, we've talked about this at all kinds of different levels. And he goes, look, it's a dream of mine, and it was high up on my list. It didn't work out in the end, and I was definitely frustrated, and I still am a little bit, but it will be fine. It was hard to say no, but it just came down to crossing the T's, dotting the I's on insurance. It came down to insurance stuff I don't really understand. I couldn't control it. And at the end, you worry about what you can control. It is really weird to me in an event that obviously so many people love, and it's really picked up a lot of popularity, that insurance regulations are what could be one of the biggest factors in this year's World Baseball Classic. And by the way, there's a World Baseball Classic exhibition game featuring Brazil that will be taking place at Surprise Stadium while Corey and I are out there this year for spring training. Just a few weeks away. Now, take it away, Mr. Ray.
Yeah, new guy Jake, that's original.
Our buddy Jake, or is it Jacob? Who knows?
Jacob Ray, a.k.a. new guy Jake.
Where's my money?
I mean, what a segue there from Kevin. I mean, let's just bounce away from some sad news and get right into some Jake It Off right here on 105.3 The Fan.
That's why I used the buffer and gave you the lighter thing.
Yeah, no, that was a great job, and Jack would probably have a great time in this segment, and we could work him into the name and everything. I mean, it could be a party. So I want to get this started because I had an interesting experience last night on Prize Picks, and I know that Kevin, big underdog guy. So
promo code Masterpiece.
And after last night, it might be time to make the switch.
Oh,
it might
yes.
be time.
In your face, Wolchuk.
So Prize Picks does a really good job of throwing out these discounted lines, right? And last night it just happened to be Donovan Mitchell. And his line was down from 27.5 points to 21. And anytime I see any of those discounted lines, I usually just pair it with a nice little bankroll builder, right? So I found a goblin and I paired it, threw $10 on it.
Just real quick, and for people who aren't familiar, it will usually be like a little banner that will say like pick your discount, and then sometimes it'll be a variety of different player cards. I know it comes out a lot with basketball, and you'll click and it will normally be like, let's say higher or lower, 33.5 points, rebounds, and assists. The card will flip or some semblance of that, and now it'll be like 27 or whatever.
So that's what happened. I ran into that, and I was like, you know what? I was like, I needed to make my money back from Super Bowl. It was a bad Super Bowl for me. I went 0 for 2, and neither bet was really particularly close, I'm going to be honest with you guys. So we needed to make the money back. So I was like, you know what? What a great time to throw $10, 10 to win 20. Let's do it. Now, when I did that, my phone glitched.
Oh.
So I was under the impression that you could still cancel lineups on Prize Picks. Apparently, that's not a thing anymore since they added early payout.
Did you know on Underdog, for up to 3 minutes, you can still cancel your picks? Just saying.
That's why you got to get on the right side of history, Jake.
Yeah, seriously. How convenient would that have been last night? But don't you worry, gentlemen, because I paired Donovan Mitchell, 21.5 points, with Jalen Johnson, over 34.5 points, rebounds, and assists. Not once, not twice.
Oh, no.
3 times.
Oh, no.
And we were lucky. because all 3 cashed.
Oh! Hey! Dinner on Jake!
So we were on the right side of history last night, but nonetheless, if it happens again, Prize Picks, you're done. I'm pulling my money out, going to Underdog, so I can dabble there. Now, I teased it right before this segment. I went on ChatGPT, and one of my favorite things to do on ChatGPT sometimes when I just don't know what to place, I'm just confused. I don't know what to gamble on. I'm like, you know what? Build me a parlay. And
would a human argue that if you don't know what to gamble on, perhaps you should not gamble?
You could make a strong argument for that, probably.
Just not too Jacob.
Yeah, what's the fun in that, right?
Okay, fair. That's fair enough.
It's here for a good time.
Continue.
So with the Rangers season starting soon, I had ChatGPT build me a 5-leg lineup. And no, one of the legs is not if Sebastian Wolcott will get his first career hit in the big leagues this year. That is not one of them.
He's out.
Thanks for the reminder.
He's out for the year.
I know.
He needs surgery.
Gotta be kidding me.
Damn.
Our other young star, though, was our first leg. They told me to take Wyatt Langford over his season home run total. And its reasoning, Langford was one of the Rangers' top offensive contributors in 2025 and is projected to continue as a middle-of-order power bat in 2026. He hit 22 home runs last season, despite missing time, and projections have him as a key run producer again. The line's at 23.5 home runs on the season.
Oh, yeah. Over me, baby. But that's also partially because I'm thinking 30.
Ooh. We're getting 30-30?
Yeah, I would consider manipulating that line to get even better odds, but I know we're setting up a parlay, so complex enough as it is. I like that one. I'm bullish on Wyatt Langford.
I am as well. Next up, Corey Seager over his season RBI total. Says Seager has plenty of bounce-back potential after an up-and-down recent season and remains a middle lineup bat likely to drive in runs at a strong clip. Now, this does depend on your top 2 guys probably getting on base a lot, but they have his RBI line set at 72.5. That feels really low.
All right. Previous 3 seasons, not counting last year, of course, 83, 96, 74. Games played, 151, 119, 123. Last year, 102 games played, 50 RBIs. Now, as Jacob was just saying, you just had a god-awful offense, so RBIs were hard to come by. But it does kind of feel like the sweet spot is you need to get him at about 120 games, right?
Yeah.
All right. And what's the RBI total again that we're going over?
72.5. So based on last season, I think they scored under 700 runs last season, correct?
Yes.
So he would have accounted for, if this was the line for last year, he would have accounted for at least 10% of your runs.
I actually don't, and I don't think that is a crazy prospect. So I don't love that one as much just because, like everybody else, I'm wondering how many games he plays, but all right.
Well, ChatGPT is telling you to take the over. Like you, Kevin, I'm a little bullish on that one as well. Now, this one I like because I think this kid's going to be a stud this year. Jack Leiter over his season strikeouts mark. It says, as the Rangers' young ace and 2025 Rookie of the Year, Leiter's strikeout projection is a strong bet if he stays healthy and maintains his role as a top starter. And his line's 165.5.
Okay, in my head, I thought if it's 160 or higher, I'm a go for sure. Okay, so last year, all right, this one's a little tricky. Will people catch on more with the kick change that obviously was super helpful? He started 29 games last year. So, I mean, you can start more. Obviously, he can give you up to 33 starts. But you're pretty maxed out in terms of how many starts. The key for him, and this is something that Corey brought up yesterday, is you would love to see him throw at least 6 innings per start. So let's say we get the same number of outings at 29, 6 innings per start. So what are we talking, 174 innings? That would be a bump up of 22 1/3. And you only need a bump up of 17 1/2 strikeouts. All right, I like that. This is I know we're doing the whole parlay, but this is my second favorite part of the parlay so far. Because Wyatt, Leiter, Seager.
Probably the hardest to predict, but I think the most fun if it does happen. I would say. Like I would be more excited about that one hitting than any other one. Obviously, we want all of them to hit, so Jacob is rich, and he'll pay for our next meal together. But
you don't have to pay for my meal, Jacob. I'm plenty rich as well.
See, I'm not, so I need all the help I can get. But yeah, I do think that. I think because of the kick change and because he is expanding the arsenal, I think you're going to see more swing and miss opportunity, which gets him out of innings quicker.
Yes.
So I think he's going to throw more innings this year, and I think he's going to be a little bit more successful with his command. So I'd feel confident in that.
I like this one a lot too. I think when you have a young player like this who's still learning all of his pitches, and I do think his control is going to improve a lot next year, and like Eric talked about, he came into games super amped up. That just only comes with experience, right? You calm down more in games, and he also mentioned he stayed away from the big innings, so that allows you to go further and further in games, and I love taking strikeouts on a guy that throws as hard as Jack Leiter does, and I think no matter how good your secondary pitches are, it's already hard enough to catch up to 100, and I think that'll get you further than a guy with Jack's stuff if he threw like 95, right?
Any concerns on the parlay thus far that we're all three higher?
Well, all 5 are supposed to be higher, actually, according to chat. So they're slamming the overs on all of them.
Hey, maybe they feel great about the Rangers. Awesome.
The next one I'd probably, unfortunately, take the under on just because I'm a little nervous, and that's Jake Berger over his season RBI total. Berger is projected to be an everyday lineup piece, like on opening day projections, and has shown the ability to drive in runs when healthy. Line is 60.5. I feel like that's way too close to Corey.
Man, in my head, I was at 60. I think I would go under on this one as well. I know you said Chat GPT said hit the higher. I don't know about the one. Although
that's tough.
To Nate L's point from earlier, if we're talking about things that are going to hit, if you get Jake Berger that's closer in the, you'd love to see like a 75 to 80 range.
Yeah.
That could be a great reflection. And he did have 53 last year, and he got sent down to the minors, and our offense sucked, and he didn't hit enough home runs. So I see the potential. That's my least favorite so far. That goes underneath Seager.
Me too.
That's what's tough is with baseball parlays like this, especially season-long ones, you're really betting on other people not name that player doing their job. So that's why it scares me, but I'd probably have to go under on that too.
I agree, and you mentioned depending on other players. You're depending on the top of the lineup mainly with Seager, but we don't know where Jake Berger is going to be slotted at. He could be slotted as a 7-hitter, in which case he's sitting there depending on your 4, 5, 6 guys to get on, and that might just not be the meat of your order this season. So, and it also, you're probably not going to have guys slotted there like Evan Carter and Wyatt Langford who can get you a stolen base in a run-scoring situation. So I'm a little nervous on that. I'd probably take the under if I was betting.
Agreed.
Here's my last one. Evan Carter over his season runs scored total. And I really like this one just because I think it pairs really well with Corey Seager's line. It says Carter is expected to be in the Rangers' top of the lineup in 2026, meaning plenty of RBI opportunities ahead of stronger hitters like Langford and Seager. His runs scored is 78.5. That's high.
If it was, I'm so sorry to say this. If it was 48.5, I'm taking the under. I think Evan Carter is an immensely talented human. We have had him on the show numerous times. He's autographed stuff for us for Peace-a-thon. I just am in the camp of I will believe the everyday part when I see it. I would go under on that. That's my least favorite part of the parlay. But if I'm wrong, this could be an awesome season for the Rangers offense. I'm going to be, I don't believe until I see.
I'm right there with you. Yeah. I mean, there's too much recent history that says go against anything positive in terms of trying to make money off of his stat lines. I just got to see it first, Jake. I got to see it first. But if we're talking about taking unders, a fun exercise, maybe for the next time you do the segment, something I do every baseball offseason going into spring training, I'll do season-long slips on multi-home run games by players, and I almost exclusively take unders because some players' lines are egregiously high. Like, I want to say it was last year or the year before, Marcelo Zuna's was like 3 or 4.5.
Whoa.
And I'm like, that's not happening. Took the under, he had 1.
Yeah. Corey
Like,
Seager's last year was 3.5.
yeah.
Ooh. You know, Evan Carter last year played a career high 63 games.
Nice.
Now, I realize
Love
that.
setting career highs.
I mean, I realize in 2023 he only came here at the end, but like the last 2 seasons combined, he has 54 runs. And so it's crazy, too. He's only 23. He doesn't turn 24 until the end of the season.
He's younger than me.
So, yeah, if he can take off, that would be huge. All right, let's say we hit it across the board. What kind of odds are we working with?
It didn't give me the odds, but I mean, we're probably looking at anywhere between plus 1,500 and plus 2,000 odds here.
Okay.
That's usually about where these 5-leg parlays sit. Now, if you wanted to make it a clean 6 legs, I did find a Prize Picks one I really liked, and that's Jacob deGrom over 180.5 strikeouts.
I know I'm going to regret this. Approve. I am prepared for a few more innings and more strikeouts with a trade-off of an ERA that's maybe 0.4, 0.5 higher. That's my guess of what the trade-off was going to be.
I like it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece, an award-winning edition of Jaking Off right there. Coming up next, we are going to go back to our focus on the NFL draft. Alec, today, where are we going?
We are going to talk about the man that you have questioned for a long time.
Big facts.
Arvell Reese and Mekhi Lemon, the wide receiver, next on The Fan.
Take us with you wherever.
214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Here comes a pressure. Phil Reese.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're going to give our draft focus back on track with the breakdown of Arvell Reese and Mekhi Lemon. But I want to remind everybody today, the G-Bag Nation will be broadcasting live from Sidecar Social in Frisco, 6770 winning drive. So right out there by the Star, getting you ready for the Nexo Dallas Open. They're going to be there doing their show from 2 to 7, which you probably should have known. And there are a limited number of Tolo flags to give away. That's Sidecar Social in Frisco. Now, to the draft discussion, and I feel like we have to start with that gentleman right there, Arvell Reese. And I hope I can make my point clear. I am skeptical about Arvell Reese just because of what I feel like is a limited amount of production for a player that it feels like a lot of folks think is a lock to go 2, and if not 2, certainly in the top 5. I have some questions. But why don't you give me your report first?
All right. Well, I'm sitting in the Corey Majors chair, so I got to lead off with a question that I think is totally fair that he would ask you if he was here. Kevin, do you like big men?
I mean, I need to stay consistent. I do.
This is a big man. 6'4", 245 pounds out of Ohio State. Arvell Reese can play all over the place. He's listed as an edge, but you can kind of plug and play him and move him around. He's got position flex. He's 20 years old. He's still growing into his frame. Wow. A lot of evaluators think. Like, he still hasn't finished his growth spurt, which is kind of terrifying, which, the doctors always told me, hey, you have until you're 21, technically. Thanks for lying, guys.
Oh, I'm sorry, buddy.
But yes, thanks, Dawson. Learning under Matt Patricia. Honestly, I think that part of the reason that expectations are so high for him is he has had some great coaching, and he's played in a pro-style system. So a lot of people think that he can plug and play in the NFL day one just because he's played in NFL schemes before. So I think that's where a lot of the speculation comes from. But third down versatility, he can be an off-ball linebacker, stand-up edge. He can be a Pro Bowl caliber player at either spot. He really can because of his athletic gifts. There are a lot of things with him that are under construction because, like we talk about, the age-old debate of production versus the ideas of what they could be. And projection is all we can do at this point, which is why a guy like Arvell Reese is so fun to watch because really have no idea. I can tell you the measurables. I can tell you everything. But one thing that I think evaluators are going to fall in love with is he is a top-tier run defender. He has incredible instincts when it comes to defending the run. He can diagnose and attack downhill quicker than most. He's very powerful at the point of contact. He will hold his ground, and he will probably make any blocker look dumb because he is that strong. Very sure tackler. Long arms, and a very big tackling radius. Like, when I think about the way he can kind of stop and reach out to the opposite side and whatnot, I think of like how Anthony Barr in his prime heyday, just how he was not prototypical. He was such a large human that it felt like those arms were almost like Gumby, where he can just reach over and say, I don't care if you're running the opposite direction of me. I will stop and reach and bring you down. Very sure tackler. Mentioned the versatility and whatnot. I see him as like a chess piece. You can ask him to blitz. You can ask him to rush. He can run fit. He can really do anything that he's asked.
So far beyond, I know you've set this up well, far beyond just a pass rusher. You talked about the versatility and the tackling radius that I really, really like, that makes it seem like a 3-down lineman.
Yes, and
or a linebacker, I know, depending on the scheme.
Sure. I do think that there is more on tape that I liked than I expected. In terms of versatility, in terms of overall consistency, I think the IQ is higher than I expected. I don't know if it's just some of the pre-draft noise about, well, the production or whatever maybe got to my head. When I watched him, I was just overall impressed. There weren't many reps that I was like, ugh, wrong spot, wrong time or anything. And the athleticism, I think, is going to compensate for a lot of mistakes he's going to make as a rookie and early on in his career. But as with any prospect, there are concerns. Number one, coverage. Don't ask him to really cover much. Short area quickness, depth reads, lateral movement and stuff. I would not ask him to routinely cover tight ends and running backs, which is fine. He is a pure front seven player that I am more than okay with telling him rush the passer and stop the run 99.9% of the time. The footwork and instincts that he's going to need to stop NFL pass catchers, it can be improved. Day one, they are not there. He will be a pure pass rusher and run fitter depending on where they line him up. While athletically gifted, his pass rush, I guess, scheme, the way he attacks the pass rush, it doesn't have many layers. That's where I think some of the criticism will come in. He relies on speed and power a lot of the time, which he has plenty of both, and in the college level, it works. You can win reps easily with those two alone. He needs counters. He needs to figure out how to use his leverage more because he is so big. And just to refine that technique to consistently beat NFL tackles, because the hand fighting is going to be his biggest enemy day one. If he can develop a counter move, whether it's a cross chop, a spin move, because he is athletic enough, something like that, if he has a secondary move other than the bull rush, that's when he becomes the problem that everybody thinks he's going to be. And aggression, I will say, great. It can be a double-edged sword sometimes.
Yes.
Aggressive pursuit can lead to over pursuit, creating cutback lanes for offenses that probably shouldn't be there schematically. So he will gamble. He will gamble on some plays because he has the play diagnosed, but the ball carrier is always running straight forward, so they're going to have the first opportunity to make you miss more so than you make a better play on the back. So I do think that the aggression might be swing and miss here and there, but it's a coachable thing.
So I'm really fascinated by this because, and somebody texted in from the 806, is the discussion about, because of some of the skills you were talking about, stopping the run, he could be an off the ball linebacker with situational pass rush. And I'm not here to dismiss that whatsoever. That's just not usually the type of player that you hear as like a lock for the top five. Or, quite frankly, Field Yates put out his mock draft yesterday or the day before and had him at number 2 and talked about his pass rush abilities. I think that's why I'm fascinated about like him versus somebody like David Bailey, who obviously had all of the sacks this last season for Texas Tech. When you think, I wouldn't normally think off the ball linebacker, no matter how talented they are, as being like a pretty good bet to be pick number 2. So I am fascinated by this evaluation. And now I think deep dive on David Bailey might be necessary to kind of compare and contrast. But we got one on defense, but also one on offense. Let's go with another potential first-round pick, Makai Lemon.
This is a really fun watch, a very fun watch. And we talked about it a little bit yesterday when we were breaking down some other names. Wolchuk texted Corey and I, and he said Makai Lemon is the guy to watch. So I was like, you know what? You mentioned the name, I'm going to go home and watch.
Right.
So Makai Lemon, this guy, his tape is awesome. He's just so fun to watch. If I asked you if you like big men, you would be disappointed here. He's not that. He's 5'11", 195. But Corey said yesterday he gave out a pro comp of Amon-Ra St. Brown. That's where I see Amon-Ra St. Brown is when I watch Makai Lemon out of USC. High skill, high volume guy that I was even reading just to, I like to cross check some of my things that I see to make sure I'm not going totally crazy. And I saw Lance Zierlein, NFL.com. he talked to an AFC scouting director and said he will come in as one of the top 10 best slot receivers in the NFL day one of training camp.
Is that because he has like a crazy big catch radius?
Yes.
Or, okay.
And the competitive nature. I've noticed a theme with a lot of guys that we watched here early on our draft breakdowns is there's a lot of dudes in this class that just want it more than the guys lining up in front of them. I know it's not something that you can measure and that just stands out on tape more so than production, but he's so fiery. He's got room for refinement, but not a lot.
Wow.
There's picky things that you can look at with him, but his release off of the press, I think, is what's going to set him aside as a rookie. Like his release off of press coverage should not be as good as it is at this stage. He manipulates the defenders. That's the word I had written down. He will manipulate defenders to get them out of their ideal position, and he will win the route more times than not. Other things that I really liked about him is the savvy route running and awareness. Very nuanced with his route running. Very specific. You can tell that there's intent with every move that he makes. Ball tracking and timing is incredible. He's really tough and physical. That's why I say Amon-Ra St. Brown. He's got that physical prowess that he will fight through contact and gain extra yards, even though he's not the biggest receiver on the field. And he's got great spatial awareness after the catch. Feels like one of those guys that kind of has eyes on the back of his head to kind of feel like a linebacker chasing me down, a safety coming from the left side at an angle. He knows where everybody is at the field all at one point. And he's just
Good
very...
body control?
Yes, 100%. He's got very sure hands, but if you need him to high point a pass, like if you want him to run a seam, sure. Why not? If you want him to do like a post corner in an end zone, like a red zone situation, yes, he can absolutely control those feet. He can control possession of the football, fight through contact. And he was a Blitnikoff Award winner as the nation's top receiver. Very strong 2025. 79 for 1,156 and 11 touchdowns. Very productive. So this is opposite of Arvell Reese. The numbers and the volume are 100% there. Again, the only cons that I have to knock, I mentioned the size. His catch radius, I think, will grow over time just because he was a primary slot guy. I've seen people talk about his catch radius being limited. I think it's only limited because we haven't seen it. I think he's talented enough to where I'm comfortable saying he's got a high catch radius. I think he will catch anything. And then I think that maybe some of the more handsy corners in the NFL will be a bit of a challenge. I don't think it's anything that will defeat him like every other snap per se, but I do think that if bigger corners get the assignment, because we talk about it all the time, NFL defenses are becoming more and more positionless.
Sure.
There's scenarios where Patrick Surtain could be covering him in the system that they run in Denver. It's not necessarily purely outside guy, or in an offensive system, he could be asked to play on the outside of a play that they are running at any given time. If he gets matched up with a bigger body, more physical press corner, he could see problems. But in an everyday situation, he's going to get a smaller slot corner that I think he's going to bully.
Tyson from yesterday versus Lemon.
Lemon is the higher ceiling and the more plug-and-play guy right now. I do think Tyson, his ceiling excites me and his potential excites me a bit more maybe as a red zone threat.
Okay.
If you are looking for the one-on-ones, I think I would go more so with Tyson, but I think the more well-rounded and the guy who's going to make a difference today is definitely Lemon.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. An excellent breakdown on both players with Alec Medford, and that's why it's called the Medfordplex. Maybe we will expand on that and have a discussion when we chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. They'll be live from the Sidecar Social. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, 2 more 9-inch nail ticket giveaways in the 7 o'clock and 9 o'clock hours, the junk drawer at 7:40, and Worst Take at 9 a.m., a.k.a. the Brian Broaddus Award of the Week. It's a Friday morning on The Fan.
you know what? You have plenty of time to make the first step happen for you. When you're not feeling like you, though, you're like, I don't know exactly what I want to do or why or what are my best options, because you want to start with something that's going to set you up for success. If you do take that first step to optimize your total wellness, do it with Men's T Clinic like I did. Hormones, mood, weight, muscle mass, all going to fall into place. You're going to leave those symptoms that were keeping you on the sidelines in the rear view for all time now. 1 in 5 men do suffer from low T, and Men's T Clinic has pioneered optimizing hormone levels and total wellness for men since 2014, pursuing their mission of restoring men's health, confidence, drive, and vitality. You'll go in there, you're going to be met with an expert, dedicated local provider, and then you're going to leave with data on what exactly the next steps are for you and your body. And from there, you'll have a big picture, all the relevant hormone levels, biomarkers, body composition, and an individualized plan of attack just for you. Men's T Clinic, all you need to feel your best under one roof. Call 972-GO-MEN'S-T today or visit mensteclinic.com.
All right, fellas, let's talk about your hair for a sec. If you're losing it and you desire to have it back, then Advanced Hair Restoration has the easiest guaranteed solution. It's unbelievable. It's a simple one-day treatment, and it offers life-changing results, and I've seen it with my own eyes. Fellas, it's not magic, but close to it, okay? Now, here's the deal. They put hair where you need it most, and then, bam, it grows. It's actually science, all right? Advanced Hair, they have it all. Top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day. Advanced Hair even guarantees it to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now, 469-599-HAIR. And if you qualify, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Okay, Advanced Hair, they have changed tens of thousands of lives, and they are the team that I personally recommend. So don't wait. Check out the before and afters online for yourself, 469-599-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
I'm Pat Boyle, here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Thunder and the Bucks square off tonight right before the All-Star break begins, and I think Isaiah Hartenstein becomes a point center god tonight. He's dropped at least 6 assists in the last 4 games, and if Jalen Williams gets ruled out tonight, he left last night's game with the same hamstring that has caused him issues all year. The last 2 games that J-Dub did not play in, Hartenstein had 10 and 11 assists. His total right now is 4.5. Let's go over on Hartenstein's assists. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Texans enjoy more ways to save at Kroger, like low prices in every aisle. And you can clip and save more with digital coupons in the Kroger app. Plus, you can earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. So it's always easy to get Texas-sized savings. Kroger, Texas proud since 1955. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply. See site for details.
Just in time for Valentine's Day, you can enjoy free delivery on orders of $50 or more with your digital coupon. Restrictions apply. See coupon for details. Kroger, Texas proud since 1955.
Saturday on the CW.
Driver, start your engine!
The new NASCAR season roars into action at the Daytona International Speedway with all new drivers, new rivalries.
Somebody to break his teeth in.
And a brand new name.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
Buckle up for pure raw racing live from Daytona.
Let's turn them loose!
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
This Saturday at 3 p.m. on CW33.
The recent freeze was another reminder backup power matters, and that is why thousands of Texans are switching every month to Base Power. Base Power is the only power company with home backup built in, so when the grid goes down, your lights stay on automatically.
And right now, if you switch using our special link for fan listeners, we'll cover your current termination fee up to $250. See if your home qualifies. BasePowerCompany.com/thefan. That's BasePowerCompany.com/thefan.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes. You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's That's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly with nationwide 5G because Cricket is on the AT&T network. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and top users make $200 to $300 per month.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code WHEEL25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WHEEL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code WHEEL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
This hour is brought to you by Chase Ink Business Premier Card. Go from here to possible with the Chase Ink Business Premier Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
No plans for Valentine's Day? No need to worry. At P.F. Chang's, treat your special someone to a romantic 5-course dining experience for 2 for only $89.99. Reservations are filling quickly. Reserve your table now and savor every moment. Celebrate Valentine's Day with flavor that runs wild at P.F. Chang's. Plus, continue the celebration with P.F. Chang's beloved red envelope tradition. Each guest receives a red envelope revealing a special offer redeemable on a future visit while supplies last. Details at pfchangs.com.
Hey, Tolos, Eric Chiafalo with the G-Bag Nation here, and I want you to picture a kid who dreams of a better future but needs a second chance. Your old car, whether it runs or not, can make that dream real with Cars for Kids. Donating is effortless. We tow it for free, handle all the paperwork, and ensure you get a maximum tax deduction plus a $50 gift card. Every dollar of net proceeds goes straight to the Texans Can Academies, empowering at-risk students with education and hope. You're not just clearing your garage, you're lighting the way for a child's success. Visit carsforkids.org. Right off the car, not the kid.
All-star coverage across Odyssey Sports is powered by Factor. Factor meals make it easy to feed your performance. Factor. Eat like a pro.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The combos are insane. Switch backside 540. 2 incredibly difficult tricks and ending things with the 1080. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. That run right there, that is guaranteed gold.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan. That was Chloe Kim. And right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it's time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. They are live at Sidecar Social in Frisco, where I can see the Olympics going on in the background. Gentlemen, how is he today?
We are phenomenal, Hagee. Thank you so much for asking. Ready for Team USA to get ready for their gold medal winning campaign.
Did you see that they are 3.5 goal favorites over Latvia, which that game will start about 10 minutes into y'all's show?
Yeah, we're excited about it. They should be. I mean, you just saw what Canada was able to do, just beating the brakes 5-0. They were able to get the win over Czechia. So, Canada's come out hot, and we need Team USA to make sure they carry over so we get the ultimate gold medal game between Canada and the U.S., which is what we all want.
When they get hot, we get hotter.
Oh, I like that.
I like it.
Are you guys, do you feel like you're going to catch the full-on fever like we all did during Four Nations? Because during Four Nations, man, it felt like we were hockey crazy.
Yeah, hell yeah. I mean, look, the women's team, what they did to Canada the other day was absolutely embarrassing. So
it was.
I'm all for it. I mean, I think it's hard to not already have Olympic fever just with all the other events that are going on. I mean, Brian, it's like catching a squirrel every day on the show with this going on live with him. He's looking up.
Yeah.
We've got speed skating going on.
Yeah.
We've got luges. I mean, this double luge thing that we found yesterday was a bit
Yes.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of an issue with this short track skating. We've got countries that just want to just go into their own, to get out of their lane to get into other lanes.
Yeah.
We had about 4 false starts earlier today, and the Chinese gal had to take a seat because she couldn't maintain her lane.
Sometimes it feels a little bit like the underthrown pass interference call, where if you lay back just a little bit, the potential for a crash could ease your way to a medal.
I kind of feel like that maybe you're onto something, Heggie, but I'm watching the Italians men's program here, and there's some straight just dive bombing down into the, I mean, it's
get out of the way.
It's like you're not even in any position, but you're going to dive bomb into the corner, very much like racing at Martinsville in NASCAR. You just take the car and dive it down in there, and you're going to bump guys around and stuff. So, yeah, this speed skating venue thing, I think it's got the most chaos of all the sports.
Okay, so Broadus, yesterday you talked about curling. Now we were just talking about speed skating. Are those your two favorite Winter Olympic sports, or what else is in the mix there?
No,
The double dude luge has them pretty fired up.
Would you want to be on the top or the bottom?
Is that a serious question?
I think you want to be on the bottom there, don't you?
No, you want to be on the top. I don't want to be getting squished by somebody on top of me.
Yeah, but
speak for yourself.
I really wouldn't want to do either of these. This would not be an event
that's
that
not.
I would be.
It's just an A or B. There's no C on the Scantron.
Let's ask Heggie. Heggie, who's the controller of the top and the bottom thing and the luge thing?
It's the bottom guy.
The bottom guy steering?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll be carried.
Okay. All right. I like that.
Hey, don't screw it up down there, bud. Everyone's watching.
There's no way you can hear during that, right?
Would it be?
Hey, you got this, buddy.
Would it be really uncomfortable if it was a brother team, like two brothers doing this?
Just
make it more of an incestual blend.
Game of Thrones style.
Who thought of this? Who thought of this? Like
so bizarre.
Who was like saying, you know what? Hey, let's put Bob and Ted on the luge together and see how fast we can
I
go.
think it was Bob and Ted, and they were experimenting with each other. And then somebody walked in and was like, "What the hell are you guys doing?" They're like, "No, we're innovating the sport.
It's luge.
We're
for the Olympics.
It's just doubles luge, jerk.
Yeah.
We're all luged up.
Read a book for once.
I think it's less weird if they were brothers. I think it's weirder that it's just two random people that met at the Olympic Training Center.
It's a bonding moment.
Yeah.
I kind of like it. It's kind of wholesome.
Is it wholesome?
I kind of wonder if you go into a bar and you're just like, hey, you won the gold medal for what? The double luge. Check it out.
You spell wholesome without the W on this one.
I mean, like, what are we doing? Like, oh, that's the sport you participate in. Okay, I got you.
Man, I love it. Like the idea that somebody is somebody really going to go fact check you on that? They're like, I don't think that is what you won your gold medal for. I'm going to go watch the tape of these sports.
Let me tell you what. I saw some clips last night of curling from 1972.
Oh.
Dudes were pushing the stone, smoking cigarettes.
Were they really?
Guy ripping a heater for Canada, pushing the stick, doing the whole push it out, but he's like got the cigarette hanging out of the corner of his mouth while he's doing it.
I want one of these figure skaters to do that.
And the brooms, the brooms were like real brooms.
Oh, it wasn't like a specialized.
It wasn't a specialized.
Like a witch broom?
It was like with the straw and stuff.
Wow.
That's what it was.
That's crazy.
So
That's crazy.
It was kind of nuts.
That is nuts.
Now, we were
Not
having
as nuts as the dude luge.
The dude luge is
biggest
crazy.
nuts.
Yeah,
We were having a discussion about NFL prospect breakdowns. I wanted to get y'all's take on two potential, like, similar players or similar positions. Do you like Bailey or Reese better?
Ooh, well, those are two very different players. I mean, I think Arvell Reese can be. He just profiles exactly what you want in an edge in the modern NFL. I mean, the athleticism, you can't draw him up any better than what Arvell Reese can do. As an off-ball linebacker at Ohio State, he was really good, but why I'm just putting him at edge is because whenever he's rushing the passer, to me it's like Micah, and how his trajectory went with the Cowboys. You didn't see Micah at Penn State do what Arvell Reese can do as an edge rusher, but once they figured out that he was good at it, it's like, why are we screwing around with him off ball? I think that's what teams are going to do with Arvell Reese, and as soon as he comes into training camp, they're like, we're just making an edge. So Reese his ability to cover ground with one step is unlike any other player that I think that I have studied. Bain is way more powerful. So I think
Did you say Bain or Bailey?
Bailey.
Bailey.
Oh, Bailey. Okay. Well, Reese is also a better run defender than what Bailey is. I think that's the biggest issue with David Bailey. David Bailey is a technician when it comes to rushing the passer. He does not have a lot of wasted steps when it comes to getting to the quarterback. But holy crap, when it comes to stopping the run, that guy can jump out of gaps a lot.
Yeah.
And then on wide receiver, Tyson versus Lemon.
I'm a big fan of Tyson. I think when you start to talk about if you were to move on from George Pickens, I think Tyson's George Pickens. That's why I think this is a downfield, go get the football, go up, high point, concentrate, make these kind of spectacular plays, really entertaining when you get him running routes and then ball in hand and how he's able to finish. I think there's a lot to really like about Tyson. The Lemon's game is really good, too. Yeah. Intermediate underneath, throw him the ball and watch him run. Smaller guy, probably better hands.
Yeah.
But I feel like that with Tyson, like that run after catch stuff and his ability to go get that football, I think makes him the best receiver in the draft, in my opinion.
Wolchuk?
Yeah, I'm a Kai Lemon guy. I mean, to me, he is very similar to like a JSN and Amon-Ra St. Brown, like these receivers that can play outside in the slot. Tyson's way more physical, much better blocker. His wide receivers coach is Heinz Ward there at Arizona State. The thing that scares me a lot about Jordan Tyson
injuries.
Is just availability.
Yeah.
He missed a lot of time at Arizona State, and I wonder about his deep speed as well at the NFL level. But he is phenomenal when it comes to short, intermediate. You just dump the ball off on a screen game. After the catch, he is very violent with the ball in his hands. Much Des Bryant and George Pickens, like to Bryant's point.
Yeah, the kid you want to really go watch is Bell from Louisville. The problem is he has a torn ACL.
Yeah,
I mean, that's the closest to Des Bryant that I've seen in a long time. When you look at body type and run after catch and the way he's able to work the middle of the field.
What do you find fellas got coming up on the program today, and where could people find you?
Pure Gold as always, Heggie. Thanks for asking. Sidecar Social here in Frisco, right next to the Silver Lot. If you want to swing in there. What a palatial estate this establishment is. Holy cow. So much going on. Hoops. You got all kinds of fun. Bar, restaurant. Greg Wyshynski's going to be talking Olympic hockey coming up with us at 3:20.
Oh, I like it. So roll home with the G-Bag Nation or go see them at Sidecar Social in Frisco. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. We'll be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say dude luge, Kevin.
Dude luge. We'll call it douche.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by TaxSlayer. Start filing for free today at TaxSlayer.com. When asked about the Americans playing hard in the All-Star game, Kevin Durant said, "You should ask the Europeans if they're going to compete." He pointed to Luka Doncic and Nikola Jokic. Okay, KD, yes, this is what we're looking for. Bring a little edge into All-Star weekend. I like it. I'm Chris Blood.
Oh, hello. It's me,
the calculator that lives inside of TaxSlayer. I love numbers. Like 100, as in 100%, as in TaxSlayer's 100% accuracy, guaranteed. And 0, as in $0, as in it costs $0 to file and get the refund you deserve with TaxSlayer Simply Free, if you qualify. Simply Free is available to a limited number of taxpayers with age, income, credit, and deduction restrictions. See TaxSlayer.com for eligibility requirements. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
Get a jump on your spring to-dos at Lowe's. Right now, get 4 bags of Stay Green 2 cubic foot mulch for just $10. And that's not all. Grab 3 bags of Miracle-Gro 3/4 cubic foot garden soil for just $10 too. Kick off spring with fresh savings. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 2.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I'm worth more.
You bet I'm worth more.
I'm worth a little more.
We completely agree. At GiveMeTheVIN.com, you are worth more, and your car's worth more. And we want to pay more for good cars at Give Me the VIN, because they are worth more, and so are you. And remember, if we don't beat a deal from Carvana or CarMax, we'll pay you $100. For top price, trust, and ease of transaction, GiveMeTheVIN.com, America's best car buyer.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVIN.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Texas knows tradition, and this March a new one hits the streets. You've seen touchdowns and home runs, but nothing like IndyCar speed ripping through Arlington, Texas. Fearless drivers, crowds loud enough to match 700 horsepower. It's an action-packed weekend filled with concerts, entertainment, and racing. Kids 12 and under get in free, so bring the whole crew. The first ever Java House Grand Prix of Arlington is coming. This isn't our first rodeo, just our fastest. Get your tickets at gparlington.com.
Sean and RJ here with the official new coffee of the morning show and the station. It's Just Love. In 2018, the Marlin family lost their son Ty at just 23. Afterwards, people started reaching out with stories about the impact he had on their lives. A lot of those stories had one thing in common: coffee.
For them, coffee isn't the point. The connection is. Even the food is made with intention. It's Just Love Coffee. They've got locations in Arlington and Grand Prairie. It is the official coffee of the morning show. It is Just Love Coffee.
It's a Thirsty Thursday, proudly being sponsored by our friends at K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 1, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan, and salute to Stella Artois. They have us out in one of the skee ball in the corner, darts, amazing bar, and delicious. Thanks to Stella Artois is our broadcast home for the day. And our guy Ross has just informed us we have Tolo flags.
Oh, we got flags.
What? Looks like about a dozen of these bad boys. You're kidding me. We got Tolo flags. You want one?
I'll take one.
There he goes. Eric Chiafalo has the first one. We got plenty of them for you here, though. And And these are one-of-a-kind collector's items. So we encourage you to swing on by and just say hi. We'll hand one to you. All righty, a big show coming up today. The Olympic hockey team is starting play against Latvia here in 8 minutes, and Wyshynski's going to join us at 3:20. Is he trying to time this up for in-between periods?
He has to do a TV hit at 4, so he sent me a text earlier. He was like, man, can we bump this thing up to 3:20? But I'm hoping the timing does work out perfectly where we are in between periods.
We're going to be watching the hockey game here but before too long, and love it if you could swing on by, crack some coldies. Nothing like day drinking and watching Olympic hockey. That's got to be bucket list stuff right there. You only get a chance to do this once every 4 years, Brian.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And especially, come by and see us, but I think they've got outside. Like you could throw on your sunglasses,
they do.
Sit outside, find you a TV. It's a beautiful day, but make sure you stop by and say hello to us too while you're here. Yeah.
Just walk down the hall and tell your boss, man, kid's sick.
Yeah.
Got to go pick him up.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Just lie your balls off.
There you go.
Seahawk Parade.
Whatever it takes, we'd love to have you join us and fellowship throughout the broadcast day. We have sports for the next 5 hours. General at your service, at ease. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander is back home, master control, 75 and 635, fixing to go 5 flawless. Of course, Eric Chiafalo is here. Zach Wolchuk is here. And Ross Lebinsky, remote engineering for you here on your home of the Cowboys, home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. So we're at Sidecar Social, and it's amazing because last night, Brian said late in the show, man, I hope I don't forget we have a remote tomorrow and come to the office, then I'd have to double back. No. So I set myself an alarm for 10:30 this morning. When it went off, I texted Wolchuk and Broadus.
Yeah.
I was like, guys, remember, we're at Sidecar Social.
Thank you so much.
Did you not think that I might need that reminder? You just feel like I'm so buttoned up that I'm so detail-oriented that there's no way I would botch that?
Well, so the explanation for that, apologies to you, are indeed in order.
No, it's all good.
Ross.
I take it as a sign of respect. Like, you don't even think I would miss the boat.
You're on top of your stuff, right? Yeah, that's what I meant. Exactly. No. The reason I did that is because last night I was texting them draft questions. So when I opened up my phone, I thought I had a G-Bag group chat. It ended up just being those two for my late-night draft questions. But the funny thing about that is, not 2 hours later, I'm preparing to head off to work, and I drove straight to the office.
Gosh,
and I set my butt down there and prepped for about 35 minutes before it hit me. Oh, my goodness, that's right. We're at Sidecar Social today in Frisco. So I think that's probably a senior moment. Coming up, Nate, I'm
you reminded us, then you forget
how did you
yourself?
remind us and then not even think about it?
I don't know. Wow. I guess I was on the phone as I jumped in the truck and I just put it on autopilot.
That'll do it. Just
was having a long
memory.
phone conversation if I wanted to make excuses for myself, but I'm 6 days from the big 5-0.
Yep.
It's the most daunting birthday there is, I believe, because it's official at that point. You know, you're washed.
Yeah.
So at 40, I was like, this is no problem, still going strong. I think I was running 6 miles a day, 3-4 times a week. That was before the arthritis really kicked in, about 41, 42. But here at 5-0, I'm feeling it. Stepped on the scale today, and it's the biggest number I've seen in a number of years.
Well, Dawson, you know what's coming up here, though? Next
Lent.
week.
Yeah, Lent starts on my birthday.
There you go. There you go. So you're going to be that. You're going to get into that. Okay, who wants to do the weight loss challenge mode and all that?
I'm up for all of it right now.
Yeah.
I need to recapture some sort of youth and I don't know, brain power. I got a lot of catching up to do, and I think the birthday is a good turning point here for me. Okay, turning point in the show is right here as we jump in and talk sports with you live against Sidecar Social in Frisco. Come on out. Top local of the story, probably Sebastian Wolcott. He's going to have elbow surgery.
How did that happen?
I don't know. I guess position players need Tommy John too. Is the UCL the same as Tommy John? Is that what we're looking at here, Wolchuk? UCL's Tommy John?
That's
elbow ligament.
I guess. Like, it's weird they just didn't say that it was Tommy John surgery, so that's why it gave me pause. Like, is it? But I
gave you those letters, like you knew what was going on.
Like UCL?
Yeah.
Like, what the hell is UCL? Oh.
That's what I'm saying. I didn't know what that was. I was kind of hopeful our baseball expert would know what this was all about.
UCL? Yeah, no. I mean, it's elbow surgery. That's what we're talking about here. Yeah. So is that Tommy John? Maybe Tommy John's just for pitchers.
So was he just out there having a catch? and then bang.
That's what I'm saying, man. How does this happen? How does this happen like days before? Well, we're in camp now, right?
Yeah.
How does this? Have we been sitting on this all year? What's the deal?
Well, they shut him down in the fall league. I do remember that. He had inflammation in the elbow. So this is something that had been bothering him. And I guess when they, got back to it, he was rehabbing the elbow. They must have just decided, like, man, this hasn't gotten any better. We just need to shut you down and have the surgery.
So the UCL is the same as Tommy John. So
all right. We're done.
It's unfortunate. The Rangers, I think for a couple of years there, probably led the league in Tommy John surgeries. And a number of their minor league pitchers have had it. I know they are very confident in their ability to recover. Didn't we have a story last year? Like there's a trainer who works out there in Arizona with a lot of these guys that are going through it in the offseason.
Dr. Keith Meister's doing the surgery, too, so he'll get this thing figured out.
But, likely to miss the entire 2026 season. It's not as tough as it is on pitchers. You can come back a little bit sooner, but, it's tough because he's your top prospect. He's been top 10, top 5 in all of Major League Baseball for the last year or two, and a guy who already had a bit of a disappointing 2025, so you're hoping he's going to go dominate Double-A baseball. But now you probably got to take a year off, and you hope that through this physical rehabilitation process, I think the positive spin would be on it. This guy that does their rehab of their catastrophic injury guys, he's confident that by the time you're done with him, you're going to be significantly more athletic because he rebuilds you from the ground up. He takes the opportunity with all the time off from baseball to get everything dialed. So core, legs, back, like all the muscle groups. Sebastian Wolcott, maybe 2027 will be ready to take that next big step. But there goes your best trade chip, too.
Yeah, that hurts, man. It really does hurt. Almost as much as these individuals. You see in this Chive TV they got up in here where it's a bunch of gym fails. People are just eating it in the gym.
Oh, it's like the wipeouts.
This is amazing.
Oh,
my God.
Some of these things, it's like, why don't you have a spotter, bro? I mean, come on. Ask for some help.
Dude, gym fail videos are right up there in the top 4 or 5, rabbit holes to get lost in.
What's your worst gym fail?
Worst gym fail was after the back surgery. I'm at community college. I'm in the weight room there at TCC. I throw on what was not much weight for a bench press and couldn't get it off my chest.
Ooh.
And so I'm doing the shimmy where you're trying to shimmy the weight off. People have to come help. It was ugly, dude. That's freshman year at community college. I'm just here to try and become a man.
Yeah.
And I came out of the gates in a really, really ugly fashion.
Just muscle atrophy got you?
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah, I hadn't done because I had the back surgery like that summer, so I was just kind of getting going, and I bit off more than I could chew there.
Now, what are we talking here? 225?
No.
185?
This was probably maybe 150, 180, something pretty, should be relatively standard to be able to get off your chest at least once. And that was unfortunate. I had another one where I was doing a stupid box jump thing and slipped off the edge and gashed my shin in a pretty gnarly way. The shin gash. I still have a bit of a dent in my shin because of it.
That's not good.
That one was tough.
Of course, Wolchuk doesn't have any gym fails.
No, are you kidding me?
No gym fails, Wolchuk? Not even one?
Absolutely not. I'm absolutely buttoned down when it comes to this.
Look at this thing, Dawson. Look at that shin.
Oh, wow, it's still there.
Shin dip.
Oh, that is a divot.
It took a chunk, bro.
Ouch.
Yeah, it took a chunk.
You just no medical attention?
No medical attention.
Does jogging on a treadmill count as a gym fail?
It can.
Dude, I've seen a bunch of treadmill issues on this video.
Running at a pretty good clip for a big guy. Power went off, and I ran straight over the top.
Okay, that was kind of not your fault.
I was running, and the thing stopped.
What are you going to do?
And I lunged over the top of I was literally laying over feet in the air.
It's like a giant hurdle all of a sudden in your way.
Yeah, I mean, I was cooking along.
You're doing a handstand on the other side.
I was trying to flip my big ass over just to fall on the other side. But I went straight over neck, shoulder area on ground.
God, that's awful.
And then with legs coming over the top. But I was cooking along, and that treadmill stopped, and I went jogging over the top.
Any lasting injuries from that?
I
Probably didn't help the crawfish shoulder.
No, but I mean,
finish the workout.
Yeah, no, I stopped.
Oh, he hasn't been back in the gym since.
No, I was like 1986.
I made a mistake.
Yeah,
outside running from.
The last time, seriously, this is no lie. The last time I went in there and physically did a lifting of weights.
Yeah.
1986.
86? All right.
That's how long. Now, I've gone into weight rooms before and like picked up a dumbbell just to see how heavy it was. But if you said, hey, you've got to go through and follow a program, like follow the program, 1986.
Incredible.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow. That, I don't know if anybody can beat that on the text. Maybe they can beat it with a.
How about a never
fail?
Has somebody ever just not ever worked
just
out?
Never worked out.
Have I ever?
Never touched a weight.
Yeah.
Well, about 7 years after that, 1993, I'd been going to the local gym in high school. But I'd only been really working upper body stuff. Right?
Yeah.
Because
all chest, no legs. I get it.
Yeah. And I didn't even realize it was a thing at that point. Like, I should be working my legs. I just thought, what's the point of working out your legs?
Yeah.
Right?
No point.
what is? I run around. I play sports. Like, my legs are in decent shape.
They'll work out themselves.
But so I think somebody shamed me into having chicken legs or something. So I was like, okay, well, let's dive into this. Let's see what this is all about. And similar type deal. I don't think it was any more than 135. On a squat rack, on a regular squat rack, right? So I'm watching people do the squat rack stuff, and I'd gone through the machines and stuff like the leg extensions and the leg press and the hamstrings and the calves and everything. So I was like, okay, let's try these free weights. And I get to the bottom, and I was like, oh my God, this is really heavy.
Yeah.
I probably should have just sat down and let it roll off my back, but I decided to fight it, and I kind of leaned forward. The next thing I know, I'm getting choked from that bar that's at the front of the squat rack.
Oh,
and the 135 is on my shoulders.
Oh no,
gosh, dude! I'm not sure how things would have progressed if it wasn't for the two gentlemen who
had to come save you.
Yeah, who saved me. Yeah, but I'm choking.
No, that's a death sentence.
But
dude.
I'm choking. Yeah,
that really
that's
is
awful.
So I was super embarrassed. This really attractive gal that worked there also went to my high school.
Oh gosh!
Right, so I'm just like, oh my God, I just got to get out of here. And as I walk by her, she kind of asked me if I'm okay. I'm going to the locker room to get my keys and my wallet and just bail. I don't think I ever went back to that gym.
No, you can't. No, you can't. Cancel membership. It's done. I'll never see another gym ever, and I certainly won't see this one.
That's incredible. At least I didn't tear my UCL like Sebastian Wolcott.
Man, I feel for him right now. I mean, I guess he could still do some type of hitting thing, right? I mean, like you saw Shohei. You saw Shohei recover, and he's like, okay, I could just DH this thing until way later in the season or whatever. So, I mean, the field work will be limited, but I think from getting back in the box, he should probably have an opportunity to do that sooner rather than later.
Yeah, maybe that's why Evan Grant's tweet said most likely ending the year. Maybe for a hitter, 5 or 6 months.
No, CY ruled him out for the season.
Oh, really?
Yeah, CY said
he's
done. CY said he's not playing this year.
Speaking of injuries, Mavs' final game before the All-Star break is tonight. Chief has a rim session coming up a little bit later on in the show. They are in L.A. against the Lakers on Amazon Prime, but Cooper Flagg is out with a foot sprain. He's also going to miss the All-Star weekend Rising Stars Challenge. And Luke is out for the Lakers as well with a hammy. LeBron is going to play after missing Tuesday's game. He's got arthritis. Speaking of being old and washed up, flipping arthritis is not something you want to be appearing on a professional sports injury report with, but he's bouncing back, and he is back tonight. We are live at Sidecar Social in Frisco, right off of the Gaylord exit here and the toll road. If you want to make your way up here, we have Tolo Flags. They have tremendous food and beverage, and we'll be rocking the house here with you for the next 5 hours. Got the G-Bag of the Day champ on the other side. Then Wolchuk's Top 10, buddy. Where are you taking it?
Let's get you set for Valentine's Day. Top 10 foods to eat on a date. 877-881-1053. Maybe you can even tell me what you shouldn't eat on a date. That's next in the nation.
Take us with you wherever wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course, with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
This is Ryan Watson, owner of Alliance Hyundai. During the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, we have over 600 vehicles in stock, like the all-new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, and owner's assurance. Visit us at AllianceHyundai.net today.
All-star coverage across Odyssey Sports is powered by Factor. Factor meals make it easy to feed your performance. Factor. Eat like a pro.
When Texas chills, Specs thrills. Keeping spirits high, glasses full, and the fun from freezing over. Bundle up with a bold bourbon or mix up mulled wine that'll melt the frost right off. Whatever your winter looks like, Specs keeps it toasty. Because when the temps dip, grab a jacket, light a fire, and keep the good times rolling. At Specs Wine, Spirits, and Finer Foods, the fun starts here.
Guys, are you size conscious? At Body Up Medical for Men in Southlake, Dr. Mitchell is a national leader in non-surgical male enhancement. FDA-approved HA and PMMA fillers can help you gain 1 to 2 inches in girth with no cutting, no surgery, and 0 downtime. Boost your results with a P-shot or Botox for maximum blood flow. Financing is available. See real results in less than 2 weeks. Act now. Text or call 817-903-1275. That's 817-903-1275. Or visit bodybodyformen.com.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hey, it's Chiafalo. Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and they'll give you a better deal. Now, what to do with your unwanted bills? Maybe turn them into a paper airplane headed to see you never. AT&T and T-Mobile. Jokes aside, their best 5G network has you covered with the most ways to save on plans, streaming, and phone deals. So just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and they'll give you a better deal. Must provide a postpaid consumer bill within the past 45 days in name of the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply based on Root Metrics Best 5G Network Award US 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
This segment of The Finish brought to you by the Mexican Bar Company.
This Valentine's Day, elevate date night at Knife Plano. Prime steaks, award-winning cuisine, and an unforgettable atmosphere. Because some moments deserve something special. Reserve your table now at knifeplano.com. Knife Plano. Love served perfectly.
Shoot, yeah, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Look at the USA, off and running here in the Olympic hockey tournament, and they're up 1-0. There's a review on this second goal. Could be 2-0, but Greg Wyshynski is going to join us coming up at 3:20. We'll talk more about it. This segment of the Nation brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Franklin Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. We're live in Frisco at Sidecar Social, right next to the Star, inside the Star, actually. The silver lot will give you access. All kinds of great food and beverage is waiting for you. Tolo flags, we got those while they last, probably a dozen or so of those remaining. And we're going to get Woolchuck's Top 10 here in just a minute. Let's go back into the Pimp Cup where Lucius.
And here we go. You know, during that little the Mexican Bar Company and Knife Steakhouse promo I just did, I realized that I have to enunciate a little better. Just a little better. No, I'm catching myself saying Mexican.
Mexican.
I'm saying Mexican.
Mexican Bar Company.
Yeah, Mexican. Mexican. What the hell is Mexican, bro?
It's the Mexican.
Yeah. I thought you did a great job, Lucius, myself.
I just want to apologize to all my brown brothers out there. Hey, Vatos Locos, homeboy, I'm with you, dog. You know how it is. I like my cholos. I like lowrider culture and everything, fam. The carne asada.
Oh, me too.
Yeah. I'm talking about the barbecue vibes, like where everybody's hanging out and your grandmother's drinking out there. Grandpa's drinking, everybody. It's a great time. But yeah, I don't mean to say Mexican, so I got to catch myself. Our winner and champ of G-Bag of the day so far is our very own General Gavin Dawson right here. He had a very unfortunate poo situation recently. This is not a way back story. This is a recent story for this grown man that's about to turn 50. He had a dung situation the size of a chicken nugget lodged in his cheeks.
Okay, so you ever go and think you're going and you're not? Okay, like nothing's coming out as you think you.
What'd you say?
That's what I thought had happened. Like I just pooped and it turned out to be a fart, right?
Oh, okay.
So I looked in the bowl when this was all over.
Nothing's there.
And the bowl was clean.
Them cheeks must have been vibrating. For sure I'm clean now.
Record-setting fart.
That is wild.
I thought, okay, I'm constipated again. I got to double up on the fiber thins. Maybe get something a little bit stronger. So 2 hours later, I had been outside. I had jumped on the trampoline. I had walked with Remy around the neighborhood as she's driving her little electric car. 2 hours later,
trying to get that movement going.
I get in the shower, and I wash back there. And
oh my God, dude!
It was came out. Oh my God, dude! He got launched between the cheeks.
Oh my God!
Maybe the size of
my Lord,
a large gobstopper.
That is awful.
Yeah, like a large jawbreaker.
Oh no!
Maybe like a chicken nugget's worth.
What? So you had like,
and
all of a sudden, sitting in there.
All of a sudden, the bottom of the shower all of a sudden got really different colored. It was clearly not clean water anymore.
Oh my gosh!
It took me 3 or 4 passes to get clear water.
No, it did not.
It was the worst. It was the worst bowel situation I've ever had.
You deuced in your shower this morning.
That is awful.
Well, I did. I deuced much earlier.
Constipation.
I had deuced much earlier, but it had been wedged.
It was wedged. It was wedged, or it was hanging on to the end.
It's crazy.
I couldn't get a full evacuation.
I love the way you whispered.
Embarrassing.
Yeah, it was still there. It was still there.
My goodness.
Like, no, it's just us.
Somebody come and knock me off coming up at 5:30. The G-Bag of the Day champion faces challengers right before we get to LA Live. Yeah, that's a tough one right there. That's another wake-up call. Man. I was talking about my mortality and 50 and things that aren't going well, but that might be the most uncomfortable one.
It's been a tough week for him
out of the 3 or 4. So, yeah, we got to get right. We got to get right by this time next week.
We do.
Here's Wolchuk with his top 10 at 220.
Wow. All right, we're going to get to the top 10 best foods to eat on date night. We've got Valentine's Day right around the corner now. Man, we just had an unfortunate situation where Quinn Hughes' goal was waved off. They called it
offsides.
Offsides, yep. And now Latvia just had an equalizer. And I apologize to our buddy who was like, "Man, don't spoil it. I'm going to go home and watch them recording it." We just can't not.
We got to acknowledge sports.
We can't not, and we're going to have Greg Wyshynski on at 3:20. There's no way that we cannot not talk about it. So. Just bad defense, really. I mean, it was a second chance opportunity right in front of the cage, and Latvia is able to put it home. So it's 1-1 now. 12 minutes to go in the first period. Some breaking news, though, courtesy of Shams Charania. Detroit Pistons All-Star and Arlington, Texas native Cade Cunningham has purchased a minority ownership stake of his hometown Major League Baseball team, the Texas Rangers, he's telling ESPN. So Cade Cunningham, we already know he's a big Cowboy fan. He was pumped at that Cowboys-Lions game. Unfortunately, it did not go our way that night, but now minority owner of the Rangers. This is pretty badass.
Love that. Love that Cade has such tremendous appreciation for the Rangers. He's obviously a hometown guy. Now we just got to figure out a way to pry him out of Detroit, bring him back home, direct shop with Cooper Flagg.
Gosh, him and Cooper Flagg would be so freaking awesome together. That would be amazing. Maybe one day we can make that happen. But minority owner now of the Rangers, so congratulations to Cade Cunningham. And that's badass news. So we'll monitor what's going on in Olympic hockey. Other news of note before we dive into the top 10, SMU football has announced 2 games that they'll be playing at AT&T Stadium. How about this for the Ponies? They're going to face a pair of SEC teams, Brian Broaddus, because it just means more. September 11th, 2027, the Mustangs are going to take on the Sooners of Oklahoma and LSU September 1st of 2029. That's got to be a season opener.
Yeah.
SMU LSU in 2029 at AT&T Stadium. Brian's going to be there. You can book it.
Absolutely, I'll be there. That's exciting, though. Good for SMU, though.
Yeah.
I'd kind of like to go. I think they're probably doing it for the money because the alumni base of LSU in Dallas, I think it's the second largest as compared to down in Houston. So they're going to draw. They're going to get all these Dallas alum. It'll be a good windfall for them for that gate there for that game. So SMU's playing really good football, by the way. Right now.
They are.
Yeah. So
almost had themselves right back in that ACC championship game, knocked off the runner-up Miami Hurricanes in Dallas last year as well. So SMU, quite the program. Rhett Lashley got the big extension. Still have Kevin Jennings at quarterback, and they're pumping out draft prospects now. Every year we're seeing some really good talent
for them.
SMU.
Makes sense to play teams like Oklahoma and LSU and all that.
Non-conference, non-con.
Yeah, those fans are going to buy up those tickets too. That's
absolutely.
a home run. I wonder if it's a sign that they could use a bigger stadium. If you can't handle all the demand.
I got you, bro.
Might be time for a little bit more expansion.
I don't know, man. That stadium,
it's great.
You've been there, have you?
Yeah.
It is.
I watched the Iron Skillet there.
Yeah, it's really cool how they have it. And, but, yeah, if they're going to have more games, but if they have the ability to go use AT&T.
Yeah. Maybe it's perfect because it's just for, your huge brand teams.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, let's sign in the top 10. 877-881-1053. Come on out. Make sure you're partying with us here. Sidecar Social in Frisco. Got these Tolo flags for giving away. A couple Tolos have already made the trip over. We love you. We appreciate you. Thank you so much for hanging out with us here as we'll be rocking with you until 7 p.m. Fellas, do you have a terrible date experience when it comes to food? Something maybe you were okay, this was perfect to share. Maybe this was terrible to share. I think garlic always comes to mind as ooh, if you're looking to try and get the smooch at the end of the night, that might reek a little bit. Stay away from that.
I had a date one time that ate shrimp. Mm-hmm. It was peel and eat shrimp and didn't peel the shrimp.
Okay, that's off-putting.
Did you not coach her up?
When I heard the second crunch, I was like, "You're not peeling these?" And she goes, "Excuse me?" And I go, "You got to take the shell off the shrimp." She didn't know.
Did she adjust the strategy after that? Or?
After that,
she ate
did.
2 shelled shrimp.
His face, she didn't know.
She crunched one, crunched it down. I was taken back by, whoa, what's happening here?
Yeah.
Then the second time we went for it, dipping it in the cocktail sauce.
And we're talking legs, everything, tail.
Everything.
Wow.
Was that a deal breaker for you?
Never went on another date again.
Yeah.
I mean, she probably wasn't wanting to go out with me anymore.
No question.
But I'm kind of thinking, like, she's eating shrimp whole.
Yeah, she's not from the bayou.
No,
clearly.
No. This is something, but yeah.
She was out of her
That's
element.
something
You do at like 7 years old.
This was a one-off date. This was one-off, yeah.
Well, for me.
That's a toughie, dude.
Not really in the food department. I don't want to tell another bathroom story, though. Back to you, Wolch.
It's another bathroom story?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's inappropriate.
Okay. Like we can't share it?
I mean, it was a small restaurant.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I think I know where we're going with this.
Yeah.
I can pick up what you're laying down here.
Stomach was rumbling halfway through.
You know what? It's fine. It's like along came Polly, and he goes and he has spicy food.
The Indian food.
It
was disappear for 12 minutes.
Yeah.
It's not.
And it's a terrible deal. And he made it back to her place, but then he's got to go use her bathroom, and then there's no toilet paper.
No.
Now you've got to use a rag. Now you try and flush that. Now you've clogged the toilet. The entire thing is just an absolute nightmare to go through. So I would say, when you're going on a first date, and especially for Valentine's Day, let's try and keep this thing limited, all right? Tried and true. Go ahead. Be light about this.
You're not like eating with your hands. You're not doing chicken wings. You're not doing ribs, like something like that. You don't want to get too saucy with it.
Why not? Let's do a steak instead of ribs.
Yeah.
Let's do a knife and fork item here. Let's try and keep it something a little bit easier. And maybe you keep it light. Maybe it's a salad. Like number 10 on the list, best food to eat on a date, a salad. Now,
she's going to judge you for that. Most chicks don't want to go to dinner and be like, my guy got a salad as an entree.
That could be a her gets the salad.
Unless it's a steak salad.
Maybe it's a starter.
That's really good.
A steak salad, I think maybe you could get away with.
Honestly, these
salad.
places are doing amazing things with salads now. It's not just your run of the mill. Hey, we're just throwing some lettuce, tomato, and cucumber in a bowl and serving it.
Oh no, you can get the protein.
We're dialing it up now. Salmon salad, tuna salad,
Yeah.
steak salad. There's nothing wrong with that.
I would say go in kind of full, or at least fed.
Maybe eat before.
Yeah, because I go off. When it's time to eat, I'm like boom. Yeah, and I think it's a little off-putting. The speed. Yeah, it's the same thing for me. I'm like one track mind. When the food gets here, it's like we're kind of putting a pause on everything else.
I think you can learn a lot about somebody if you take them to one of those places like the Boiling Crab, where it's messy, it's a bib, it's eating with your hands kind of a thing.
Yeah, okay.
You can learn.
It's like a litmus test.
Well, yeah, because you're going to learn, is this somebody that I could take to a dive later on, or is this somebody that I'm going to always have to take to some high-end place? You know what I'm saying? If you're a gal that's willing to roll up your sleeves and eat crab legs, and it gets messy, and it's and there's corn on the cob and potato, a lot of things
that'll turn you on a little bit.
That'll
get you going.
If she doesn't like you, she's just hunting for a great free meal.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, she won't be into
a great meal.
Because these things I'm talking about, these crab boil things, aren't cheap. They're not cheap, but you can learn a lot about somebody if they're willing to roll up their sleeves and get a little messy eating. That maybe they're a fun person. But if they're like, what are we doing here? Then I'm kind of like, I don't know about you.
I know you're not for me. I can go ahead and
because I'm going to eat. I'm going to have a crawfish boil.
Yeah,
I'm going to go and eat. Crazy foods and stuff like that.
Right, Lucius. Any food date ideas, tips, concerns, maybe trials that you should never do?
I just said shrimp cocktail. I'll go with that right there. You eat with your hands a little bit. You can eat with your fork and a knife if you need to, but you're not making a mess. It's not all in your teeth like a salad would be. Salad can get in your teeth. You can get kind of crazy sometimes.
That's a good point. Do I have anything in my teeth? And yes, there could be something in there.
You don't want anything garlicky or anything like that.
Amen.
But I don't mind if the girl crashes out. Like if she gets some wings and crashes out of them joints, I'm like, hey, I'm dealing with a monster here. It's all right, man.
There you go.
I'm dealing with an animal here. We're going to get past the vibes real quick. I don't have to wait 6 weeks.
That's true.
Look how she's eating these wings.
Everything's known at that point.
I had an embarrassing moment, too, in the date.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think it was out of Applebee's back in Virginia. And we were having a great time and everything. And she seen some dude that I guess she knew from back in the day. And she stopped our date and ran over there and gave him a hug. Yeah. And I seen her little foot raise up in the back like, Terrence! I'm like, I'm just suck over here with some dip and some chicken wings, bro. I look ridiculous, fam.
Yeah,
that's vulnerable.
I'm just going to see myself
into a Dutch
out.
date, didn't it?
Yeah, that's like you can pay for this.
Nah, I still paid for it, bro. It's an ill I had to take for the rest of my life.
You're a gentleman, sir.
You can't live in a fantasy. You can't live in a fantasy. You got to live in a reality. You got to know what you're dealing with.
Number 9, we've got the sushi date. Maybe you go for a little sushi. That can be, I'm in on the sushi date. Not everybody likes sushi. Eric and I have had plenty of sushi dates together.
Yeah, I mean, that spot that was all you can eat, it was a no-brainer.
Yep, Sushi Shack right by the crib there in Plano was a good spot. Chicken breast at 8, something healthy, light-ish, get your protein on. Steak at 7, sharing some wonderful French fries together, number 6. I mean, who's going to turn down a French fry? Maybe your hands meet as you're both going in for a nice fry.
I'm liable to take a fry off somebody's plate as I'm walking to my table.
Let me ask you this.
I know.
What if it's a gal that, like, you're having the chips and salsa thing, and immediately takes the salt and dumps it all over the chips?
Wow, that's an alpha move without even asking.
Like,
I'm cool with it, like, ultimately I would say yes, but it feels like more respectful to be like, hey, should we salt this up? You got to ask the question.
Part of me is like, that's rude. You should have asked. Another part of me is like, damn, I like that. You're taking control.
See,
okay, you want to take control, girl. It's a flavor thing.
Yeah, just every once in a while. It's nice sometimes not to feel like you've got to do it all.
Without even tasting the chip, she immediately goes for the salt shaker.
She knows what she wants.
It's a boss move right there. That's an alpha move, 100%.
It's selfish. I'm out.
You're out?
I'm out.
Yeah. Balloon just got popped.
I'm out. One of the sharks is done.
What are we doing here? Those are I might have high sodium.
All right.
Without even asking.
Yeah, I know.
Just grab and go.
And zip through this top 5 here. Chocolate at 5.
I'm sorry.
You can always, chocolate's always good on a date. Maybe you end up taking it to the bedroom.
Those chocolate strawberries are expensive as all get out.
Yeah, they are.
But when they're done right, dude, they're hard to beat.
Delectable.
Yeah.
Fruit's actually at 4.
Chief, didn't you take a bunch of them home one time? We were at an event.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, somebody
Kroger
brought us.
set us up nice one year.
Well, Kroger hooked it up, and then some guy swung through one of our remotes and just gave us an edible arrangement of a lifetime.
I do remember that. Frozen yogurt at 3. Nice froyo date. That's always sweet.
Can't go wrong with an ice cream date, something like that.
Yeah.
Come on now.
Pizza at 2. And I think sharing a delicious pizza, that's always a good move, and it's always safe, tried, and true on a date.
You hit like a DeLuca spot where it's kind of like
unless
a craft.
they don't like the same toppings. Then
you can half and half it. Maybe
it turns into an ordeal.
But that's true. If they're just like, if they order anchovies, I can know at that point this isn't going to work out for us.
Anchovies are good in some things.
Number 1, Caesar salad dressing.
Yeah.
Number 1 though is ice cream. Ice cream is the best food to share on a date, according to the Americans of America. Speaking of which, USA, baby.
Wait a minute, we're having a ruling.
We're getting another review? If this one doesn't count, we are rioting. We are going to Italy, and we are absolutely telling them to go after themselves. And they raised up the goal. You go after yourselves. These Italians. What are they doing?
They're calling a high
This is
stick.
criminal. They are racist against our American-born players. I'm not having it.
Wait, are the refs Italian?
I don't even know.
Homegrown?
They might be French.
Latvian.
No, one of the referees is American, by the way.
This might be the biggest rob
He's
job
getting paid off
since the Olympic basketball tournament.
Really,
What was that,
Brett Hold'em?
76?
We should be up 3-1 right now.
What was illegal about that?
I think they're calling a high stick.
Skate in the crease?
I think they're playing with a high stick.
Bollocks.
Okay, so
Get out of here.
We're live at Sidecar Social here in Frisco. Thanks to our friends at Stella Artois. Scoring update. The USA and Latvia still tied at 1 after the second red, white, and blue goal of the day has been called back. there with a replay. Okay, we got a rim coming up, Chief?
Yes, we do. We have a Trajan Wealth spot as well, Walchuk. And
I got it ready, baby.
A little who he play for dunk contest edition. No cheating. And KD says don't blame the old heads next in the nation.
Okay, let's talk Trajan Wealth, Phil. Let's do this. Is your love language money? Yeah. Count us in. Call Trajan Wealth for a free consultation. That's right. I said free. F-R-E-E. Number to call, 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. You can also check them out online, TrajanWealth.com. That's Trajan Wealth.com. I love my spot just up the road here in Frisco, very, very close to where we are right now at Sidecar Social. The Trajan Wealth there. See my guy, Steve Shelby's the man. They're also in Arlington, Fort Worth, McKinney, and Eric, I know you love the South Lake location.
I sure do, and I love Trajan Wealth. Shout out to them for getting me taken care of at the highest level. Now I, too, have the confidence and peace of mind that retirement is actually a possibility for me, and I would encourage you to go ahead and schedule that free, no-obligation consultation because at Trajan Wealth, your needs come first. They're a fiduciary firm, so they're going to be prioritizing your financial well-being above all else, and the more money you make, the more money they make, so trust me, they want to see you win, and they are in this with you. Now, Trajan Wealth, they're also family-owned. They're veteran-led. They've brought decades of experience to the table, and their team of advisors actually specialize in helping individuals in or nearing retirement. I mean, my goodness, trying to navigate the complexities of today's financial landscape, we all know that can be extremely challenging, but great news for all of us, Trajan Wealth is here to help. 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, 2 more 9-inch nail ticket giveaways in the 7 o'clock and 9 o'clock hours, the junk drawer at 7:40, and worst take at 9 a.m., a.k.a. the Brian Broaddus Award of the Week. It's a Friday morning on The Fan.
Get ready, Durant. Comedy sensation Matt Rife is bringing his Stay Golden World Tour to the Choctaw Grand Theater for 2 unforgettable nights, September 25th and 26th. Doors open at 6:30 p.m. and the laughs start at 8 p.m. Don't miss your chance to see Matt Rife live at Choctaw Casino's Durant. Tickets are going fast. Grab yours now at Ticketmaster.com. Matt Rife. 2 nights, endless laughs. Be there.
Hi there, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If you're being told by an HVAC company that you need to replace your home's furnace, pump the brakes and don't get ripped off. Call the On-Time Experts for a free second opinion. They'll tell you the truth and not just try to sell you a furnace you may not need. Their focus is fixing your furnace and getting you warm again. Plus, you'll get a stay warm guarantee for the rest of the winter. Book your appointment online right now at theontimeexperts.com. Theontimeexperts.com. The On-Time Experts, the official HVAC partner of the Dallas Cowboys.
Are you turning 65 or new to Medicare? Humana knows not everyone has the same needs when picking a Medicare Advantage plan.
Now that I'm retired, I want to enjoy the life I've worked hard to build. So I want a plan that covers me when I'm traveling the country.
Humana has a plan for that.
As a veteran, I want a plan that fills in the gaps my VA coverage doesn't provide, like dental care.
Humana has a plan for that.
I feel good about my health. I just want care and coverage with predictable costs. No surprises.
Humana has a plan for that. With a Humana Medicare Advantage plan, you get coverage and benefits that focus on what matters most to you. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Since 1976, D&M Leasing has had one mission: make getting a vehicle easier, smarter, and more affordable than buying it the old-fashioned way. People come to D&M to escape negative equity, avoid wasting weekends at dealerships, and to get payments that actually make sense. With managers averaging 20 years and salespeople averaging 10, you're working with true experts who know how to save you money and protect you from depreciation. If your payment's too high, you're buried in negative equity, or you just want a smarter way to upgrade, call D&M now. Drive what you want and keep more money in your pocket.
Lowe's of Salina is now open, and we'll be celebrating from 12 to 2 p.m. this Saturday, February 14th. Join us at 3540 South Preston Road for in-store promos, giveaways, and more while supplies last.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Thanks, Dax. Maybe leave the singing to the pros.
Hey, I can't help it. I love these windows.
Well, it's easy to sing about savings. Get 10 double-pane single-hung windows for just $59.50.
And 0 down and 0% financing with approved credit.
Exactly.
So call Best Buy Windows and Siding today at 469 Windows. That's Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Close enough, buddy.
Best Buy Windows and Siding. I know it's hard to take that first step when you're not feeling like you. But if you do take that step to optimize your total wellness with Men's T Clinic like I did, hormones, mood, weight, muscle mass, they're all going to fall into place, and you're going to leave the symptoms keeping you on the sidelines in the rear view once and for all. Men's T Clinic has pioneered optimizing hormone levels and total wellness for men since 2014, pursuing their mission of restoring men's health, confidence, drive, and vitality. Call 972-GO-MEN'S-T today or visit mensteclinic.com. Men's T Clinic, 1-800-246-OT.
mensteclinic.com.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week, new segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
All-star coverage across Odyssey Sports is powered by Factor. Factor meals make it easy to feed your performance. Factor, eat like a pro.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. The United States on a power play, late first period. They are facing Latvia here in the opener of the Olympic hockey tournament. Latvia is, what are they? They're ranked 10th. In the world here going into this tournament. There's a pretty big drop-off after the top 3 or 4 teams, so USA should be able to handle it, but currently the score is tied at 1-1, and it's time now for Eric Chiafalo's, I think this is the first rim session we've had of the basketball season. Yeah, this is, I think we did maybe 1 or 2 opening week, but certainly the first of 2026, and the first time live from Sidecar Social in world history. We cut the lights out, we put the kids to bed.
Rain dance! Rain dance!
Enjoying here, man. I've been saying it's a special occasion.
Let's go all 56 inches around that rim, and it's always a special occasion when the Mavs and the Lakers collide on a night where Flagg and Luka will not play.
What? They're not playing?
They're not playing.
Are you serious?
Not playing.
Amazon did not get their money's worth.
Crap. Do the Mavs have a chance to win this one then?
I hope not.
Hopefully not.
Yeah, I mean, seriously.
Jazz won again last night.
Yeah, the Jazz, it's hilarious. They are doing everything in their power to lose these games, and they can't help themselves. Like, they just simply can't help themselves. It's amazing. Like, if you're losing to the Jazz right now, any one of these teams that's trying to win and you're losing to the Jazz, that is all-time embarrassment. It really, really is. Now, we have the All-Star festivities coming up this weekend. Not sure there's a soul in the world that really cares.
Oh!
What just happened?
We hit the post. Ting!
Yeah, a near goal. I don't know how that popped out of the net.
I thought it went in. It hit the post. Yeah.
I just love these USA uniforms, man.
Yeah,
those sweaters look so freaking good. I'm here for it, dude.
Latvia's look like they were made in the 60s, to be honest.
They look like total poo.
It's probably just like varsity sports where you get the same uniforms the kids have been wearing for 20
far,
years.
Yeah, if you told me that was like a D3 college, I'd be like, I believe you.
Yeah, it's Monmouth.
So far, the MVP of this game has been the Latvia coaches who've challenged all these goals that U.S. is scoring.
Yeah, it's been the terrible officiating.
Yeah.
It's embarrassing. Almost as embarrassing as the NBA All-Star Game has been for a long time. Kevin Durant was asked about it, and he says, well, don't look at us. Don't look at the old heads, because now they're doing like a 3-team deal. They have the world, so like all the Euro guys and whatnot. It's going to be like a round-robin thing. You have like the younger crew of players on another team, and then you have sort of the old head American team where it's the LeBrons and the KDs of the world, okay? And so he was asked if this is going, like, are you guys actually going to try, basically? And he was like, well, hey, don't look at us. He was like, ask the Europeans, ask the world team if they want to compete. Look at Luka, look at Jokic. Let's go back and look at what they do at the All-Star Game. Is that competition? So we haven't questioned what they've been doing, but we question the old heads, the Americans. But these two dudes out there, Luka and Jokic, they don't care about the game at all. They be laying on the floor, shooting from half court, but you got to worry about the old heads playing hard. So he's kind of taking a little bit of offense to this.
I like it,
and I don't know. I think we sort of blame everybody. I think Kevin Durant just happened to be at the microphone right there, but a lot of these guys are going to be getting asked the question of, are you actually going to try? That applies to every single person who's played it in an All-Star game for the last, gosh dang, I don't know, 2 decades.
Yeah, in a meaningless basketball game, I think the old guys would be the least likely to try, but maybe pride will be a factor here. And maybe from him talking trash a little bit, it'll inject an element of competition.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay, there you go.
You know,
I like that.
Luka and Jokic are like, did you hear what they said about us, comrade? Let's go kick their ass.
Comrade.
Yeah, and maybe the Euro mindset just does not give a single S.
Yeah,
and they're like, that's what we do. We're here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be hungover and hammered at the same time, and we're just gonna be donging around out there doing trick shots from half court.
How likely are the teams that are the worst 2 teams in the NBA right now will remain the worst teams in the NBA? I'm just asking, how likely is that to happen?
From this point forward for the rest of the season?
Yeah, rest of the season. How likely is the 2 teams that are the worst teams in the league are going to remain the worst teams?
I think there's a pretty good chance Sacramento stays down there. That's who Utah beat last night. They're glued on 12 wins.
Okay.
Nobody wants to go there, so they have to get DeBonsa or Peterson, or they're not going to get a superstar player anytime soon. After that, Washington has 14 wins, Indiana, Brooklyn have 15 wins, and the Pelicans have 15 wins.
Okay, the reason I was saying this is instead of the All-Star game, we should have a game played by the 2 last-place teams to see who gets the first overall pick.
Well,
I don't mind that.
I don't mind it either, but I guess the lottery would just be you just get rid of the.
Well, that's it. No, if the teams, the last 2 teams are playing in a game where it's winner gets the number 1 pick, and then you play the lottery from the rest of them.
I do think it's still hard to get those players to care. Like, why do those players care unless they're just really excited about having a young phenom teammate?
That's what I'm saying.
Or at least one of those guys is going to say, the guy we're drafting at number 1 is taking my spot. So I don't, it's still tough to get those players.
I'm thinking either some type of incentive.
Yeah, you got to pay these guys.
There's got to be a financial.
See, that's what I was saying. Like, if you had an All-Star game, that was another thing I was thinking of. If you have an All-Star game and you say $10 million goes to the winning team, but $5 million of it goes to charity, the losing team gets nothing. So that's what I'm saying.
For the All-Star?
Yeah, for the All-Star game.
They've worked in some charitable. They've done some of that stuff.
Okay, you either get it all or you get nothing.
Nothing.
Like you proclaim your charity, and your charity either gets it all or gets nothing. You think those guys would play hard so their charity wouldn't get nothing?
I think they would. I think they'd play hard for charity.
Like if you said the Boys and Girls Club of the United States is one team's charity, and then Single Moms is the other, and now you're playing for $10 million. $5 million to be divided up, and another $5 million to go to the charity of your team's choice.
Do it for the kids. Do it for the single mills.
I hear what you're saying.
I think that's a good recipe.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking you got to make the game interesting.
No question. Yeah.
Spice it up a bit.
Yeah.
All right, let's see here. Dunk contest. Quick edition of
who's in it,
who he played for. I'll give you the names.
Okay.
Tell me who he plays for.
Oh crap.
Jace Richardson.
G League United.
G League United. That's a solid guess. I'm going to go with Golden State because it sounds like Jason Richardson, who played for the Warriors 20 years ago.
This sounds like a Washington Wizard.
This is an Orlando Magic player.
Okay.
Dunking in the All-Star
Well
game.
done, well done.
Kashad Johnson will also be dunking in the dunk contest.
Ooh, I'm going to go with, Indiana Pacer.
Okay, very good. Any other guesses? Get a T-Wolves in there. Broadus, Kashad Johnson.
Kashad Johnson.
One of the headliners for this year's dunk
He's
contest.
a headliner, too.
I'd say he's a Phoenix Sun.
He is a member of the Miami Heat. Thank you.
Gosh, I knew it.
You might get this one. Jackson Hayes.
Oh, that's an LA Laker.
That's a Laker. Carter Bryant.
Too tall to win, by the way.
Carter Bryant.
Carter Bryant. Give me.
It's ringing a bell.
It is.
It's ringing a bell.
Chicago Bulls.
Give me the 76ers.
I'm going to go back to Washington for that.
We take you to San Antonio with the big women in the churros, ladies and gentlemen. Carter Bryant, you guys went 1 for 4. You guys are sports knowers, and you know one player in the All-Star dunk contest.
You know what? You know what the truth is, guys? NBA kind of sucks now.
Yeah.
I do love the NBA. I've been deep in the football weeds. I think now is when we emerge collectively.
Post All-Star break.
North Texas sports fans. Some of you have been locked into the association from the very beginning. For the rest of us, baseball, basketball, and hockey time.
And it's not even like, I'm watching the NBA. It's like, I'm watching Flagg. Like, that's what I'm doing. It's hard to really care about the other peripherals.
Okay, it is very easy to care about Stella Artois, makers of one of the finest beers in the entire world. They have brought us out on the road once again. We are in Frisco at Sidecar Social at the Star. We have food and beverage on the way. We have some Tolo flags remaining and good fellowship here at the break. So if you want to enjoy the show, the game has gone to its first intermission, USA and Latvia. It is tied at 1 in the Olympics. And we'll be watching the remaining 2 periods of this game. Talking with Greg Wyshynski, Puck Daddy, coming up at 3:20. And we'll get to the Cowboys news of the evening on the other side right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The NBA All-Star Weekend is here, and once again, the league has changed the format to the All-Star Game. This year, it's USA versus the world. The USA will be split into 2 teams, and the 3 teams will play a round-robin tournament that will crown a winner in the 4th game. Adam Silver and the NBA love chasing the attention span of young people. This is all one big gimmick. I'm Chris Blood.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-575-6879. 800-575-6879.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Sean and RJ here with the official new coffee of the morning show and the station. It's Just Love. In 2018, the Marlin family lost their son Ty at just 23. Afterwards, people started reaching out with stories about the impact he had on their lives. A lot of those stories had one thing in common: coffee.
For them, coffee isn't the point. The connection is. Even the food is made with intention. It's Just Love Coffee. They've got locations in Arlington and Grand Prairie. It is the official coffee of the morning show. It is Just Love Coffee.
Nick Post again with K-Post Roofing, Waterproofing, and Solar. In the past year alone, over 260 outages have left thousands in the dark. Sometimes for hours, sometimes for days. But what if you could stay ahead of the next blackout? At K-Post, we believe your home should always be a safe and secure haven. So we offer innovative solar and battery solutions along with backup generators to give you control and peace of mind. Act now and secure your home and your family by scheduling your free, no-obligation consultation at kpostcompany.com. K-Post Company is your commercial and residential roofing, waterproofing, and solar experts. Securing your world since 2004.
It's a Thirsty Thursday, proudly being sponsored by our friends at K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Looks like we have 6 Tolo flags remaining. If you want to join us here at Sidecar Social in Frisco, we'll give you one while supplies last. We're back here in the bar, and we're watching the USA Hockey, their opening game of the Olympic tournament. We have Greg Wyshynski, Puck Daddy, our go-to guy for all things hockey, coming up at 3:20. And we'll get his thoughts not only on how this game is going, the USA's chances of bringing home the gold, but also your Dallas Stars here as they sit here at this Olympic break. Sir, good afternoon to you. Thanks for listening. Thanks for Toloing. And we're down to 5 Tolo flags here as we're rocking and rolling. Now, since Greg's coming up at 3:20, usually we do the Cowboys news of the evening in that spot. I'm going to do it right here for you. And I'm going to open up with ESPN's Rebuilding Tiers. Did you guys take a look at this today?
Yes. I intentionally did not, so you can surprise me.
Thank you. Okay, so where are the Cowboys is the question. And I'm going to give you the tiers as Jeremy Fowler has put this together. Basically, the rankings of your 18 non-playoff teams. The wings have been delivered. The burger has been delivered. Is this a triple patty you got there, Chief?
It's a triple patty burger.
My goodness, that looks amazing.
Look at Sidecar Social.
Salute to the chefs.
Food's delicious.
Bring in heat.
I think we are good to go. I of course got plain wings, which I think is the best way to do it.
You did go plain wings. Okay, so I was joking about this in the elevator with you yesterday.
I know you. Yeah, but
that's the second most popular flavor ordered, and I was kind of shaming, and I didn't realize that I was standing next to a person that orders the plain wings.
It's the best way. You just dip them in the sauce.
Okay.
That way, with a single bite, I can get all the sauce, and I don't have any of my fingers at the end of the day.
That's actually a pretty smart move.
But this is rebuilding tiers. Where are the Cowboys? Here are your 6 categories. Somewhere between contention and reset. Is that where the Cowboys are? Sneaky good trajectory. No need to panic. A few moves away. In the middle of a rebuild, or full-blown overhaul. Which category would you put the Cowboys in right now?
Oh, gosh, let's see.
It was in the middle of a rebuild, full-blown overhaul.
A few moves away.
I think a few moves away.
No need to panic. Yeah. Sneaky good trajectory.
Give me
somewhere between contention and reset.
I'd say a few moves away.
I guess I think that's probably few. Like I think it's more than a few, but I think that's probably the best category.
It's really a tale of two teams. Like, offensively, it's a contender. On defense, it feels like more of a full-blown overhaul. So maybe you split the difference.
Sure. Yeah, I think that there's some thought about that with the Man, defense, it just seems like you could add 5-6 guys. That seems like a pretty big rebuild. The fact that you're changing out all the coaches,
and
then having to change out some players, that seems pretty rebuildy right there.
I mean, they're either in the middle of a rebuild or full-blown overhaul on defense, but offense is dang good. So I guess as a collective, comprehensively, a few moves away is what Jeremy Fowler does here for the Cowboys. Their cap space, we'll talk a little bit more about that. Currently, they're at like minus 50, so they got a lot of work to do. But they have, 8 draft picks, even though they don't have a 2 and a 3. I don't know. I would say their draft capital is definitely below average. But, okay, here's what he says. The hope for a quick turnaround. The offense was humming, and the core players will return with the team expected to franchise tag Pickens. Dak Prescott is squarely in his prime under Brian Schottenheimer. The defensive line is stocked with talent, and Dallas has 2 first-round picks with which to address its defense because of the Micah Parsons trade. Why it might take longer than hoped. Last season's defensive back 7 underperformed, forcing a look in the mirror. The addition of defensive coordinator Christian Parker will help, but reinforcements are sorely needed. Bringing back Pickens and running back Javonte Williams would be prudent. Okay, so there you have the Cowboys. No lies detected there from Jeremy Fowler. The New York Giants. Where do you think, in which category did they put the New York Giants here as this offseason gets underway? They actually went with sneaky good trajectory.
Okay.
Wow. And the reason is several head coaches experienced fast success in 2025, and John Harbaugh will try to do the same with a year-one turnaround. The Giants roster reaching respectable levels of talent after a few down years. Jackson Dart's a selling point, the defensive line amongst the league's most talented, and Malik Neighbors will return from ACL and meniscus tears. I guess I got to see it to believe it, not only with Jackson Dart, but with the head coach.
Yeah, I'm just not a believer in Jackson Dart. I mean, I think Dart and Cam Scadaboo are a good story. I don't think either of them are going to stay healthy. I think both of them are going to be injury-prone players. I think it's the style in which they play. I do believe in Harbaugh. I think he is a good coach, and Malik Neighbors isn't the absolute star. But unless they just hit home runs at the top of all 3 first rounds of the draft, first, second, third, day 1 and day 2, I think this thing's a ways away.
Yeah, they should be able to raise their floor pretty considerably with Harbaugh, but, man, if I was a Giants fan, I think the win would be taken out of my sails. Missing Monken and going for Nagy at OC. Like that kind of, I mean, that is not a guy that has a bunch of answers. And that is a guy who was leading a Pat Mahomes offense that was just getting worse over the last 2 years.
Yeah, the leadership has just been so much in question since Brian's guy Tom Coughlin left.
Yeah.
And now Fowler notes the Giants have to shake their losing culture. It's been 15 years of fail.
I hope it goes on a 25 years of fail.
I guess I don't see them in the same light or context as the Jets or Browns, but maybe we should. Maybe we should start looking at the Giants as the worst run organization, at least in the NFC East. Commanders are down a tier in somewhere between contention and reset. They do have $51 million in cap space. Deebo Samuel is their top free agent. Probably let him walk. I think kind of washed.
Yeah, George Kittle was kind of teasing a reunion with San Francisco, potentially, for Deebo. So we'll see what happens with him.
The hope for a quick turnaround is Washington's a year removed from competing in the NFC title game. When healthy, Jaden Daniels, top 10 QB, who will move the offense into a respectable range. Adam Peters has cap space to replenish the roster. Injuries plagued Washington more than most teams did last season. I think they might be a couple of years away. Like the cupboard really got bare for Washington. All right, it is the G-Bag Nation C-Note here, the Cowboys news of the evening. What else do we have for you? Calvin Watkins went in-depth on the Christian Parker hire in the morning news today. Pretty dang good article. The headline, Jerry Jones reveals Cowboys' philosophical change that led to Christian Parker's hire. And the quotes in here are pretty dang good for a belief that Jerry Jones is having a late career pivot, a late career awakening to something that I feel like, how long has it been that Cowboys fans felt like we can't get this done? We're a dumpster fire. maybe for the ultra sharp and cynical, it was when Brian was still scouting, like 22 years ago.
Sure. When
they were going through the tough times of trying to find their next quarterback.
Yeah, we were just awful.
I think there was a lot of maybe rebuilt hope when you had 2016, you have a rookie Dak, you have a rookie Zeke, like that injected some life. Once that seemed to kind of run its course, then I think you have just the apathy of like, this isn't going to happen. The way in which that they build this thing and then just kind of refuse to admit to themselves how far away they really are and talk themselves into they're better and closer than they actually are, it's just something that they can't overcome their own flaws.
Yeah, I think it became consensus after the 2023 Packers loss.
Absolutely.
That's right.
And to me, it was really the San Francisco second-round loss, because I thought that was a team that had a good chance. And then they go there and they score 12 points, and it just, the way that it ends with Zeke, it was just disgusting the way that whole thing ended. 21
and 22 pushed me over the edge, and by the time we got to Green Bay game and that the second half of that season, I was like, it doesn't matter they're winning all these regular season games. They're just not built for success, and I think a lot of that is because, they didn't spend enough time caring about their coaches, whether it was Garrett staff or McCarthy staff. And I don't think Jerry and Steven really were quick enough in the understanding that team building had changed. And it wasn't a get in the playoffs and hope it's your year. Oh, we're in the tournament. Steven was saying we just want to get in the tournament 24 months ago. But we're not hearing that kind of stuff anymore. And for Jerry specifically, it came down to the historically bad defense and then seeing how good of a job Shoddy did building the offensive coaching staff. And basically he said he wants to get some of that going on the defensive side. He said Shoddy had that last year. Certainly the emphasis was more on his input because we had Flus and had that opportunity who were on the same page with him. But I think this was done with last year's success in mind with the offense, and it was done in my mind. He says, how we've been doing it hadn't hit the mark. Let's operate on a little different basis. And he can call it little, but I'd say it's a massive shift in organizational philosophy for Jerry to be more hands-off on anything with how much of a control freak that he's been. I think the age finally softened him. As a younger guy, we are driven by testosterone and ego to the point that we can't even see our flaws. And for most people, that really starts to slow down around middle age. Yeah. I think for Jerry, because the ego and the personality was so much larger than life, it might take him to his mid-80s before he kind of has that epiphany of, holy crap, I might have actually been making this more difficult on everybody than it needs to be because of my insistence on being involved to the extent that he has. And Eberflus might be the last bad coaching hire that this team makes. And Calvin does a great job talking about the similarities of the last 4 or 5 defensive coordinators they've had, all former head coaches that Jerry hired after a very brief interview process, and this one changed significantly with chatting with what ended up being 9 different candidates. It could have gone to as many as 10, but Atlanta denied their request to talk with Jeff. What's his name?
Yeah, Ulbrich.
Okay, what else do we got here?
I think it just speaks to a lot of trust that he has in Shoddy right now too, because Shoddy was clearly the one that was handling all this.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. All righty. It is the G-Bag Nation. We are live thanks to Stella Artois at Sidecar Social here in Fort Worth. We're about to jump into our meal. If you'd like to join us, terrific food and beverage awaits you. And the Olympic hockey game on 2 massive big screen TVs. Maybe you just had your last appointment of the day and you're somewhere off a 121 or the Toll or 635 or Bush. You're within striking distance of this. It's right off the Dallas North Toll Road here in Frisco next to the Star. And we're coming back with Greg Wyshynski. Puck Daddy's going to tell you everything you need to know about this USA hockey team, chances of winning gold, and we'll talk with some Dallas Stars with them coming up next year in the nation.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on the Fan," keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
Hey, it's Chiafalo. Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Now, what to do with your unwanted bills? Maybe turn them into a paper airplane headed to see you never. AT&T and T-Mobile. Jokes aside, their best best 5G network has you covered with the most ways to save on plans, streaming, and phone deals. So just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and they'll give you a better deal. Must provide a postpaid consumer bill within the past 45 days in name of the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply based on Root Metrics Best 5G Network Award US 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
I'm worth a lot more.
I'm worth a lot more.
I'm worth more.
You know what? You're right. At GiveMeTheVIN.com, you are worth more, and your car's worth more, and we want to pay more at GiveMeTheVIN, because good cars are worth more, and so are you. For top price, trust, and ease of transaction, GiveMeTheVIN.com, America's best car buyer. And remember, if we don't beat a deal from Carvana or CarMax, we'll pay you $100.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVIN.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2026 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
All-star coverage across Odyssey Sports is powered by Factor. Factor meals make it easy to feed your performance. Factor. Eat like a pro.
Unpredictable Texas weather calls for guaranteed savings with TXU Energy Ultimate Season Pass. 50% off energy charges during peak winter and summer, plus even more months of automatic savings. That's relief that adds up to an average of $450 a year.
50 years in the Lone Star State, a one-stop shop so you're never late. Price is so low that you want to know
which way to Specs.
Come on, let's go.
Specs Fine Spirits and Finer Foods. World-class service, that's all about you.
Shout Specs, it's how we do. A huge selection since 62. Shout Specs, low priced, amazing. Here's to you. Shout. Cheers to savings.
Hey, Dallas. The Rocket Roger Clemens here. I spent years on the mound giving everything I had, and now I feel every inning in my knees, back, and shoulders. But I didn't want surgery, and I sure didn't want to be sidelined. That's why I turned to QC Kinetics. They're right here in Dallas.
QC Kinetics Medical Director Dr. Christie and his team use regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No surgery, no meds, and no downtime.
Whether you're teeing off at the club, fixing up the ranch, or chasing the grandkids around, QC Kinetics helps you get back to doing what you love.
Call QC Kinetics Dallas now and schedule your consultation. Natural joint pain relief with real results.
Dallas? Don't let the pain slow you down. I didn't, and neither should you. My friends at QC Kinetics, they'll take care of you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610. That's 972-972-8610. 972-972-8610.
This year, flavor doesn't walk. It runs wild. At P.F. Chang's, we're charging into the year of the horse with bold new wok-fired dishes like pork belly bao buns and refreshing cocktails like the Midnight Gallop. P.F. Chang's beloved red envelope tradition returns, adding a surprise element to every visit during the Lunar New Year. Each guest receives a red envelope revealing a special offer redeemable on a future visit. Celebrate the Lunar New Year with flavor that runs wild at P.F. Chang's. Valid for dine-in only while supplies last. Details at pfchangs.com.
Here's something you don't hear every day. You can keep your insurance check and get a brand new roof.
I'm Alexis Vining with Greystone Roofing. Our licensed team offers in-house financing so you can fund 100% of your roof at a low rate with no hard credit check and no income verification.
Use that insurance money to pay off debt, invest it, or save it.
Call Greystone Roofing, family-owned, licensed, and local. Let our family help your family protect what matters most.
Visit greystone-roofing.com.
It's a new year. Ready for a fresh start or career reboot? At My Computer Career, prep for a more recession-resistant future in the high-demand fields of IT, cybersecurity, in months, not years, including AI. Whether you're starting out or switching careers, no prior training is needed. Attend school online from home or on campus. Go to mycomputercareer.edu to take the free career evaluation today. mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Let's go! You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wish your life came with a warning app?
That dog does not want to be petted.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It is Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Adam Vinci, they're Tolos, taking care of you, the Tolo, each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. I am proud to say that I am a Platinum customer, and I promise you're going to get the same incredible experience that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos and more. Start the process right now online, PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
This segment of the Fan is brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, as you move forward on your health and wellness journey, count on a bond that forever puts us at the center of trust. You and Blue together from the beginning, the true color of trust for the last century and the next. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, through it all.
All right, welcome back, G-Bag Nation. We are live with Stella Artois at Sidecar Social in Frisco. Join us. We're watching the hockey game, and whenever there's a massive hockey game on, we like to talk with Puck Daddy, Greg Wyshynski, ESPN. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. And good afternoon, Greg. How the heck are you?
Be doing a lot better if those 2 goals in the first period counted. Say that.
Yeah, no doubt. Why is the USA struggling to build a lead here against Latvia? Other than that,
listen, some of it's bad luck. A couple posts, an offside on one goal and a goalie interference call on the other. And the goalie interference call is an important one because the way that these games are officiated are by International Ice Hockey Federation rules and not NHL rules. And the IIHF rules for goalie interference are a lot more stringent. Like, you basically shouldn't be in the crease. In fact, the referee has the discretion to blow the play dead and call for a face-off if you're in the crease for too long. So it's a much more intense standard that I'm sure a guy like JT Miller wasn't aware of. And it cost the U.S. Which would have definitely been a good goal in the NHL.
What would the takeaways be, or the outlook? Is there a change if you can't figure out a way to win this game?
Well, there's going to be a level of feeling apocalyptic because Canada waxed the Czechs in their first game, and the Czechs are clearly a better team than Latvia. So if you were looking at, this as a measuring stick game, you wanted to kind of plant your flag in Milan in the same way that Canada did. But honestly, the more adversity that can visit this American team, the better. It's not a team that has a lot of guys that have played on the biggest stages. There are only 3 guys in this roster that have Stanley Cup rings. There are only 2 guys that played in the Olympics before, and it wasn't a best-on-best Olympics. It was in Beijing. So, you want these guys to feel the pressure. You want these guys to get knocked down a peg. You want them to be on their details and execute and not think they're going to waltz their way into another matchup against Canada. I'd be shocked if they lost this game, but if they did, it would be a good wake-up call that this is no walk in the park. This is not a bunch of buys in the group until you get to play Canada again.
It's just a matter of time. The floodgates are going to open here, Greg, and it's going to be just fine. The Lats are going to be put on their ass here soon enough. But what do you think about the way the roster's constructed here with Team USA matching up against Team Canada after what we saw last year in the Four Nations?
Well, I mean, you said it. They built a team to beat Canada. You know, there's guys on this roster that are much more defensive-oriented than offensive-oriented down the lineup. I disagreed with that. I think this is the first time in my life that the American talent pool is as deep as Canada's, and in some positions like defense and goaltending even deeper. So I wanted to see Cole Caulfield from the Canadiens and Jason Robertson from the Stars on this roster, because I just don't understand, if you've got these guys that can put the puck in the net and create offense, just put the pedal down and win games like that. But, Bill Guerin, the GM of Team USA, who's the GM of the Minnesota Wild, he had a different outlook. He wanted it to kind of be more of a role player type roster. And as we see the U.S. struggle to score more than one goal against Latvia, maybe we could use some of them goal scorers who left home.
Yes. So I want to piggyback off your comment there about Robo and Jason Robertson trying to get this long-term deal done with the Stars. There we go. Team USA back up 2-1. We got to wait and see that this one doesn't get reviewed here, though, Greg. We got to just wait just a second. I don't think it will. I think this one was clean. But what do you think about Robo and his future with the Stars, and maybe how the rest of the league views him?
Listen, there's always been sort of this mystery as to why this hasn't happened yet, and when will it happen. The longer it goes, the more you figure they're going to figure something out. But I mean, even going back to last year, there was chatter about him being a potential trade chip for things that they might need on this roster. I don't know. I think he's a real special player. I think they'll probably find a way to get this thing done.
Now, how about Jake Ottinger? What kind of a role do you expect for him as this tournament goes on?
It's a good question, man. I mean, the way that this is tracking, Hellebuck gives up the goal early. I don't think it was his fault. I think his defense really let him down. But when you go and look at Canada, for example, and the way that Jordan Binnington entered this tournament, kind of looking over his shoulder, wondering who was, if one bad game meant that all of a sudden he'd lose his gig. It might be the same thing for the Americans. Like I'm pretty sure Ottinger will get a look in the prelims, and then it's just a matter of who they feel has the hot hand and who gives them the best chance to win in the medal round. Which is kind of funny. Like they've got 3 goalies on the roster. Hellebuck missed a month, and he certainly hasn't been himself this year. Ottinger's numbers are kind of up and down. The guy who's played the best is Jeremy Swayman of the Boston Bruins, but I think he's probably clearly third on the depth chart. By the way, nice to see Brock Nelson get that goal after a pretty horrific first period with goals not counting and offsides and posts and stuff. So that's puck don't lie right there.
Now, if you were the coach here, as we talk with Puck Daddy Greg Wyshynski, ESPN, if you were the coach, would you be worried about keeping Otter on the bench for too long, considering what happened with Pete DeBoer?
I mean, there is that aspect, but no, I mean, I think it's a healthy competition between the 3 guys, and it's such a good problem to have. I mean, there's nobody else in this tournament that has the Americans' depth of goaltending. Certainly not Canada, and really anybody they choose is going to be playing behind what I think is without question the deepest group of defensemen in the tournament as well. So I don't think there's any wrong answers. I don't think any of the 3 goalies are going to lose you a game. It's just a matter of who you believe might give you the best chance to win one.
I think us locally, of course, we're rooting for Team USA, but we got the Fantastic Four there playing for Finland. What do you think about the Finns' chances here in this tournament?
Liked them a lot better before they messed the bet against Slovakia the way they did.
It's pretty stunning.
The Finns are in a tough spot because I think there's a lot of talent on that roster, not only the players from the Stars, but Sebastian Aho and a bunch of others. But it really is hard they're a bunch of planets without a sun to orbit around when they don't have Alexander Barkov in the lineup. You know what I mean? That guy is such a force. He's such a leader. He's so many of the reason the Panthers have won back. When you take him off that roster, they just become so less dangerous. And again, you think about the way they lost to the Slovaks. If you have Barkov there and can look to him to make a big play at the right time, maybe that game is different. So, listen, it all comes down to probably what they do against Sweden, and that'll be an absolute war. Those 2 teams hate each other. and then we'll figure out whether or not where they'll seed in the next round after that.
Hey, Greg, I was curious because I always focus on the coaches, the managers, whoever, and these international matches or these international tournaments. How much pressure is on Mike Sullivan in this particular tournament? Is it because I know in golf, the Ryder Cup captain always takes a lot of the criticism. How much does it happen in international hockey with these coaches?
It's a good question. I think in Sullivan, there's a couple of ways to answer that. The first is that, hey, look, if your team doesn't perform and falls short of expectations, then a lot of that's going to rest on your shoulders. I still think back to 2014, sitting in the media center in Sochi, writing an absolutely scathing column about how Dan Bilesma blew it as Team USA coach, where they came home not even with the bronze after losing to Canada. And I think a lot of that fell on the way that he had them playing. The bigger picture on Sullivan, though, if you want to go beyond the Team USA stuff, is there's a lot of people that feel like he was just the guy who happened to be there with Sidney Crosby and Evgeny Malkin and a bunch of other guys in Pittsburgh, and how much was he really responsible for the success that they had. So there's a little bit of probably ego at play here for Mike Sullivan in proving that he is the guy who, is he's a good NHL coach, and who doesn't want to be the guy that brings a gold medal to the United States for the first time since Herb Brooks did.
Greg, is there anything about these Olympic hockey rules that you actually like and you wish the NHL would maybe adopt a little bit?
Oh, hell yeah. The 3-2-1 rule, man, the points, where you get 3 points for a regulation win. So I've got no beef with 3-on-3 overtime. I think it's pretty fun. I don't quite get the backlash against it. I hate the shootout, and the 3-on-3 does a good job of at least preventing some shootouts. But the idea that anything that happens after regulation being worth as much as a regulation win is a joke. You should definitely get more credit for winning in the first 60 minutes of a game than winning in the 3-on-3 or winning in the shootout. And the Olympics does that right, where if you win in regulation, you get 3 points, and that's the way it should be in the NHL.
Greg Wyshynski here with you on The Fan. How you looking at our Stars? They're in the middle of January. I think they'd lost 10 of 12, and it was starting to get a little nervy, but they're coming in hot here to this break.
Yeah, a little bit of staggering around the ring the bell kind of thing. Get to go to your corner before the Olympic break. But, hey, listen, man, you guys know it all comes down to the first round of the playoffs for the Stars. That's where it all is. They know they're going to inevitably match up against Minnesota, and then it just becomes whether or not you can get through them, and then your prize is most likely a matchup against the Colorado Avalanche. So, whatever happens in the regular season, I think they're pretty ensconced into the top three in the division. It just then becomes a matter of how well you're playing when it really matters as you get towards the postseason. And more importantly for GM Jim Nill, what you've done to enhance your lineup around the official trade deadline, not the one we just had with the Olympic break, but the official trade deadline, to ensure that your team is as stout as possible before taking on the other two best teams in hockey, basically, in Minnesota and Colorado. It just so happens the Central has all those guys this year. It's a tough one.
It's brutal. I've seen Evander Kane floated around as a name that maybe the Stars could pursue. Is that a fit for you, or is there any other buzz of potential trade candidates?
Not sure on the candidates. My focus has been more on the Olympics than the trade boards, to be honest with you. I think that'll pick up once this tournament is over. But the Evander Kane thing, I get the temptation, the physicality with which he plays, the offensive acumen that he's shown in the past. But honestly, he's not a good dude. I mean, the bottom line is that his time in Edmonton ended where I don't think he had a lot of fans in that locker room. And, maybe in a different situation, things are different. You don't want to judge a guy based on one situation. But, I mean, it's not just one situation for Evander Kane. He's burned a lot of bridges. He's had a lot of enemies. He's gone, there are markets that are happy to see him leave. And so he wouldn't be at the top of my board.
All right, you mentioned the top three teams in the entire West are all in the Central Division. Can we get back to the old playoff format? Because this just seems incredibly unfair.
I'm with you, man. And I think a lot of players are with you, too, where, if you talk to these guys about the playoff format, a lot of them grew up with the 1 through 8. A lot of them favor the 1 through 8. The answer I got the most from players when I talked to them in the last year about this is they're just tired of seeing the same matchups in the playoffs because of this format. In particular, there's a good chance we could see Edmonton and Los Angeles in the first round for the 5th straight season. Like, who wants that? So, I think there's a lot of support amongst the players for it. There hasn't been any appetite from the NHL to change the playoff format or change the alignment of the conferences or any of that stuff. I think they feel like it's working out okay insofar as money matchups in the first couple of rounds and playoff revenues and all that stuff. And unless there's an uprising from, some of these teams to change the format, I think they're going to kind of stick with it for now.
Well, you're the man, Greg. Thanks for blessing us with your hockey brain here right in the middle of this game, dude. That's outstanding. We can't thank you enough.
Well, listen, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to stay on for the rest of the show. I mean, they scored while we were talking. So.
All right, Greg, no worries.
Our new co-host.
Just interject with any comments you need.
Shoot, yeah, Greg. We need a hockey upgrade. Appreciate you, buddy. We'll talk to you on the other side. Greg Wyshynski, ESPN. Now a 6th member of the G-Bag Nation. We're going to have to take advantage of that. All right, when we come back, it's time for Krusty's Corner. We are live here at Sidecar Social at the Star in Frisco, a couple of locations around town. You don't want to miss this one. This is an outstanding establishment, and if you want to swing by, we got a couple of Tolo flags left we could hand to you. Thanks to Stella Artois for hosting us, Brian. Where are you taking it?
I'm going to try and convince you to trade up in this draft, Dawson. We'll do that next.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, 2 more 9-inch nail ticket giveaways in the 7 o'clock and 9 o'clock hours, the junk drawer at 7:40, and Worst Take at 9 a.m., a.k.a. the Brian Broaddus Award of the Week. It's a Friday morning on The Fan.
You follow here, and I couldn't be happier because CertaPro Painters got my house feeling more like a home, and they got me taken care of at the highest level. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community, and you can trust them to get the job done right because they take pride in what they do. When you choose CertaPro Painters, you're not just hiring a service, you're partnering with trusted local professionals with over 70,000 5-star reviews to make your house feel like a home just like mine. So go ahead and schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com.
This is Nick Post with K-Post Roofing, Waterproofing, and Solar. For more than 20 years, my family has been dedicated to sheltering what matters most to the DFW, your home, your business, and your loved ones. At K-Post, our expert team delivers top-tier roofing, waterproofing, and solar solutions, all backed by an unwavering commitment to safety, quality, and value. We're the proud roofer of the Dallas Cowboys and the Texas Rangers, and we're ready to serve you. Schedule your free, no-obligation inspection today at kpostcompany.com. K-Post is your commercial and residential roofing, waterproofing, and solar experts, securing your world since 2004.
When you think mortgage, think TexasLending.com.
How many of you want a home equity loan, but you want to close fast? With TexasLending.com, we can close fast for many reasons. One of them, we do automated appraisals on many of our home equity loans. That means you can get an appraisal done for a fraction of the cost at twice the speed, closing your loan when you need it. Fast. Call TexasLending.com for your home equity loan today. We got it.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
Are you turning 65 or new to Medicare? Humana knows not everyone has the same needs when picking a Medicare Advantage plan.
Now that I'm retired, I want to enjoy the life I've worked hard to build. So I want a plan that covers me when I'm traveling the country.
Humana has a plan for that.
As a veteran, I want a plan that fills in the gaps my VA coverage doesn't provide, like dental care.
Humana has a plan for that.
I feel good about my health. I just want care and coverage with predictable costs. No surprises.
Humana has a plan for that. With a Humana Medicare Advantage plan, you get coverage and benefits that focus on what matters most to you. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Stop by the new O'Reilly Auto Parts in Glen Heights on Santa Rosa Drive near Shepman Elementary now through February 24th for the grand opening sale. Receive 2 times O Rewards points with the purchase of 5 quarts of any Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil. 2 times points means you can reach your next $5 reward twice as fast. Plus, buy 1, get 1 free Coca-Cola products at your new O'Reilly Auto Parts.
No
plans for Valentine's Day? No need to worry. At P.F. Chang's, treat your special someone to a romantic 5-course dining experience for 2 for only $89.99. Reservations are filling quickly. Reserve your table now and savor every moment. Celebrate Valentine's Day with flavor that runs wild at P.F. Chang's. Plus, continue the celebration with P.F. Chang's beloved red envelope tradition. Each guest receives a red envelope revealing a special offer redeemable on a future visit while supplies last. Details at pfchangs.com.
Lowe's of Salina is now open, and we'll be celebrating from 12 to 2 p.m. this Saturday, February 14th. Join us at 3540 South Preston Road for in-store promos, giveaways, and more while supplies last.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
When love and luck are in the air, the extraordinary is never far behind. Like a chance to win your share of $2.2 million during the Lucky in Love giveaway at Choctaw Casino and Resort Durant. Play with your Choctaw Rewards Club card beginning February 1st to start earning entries. It's the $2.2 million Lucky in Love giveaway. Fridays and Saturdays in February and March. Only at Choctaw Casino and Resort Durant. Get away to it all.
The recent freeze was another reminder backup power matters, and that is why thousands of Texans are switching every month to Base Power. Base Power is the only power company with home backup built in, so when the grid goes down, your lights stay on automatically.
And right now, if you switch using our special link for fan listeners, we'll cover your current termination fee up to $250. See if your home qualifies. BasePowerCompany.com/thefan. That's BasePowerCompany.com/thefan.
Allow us, if you will, to take you on a journey across the country to cover the biggest sports stories in DFW. ASCO Equipment presents the KNC Masterpiece and G-Bag Nation live from spring training in Surprise, Arizona, March 2nd through the 6th, with access you won't find anywhere else. The fans' coverage is also brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Plano and On Time Experts Heating and Plumbing. Your one and only home of the Rangers is 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation. We are live at Sidecar Social in Frisco. Please join us. It's right off the toll road. And great food and beverage awaits you. Thanks to Stella Artois for having us out here. We have 3 more Tolo flags and some Tolo back window decals as well for you as extra incentive for joining us. It's time for Krusty's Corner with Brian Broaddus, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Always appreciate you playing that. And thank you to Greystone for being a part of this one as well. U.S. just scoring again. Scoring again.
Let's go.
Wow, that goalie is deflated, bro.
Yeah.
Head down.
Yeah.
Floodgates opened up.
Sulking on the ice. Bad
Putting
look,
the
bro.
lats on their ass, boys. Let's go.
Yeah, this was...
Did you guys sense a little of that Canadian stuff coming out of Walchuk when we were talking to Pipe
Absolutely.
Daddy?
Oh, you know
Talking about Robo.
I think Greg kind of laughs at it.
Yeah.
He's kind of like...
He loves it. Greg's my guy, you know.
He's a good dude.
Him and I go way back.
But yeah, the USA.
And you were right. Your prediction, we were about to put Latvia on their
Of course,
ass.
you know, it's just a bit of time, you know. You just need the boys to get loosened up a little bit.
You really get an appreciation for the athleticism of an NHL goalie watching this jobber between the pipes for Latvia right now. I mean, he's just glued to one side like he knows it's going over there. He's like, no!
Let's go, boys.
It's like Broaddus between the pipes, man.
Is
Go ahead and do the splits for me there, Bri.
Is this one of those events where, like, you're watching it and you feel like you feel like you could be the Latvia goalie in this one?
Yeah.
Even if you can't skate or even have any kind of balance, you feel like that you could be the Latvia goalie.
I could give up 4 goals in 2 periods, no problem.
Maybe 10,
the U.S. is, there's a...
Oh, we got a fist bump. We got a fist bump there.
I'm sorry about that. Oh, my bad. My apologies. We're
nice to meet you.
We're going into the second intermission here with the U.S. up 4-1. So it looks like we're heading the right direction here. All right.
He'll take a fireball. Broadus will take a fireball.
Fireball.
Yeah, he's doing shots.
Fireball,
just one fireball.
Yeah, whatever.
Just one ball.
Yeah. But this morning on the stack, and we'll post this tomorrow on the stack. But
we're trying to do the new thing.
We're trying to do a new thing here.
You guys are doing new things?
We're doing the new thing.
We're doing new things. But on the stack with Aisha and Zach and myself, we walked through, we did a mock draft, like our own mock draft. But we were watching the mock draft as it was, and Wolchuk was running it. And we were watching how it was falling with offensive players.
Did you guys play the jingle? Do 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 do.
Just in my head.
The pick is in.
That's a great sound.
That's good.
But we got down to the Commanders at 6.
Well, the Browns at 6. Commanders are coming up next at 7.
Commanders were at 7. Sorry. So the way it looked, the Commanders were going to take Downs at 7. And Zach and Aisha and I said, what if we see the way that Downs is kind of sliding a little bit and we get ahead of the Commanders and make a trade here?
Wow, you're considering him outside of the top 5 being a slide. It's not a slide at 9 and 10. It's a slide at past 5.
I think if he gets by 5 with the Giants, I'm starting to get a little bit itchy.
Okay.
See,
can we do this?
I wanted to see what this would look like if we just, instead of going back, we went forward. And forward was going to cost you the 12 and the 20.
Okay. And you can get to 6 with 12 and 20?
Yeah. And it's a big time overpay. But you get Cleveland to flip you back pick 39.
Wow. Okay.
All right. So you're right now currently holding 2,050 in draft capital in the first round. Cleveland's first round pick at 6 is 1,600. All right, let me explain real quick. I'm looking at the trade charts here.
Jimmy's?
The Cowboys trade chart, and I'm looking to see what it's going to cost me to go up. And roughly, it's going to cost me 450 points.
So you got extra.
Yeah, so the difference between, if I go all in with 12 and 20, Cleveland's got to make up 450 points.
Solid second rounder.
Right.
Their pick, 239, is worth 510 points.
Perfect. Throwing back a 5 or something?
Yeah, I'm just kind of thinking listen, you got 2 1s out of the deal. Flip me back this second round pick. So now if you're Dallas, we're talking about, I was doing a show with Vots this morning too, Vots Lombardi. We were talking about players that we probably wouldn't trade away from if we had to, say, use 12 to go get Max Crosby. Say we had to use that. Who are guys that you would not trade away from?
You're on the clock, and now you got a choice to make.
Yeah, we were thinking we probably wouldn't trade away from Reese, Ohio State edge linebacker, and we probably wouldn't trade away from Downs, the safety from Ohio State. We probably wouldn't want to give up 12, but everybody else we were pretty open to.
Wow, you're willing to move off of even if a Bain or a Bailey gets there?
For Max Crosby?
Yeah. I was not. I had probably 6 players.
See, that's what I'm saying. 6 players seems like a lot.
Yeah, I'm banking on the rookie.
He likes his guys.
The rookie contract there. For me.
If that's the only way they can get Caleb Downs, though, and you get 39 back, I like this because I think you'll get a similar player at 39 that you would have gotten at 20. I think this is genius asset management.
See, I'm looking at it as, let's go get one of the best players in the draft.
Yeah.
But we're giving up 20, and like you said, Dawson, we got to a point where it turned into our safety from it. Well, actually, we looked at the corners.
Yep.
We looked at the corners at 39. We looked at our corner from Duke.
Chandler Rivers, the corner from Duke.
We looked at Pons, the corner from
Indiana.
We talked about the safety from Oregon.
Dylan Thieneman.
As well. So we were thinking well, you don't even have to think about the safety because you went and got downs.
Right.
So now you're looking at Mesidor, potentially.
Edge from Miami. R. Mason Thomas, the edge from Oklahoma.
Exactly. And we were talking about the corners because we were interested in fixing the nickel situation.
Yes.
Is what we were doing.
And then linebacker-wise, for those that were interested,
Yeah.
Anthony Hill Jr. from Texas and Jacob Rodriguez from Tech, along with Jake Golday from Cincinnati, who's got a lot of position flexibility.
Right.
All of those were still options for you at 39.
What about edge rushers?
Well, that's what I'm saying. We were
Mesidor and R. Mason Thomas.
Matt Mesidor from Miami and Mason Thomas from hyphenated name from Oklahoma.
And there's a chance Mesidor slides because of the medical on his feet and then the fact that he's 25 years old as a rookie.
Can I interest you guys in doing this, though? I mean, are you interested in, if we can convince Cleveland, is it worth it to you to go get probably the best player on your board and then take a corner that might be in that second round range, but could clearly help you, or take an edge like we were talking about with Mesidor, take him?
You think he could be there at 39?
Yeah, because of the age and the medical.
Yeah, I mean, if you were guaranteeing me a Mason Thomas or a Mesidor at 39, it would be an all-time no-brainer. And even the Rodriguez stuff, which I think is super realistic, him being there at 39, would be exciting. And I guess you'd kind of want to know where were we at with the edge stuff, maybe in free agency. Did we kind of clean that up? Because I do think edge is so extremely important, and if you're going to miss out on that, and now we're left with a fifth-round edge rusher, like, you're just not going to get much for that if Mesidor or Thomas weren't there at 39 for you. I mean, my question to my scouts and everybody is, how sure are you that Caleb Downs is generational? Like, what is the bust potential here, and how sure are you that he's not going to be available at 12? You know, and I would bring up the list of the free agent or the first-round safeties that have been taken in the draft over the last 15 years.
Sure.
There's a lot of misses. Like, you thought Jamal Adams was a massive home run. The guy had like 4 good years in him. You know, and you got Kenny Vaccaro. You have Terrell Edmonds. You have Darnell Savage. There's a Kyle Hamilton in there, 2022. Malachi Starks last year, 27th overall, but they're just Carl Joseph, 14th overall by the Raiders in 2016. There's, you know, and then you have Minka Fitzpatrick there at 2018. So out of the last 8 first-round safeties, 2 of them were good. Are you absolutely sure Caleb Downs is an all-pro football player?
I mean, he's the best player in the draft.
So, sure, but so was Jadeveon Clowney.
You know, I don't know. Looking back then, if I would have said that he was, I wasn't speaking then. But, yeah, he was the number 1 overall pick. Downs isn't going to be number 1 overall. The point of jumping 6, I'd love it if I could jump up with Kansas City. The thing is, Washington was taking him at 7 in this mock draft. So Washington could take him at 7. Kansas City could take him at 9. Heck, Cincinnati could take him at 10. The whole point is, I'd love it to stay at 12 and see if he falls to me. The likelihood of it happening is not high. So let me get ahead of it. Let me move up and go and get the best player on the board at 6. And how much of a difference is the player I'm going to take at 20 and 39? When we did this exercise, it ended up being a lot of the same names we were discussing.
At 20 and 39? Yeah.
See, Dawson, to answer your question, I can't guarantee any of these MFers are going to be any good.
Yeah, it's tough.
I really can't.
I mean, that's the
especially at Ohio State, where
I think what I'm trying to do is limit maybe the player that has the fewest holes in him.
Yeah,
that's what I'm trying to do. The questions I have maybe at 12. I mean, maybe I have some questions about. Well, is it Styles? Is it who is it
McCoy,
going to be? Yeah, McCoy with the injury stuff. I love McCoy. I'd love to take him.
Yeah,
I'd absolutely love to take him. But I
can't
guarantee. All I know is I'm more interested in moving up with a team like Cleveland to do this, where I could pick up early draft capital in the second round. That's where I'm at with this whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, getting that 39 back is huge.
It's massive.
And even when you look at the history of some of these safeties, I mean, you still have like a Derwin James was in there, and he was a baller. And when you look at like Jamal Adams and some of these other guys, Carl Joseph, you're talking about crap teams making these selections. Would anybody else have made that selection? Like the Raiders, I'm trusting that my people and my coaching staff is far and away better than any time the Raiders are drafting anyone. You know, so and I do think with him being such a clear-cut, easily top, I mean, in some cases, Walchuk the best player in the draft, guaranteed top 4 or 5 player in this draft.
Right.
I'd be down with it.
It's just we've talked, the trade back I think would be, and we did that. We did exercise on that. I encourage you to go watch the stack today. I thought it was a really fun episode. The trade back options are also a lot of fun. And there's the possibility of now, can I go from 2 top 20 picks to can I get 4 picks in the top 60? All of that. And again, like you've got to have dance partners. But to me, I'm going up and I'm getting what I think is a massive need within Christian Parker's defense, the player that I do believe is the best in the class. Maybe others differ. And to me, it's like, hey, the coverage element of it, Brock Bowers, would you say is the best tight end in football right now?
Yeah.
Alabama, freshman year, you can go back and watch Caleb Downs taking him on one-on-one.
Got the clamps out.
And carrying him up the field. Like, I get it, the Ohio State stuff, as I've said before, I think he was kind of bored, man. He wasn't tested a lot downfield. I don't doubt that he's got the ability to do it.
Well, thank you, Brian.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate
Krusty's
that.
Corner every afternoon, 3:40, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. We're 11 days from the Combine. A couple of weeks after that, we'll have free agency for it. It's going to be an amazing offseason here for Cowboys team-building conversations, at least. We'll have to see how the Cowboys end up doing, but it's going to be a lot of fun to talk about it. Okay, we'll check. I believe we have a football fix coming up.
Ooh, let's get our fix. Okay, Crosby on his future. And could this end up being the next starting quarterback for this team? That's next in the nation.
But Tolos, you're losing your hair and you need a simple solution that works. You want the best modern technology with top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work, and that's why, fellas, you need Advanced Hair. They have completely redefined hair restoration, from the experience itself to their unmatched results. Whether you have a receding hairline, bald spot, or some just general thinning of the hair, you can address them all with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Advanced Hair has performed tens of thousands of these breakthrough treatments, and you need to be next. How about this? Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day. Absolutely unprecedented stuff. No one can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair, and I highly recommend their team. They're absolutely fantastic. It all starts with your free consultation. Call 469-599-HAIR, and just for being a Tolo, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that's redefined hair restoration. 469-599-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Mag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The new USA versus the World format might just be what the NBA All-Star Game needs for players to buy in and compete this weekend. With Kevin Durant taking shots at Luka Doncic and Nikola Jokic, it might fire up some players to give at least some form of effort. It worked for hockey with the Four Nations face-off. It may be hard to get players to invest unless it's for significant financial gain, but at least it's something. I'm Adam Abdallah.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Each weekday at 5:30, Gavin, Lucius, and the guys bring you the G-Bag of the day. The craziest audio sent in from you and all of the Tolos. That's every day at 5:30 and replayed the next day at 2:30. Driven by East Dallas Diesel and East Dallas Motor Cars.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
AutoNation's New Year, New Wheels event is going on now. Drive any new or used vehicles 0 down and 0 payments for 90 days. Save thousands on your favorite cars, trucks, and SUVs. Plus, we'll buy your car for top dollar today. Don't miss 0 down and 0 payments for 90 days. Hurry to your nearest AutoNation store or AutoNation.com. On select models with approved credit, interest accrues from date of purchase. See store for details, subject to in-store verification.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Well, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Looking for something smart, soulful, and full of heart? I'm Jen Hatmaker, host of For the Love, the podcast where we talk about what really matters. Love and family, faith and purpose. Every week, I'm joined by incredible guests for honest conversations that invite all of us to live with more intention, more laughter, and more connection. Join us on For the Love wherever you get your podcasts.
Come celebrate the Lowe's of Salina grand opening on Friday, February 13th at 3540 South Preston Road. And while you're there, join My Lowe's Rewards for free to earn 5 times the points on eligible purchases all weekend long. Plus, they'll have in-store promos, free food, product demos, and more. 5-time point offers valid 2/13/26 through 2/15/26 in Salina store only. Points are awarded in eligible purchases. Exclusions, additional terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for program details, subject to change.
It's a Thirsty Thursday, proudly being sponsored by our friends at K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour 3 of the Nation. Here we are in Frisco, Sidecar Social. Thanks to our friends at Stella Artois. Brian had a delicious steak salad. I had some wings. Chief had a burger that looked like it came out of a burger magazine, for crying out loud.
Beautiful.
The thing was gorgeous.
Yeah.
And you can join us here. It's right off the toll road in the Star, Sidecar Social. Have a couple of Tolo flags and, fellowship and vibes. And we're watching the hockey game, USA and Latvia, early third period action. And they are leading 4-1. So looking to get this tournament off on the right foot. Here's Wolchuk with your daily football fix.
Man, Chet's Skip in Sunnyvale. He just sent me that there's a place in Belarus that has been discovered where they make curacino, which is cappuccino that they pour into a rotisserie chicken. So they flip the bird over. It's fully cooked. They're pouring the cappuccino into the middle of the bird. They give you a straw. You slurp out the cappuccino, and then you just eat the rotisserie chicken. This is one of the weirdest things I've ever seen.
Cappuccino chicken?
Yeah, curacino is what they're calling it.
I don't think anything would be made better. by that.
It's it's kind of like,
might be one of those novelties that's kind of funny, but then you eat it and you're like, you know what, that was actually pretty good.
Is it? Yeah, is this amazing, or are these people going to hell?
I don't know. I don't know if I want chicken juice in my coffee. My gut is telling me no.
I know for a fact I don't want chicken juice in my coffee.
And you love coffee and chicken.
I do.
And rotisserie chicken.
Rotisserie chicken.
So if you're out, I'm out.
I'd pop a straw in a rotisserie and just suck that juice out. The chicken juice, like a broth.
You do love that. You do love to suck the juice out. All right, on that note, it's time for our fix.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side!
Left side! Wrong side! Left side! I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
Hell yes, you do. Come on in and get your football fix. And shout out to the Aggies of Texas A&M, who have set a school record with 13 players invited to the 2026 NFL Scouting Combine. We got the list yesterday. 319 draft prospects. Texas A&M leading the way with 13 players invited. Oklahoma close behind with 10 players headed to the Combine. The Raiders of Texas Tech at 8. And Cole Wisniewski, the safety linebacker, not invited to the Combine. That is a shame. He was one of the stars at the Shrine Bowl. You also have Texas, TCU, and Baylor rounding out the list in terms of area schools, with 5 of them getting invites to the Combine. So 7 exactly from Texas, 5 from TCU, 4 from SMU, 4 from Baylor, including quarterback Sawyer Robertson. I did not get a glowing report in terms of my guy Michael Trigg, the tight end, from
you got me worried here.
Some people in the know there. They were like, dude, you're absolutely right. He could be an absolute star. He is his own worst enemy. So there might be some stuff there in terms of, getting him motivated. He kind of turns it on when he wants it to turn it on. Is he a me guy, not a team guy, not a we guy?
Oh, no.
There might be some questions there with Trigg. See, this is the stuff that we don't know. Fortunately, we're growing more and more. I think I'm starting to get the trust of more and more people to come out and start dinkling some information here and there. And this is when it's good, because now I can kind of adjust maybe my thinking of some players. I don't want a guy that has to be constantly motivated. I want somebody that's going to be turned on 110% full go. We're going to win a damn championship. I don't want a dude who's half-assing it.
It's not a Eunice. It's not a Meanus. It's a weenus.
I want a weenus. I want a weenus, dude.
Doesn't sound like a shot he got at me either.
No, you're right. I mean, last year that was big for Shoddy. Taking team guys, me first guys, not so much. All right, let's get to Max Crosby. That is a team guy. Crosby with our best friend, Jim Gray, from the Let's Go podcast. Well, Jim, he was asking Max Crosby about all the outside noise and these trade rumors. Here's what Max had to say. I heard it.
People are going to have rumors. I just looked at my phone. I've been working all morning. I got another. Everyone's hit me up. Did you say this? I can't control that. You earn that as a player. If I wasn't doing the right things and if I wasn't the person and player I was, people wouldn't be talking about all the nonsense. If you have drama, if you have a losing season, they just try to throw gasoline on the fire. I know what I'm about. I really don't care what everybody has to say. I used to a lot as a young guy. I really don't give a damn. People could have their own opinions. I know what's going on. I know my truth. I don't need to sit here and keep rehashing it to people that don't know what's going on. My focus has been on getting healthy because that's all I can control right now. That's all that matters to me, is being with my daughters and being with my wife and taking care of myself.
Okay. So, not exactly sure what is going on with Max Crosby.
Well, I think he's coming in hot because our guy, Trey Wingo, kind of blew up his spot last year.
He did.
And that's what started it, is Max Crosby confiding in people that he thought he could trust. And he couldn't, because somebody told Trey Wingo. The next thing you know, it's out there. But he kind of started this entire storm.
He did.
And I think his outrage about it, or his attitude about that, is kind of, him trying to work against that. And he doesn't want to say anything else that would, bring all that drama and attention upon himself, like he has already done. Mm-hmm. So I would say, take a look at the man in the mirror, Max, and then please come to the Cowboys.
In the mirror. Oh, Yeah, I'm with you. I still think ultimately he wants to be traded. He wants out. There was the Alex Guerrero situation that came out yesterday where Alex Guerrero, who's Brady's right-hand man, was part of the whole TB12 deal.
He's the fake doctor.
Yeah, absolutely. But he apparently is getting more and more say and power within the Raiders organization because of Brady, and he's kind of like the eyes and ears for Brady with inside the Raiders while he's off and not at the facility. So that's something that Max Crosby is totally infuriated with, and he apparently cannot stand Alex Guerrero, and it's also a big reason why he might have said, as much as I did always want to be a Raider, once a Raider, always a Raider, black and gold, or excuse me, what's their other, silver black?
Silver and black.
They're all, he's done now. He's kind of like, I could see myself going to play somewhere else. I might want to go win. And you should, Max. You deserve that. You deserve to go be a winner. Did you guys notice that Marlon Humphrey of the Ravens, their cornerback, was at the Seattle Seahawks Super Bowl parade?
I didn't notice it until it started popping up on my timeline.
Yeah,
what is going on? Big Seahawks fan?
I guess.
Just birds respect birds. He's a Raven. He's like, Seahawk. It's kind of like family tree stuff.
He is not.
Good theory.
He's not getting a lot of love here. One fan saying Marlon Humphrey can't be right in the head. I've never seen another NFL player in my 31 years of living go celebrate another team's Super Bowl parade.
Was he on the bus with him?
I don't think he was on the bus. I think there was just images of him at the parade.
Well, you can't tell someone had a fan either.
That's true.
So there's that bylaw that we have to understand as well.
He might have just grown up a big-time Seahawks fan. He's got a podcast. I'm sure he's going to talk about this, and we'll find out more information from his side of this. But, yeah, he was called not right in the head. He's the most hated Raven ever for bizarrely attending the Ravens Super Bowl parade.
Dude, he surpassed Ray Rice.
Yeah.
That's how you know.
That says a lot, man.
You done messed up.
That says a lot. But it's the Seahawks. It's not like the Steelers or like an AFC rival won the Super Bowl and you're attending that parade.
All right, so Deron Bland's out at the Seahawks parade wearing a Seahawks jersey,
again,
soaking it in. You're not going to care?
It would have to be the Patriots. Like, it's not even in the same conference here.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
But no, why would I? Like, is it that big? It is weird, like another NFL player at the parade, but maybe there's like a family friend. Could there be a cousin or relative situation here?
Former teammate could easily be there, a best buddy.
A former coach. Like, I don't know.
A right-hand arm man, confidant.
Something going on. Like,
his shared agent.
What is the reason? If he was, is it motivation?
Maybe he's a silly rabbit to one of these players.
Could be. I mean,
maybe he already knows they're going to sign him in the offseason.
Maybe he's trying to put one foot into the Seahawk hole here.
And he kind of washed up.
Yeah, he kind of sucks now.
That's what's tough about him is like he started to suck and he's doing more on the internet.
Weird. This is some of, I don't know. This is a G-Bag Nation You Make the Call. Is Joe Judge reaching or preaching here? Shout out to Kevin Walker, Khaki Kev, for sending this to me as I was driving in.
It's just about being a dad.
Yeah. Ole Miss coach Joe Judge has this
He's a weird dude to begin with.
About pregnant partners of players during the season. And take it away, Joe Judge.
But we would have to educate. This is always a tough conversation to have. It's not even a popular thing. This is the truth. We would have to educate significant others who may have been pregnant during the season, or going to have a baby during the season. And you have to educate them on, you have this baby in the middle of the season, that father has to play good football, right? It's a day-by-day production business. He has to be ready to perform and go out there and play. And when I say that is, you need to let him sleep. He needs to be in another room, detached. You have to explain to the mother, like, hey, listen, he ain't waking up for midnight feedings. After the season, he's full metal jacket. You do whatever you want with him. He can change every diaper, but in season, he's got to have a different priority.
Man, I'm running this. I'm playing this sound.
I hate Joe Judge
every day.
I
love
Joe Judge.
I don't like the messenger here just because he sucks and he's not a good coach, and it doesn't seem to matter how much sleep he gets. He's still ass my dude, Wolchuk. But at the same time, he's preaching here, man.
He's preaching.
He's 100% preaching.
Yeah.
We all have our roles, okay? If mommy was bringing home the bread here, then it's a different story. But Dad's trying to set ourselves up for a better life. We might be able to get a nanny out of all this if Daddy really hits the gridiron running.
Incredibly selfish of a woman to hit the lottery ticket in a relationship, and the lottery ticket literally is your man being amazing and getting his rest so he can perform at a high level, to say, now I also want you to wake up and change diapers, which might impact the way that you play. You might go out there and have a horrible game that results in them bailing on your contract early, and you never get a chance to appreciate that kind of wealth. I think that's good family education.
Gosh, you
And
sexist pigs.
You gotta get
I
on the
hate
offensive
Joe
like
Judge.
this. And
So you think he's wrong? You
Yeah.
think he's wrong?
Absolutely.
What? You do?
Yeah.
Oh,
That's embarrassing.
This is an upset. You think he's wrong, Brian.
I think he's wrong.
Okay.
I think the responsibility of being a parent is huge.
Yeah.
And I think it's a shared thing. And I can't stand deadbeat parents, you know. I can't stand
a little pushy.
The people. No,
a deadbeat would be like leaving and not paying for anything.
Well, but
Right.
yeah, but
It'd be ignoring them during the day hours.
I mean, like you say, that lady needs you there. She needs you for the shared responsibility, and it's part of being a man and like caring for your kids. And I think part of caring for your kids is changing diapers. You know,
man. This is midnight diaper, bro. This is 2 a.m. diaper.
you know
This
what?
isn't just run-of-the-mill
I
diaper.
can't
Joe
tell you.
said off season you can change every diaper.
Off season,
Yeah.
you're in all the diapers.
I'll get my numbers up in the
You're
springtime.
buried in. You're doing
I-
all the feedings, all
I-
the diaper changing.
I tell you, I can't tell you how many times I got up, you know, getting ready for drafts and stuff like that, doing things. So, you know, I totally disagree with Joe Judge here. I think Joe Judge, he reminds me of Parcells and all those assholes that work for the Patriots. that you know, like Parcells looked at me and goes, "Well, you're going to be around here when your kid, you know, if your kid's being born, you're going to miss that, right?" And I'm like, "Listen, I'm not like you, bro. I'm not this guy that's going to miss his daughter's birth just so you can like draft people. Nah,
Time to draft D's.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, definitely not missing the birth.
well, he was insistent. Like, and Bennett was born 3 days after the 04 draft, you know. And I just remember Parcells, and I said, "You're a terrible human being."
Well,
You
I
know?
mean, women could be terrible human beings too, like asking the man to provide everything, work around the clock. You don't have to have a job. Like, you know, why isn't it
My
why
wife-
isn't it the responsibility of the woman to like do her part inside the house so
Yeah.
you can go outside and crush and make $20 million a year?
My wife at the time was like, she made so much more money than me. You know?
Okay, then it's a different. Different
I'm just saying though, as a dad, I feel like there's a responsibility to get up and feed or change diapers or whatever you have to do. I think it's a shared thing. I don't think it's a one-way street here at all.
And big picture, I do agree with that. Now, do you guys think that it's any different? Joe Judge, speaking at Trinidad Chambliss in this court hearing, he's speaking specifically for college players. Is that any different? Like NFL players, they are clearly millionaires. Wife probably
Well,
not
some of
having to
these
work.
college players are millionaires too.
Some of them, but not all of these college players are going to be playing at the next level. Does that change it at all?
Now, are we still talking about changing diapers?
Yes, because he's talking about his college players at Ole Miss. He's not talking about NFL. NFL stuff, I see where you guys are coming from, and I agree with that. College players, I think we're all...
Might be even more important.
This might be a little different here.
You're working.
You gotta get up, you gotta go to class.
You're a developing player that's trying to prove your worth to people like Brian who are scouting you up. Do you want me to go out here and play bad and like slip out of the first round? And now it's 4 years and $5 million instead of 5 years and $30 million. Is that what we want here,
listen,
honey?
if changing a diaper at midnight is going to make you play bad, you're probably a bad player.
You might just be sleep needy.
How many players?
No, because it's not always as simple, Broadus. It's just, I changed the diaper and they go right back to sleep. All of a sudden, midnight turns into 3:30 in the friggin' morning.
How about the player that's really good that stays out all night and gets drunk and misses curfew? And
That's on him.
Yeah, but see, that's what I'm saying. And still plays well.
I mean, there's outliers. Yeah.
Yeah.
You got different breeds.
Yeah.
You're truly elite.
I'm just saying, man, if I just can't stand, I just think it's a two-way street here. I just don't think you could put all that on the woman. You know, it's bad enough what we did as scouts. I was divorced. I got divorced because my love for the NFL. You know, my first wife, she didn't deserve what I did to her. Like, she's looking for a 9 to 5 guy. I'm a 5 to 9 guy. I totally put myself ahead of her. Didn't have any kids or anything like that. But, you know, a marriage, I mean, I'm the one, it was my fault the first time because I was married to the NFL. I learned, man, you can't make it a one-way street. You just can't. or you're going to be divorced.
I think a woman's got to encourage her man to go out there and live his dream and live his passion and do his absolute best for his job. I think we're living at a time right now in society where everything has become so easy that it's like, well, no, you can have time to do everything as a man. Sleep deprive yourself, go out there, work 12 hours a day, and then come home and be a dad as well, clean the entire house, do the dishes, cook all of the meals while she sits there on the couch and, snuggles with the kid and binge watches TV. That is a huge part of American culture right now, is men doing well more than everything. And it's the words that I think Brian is saying that continues to empower the power imbalance that has happened in the American household. We were at our strongest when there were more traditional values. Like, we're not getting better as a country the more and more we demand of men to be the breadwinner and Mr. Mom 24/7.
I will say this, though.
Yeah, it's too much.
There's women out there. There's women out there that don't need us.
There are.
There are women that don't need us. They do just fine in life. Matter of fact, they don't need the BS that we give them along the way.
It's a two-way street.
Because we're selfish.
This is man-hating, if you ask me, Brian.
Because we're selfish Ricks.
Well, and they're selfish too. It's a selfish society, and to put all the responsibility and obligation on the man.
I did not say put all the responsibility. I said it's a two-way street. I think there has to be. There has to be some balance there. I really do.
Yes, and I would just say that part of that balance is the nighttime crap in the middle of the night. That's on you. It doesn't mean that I'm totally not a parent to my kid. Doesn't mean I'm out of my kid's life and, hey, football season started, I'll see you in January, son. No, I'm still heavily involved in my child's life.
I think Joe Judge is asking you to be selfish, is what he's asking
during
you to
football
do.
season. That is what he's saying.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think he's asking you to put the feelings or how your home life is. He's trying to get you to put football ahead of your home.
And that's something that Mike Bassick would talk to us about, like, you got to be selfish.
Yeah, if you want to make it, you probably do. And the night before a game, I'd like my spouse to understand I need to get that. I need to get that 8-9 hours. And I think that's totally fair.
He didn't specifically say the night before a game.
He said during football season.
He said during football season.
I think that there's always compromise to be made, and that would probably be mine.
Yeah. Hey, and whatever works for you. I mean, God bless the guys that can sleep 4 or 5 hours a night and be bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. But if I'm under 7.5, I'm a mess.
That'll work for me. Yeah, I'm
a mess. Man. Okay, we are live here in Frisco.
Probably shouldn't have kids then, though.
Okay. At Sidecar Social in Frisco. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. And we're brought to you today by Stella Artois. Big year for the Cowboys to get aligned further with what is winning in the NFL. We have 8 lessons from the 2025 NFL season and more coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on The Fan.
All right, let me give you a little lesson on where you need to go to get your next truck or motor car. That's East Dallas Diesel, the only place that you need to be looking. You've heard me talk about them for a long time. Get yourself or your wife that dream ride that you or her have always wanted. When it comes to financing, don't stress about it. East Dallas Diesel is going to work with you to find the best deal possible, no matter that budget. My buddy Tony Alberti over there, he's been in the truck and car game for nearly 30 years. He's personally handpicking every truck on the lot, and he's putting it through inspection so you know you are getting quality. Every brand you can think of, Ford, Chevy, GMC, Ram, Toyota, you name it, they've got it for you. Go ahead and check out that website, eastdallasdiesel.com. And if you don't see exactly what you're looking for, maybe you see something close, don't worry, don't hesitate. Give my guy Tony a call. Him and the team are going to do exactly what you need to get that thing leveled, lifted, wrapped, you name it, at East Dallas Diesel. Custom is the standard. Give him a call right now. Go check out that website, eastdallasdiesel.com, or shop by the showroom and tell them Old Chuck sent you. East Dallas Diesel, where custom is the standard.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
That first year in your new home matters. With preferred pricing, Redfin and Rocket Mortgage make the path to your next home easier. When you buy with a Redfin agent and finance through Rocket Mortgage, you can lower your interest rate by 1% for 1 year or choose up to $6,000 in closing credits. See how it works at rocketmortgage.com or call 800-4ROCKET. Additional terms apply, not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
When shopping for a new auto insurance policy, AAA could help you customize your coverage to fit your unique needs and budget. Trust AAA Auto Insurance to help you find the balance that works for you. See how a simple switch could make a big difference. AAA, we're always with you. Visit AAA.com/insurance. Insurance provided to qualified AAA members by Auto Club County Mutual Insurance Company. Membership requires a separate payment.
When Texas chills, Specs thrills. Keeping spirits high, glasses full, and the fun from freezing over. Bundle up with a bold bourbon or mix up mulled wine that'll melt the frost right off. Whatever your winter looks like, Specs keeps it toasty. Because when the temps dip, grab a jacket, light a fire, and keep the good times rolling. At Specs Wine, Spirits, and Finer Foods, the fun starts here.
All-star coverage across Odyssey Sports is powered by Factor. Factor meals make it easy to feed your performance. Factor. Eat like a pro.
Hey, it's Chiafalo. Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and they'll give you a better deal. Now, what to do with your unwanted bills? Maybe turn them into a paper airplane headed to see you never, AT&T and T-Mobile. Jokes aside, their best 5G network has you covered with the most ways to save on plans, streaming, and phone deals. So just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and they'll give you a better deal. Must provide a postpaid consumer bill within the past 45 days in name of the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply based on Root Metrics Best 5G Network Award US 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
At the UPS store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and top users make $200 to $300 per month.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code WHEEL25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WHEEL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code WHEEL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away.
Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Hey, Tolo, Sean and RJ here. And you know, one of life's greatest gifts to man is that little coffee bean. And we love the taste of Just Love coffee. Built right here in DFW off of love of coffee and a great backstory of family and friendship. You're going to see firsthand that Just Love isn't just the name, it's also the mission.
Amazing food, legit lunch options, awesome atmosphere that is warm and welcoming. It's going to be a place where every Tolo feels at home. Just Love Coffee. Locations in Arlington and Grand Prairie. Tell them you're a Tolo at Just Love.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by BuyersBarricades.com.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service traffic control provider, taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Shoot Chat, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. What is the number one thing you feel like you learned about the NFL during the 2025 NFL season that you would like the Cowboys to apply to themselves? Okay, you can light up the text if you'd like. Leave your name and city you're texting from. We'll make you famous here in the nation as we are live at Sidecar Social in Frisco, right here at the Star. You can park in that silver lot and just walk down the steps. You'll be right here already. And Sidecar Social, an incredible, I think this is an awesome nightlife spot, incredible sports bar. Like, you got it all right here.
I'm putting March Madness plans together, dude.
March Madness.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Perfect for March Madness.
Money. Or like fantasy football when you get back into that time and you're like, do a big draft out here.
Yeah, I was talking with our sales department. Like, this would be such a great place for a fantasy draft. Maybe even if we did Fan Bowl.
Fan Bowl could be here.
Fan Bowl would be dope here.
I mean, there is so much square footage here. I'm pretty confident saying this is the largest sports bar I've ever been at. And there's an upstairs.
Yes.
Look at that. There's an upstairs there.
I didn't even realize that.
Yeah. You could literally have a class reunion here, and everybody would have their own table and seat. You know, I'm talking for a big high school. Alrighty, it is. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan, though, and we'll get to your thoughts here on what maybe you learned about the NFL in 2025 and what you'd like the Cowboys to apply based on that. The segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. I guess we still do have this one Tolo flag remaining, some Tolo back window decals as well. This one's out of the packaging already. Though, but you can take it right off the table.
There you go.
In the area and you swing on by.
This isn't good.
What? Okay, what happened, Wolchuk?
My poor daughter has a Dawson issue. She's constipated.
Well, you better go home and help her out.
Yeah, man, you better leave work right now and go tend to that.
What do you think I'm going to be doing when we get off the show?
Don't be a deadbeat, bro.
Cleaning up.
Go figure that out.
I think we have to do the.
If you were to go, I would understand.
Oh, yeah. They got those little baby enemas.
Yeah, they do. And the idea of it, I don't know. Maybe I'm just a wuss. It's just.
No, it sounds awful.
Push her legs.
It bothers me.
Like lay on her back and like push her legs.
I think that's what we've been trying to do.
Yeah. Loosen it up a little bit.
We're going to see if that works out. I think that's the first order of business. I'm probably going to end up having to.
That's how it started for me. Yeah. You know, the future forecast is not good for her intestinal tract as she moves through middle age. But when I was a kid, I hated going number 2 so bad. I would just fight it. Yeah, I'd be out there playing. I didn't want to leave and go, so I would just fight it. And a couple of times it got to the point that it needed medical attention actually. So I might have cursed my own future in that regard as well during my developmental years. But either way, that's neither here nor there.
Good. We had release after the enema was done.
Okay. All right. Those things are magic.
That sounded like it was explosive.
Okay. Thing we learned number 1 from Sports Illustrated. If you guys want to jump in here with something profound that you learned during the season, I would love to hear it. It was all about the defense. They look at the Seahawks and their investment in Devin Witherspoon with a top 5 pick a couple of years ago, and then they say is more evidence as to why it's wise to invest in the defensive side. Seahawks, Texans, Broncos, Patriots were the top 4 teams in scoring defense. All 4 advanced in the divisional round. 3 of those teams made it to a championship Sunday. And, of course, the Seahawks won the Super Bowl behind a dominant defensive performance. Are we swinging in a way that kind of mandates you be throwing significant money at defense? They say defenses have now regained the advantage over offenses after the rules were tweaked to benefit quarterbacks and encourage more points. Don't be surprised if more teams begin to prioritize the defensive side of the ball this offseason. I'm for it. And it might mean moving on from George Pickens, which is a heck of a polarizing debate right now raging on Cowboys Twitter. I don't think you want to be overinvested in offense. I don't think it's the time where you try to have a league-leading offense and just an average defense and think you're going to win the Super Bowl, if it ever was.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not worth sacrificing your defense for it if you're willing to kind of bleed the books a little bit and really go bust the budget all in, however you want to describe it, and round out your roster in a big way and put it on the credit card and push things into the future, then that is no question the way to go. But if you're going to say, is it George Pickens and at best an average defense, or is it no George Pickens and we can find a way to get ourselves easily in the top 10, then I think you want to have that balance to where you're good on both sides of the ball. And you got these defensive minds now. I think that's been the thing. It's like it was the era of these young offensive minds that were revolutionizing the sport, and now you got the Mike McDonalds of the world, the Jesse Minters of the world that are starting to catch up a little bit. Shout out to the Dick Fangios of the world that are willing to evolve amidst of a career and be able to go toe-to-toe with these offenses. And so now you're starting to see that pendulum swing, and now offenses are going to have to start to recalibrate a little bit. Okay, how can we change what we're doing, because now they got to beat on us a little bit.
Yeah, it's like it got put in easy mode, and offenses got a little bit complacent. The defenses have caught up in a significant way. I think that the Joneses like building with offense because it's ratings friendly, it's jersey sales friendly. I think they've probably been out of alignment with what's going to win for a long time. Like, this is nothing new, that they've just spent too much on offense and looked at defense like, we're going to sprinkle crappy free agents in here and like try to get lucky in the draft to build a good defense. I think you need to go off into your off season and saying, we're coming back with a significantly better defense come hell or high water.
100%. Yeah, it has to happen. It has to happen, and the proof is in the pudding. Like, I mean, look at the last 3 Super Bowl champions. They're all first or second in scoring defense. Like, you got to have a legit defense here.
Okay, number 2, patience is needed for all types of quarterback situations. It'll be interesting on the other side of Dak. If you draft the guy in the first round and he's not going well, like, how long would you give him to get that figured out? Number 3, Tom Brady got plenty wrong in year 1 with the Raiders. How in charge is he? Because if he's
two in charge.
You think so?
He's 2 in charge.
Yeah.
He's 2 in charge. Like, Mark Davis has kind of let him do what he needs to do, whether it's hired spy tech or, that whole thing. I guarantee he was responsible for the things with Pete Carroll. I just, to me, Tom Brady needs to stay in his own lane. Be broadcaster guy. If you want to be part owner and all that, sit in the box, great. But he had way too much influence. This is great player not knowing what the hell he's doing.
Yeah, he's throwing those rings around. Like, listen to me.
Yeah, like, I'm Tom Brady. You don't know S.
Yeah.
You really don't.
Yeah.
And this is where, we want to complain about Jerry being involved as an owner. Tom Brady made the Las Vegas Raiders worse by his presence.
Yeah, I mean, the coach decision, the quarterback decision, not a lot went right there for the Raiders.
Hiring the general manager, his buddy, what are you doing, bro? You're not helping them.
That's what happens when you...
And, he can kind of like, okay, well, I'll step back and all that. He needs to. He does not need to be involved in football decisions there. He absolutely does not.
No, I'm 100% with you. Okay, number 4, we're only going to get halfway through this list, but this is from Sports Illustrated Lessons Learned. Trading for star players wasn't fruitful. And they look at Laramie Tunsil and Deebo Samuel and DK Metcalf. But what's interesting is I feel like the Cowboys trades were home runs.
Yeah.
To get George Pickens and Quinnen Williams.
Yeah, they were.
I think it's one of the best things they do. I don't know who gets credit for hammering out the details on these contracts or deciding to green light a trade move, but I feel like they're pretty good at it. Oh, yeah, the Sauce Gardner to the Colts. Yeah. That was bad as well as he was
DK Metcalf.
DK Metcalf had his worst season since his rookie year, and they gave up a 2 to get him and only got a 3 plus a 5.
Yeah, I'm waiting to get more. I know, Brian, you've been asking the gang of 7 on the trade value for Pickens because Nick Harris was talking around the league.
I did get 2 back.
I get 2 back. Second, and I was like, damn it, really?
Yeah.
I don't think I would be doing it for a 2 unless I just knew I'm not going to be able to re-sign him. Like, he's just asking for way too much.
I had one general manager tell me if you get less than a 1, don't make the trade.
There we go.
That's how I feel.
I like
too.
that.
And then the other my other general manager friend said, he goes, I don't think you can get a 1 because of the contract the contract that the other team, the trading team, would have to give. So that's what. But one GM was like, if you take less than a 1, you shouldn't make the trade. But the other guy's like, well, the contract might mean that somebody doesn't want to pay the contract and give you a 1.
Yeah,
I get it.
I think it's bias against George Pickens and his personality and what he brought to the table. And I don't know how many people were watching all the Cowboys games. Just go watch the 3 that Lamb was out, and then get back to me.
Well, this one general manager said, how bad of a guy was he for you?
He's fine.
See, that's what I'm saying, though.
Yeah.
I just said he's George Pickens not showing up on time.
Yeah.
That's all that's the George Pickens that, It's not anything, I don't think, terrible.
No.
But it's just.
It's not ideal.
Yeah.
He's not that minded on being, I got to cross all my T's and dot all my I's as a professional.
Attention to detail guy.
Yeah. We're live at Sidecar Social in Frisco. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan. Brought to you today by our friends at Stella Artois. And coming up next, it'll be time for a mixed bag with Wolchuk. Buddy, where are you taking it?
I think we have a ruling on Trinidad Chambliss. How do we fix the All-Star game? And what's the weirdest thing you've stashed in your closet? That's next.
But let me bring some great news to Fort Worth. That is my neck of the woods, and good news for all of us. The all-new Alliance Hyundai, it is here, ladies and gentlemen, and it is conveniently located right there in the 817 I-35 in Golden Triangle. And listen, I worked in the car business for a few years. Let me tell you, man, my buddy Ryan Watson, he's the owner, big-time toll. Him and his team are doing things second to none. His commitment to honesty, top-notch service, and treating every customer like family is absolutely the real deal. I've seen it firsthand, and it's why people keep coming back, and right now you can score big time. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, it is happening at Alliance Hyundai. Every new Hyundai comes with America's Best Warranty. We're talking 10 years, 100,000-mile, limited powertrain warranty, plus owner's assurance for total peace of mind. Right now you can score huge deals like 0% APR for 60 months on the 2026 Hyundai Tucson, or you could get the $13,000 off MSRP plus 0% APR for 72 months on the all-new 2026 Hyundai Ioniq 9. No appointment needed for same-day oil changes. And they've got a great selection of the all-new 2026 Hyundai Palisades ready to drive home today. It's a state-of-the-art facility. It features advanced diagnostic tools and Hyundai-certified technicians who train constantly on the latest tech. Quick, same-day service, plus relax in their comfy waiting area. Free Wi-Fi, drinks, snacks, the whole 9. Visit AllianceHyundai.net. That's AllianceHyundai.net. And remember, at Alliance Hyundai, it's their mission to be your ally in the automotive business.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, it is a shout-out Friday, but also a Forgiveness Friday. That and Masterpiece of the Week. You gotta tune in 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on the Fan.
Chris Mack here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. The changes to both the American and Canadian squads between last year's 4 nations and the Winter Olympics were telling. The Canadians decided to add Tom Wilson to provide and combat the level of nuisance the Kachuk brothers added to the American team. But the Americans decided to leave skill like that of Jason Robertson at home. Clearly the best 2 teams in the tournament, and as much as I'd love to see the Americans win gold, I'll be betting Team USA to finish with the silver at plus 275. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Are you turning 65 or new to Medicare? Humana knows not everyone has the same needs when picking a Medicare Advantage plan.
Now that I'm retired, I want to enjoy the life I've worked hard to build. So I want a plan that covers me when I'm traveling the country.
Humana has a plan for that.
As a veteran, I want a plan that fills in the gaps my VA coverage doesn't provide, like dental care.
Humana has a plan for that.
I feel good about my health. I just want care and coverage with predictable costs. No surprises.
Humana has a plan for that. With a Humana Medicare Advantage plan, you get coverage and benefits that focus on what matters most to you. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Saturday on the CW.
Driver, start your engine!
The new NASCAR season roars into action at the Daytona International Speedway with all new drivers, new rivalries.
Somebody needs to break his teeth in.
And a brand new name.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
Buckle up for pure raw racing live from Daytona.
Let's turn them loose!
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
This Saturday at 3 p.m. on CW33.
Hi, this is Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If you're dealing with a furnace breakdown, call the On-Time Experts. 7 days a week, they'll be at your home same day, or the service and diagnostic fee is free. And their technicians are here to fix your furnace and get you warm again, and not just try to sell you a new system you may not need. Set your appointment online right now at theontimeexperts.com. Theontimeexperts.com. The On Time Experts, the official HVAC partner of the Dallas Cowboys.
The world's best players step onto center court at the Ford Center at the Star for 9 days of nonstop action at the 2026 Nexo Dallas Open, February 7th through 15th. Every serve, every ace, every moment, the Stars shine brighter in Texas. Tickets on sale now at DallasOpen.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
1-877-CARS for kids. KARS, Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
The recent freeze was another reminder backup power matters, and that is why thousands of Texans are switching every month to Base Power. Base Power is the only power company with home backup built in, so when the grid goes down, your lights stay on automatically.
And right now, if you switch using our special link for fan listeners, we'll cover your current termination fee up to $250. See if your home qualifies. BasePowerCompany.com/thefan. That's BasePowerCompany.com/thefan.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, your one local healthcare partner you've trusted from the beginning, always ensuring the widest access to the right care at the right time at the right value. Believe in a world of wellness knowing Blue Cross will forever keep your story at the center of everything they do.
It's a crucial Cowboys draft with 2 first-round picks. So we're heading to the Combine in Indianapolis to get you ready. Yorkie Pet Care Connectors presents Sean and RJ and Bobby Belt, joined by our draft guru Brian Broaddus. Live from the Combine, the week of February 23rd. The Fans Combine coverage is also brought to you by East Dallas Diesel. Tolos know where the best draft coverage is. It's right here on The Fan.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan Live. Sidecar Social in Frisco. This is a destination. If you like sports, you like sports bars. I'd say this is the king of sports bars right here. Sidecar Social, delicious food, beverage, terrific bar here. The giant TVs. We just enjoyed the USA thoroughly whooping Latvia. A little nervy in the first period. You know, it was tied 1-1. A couple goals got called back. But the Yanks put on a show there in the second period and just blew them out of the water. And they've started their group play of the Olympic hockey tournament at 1-0 after the win. And apparently on a collision course with Canada. All right, it's brought to you by Stella Artois today. Thanks to Stella, our good friends, for having us out once again here. We're at the Frisco location right off the toll road. Here's Wolchuk with his mixed bag.
All right, we are standing by for Pete Thamel to give us the announcement on what is happening in the case of Trinidad Chambliss, the quarterback at Ole Miss. The judge in the case has been reading his decision. We're at more than 20 minutes of reading. He's critical of the NCAA's conclusions and says it's clear that Trinidad Chambliss was not a healthy young man from senior year of high school through 2022, but nothing has been official yet. That's his latest post as of 4 minutes. So we are standing by, eagerly awaiting. Will Ole Miss get their quarterback back, or will we have another quarterback going in the top 10 potentially that can shove a player further, closer to your Dallas Cowboys?
I like what you're doing. It sounds like you're kind of hoping for him to get denied just to help the Cowboys maybe push up another player. I get that. But from a college football standpoint, man, I want Trinidad Chambliss to be in there.
Oh, you shut up.
He was awesome. He's super fun to watch, and I still have a little bit of a soft spot for Ole Miss and just the roller coaster situation that they've been on here. Like, how beautiful would it be for them to get to continue to have Chambliss and another year of development? I don't know. It is pretty amazing the lengths that he's going to avoid having to go to the NFL right now. Like, college must be a time for this guy. He's like, dude, I'm hitting my stride. I'm playing good ball. I'm making fat stacks. I'm the king of the campus here in Oxford. Let me just soak this in for one more year, bro. Van Wilder got to do it. Why can't I?
I'm trying to go play for a national championship, bro.
Seems like the NCAA is like trying to shut off the extra years after the things that we've seen. But I just saw a guy yesterday get a ninth year. Yeah.
Yes, this Montana State linebacker. At one point, is it too much?
I think probably
9 years. I mean, like,
I think
what, seven?
Seven feels ridiculous unless you've just had three seasons that have been totally stripped from you because of crazy injuries, But 7 seasons feels a little crazy.
Absolutely.
You have the Jets and Cardinals at 2 and 3. The Jets again at 16. You have the Browns at 6. The Dolphins at 11. Anybody else could take a quarterback? And you got legitimate possibilities.
You do. You do.
And I think maybe before 12 might be a little bit of a reach for a guy who's about 6'1" and 185 pounds, but before 20 seems realistic. Yeah. I think he's more than $185.
He's thick.
I think he's got some thickness to him. I would say he's over $2 bills.
And you know what? It's just crazy because these quarterbacks get pushed up, because I'm with you. Like, should he be a top 10 guy? Probably not. And he probably knows that, and that's why he's trying to go back and hone in on his craft and get his game a little bit more well-rounded. Like, we suck.
Or he's getting very well paid and trying to keep
sure, that, but he's going to get decent money if he is a first-round pick. But, yeah, maybe he does end up in Canada. That's the thing. We've seen the Christian Ponders, E.J. Manuels. Like, these quarterbacks have no business going in the top 16. They do. Why? Because they're quarterbacks.
I would think some people might like Garrett Nussmeier more than him.
And maybe Garrett Nussmeier ends up being a sneaky higher pick.
When do you guys start studying the QBs?
I'm just going to keep it for last.
I'm into 100 players or past 100 players now, and I'm going to go a few more, but I do it really late. I do it late because I just want to focus on that position. I don't want to watch one then bounce to another position. I want to watch them all.
You're going all quarterbacks for a whole couple days in a row.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. I tend to have a better understanding of them when I do it that way, as opposed to, let me look at this one and then do 7 other players. Then let me do the next one. I try and kind of keep them all in order in my mind.
Will Chambers listening, Bass of Tolo, we love you, Will. Come on out here, Sidecar Social in Frisco, have a drink with us. But, he's 5'10". I never thought that we'd see Baker Mayfield go number 1 overall. Kyler Murray go number 1 overall.
Not in my lifetime.
And it did. It happened. So to talk about him going, top 10, I don't think it's that crazy, but maybe we're waiting on that decision now.
Yeah, they have him listed at 6'1", 200 pounds, but we know how that height gets fudged. Yeah. 6'1" is very easily 5'10".
Yeah, no doubt. All right, let's go to Nick Wright. He was on The Ringer, the podcast with good old Bill Simmons. And, man, Nick Wright used to work with Sean Sharif. I think he's got some good takes. He's got takes I disagree with, but this was interesting. What do you guys think about this proposal to fix the NBA All-Star Game?
It's fixable in 4 years if your guy Con Knippel continues on this trajectory. And we just have to say, you know what? PC headlines be damned.
I know where you're going.
White guys versus black guys. Luka, Joker, Flagg, Reeves, Knippel against Wimby, whomever. And I'm telling you right now, guys would play fucking hard. like that, there would be a real edge to the game.
Certainly would get a lot of talking points going.
Get a lot of attention, and we are getting close to a place where it'd be like, oh, that'd be a good game. Like, there hasn't been a moment in the NBA in the last 50 years where if that ended up just by chance being the game, it would be you could see either team winning. But right now, like Cooper Flagg and Con Knipple and Austin Reeves doing a lot of work
there. Yeah.
Right. But they also get all the Eastern Europeans. Like, you get Luka, you get Joker, you have real talent.
So, what do we think?
It's hot.
We just go straight up. And it is correct, because typically if we did like a black versus white all-star game, the white team has no shot.
Dirk would be getting buckets, though.
Dirk would be. I mean, Dirk and Nash would have a shot. And I think this became a topic in, like, was it flag football? Like, we talked about this in the Pro Bowl games or something. Do you have, like, Christian McCaffrey and Cooper Kupp?
I do remember that.
But, man.
I do think that.
I think right at this point, there's no bad ideas.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see how this new iteration goes here with this round-robin 3-team, World USA kind of thing. But I do think that would probably fuel them to want to get out there and remain having the stake in this is our sport.
Yeah, like we're not losing to a bunch of white dudes right now. And the white dudes are like, we're gonna try and make this happen.
Get some try hard.
White men can't jump style.
Alex Caruso's out there just to be a dog.
Oh, dear God.
You know, like just to.
I mean, he's talking about Pritchard too.
Just to eat 6 fouls.
Pritchard is having a great year this year, but gosh, I mean, can you imagine that? I just don't know how deep of a team that this would be. But it could be. This was once an idea I would roll my eyes at. I think that it could be fun, actually.
Yeah, I guess if your number one priority is to get the guys playing hard, it would work. I don't know if it's worth the sort of PR drama that you'd have to go through to make the competition more, I don't know, passionate, more.
This is the ultimate last-ditch effort, right, to save the All-Star.
Yeah. Like, there is no other
sorry,
place
PC principle. We don't give a damn about you. Screw your headlines. We're doing this. This is full-on race wars on the basketball court.
Yeah, I would probably vote for let's just leave it a glorified dunk line if I was at the NBA League office. But if you ever get to a point where you need the All-Star game to be heavily contested, I think it would get the job done. To Nick's point, I just think that it probably wouldn't be worth the drama. You're still getting decent TV ratings, off this thing because people want to tune in for a talk show about their favorite players and to see them, each dunk between 10 and 20 times per contest.
I still just like let's just stick it to skills competitions for all of these All-Star games. We don't need an actual game. Just do the skills comps, and we're good to go.
All right, there it is, a mixed bag with Zach Wolchuk here. We're live at Sidecar Social in Frisco, right off the toll road at the Star. We got we got everything you need from delicious food and beverages, Tolo back window decals, one remaining Tolo flag. But this should be your new spot for watching games or, All-Star Weekend coming up this weekend, watching football once we're back in the fall. And we'll be back with a football fix here in just a couple of minutes, Chief.
Yeah, we got more Niners concern, plus thoughts on Caleb Downs from around the NFL, and some free agents next in the nation.
But if your heat or AC is running more than it should, no matter the weather, it's probably time to go to windownation.com and see the amazing savings they have here for you. Couple of days left in this Valentine's Day special. It's going to expire at midnight on Valentine's Day. An extra 10% off Window Nation's already screaming deal. You've heard me talking about buy 4, get 4 free, pay nothing for 2 years, nothing down, no interest, no payments. Well, right now on top of that, get an additional 10% off all brand new windows at the house. And there's no limit on that. You can buy 10 and get 10 free, but it's buy 4, get 4 free is just the starting point. No limit on that. WindowNation.com. Get the most energy efficient windows in the entire world, and we need that here in North Texas. It was basically Canada here just a couple of days back, and before too long, we're already over 80 on some of these days. Before too long, it's going to be 90 and 100. And yes, your furnace will run way too much. Your AC will run way too much as a result of your windows not being energy efficient. So go to windownation.com. Tell them we sent you, but lock in here, man. This is the best way to get new windows. Proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. WindowNation.com. Salute.
The
more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by TaxSlayer. Start filing for free today at TaxSlayer.com. Reports are that the Eagles are going to listen to offers for star wide receiver A.J. Brown after his disappointing season with the team. Brown has had 7 touchdowns and over 1,000 yards in each of the last 3 seasons. The Eagles could free up some much-needed cap space and acquire a haul of picks. The Eagles currently only have 5 picks in the 2026 draft. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free? Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah. How much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free? Really?
Really. Free. It's part of A to Z Savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Ends March 9th. Restrictions apply.
Ah, the most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And TaxSlayer is here to help you file. We guarantee 100% accuracy and your maximum refund. Those are some good numbers. And you can trust me, because I'm a talking calculator. Did I mention TaxSlayer even has support from real U.S.-based humans? If you have any questions along the way, beat the rush and start for free today. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2026 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
This is Nick Post with K-Post Roofing, Waterproofing, and Solar. While Texas weather puts your roof to the ultimate test, even if your roof seems fine, hidden leaks could be causing extensive water damage, dangerous mold, and even structural issues. Don't wait for the problems to get worse. Schedule your free roof inspection today and enjoy peace of mind. With over 20 years of expertise, K-Post delivers reliable roofing, waterproofing, and solar solutions. Take advantage of our complimentary roof inspection today by visiting kpostcompany.com. K-Post is your commercial and residential roofing, waterproofing, and solar experts, securing your world since 2004.
Come celebrate the Lowe's of Salina grand opening on Friday, February 13th at 3540 South Preston Road. And while you're there, join My Lowe's Rewards for free to earn 5 times the points on eligible purchases all weekend long. Plus, they'll have in-store promos, free food, product demos, and more. 5-time point offers valid 2/13/26 through 2/15/26 in Salina store only. Points are awarded in eligible purchases. Exclusions, additional terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for program details, subject to change.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
It's a Thirsty Thursday, proudly being sponsored by our friends at K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
We go. It is hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Got G-Bag today coming up at 5:30, LA Live at 5:40. Okay, as we are live here today at Sidecar Social in Frisco. Incredible food and beverage, incredible ambiance, incredible sports on TV. They got skee ball. They got the world's best Papa Shot over here. They got darts. They got it all. And no matter how big your party is, they got more than enough seating for everybody. I can say that with absolute authority. This might be the finest sports bar I've ever encountered. Okay, Sidecar Social in Frisco right here at the Star. It's time for Eric Chiafalo's football's finest.
I got some pretty cool Cowboys news for you here.
Come on.
Right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
Okay, for the football nerds out there, this is a Twitter account that I would encourage you to hit the follow button on. Okay,
Nerd me.
This is SF Data Niners.
Oh,
and this dude, he's a Niners guy, so a lot of his stuff is through a Niners lens, but he does league-wide stuff that is very, very valuable information, including what he had for us on tap just last night. He asked the question, how much cap space could each NFL team free up with simple restructures? And we've heard Hagee and the KNC Masterpiece go down this rabbit hole pretty hard and give you the specifics on it, right? But a simple restructure converts payments into prorated signing bonuses spread over the remaining years of the contract. The Dallas Cowboys, in terms of just simple restructures, could free up the most cap space in the league at $131 million. Like, they could free up $131 million, okay? Now, if they wanted to get even more aggressive with it, including extensions and renegotiations and things like that, they could get up to $149 million, which would be third in the league in that particular scenario. So, in terms of, like, what the Cowboys have in terms of financial aspects and opportunities, they can really open this thing up as much as they want to.
I love it. The Patriots just spent 109 and went from 4 wins to the Super Bowl. So I'm up for it. I'm not aware of a contract the Cowboys have that I don't want to restructure. I believe the medicals under Deron Bland are going to be fine. I think Osa is a good enough defensive tackle at getting pressures. Like, I don't know who the tough decisions are with the Cowboys restructures, but I'm so ready to see them really, really go for it and build a full team. And with Dak Prescott's age, it's time. 2026 is the year. So I would say flip all those switches. I don't know about doing extensions and renegotiations or anything like that, but shoot, yeah, let's ride, Jer.
Yeah, and look, if anybody wants to look more into this, go check out Katie Drummond's piece on the Cowboys Wire. He did an excellent job. I know Kevin's done an excellent job on our station as well. But, I mean, in terms of the restructures, you're looking at $92.4 million in cap savings. That's restructuring Ferguson, Bland, Osa, Tyler, CD, and Dak. Potential extensions, you can save up to $28.5 million with Kenny Clark and Quinnen Williams. And the outright releases, you're looking like up to $26.3 million in cap savings. That would be Malik Hooker, Logan Wilson, Brian Anger, your punter, which would also mean you're probably bringing him back on a different deal, and then Terrence Steele. So if you did all of that, that's $147.2 million. You obviously don't have to do it all, but even if they were selective on it, they can absolutely open up as much as they need to here.
It might be smart to just let Kenny Clark go. Can I just say that? Let's let Kenny Clark and Javonte Williams just go. He had like 5 games where you're like, wow, that's my guy Kenny. There were 12 games. It's like, where's Kenny Clark? This is a $20 million player?
Yeah, I kind of felt like he got wore down.
Yeah, I agree.
Because until they got Quinnen Williams. You know, and maybe that's his. Okay. And we watched the tape. Remember, he was really good early, wore down, and then everybody was telling us, wait, he had a toe injury, Brian.
Yeah.
He had a toe injury, you know. So I kind of feel like that early in when he was with the team, well, early in the season, played at a high level. As the season wore on, went downhill. But a lot of it was because probably the wear and tear and the number of snaps that he had to play because they didn't have somebody else that could, you know, I didn't feel like that Oso Digizua played exceptionally well.
No, Solomon Thomas
had time, yeah. I mean, they wouldn't even use Solomon Thomas.
No.
So, I don't know. I could understand what people were talking about, like Dawson, like you said, hey, let's just move on from the guy. But I also feel like there was a level of misuse there, or overuse, put it that way.
Okay. All right. Now, Dane Brugler tweeted this out. He says, fun question I've been asking to scouts around the league. Caleb Downs is the best safety prospect you've personally scouted since fill in the blank. and a few of them have answered Caleb Downs is the best safety prospect they've ever personally scouted. So as we were talking about the idea of maybe trading up for Caleb Downs, you do have scouts around the league that are saying,
that scares the F out of me right now.
This is the best. Okay, is that the kiss of death? Little kiss of death action?
Yeah.
I mean, I think that, you could throw out an Eric Berry. Obviously, before my time, Sean Taylor must have been an absolutely incredible player to scout. Earl Thomas was one of my favorite watches when I was, a young guy trying to do this, in high school and college. But, Will Chambers is in the building. He's here.
Oh,
Willie
my
C in the house.
gosh.
But yes.
Beer in hand, sipping on the Stella, looking fresh. And
Look at you.
Looks like he's about to join us for an edition of the finest.
He's got a little pep in his step,
sexy
man.
beast.
He's finally recovered from the Chicago Bears disaster.
Good to see you, Willie.
Hey, buddy. And, wow, Willie C., what a beautiful blessing. Yeah.
Sounded good. And sounded good on the weekends. Killing it.
There we go. Willie C. on the headset. We had a good time talking with your guy Cole Kmet at the Super Bowl.
I heard it.
Yeah.
Apparently a great-looking guy, from what I understand.
He's pretty strapping. It's not fair when you're 6'5" and you're a chiseled 250 and you got the jawline thing going.
Doesn't hurt.
Gosh, dang it, dude.
Good dude.
And I haven't seen. I don't often see hair as good as Chiefs, but I saw it that day.
He
kicked my hair's ass.
I wasn't going to say it, but since you did,
I went down and talked to him after the Bears-Cowboys game a few years ago. I think it was maybe Justin Fields' rookie year, where he came in. Remember, I think he had a big rushing game.
Yeah.
Great guy. It's going to be interesting to see what they do with him. I mean, it's a great double tight end combo, but they got some, like every other team does, has some cap issues, so we'll see what's going on there.
Would you like to see Chambliss get the extra year?
I would love it. I mean, and the reason why I brought it up and I texted you guys, because I was a little bit surprised. I think Field Yates earlier this week was talking about how, and going through this process, okay, with him being rejected, what does that mean for his draft status? And he said, man, he had him as his second-round pick. And he said, I think 5'9", 5'10". And I know it's different when you're watching college football. He didn't seem that small.
No.
At all. And he's got a lot of power in his arm. I mean, it'd be great for college football, but I think... And you never know what can happen after the combine, because we've seen guys that just skyrocket up draft boards after whatever they do there, and things could change so much at that position. But yeah, that was just based on what I had heard earlier in the week from Field.
What's the plan for tonight? Is this about to get Wild Willie, or
no?
Is this
I was just
night?
I'm out, not a work night. I was just out and about doing running some errands, since I live about an exit up. And
dude,
I was like,
so is this one of your spots? This is
absolutely one of our spots.
Yes,
this is. My girlfriend Becca loves coming here like we do. If there's a bunch of games on, because I mean, you guys are sitting here on the stage. What's really cool about this place too is that they have music going almost every night. So, and it could be totally different things. It could be a DJ. They've had some really cool bands here. But look, you guys are looking at the bar here.
Yeah.
You got, what is that, 7 TVs that are right above the bar. To your left, a big screen with 4 flanking TVs on the side, on each side of it. So
it's crazy.
March Madness, you know me.
Yeah. That's what Chief was talking about.
March Madness up in here would be ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a great spot. Yeah, we love coming here. The original one down in Addison used to go to, but I love having it here, just, an exit down.
Yeah, top tier stuff. All right, let's quiz you fellas. Dane Brugler's top 100 draft prospects by position. Which position do you think he has the most of? Most players in his top 100. Which position is the most dominant in the top 100 of this draft?
I'm going to throw out edge.
I would have guessed edge.
That's a strong guess, because edge comes in at number 2. He has 16 edge rushers in his top 100.
So is it with corners?
Corners is third. He's got 13 corners in his top 100. But
defensive tackle.
There is a position that has been dominating the sport.
Wide
receiver. He has 17 wide receivers in his top 100.
Let me ask you guys this on that, because I know you guys have been talking a lot. You did earlier today about George Pickens. And I think everybody wants George Pickens back in a Cowboys uniform for the obvious of what we saw last year. But considering the fact of what you can get from the college game is constantly feeding the NFL with with top wide receivers, and not just in the first round. I mean, you're finding them in the second and third round. Does it make all that much sense to actually, extend or pay the money to Pickens, considering what you may be able to get? If you got 2 first-round picks and you're going defense there, could you go defense a little bit, later? I'm sorry, wide receiver a little bit later on?
I would feel so much more comfortable with it if you actually had your requisite number of like if you had second-round pick, if you had your third-round pick. But they go on such a dry spell on day 2 at this point, and we'll see how they maneuver things. But right now, it's like you're picking back up in what, the 4th round?
Yes.
Yeah, you're picking back up in the 4th round with your picks.
Have you guys done many wide receivers yet? I know you said you got through 100.
Yeah, quite a few. Yeah, actually probably about 8 or 9.
And that's probably why you get a Nick Harris saying, just taking the temperature around the league of, what you could only get for George Pickens being a second-round pick, which still seems ridiculous to me. It's because teams know, I can get quality
It might
receivers.
be the headache, too. They might not want to deal with what they think.
That's a fair little aspect, too.
They might not want to deal with the headache there. And I don't think it's a headache. I just think that's what kind of people are thinking about.
Yeah. Well, you have the electrical substation issue with the Niners.
Yes,
George Kittle with his new little twist on this. He says there was always his rookie year between the practice field and the substation. There was always a beautiful amount of trees that were right there sort of in between the practice field and the substation. And then every year that they would come back for training camp, he would notice the trees were dying off and dying off and dying off until finally the NFL came through and just cut them all down. And so the veteran players, it's something they've chatted about a little bit, when you talk about what that electrical substation can actually do to you, just from a plant standpoint, it was killing the trees. It was killing these big, beautiful San Francisco trees that they had there. And that's just another little element to what does that mean? What does it do to a human body?
It may not know for years.
Yeah.
So that's the scary part of it, right?
Yeah, it could be. I mean, it's probably not good for organic material like high wattage electricity, but is there something with this power station that it's more than regular power lines?
Yeah. This is this is the hub of it all.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is big time. It's whatever the measurement is, the electrical measurement, it's way higher than anywhere you would find yourself on a regular basis.
Okay, so it shouldn't be near people.
It shouldn't. It shouldn't.
Well, if I'm the players, I want resolution on this. But the fact that the NFL came in and cut down the trees doesn't make me feel good about their level of transparency.
Right. Let's just try and hide this problem. Okay, I have the odds-on favorite to be your halftime show performer at Super Bowl 61. Any takers here? The first 3 are females.
And we're in L.A., right?
We are in Los Angeles.
Sabrina Carpenter.
Wolchuk off the mic yelling Sabrina Carpenter. She is not even in the top 10 of individuals on my list here.
Michaela Schifrin.
That would get a little bit raunchy. Michaela Schifrin? Is that the lady with the back abs?
Yes.
From the Olympics?
Yeah.
That'd be quite the performance.
Well, I think Chloe Kim took herself out of that earlier today.
Oh, did she?
Yeah. I mean, taking the silver, I got to say that's probably a miss now.
Miley Cyrus is your odds-on favorite right now. Then it's Cardi B. Then Taylor Swift. And you get to number 4 before you get to Lil Wayne. Then you get A$AP Rocky, Justin Bieber, J. Cole, Drake, Ariana Grande, and then Harry Styles.
You got to hold on to Lil Wayne.
That is your list.
You got to hold on to Lil Wayne until they go back to New Orleans.
Yeah. Well, they had their chance.
Yeah.
They had their chance.
That was a miss. That's a big miss there.
Yeah. I agree, and he was sobbing. He was emotional about it. But Miley Cyrus right now is your odds-on favorite to be your halftime performer.
I think what you really have to ask yourself is, whom could you get to piss off half the country?
There you go. Get everybody to tune in to see if the piss-off pays off.
That's the biggest key.
Yeah. You know what? I was not a big fan of Miley Cyrus at any point until her latest hit broke with the I Can Buy Myself Flowers. I just thought that was a jam.
I mean, she does have
whenever that's on.
She's got a great voice.
Yeah.
There's no question about that.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Football's finest is in the books here.
Thank you, guys. Good to see
on this
you all.
Thursday.
Come
Great
out
to
to
see you, Will
Sidecar.
Chambers. We are at Sidecar here. It's in Frisco, the Frisco location, right here at the Star. And we're coming back to hit the Expressway, G-Bag of the Day, and more coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan. I have to chat with you about my friends at Men's T Clinic before we get there, though, because if you're sick of running on empty, if you need to get optimized, Men's T Clinic is the best way to do it. You know, Men's T Clinic and their hormone optimization will get testosterone absolutely coursing through your veins. It's going to feel great. You'll get performance upgrades everywhere from the boardroom to the bedroom, and you're going to see why our Tolos, myself included, have described Men's T Clinic's therapies as life-changing. You know, this is it's no joke, and as we get up there in age, by the time we're late 20s, early 30s, our bodies can be producing less and less testosterone, and the next thing you know, there's some pretty significant lifestyle consequences, some health consequences. You put on extra weight around your midsection too easy, you're losing critical muscle mass. Men's T Clinic can help you remedy all of that. They also have advanced bedroom treatments. They have hair replacement, joint therapies that pro athletes, you know, used to have to fly out of the country to get. They have it for you there at Men's T Clinic. Get yourself back in the game. 972-GO Men's T. Cash and insurance options available. 5 DFW locations, soon to be 6. Shout out to Frisco Alliance. And you can find out everything you need to right now at mensteclinic.com.
50 years in the Lone Star State, a one-stop shop so you're never late. Price is so low that you want to know
which way to Specs.
Come on, let's go.
Specs Wine Spirits and Fine Foods. World-class service, that's all about you.
Shout Specs, it's how we do. A huge selection since 62. Shout Specs, low priced, amazing. Here's to you. Shout. Cheers to savings.
Tolos, join the G-Bag Nation today from 2 to 7 p.m. as they broadcast live from Sidecar Social in Frisco at 6770 Winning Drive. Sponsored by our friends at Stella Artois, the beer with the taste worth more, or moments worth more.
At the UPS Store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open and happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
All-star coverage across Odyssey Sports is powered by Factor. Factor meals make it easy to feed your performance. Factor. Eat like a pro.
Hey, it's Chiafalo. Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and they'll give you a better deal. Now, what to do with your unwanted bills? Maybe turn them into a paper airplane headed to see you never, AT&T and T-Mobile. Jokes aside, their best 5G network has you covered with the most ways to save on plans, streaming, and phone deals. So just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and they'll give you a better deal. Must provide a postpaid consumer bill within the past 45 days in name of the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply based on Root Metrics Best 5G Network Award US 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Back in 60.
Are you really eating during the commercial break?
You bet. These Factor meals keep my head in the game.
Oh, yeah? So what do you got there?
This year's filet mignon and creamy Parmesan shrimp. With Factor, I get chef-prepared, dietitian-approved meals delivered weekly. Perfect for pros like us.
Oh, so you're a pro now, too?
Box says Factor, eat like a pro. So, yeah.
I think it's time for you to share a bite like a pro.
No. Get your own at factormeals.com. Factor, eat like a pro.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft shoes,
Smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirafast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and top users make $200 to $300 per month.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code WHEEL25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WHEEL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code WHEEL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Boomer Jack.
Hey sports fans, it's Michaela
and Becca
from Boomer Jacks, and $2 domestic drafts are here all February.
That's right, just $2.
We're open till 2 a.m. serving our full menu late.
Get in here for $2 domestic drafts all February long.
Find your location at boomerjacks.com.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and we are live at Sidecar Social in Frisco. Salute to the great Will Chambers for stopping by the broadcast position. Dining room filling up pretty good. We got lots of sports still on TV. Watched the U.S. whoop Latvia earlier. This is the best place to watch sports, Sidecar Social in Frisco at the Star. This segment of the nation is it's the Expressway, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts. We have L.A. Live and G-Bag of the Day coming up here just right around the corner. Let's take a snapshot of what's been breaking throughout your broadcast afternoon. Phillies released outfielder Nick Castellanos today after the team was unable to make a deal to trade him. He then revealed he was benched last season after bringing beer into a dugout during the game.
Yeah.
Okay, so yes. I
mean, violation for sure, but also like screw you.
If we had the audio of him saying it, that might be G-Bag of the Day worthy.
Yeah.
It might be G-Bag of the Year worthy, but he just posted about it on social media, posted a handwritten note explaining the incident that preceded his benching. He said he brought beer into the dugout after being taken out of a game and complained to Thompson about team rules. He said teammates took the beer away before he drank any. Quote, after being taken out of a close ball game in front of my friends and family, I brought a Presidente into the dugout. I've never had a Presidente. Sounds fancy.
I had it. I'll tell you where, is it El Presidente? Because I had it when I was in Honduras.
Okay.
When we were fishing in Honduras, it's actually a really good beer.
Okay, he says, I then sat right next to Rob and let him know that too much slack in some areas and too tight of restrictions in others was not conducive to us winning. Afterward, he went to the office with the skip and president of baseball operations, Dave Dombrowski. They had it out. Can Castellanos still play? He is still owed $20 million, is going into the final season of a 5-year, $100 million contract. Phillies owe the entirety of that sum minus the prorated portion of the league minimum.
You just have him on your roster for like those crazy world tragedies that take place, and he always comes up big.
You need to break the ice.
Whenever there's like a celebrity death of some sort or just something weird around the country that's going on, you plug him into the lineup, he always comes to swing.
He will, man. Right in the middle of a somber, sincere moment from the broadcast crew. He's going yard.
He is.
Okay, top local baseball story of the day is Sebastian Walcott, and this guy's going to have elbow surgery. A top 10 prospect in all of Major League Baseball, the Rangers' #1 prospect. Kind of a tough blow. You know, it's not like he was going to have a breakout big league season here in 2026, most likely. He was probably set for, a full season in the minors, maybe with a late call-up in September. But this farm system is already a little light, okay?
Yeah.
How important is a quality farm system for winning? It's massive. Either you bring the guys up or you trade them, and this probably drops the Rangers back into the bottom 5 teams with farm rankings. Because I think even with a healthy Walcott, they were 23rd or 24th, so that one sucks a little bit. Do we have a decision on Trinidad Chambliss yet? I'm trying not to get bugged.
I tell you what, though, I did ask one of my scout buddies who does Mississippi, like a height and weight. He says, listen, I got nothing verified, but we're going on. He's 5'11", which means he's just a tick under 6 foot, 205 pounds. That's the measurements this team is going with as far as how tall he is. So they think he's right at 6 foot, 205 pounds.
Yeah, don't believe anything that you've seen yet. Pete Thamel is still not reported on it. He has been following this case. He might even be there for all I know. But he is, we're waiting. We should get something soon here, hopefully. But I think there's a lot of ball sacks out there.
And there's a lot of either grandstanding or filibustering. I'm not sure which one it is.
Yeah, the judge is just reading his decision. And the decision, like 45 minutes ago, is when we got our last update.
So people are watching the judge go through this monologue, and they're reading that they feel like it is in favor of Chambliss. If I had to bet right now based on Twitter sentiment, I think Chambliss is going to get the extra year of eligibility.
It sounds as if that's the way that he's going to decide, but the official ruling has not been made.
This is a Mississippi judge, right? Aren't we doing this in Jackson, Mississippi? The hearing?
That's a good question. I'm not prepared to answer that question. Maybe we can get an answer to that.
It's the second one, so I don't know if they moved it.
Change of venue?
We'll have an answer probably before the end of the show. Can't imagine a judge would want to take this deep into the evening in the Eastern time zone. But, I mean, he already is, getting towards the end of rush hour. I would just go up there and be like, hey, here's my decision. I'm getting home for dinner, and here's all the details. So go ahead and sift through that, journalist or court clerks, whoever it might be. Jeremy Fowler, ESPN, says many league executives expect the Eagles to entertain offers for A.J. Brown this offseason. Little competition for George Pickens if the Cowboys do decide that they're going to trade him. Which player has more value? Is it Brown, who is 4 years older but with more proven seasons of all-pro level football, or is it Pickens, who's 4 years younger, only has the one big season?
I mean, contract-wise, I guess Brown's got a deal, so would you end up paying more for Pickens? Probably. I would still say Pickens has more value. I'd go with the younger player. It sounds like this thing's done in Philly. I mean, you had Jason Kelsey on his on the WIP show that he joins every week, basically throwing A.J. Brown's effort under the bus in the playoffs. Said that his effort was questionable, and I'm paraphrasing here, but also that when things aren't going well for him mentally, he lets that result in his play on the field. And for Jason Kelsey, who was a former teammate of his and won a championship with him, to be so heavy-handed with his words, to me that signifies that the rest of the locker room probably echoes his sentiments, and I don't see A.J. Brown coming back.
I'll tell you one thing, what we're getting with these player podcasts is a lot more strong commentary than we've ever had. Whether it was the Steelers yesterday going back and forth about Ben Roethlisberger or, the Eagles with Jason Kelsey. And, maybe that's been a storyline for a couple of years with him having strong opinions about what players did or didn't do during his day or even present-day situations. Mavs and Lakers tonight, final game before the All-Star break. It's on Amazon Prime at 9 o'clock, but Cooper Flagg is out with a foot sprain. He's going to miss the All-Star Weekend Rising Stars Challenge as well. And Luka Doncic is out for the Lakers. LeBron is going to play. But, the Jazz won their 18th game last night. So the Mavs now just one win ahead. And if they can slip underneath Utah, they'd be sitting in that 6th spot there for draft lottery odds. Time now to go back into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
On another day, chasing the noses away. What up, though? It's L.A. G-Bag of the day, every day, 5:30. Our winner and champ right here is Gavin Dawson. The General Gavin Dawson had a very unfortunate poo situation. Recently, he was a grown-ass man when he did this. I just want to let you know, man, it's not a way back story. It's not a high school story. It's not a junior high story. Sounds like an elementary story, but it happened, 49?
This was Monday? Monday or Tuesday?
This was Monday, bro. Oh
coming up on 50 here.
Look, he says it with so much glee. You hear him? It was Monday. Yeah, all right.
Golly.
Yeah, here we go. I think you're going for 3 today, right? Going for 3?
That's right.
All right.
Okay, so you ever go and think you're going and you're not? Okay,
like nothing's coming out as you think you.
What'd you say?
That's what I thought had happened.
Like I just pooped and
it
then
turned
you
out to
didn't?
be a fart, right?
Oh, okay.
So
Okay.
I looked in the bowl when this was all over.
Nothing's there.
And the bowl was clean.
Them cheeks must have been vibrating.
That's
yeah,
a
for sure I'm clean now.
record-setting fart.
That is wild.
I thought, okay, I'm constipated again. I got to double up on the fiber thins. Maybe get something a little bit stronger. So 2 hours later, I had been outside. I had jumped on the trampoline. I had walked with Remy around the neighborhood as she's driving her little electric car. 2 hours later,
Trying to get that movement going.
I get in the shower and I wash back there, and
Oh my God, dude!
all
was
the poop
there?
came out. Yeah, it was there.
He got launched between the cheeks.
Oh my God!
Maybe the size of
My Lord.
a large gobstopper.
That is awful.
Yeah, like a large jawbreaker.
Oh no!
Maybe like a chicken nugget's worth.
What? So you had like
And all
was
of a
just
sudden,
sitting in there?
all of a sudden, the bottom of the shower all of a sudden got really different colored. It was clearly not clean water anymore.
Oh my gosh!
It took me 3 or 4 passes to get clear water.
No, it did not.
It was the worst. It was the worst bowel situation I've ever
You
had.
deuced in your shower this morning.
That is awful.
Well, I did. I
Trying to
deuced
combat
much earlier.
constipation.
I had deuced much earlier, but it had been wedged. It was wedged. It was wedged, or it was hanging on to the end.
That's crazy.
I couldn't get a full evacuation.
Yeah, that's awful, man.
Yeah,
That's pretty tough.
I hadn't even been going through Oreos or powdered donuts, which are your normal culprit. Oh, bless your heart.
Live at a restaurant right now. That's amazing. I'm telling you.
That is great.
We got some serious looks.
Delivering food. This is awesome.
All right, let's see here. Let's go to some pro golf. Pro golf. The Waste Management Open.
Yes.
Happened in Phoenix.
It does.
Not too long ago. Maybe a week or so ago. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
You got a Davis Riley. He was getting ready to do his thing. He's about to go to work. But listen to the broadcast to tell you about the flags on the course.
Uh-oh.
There's flags everywhere on the course, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes your caddy kind of points to them, let you know what's going on, maybe.
Yeah, the wind.
Yeah. Well, listen to this.
It's 163 on the scorecard, 155 today. Yeager points at the flag that you saw.
So they see that one, and that one that they're pointing at is coming in your face, and then there's another one that's up directly behind the green that is going right to left. Then the ones that are up above them that they don't turn around and look at, those are mostly coming in your face.
Wow.
And you can see this. This one over here is going right to left, and then that's the one they looked at, which is coming right in your face, and then directly above their head and behind them, there's one that's also coming into their face.
4 times?
Wow.
Painting quite a picture there.
Guys trying to get us fined and thrown off the air.
Oh, yeah. All right, let's see what else we got. Let's go to the Fan After Dark. Fred and Blake. Fred said Cooper Flagg will be a top 5 all time when it's all said and done. Agreeing with Kevin Durant in a sense. I'm not saying top 5, but Kevin KD said it's going to be one of the greats, right?
Yeah, all-time great.
All-time great. Well, they had an argument, of course. There was an argument on the show.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah. It even went over to the next segment. It bled on over to the next segment. I'll give you a clip of how it started.
Kevin Durant said it himself.
I mean, I'm not a KD guy.
Kevin Durant said he was going to go down as one of the greats.
One of the greats is not top 5. That is not what that means. Going down as one of the greats.
Okay, I mean, we can
You
get
said
into
top 5.
I understand that, but I'm just saying. I mean, one of the greats. I mean, we're not saying one of the greats isn't 50. I mean, when Kevin Durant says he's going to go down as one of the all-time greats, what does that tell you? I mean, that tells me all I need to know. Yeah, exactly.
You just used it for your argument for him being top 5. You said Kevin Durant literally said he's going to be one of the greats, and I said that doesn't equal him being one of the greats. Is not.
You're right,
help
Kevin
your
Durant. You're right. Kevin Durant saying it doesn't mean squat.
You're not, Fred. Are you listening?
See that rhetorical question right there.
Yeah, but Blake is good at that.
Triggered.
Blake is good at just, rage baiting. He really is gifted at that.
He's also somehow 17 years younger than Fred, but also the adult in the room most of the time.
That's fair.
Despite eating his crayons on the air.
Yeah, and telling helicoptering stories.
They went to the next segment, and my man Fred was going to give his schedule on when he'll be back on the air and what's going on with him. And he also brought up the fact that he wants his son to shoot more. And then it just fell apart.
Okay. I made my point. I'm done.
Okay.
So anything else?
No. If you want to be a sore loser about it, go ahead.
Okay. Well, that's the point.
Ouch. Right there.
Because you think because in your mind you won the argument.
I don't care who won.
No, clearly you do. Clearly you do.
I don't care who won the argument. It's entertainment for other people.
Okay.
To
Well,
listen
I'm
to.
done entertaining. I'm done entertaining that conversation.
Okay. Then you can say that. That's fair.
I said that at the end of the last segment.
You didn't say I'm done entertaining.
I said let's go to break. I'm done. I mean, what else is there need to be said?
You're just seeming a little sensitive about something very trivial.
I'm done hearing you tell me how you're right and I'm wrong.
I literally made a joke and said, show him Cooper Flagg highlights. I thought you'd be like, that's a good one. Blake.
Yeah, you're right. It's funny. It's hilarious.
Why are you so sensitive about it? Like, he's literally your son. He's not.
I'm done listening to it, is all I'm saying.
You get so uptight about Cooper Flagg.
You made your point. I made mine. You made yours. You're right. You're the f***ing basketball. Go ahead.
Mission accomplished.
You're right. We're joking.
Yeah, you're right. We're joking.
We're good. Everything's fine, guys. Effing joking.
We're just joshing. We're just a couple of guys joshing around.
That was a clean bomb.
Yeah, it was. Wow. What time was that? Do we know? Is that timestamp, Lucius?
Yeah. I got that. About 10. Started in the 10 first segment in the 10 o'clock hour.
Okay, so are we in safe harbor then?
And they went, no.
With that word, there is no safe.
You can't ever say F.
No.
I was trying to find ways to help him here.
That's almost as clean as the a-hole Brian dropped earlier.
Yeah,
that was strong.
That was special.
Yeah. Now, I mean, according to Blake, you probably can't say it. Who said you couldn't say that?
What are you saying?
What do you mean? You mean I can't say that?
says it.
Yeah.
All right, last one. Yesterday at the church today, I pray you got your blessing. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes doing big things out here. We got a preacher that said God is going to give you a quick turnaround on that blessing. Quick turnaround on that blessing.
The Lord said, I know the struggle is real, and I'm getting ready to send you some major help. The Lord says, you're not losing your mind. The Lord says, I just got you on an assignment. And the Lord says, by February the 31st, get ready for a quick turnaround. Quick.
There isn't a February the 31st, sir.
He was rolling, though, man. Let him cook.
The congregation sitting there waiting on the 28th. It's a leap year, 29th. We're 2 days away, babe.
Where's it going? Is it here yet?
Preacher on the quick turnaround. Fred and Blake with the Cooper Flagg top 5 all-timer. You're the effing basketball genius. From Fred Davis. I think that's how he's going to complete that sentence.
Yeah, he was.
Pro Golf Waste Management. They're talking about the flags on the course and what they're doing. You know, got to hit a low line drive there, don't you? What do they call it? The stinger?
A little stinger.
A little stingy.
Or myself, Gavin Dawson with a story about a bathroom adventure I had earlier this week. I'm going to go with Fred and Blake myself, Chief. How about you?
Give me the champ.
All righty, Lucius.
Champ.
It's 2-1, Wolchuk.
Champ. He's the champ. What champ? He's the champ.
Brian?
Fred and Blake.
By a score of 3-2, still your G-Bag of the Day champion. It's
Close.
me. We got every day 2:20. Lucius replays the champ for you. If you ever miss it, you're wondering who won last night, you can tune in at 2:20 or just come back at 5:30 for the champ to face challengers. And speaking of Lucius, let's stay in the Pimp Cup. Here's LA Live.
My man Penny Hardaway is in the city right now, so if y'all run into Penny, give him some respect. Give him some respect. Yeah, give him a salute. Don't wear that man out too much. Memphis is
maybe
playing
ask
North
him to come on the
Texas.
show.
Well,
could we ask him to come on the show?
What's he doing here, Lucius? You know?
Is Memphis is playing North Texas in basketball.
There we go.
Okay.
There we go.
Business trip.
Yeah, business trip for old Penny Hardaway. All right, let's get into a Thirsty Thursday Ladies Night edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
Well,
All right, Chief Square.
Fire up this funk. Let's have a toe. It'll make you dance to some of everything.
Everybody get high.
I had to hop on here to alert you all, just like I did my neighbors, that these gang members are back. Do you hear me? They are posted up on every corner, in front of the grocery stores and everywhere, trying to mess with your summer body. Don't fall for it. And they sell the crack in all the flavors. They are dope pushers. And here's the part that's breaking my heart. They got the nerve to have their parents, whom they have already hooked to the dope, out here pushing it for them. I don't understand it. They're in parks. They're in parking lots. They are at gas stations. They want you addicted. They want your hips spread and your stomach round. Don't fall for it. They know what season we're in. Because what? Summer bodies are made when? In the wintertime. And here come the Girl Scouts.
That's right. That's right.
That is some of the best audio of the year so far.
I see him standing outside of Tom Thumb today, and I bought 2 boxes. I sure did. Shame on me.
It is so hard to say no.
What'd you get?
Shame on me. The Samoan joints? Yeah, I got some of them. I got
2
some
boxes?
of those. 2 boxes. Woo! 2 boxes. Because I know I'm going to come back and see them again this weekend. We get paid. Come back and see them again, bro. Hey, this is LA Live for Thursday, February 12th, 2026. It is a Thirsty Thursday. Thirsty Thursday. That's a pun right there. Ladies' Night Edition. Thirsty Thursday, Ladies' Night Edition. Welcome in, folks.
I like it.
Shout out to the Tolo ladies that listen to this here station. You are appreciated, ladies. Especially you, Toto ladies. You are appreciated. You're in the front of the line in my DMs all the time. I skip over all these busters just to get to you. I promise I do. I promise I do. And ladies, you will appreciate this right here. I know you like a man that takes care of his hygiene. I know you appreciate that. Well, it's the end of an era for one Kevin Durant.
No.
It's the end of an era for Kevin Durant. Yeah, we lived long enough to see this. It really happened. Ashy KD is a thing of the past. NBA superstar Kevin Durant has partnered with skincare brand Cervia. Yeah, Server. You know what? He's got a lotion deal.
There you go. Not Jergens.
He's got a lotion deal. Cervia, Sir. I don't know who the hell it is.
Is it United States brands or is it a foreign brand?
I don't know. I use this brand to wash up. It's a good skin wash. I don't use the lotion at all, but I'm glad he's using the lotion, whatever it is. And shout out to him using that moisturizing cream. They had to pay that man for him to put lotion on.
He was just waiting for the endorsement.
That was more about them and everybody else than him.
They had to pay that man. So we no longer see the his snakeskin ankles out there on the court anymore. Now someone has to drop a bag for him to put a brush there, that hair, maybe some grease on there, and we'll be on his way. But congratulations to whoever put that deal together. You're definitely thinking on your feet right there. Say, yo, I got a lotion, and we need an endorsement. KD is the man. If we can get him moisturized, we can get anybody moisturized out here. Shout out
he might be the people's champ, you know? Like lots of rich guys, they're worried so much about their appearance. You know, you're walking in and out of arenas. He's just like the rest of us.
Yeah, he just
pop off the couch, go to the game.
He just wants to hoop and chill.
I need a haircut. Needed a haircut for 3 weeks. It doesn't matter. It'll be fine. I'll get it eventually.
Yeah, like,
Watch
okay.
me go drop 30.
Man, just brush it, though. Like, you don't even have to cut it, bro. Just brush it, fam. And don't step fresh out of the shower and put on your hooping gear and get out there. Like, moisturize your skin. It looks like it hurts. I don't know. But yeah, shout out to them. They were thinking on it. Yeah, cracking. You see, like, you can Google the photos of Kevin Durant ashy, and it's just an abundance of them. I'll be so embarrassed if I was his mom.
It's an abundance, bro.
It's an abundance. She need to go ahead and lick her thumb and just get his ankle one time. Come here, baby, because you on TV tonight, and I told people you was going to be playing. But shout out to that. They were thinking on their feet, man.
CeraVe.
CeraVe? Is that how you say it?
CeraVe, yeah.
I don't pronounce that stuff.
Yeah.
I know what it looks like, though. And I know it's expensive too. At least the wash is. The wash is like $20 that I use.
Yeah.
Dang.
Lick her thumb is freaking crazy.
Get them damn ankles, bro. I'm so embarrassed. I hate it. I hate it. And I hate his hair on top. Like, brush it. It's just like a whole bunch of spiders just met together on his scalp and just chilling for a second, bro. I hate it. LA Live 105.3 The Fan, ladies' night. Now, from one man to another, what is going on with my man right here? I think he's up against it. Something's going on with his brain. Uh-oh. If you guys can tell me what's going on with F1 legend Lewis Hamilton, what's going on with Louis?
Oh, he's with Kim K?
Come on, fam. What's going on?
He is?
The Super Bowl.
At the Super Bowl, he was.
Yeah, he's a part owner of the Denver Broncos.
Yeah, all of that is good. Everything you're saying is good except for that one thing.
Kim K?
Yeah, what are you doing with Kim K, man? Sir Lewis Hamilton, by the way, because he has been knighted. He has been knighted. 7-time world champion, too, by the way. This man is bona fide.
If it wrecks your career in a regular sport, you're safe. But if it happens in open-wheel racing, it could be tragic. Just putting it out there.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Be safe, Lewis.
Yeah, he's ignoring all the red flags. From a guy that drives a car, he should know all about this.
Yeah.
Those flags are coming in his face, bro.
I feel so good when he jokes.
Kim Kardashian and Mr. Hamilton were spotted arriving together at a hotel in Paris last week. Fine. You're the man. You're making a whole bunch of money. If you feel like you can go over there for a while and hang out with Miss Kim K and, dabble in that field for a second, there's nothing wrong with that. But then later there was a photo circulating online that had Lewis all hugged up on her bosom. Like he really got something right here.
Yeah.
Like I got me a trophy, fam. Look at this. What? Are you kidding me? Do you know how many people tried and failed before you, Mr. Louis Hamilton?
It's one of those youth sports trophies that are mass-produced.
Participation medal.
Everybody's got one.
Yeah. Oh, my
God.
We're not just kissing that trophy.
Yeah, my man from krld-fm was telling me about this last week, and I didn't want to believe it. I was like, nah, this is probably just fodder on the internet, because there's no way Louis would go with Kim K. He sees how bad. Ray J? Come on, man. Yep, then they popped up together at the Super Bowl. And like my grandfather would say, hey, if you like it, I love it. Meaning, that's stupid.
That's stupid. That's the translation?
Yeah. Hey, man, if you like it, I love it. Meaning, that's stupid, son. That's a dumb thing. Yeah, for a man that makes his living from cars, you would think he'd be aware of the Carfax.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of body work.
Check the Carfax.
A lot of body works, bro. Like, we seen that Broham get sold 2 weeks ago. It had 9,000 miles on it. Yes, it was a 1996, but it only had 9,000 miles on it. Now Louis is pulling out, a Ferrari?
That's what he drives.
He's like, no, but she's got a diesel though. This thing can go forever.
Nah,
can't crank that odometer back.
Nah. He pulled out a Benz. He pulled out a Benz SL 600 or something like that. 500 from back in the day. It's a 1996, but it has 300,000 miles on it.
Yeah.
The seats are worn out on it.
It's cliche.
It's crazy.
She was complaining to him about meeting his mom.
See, wow. No, don't
really
do
advanced.
this. Don't do this.
Yeah, he's like, I'll introduce you to my mom, but not now.
15 years ago was a flex.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then a lot happened in those 15 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I've seen the tape.
Some lookers, man.
I've seen the tape. It's not worth it, bro.
Yeah.
It's not worth it. I mean, it can be fun for the moment, but don't blow your whole situation over this Kim K. And then what they were doing trials yesterday?
Yeah.
And then he wiped out on the turn one.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Now, a lot of people were kind of losing their little footing right there on turn